I Am an Evil Sword Chapter 876 to Chapter 955. Hua Xining still couldn't escape Deng Yifei's temptation. In other words, as long as one was a martial artist, almost no one could resist the temptation of this ability. The less talented a martial artist was, the easier it was to be tempted. Hua Xining's martial arts talent might not be bad, but she just had to follow by Deng Yifei's side. Even a genius who stayed by Deng Yifei's side would be shocked by Deng Yifei to the point of doubting life, let alone Hua Xining. I don't know if it's right or wrong to agree to you. Deng Yifei smiled and said, even if you don't agree to me, you still have to follow me and face the same danger as me. All in all, agreeing to me is the most appropriate thing to do. There are also benefits to be gained. I hope so. Hua Xining smiled and asked, can you share the secret with me now? Let me ask you very seriously. Are you really willing to become my subordinate and spend the rest of your life killing villains? I'm willing. Hua Xining thought about it. She was also alone. Now, she was in charge of contacting Deng Yifei. Almost all her acquaintances in the stinging bee tissue had distanced themselves from her. That's good. Deng Yifei handed her the thin sword that Hua Xining had given her back then. This is my sword? Yes, try holding it. All right. She placed her hand on the hilt of the sword and gently pulled it out. The long and slender blade of the sword appeared in front of Hua Xining's eyes. This thin sword was made of excellent material. It was a reward given to her by the organization. It had followed her for more than 10 years. Hua Xining had used it until the late stage of the Khanate realm. After obtaining a new spirit sword, she stopped using this thin sword. This sword seems to have a spirit? Suddenly, a message came from the hilt of the sword and entered Hua Xining's mind. Hua Xining was shocked and looked at Deng Yifei in disbelief. Is this true? Those two abilities? The long sword can evolve, and by killing villains, my cultivation can also increase? Yes. No wonder your strength increased so quickly. Hua Xining suddenly said, no wonder you're so passionate about killing villains. Deng Yifei corrected, I'm not just killing villains to improve my strength. Alright, I understand. That is your martial Dao. Good that you know. Hua Xining gestured at the long sword in her hand. The more she looked at it, the more satisfied and excited she became. She suddenly asked, don't tell me the other 8 swords all have the same ability? More or less. What? How did you do it? Are you a master swordsmith? When Hua Xining said this, even he wanted to laugh. No, even the so-called sword forging master would not be able to forge such a terrifying sword. Moreover, you still have 8 of them in your hands. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Deng Yifei warned seriously, I just want to remind you not to expose the secret of the long sword in your hand. Once the secret is exposed, I'm afraid you will die without a burial place. Don't worry, I'm not an idiot. I should worry about your other subordinates next year. Okay. Then where are we going now? Hua Xining asked, are we still going to continue killing? It just so happens that I also want to try the long sword in my hand. What do you think about us leaving Kai? What do you mean leaving Kai? Yes, I want to leave Kai first and train in the southern region for a year. Deng Yifei met Hua Xining's gaze and immediately said, I won't forget about Lord Quan's matter. It's just that Kai's hostility towards me is too great. I can't let go of my hands and feet in Kai. I want to go to other countries to kill villains. When my strength reaches the domain realm, I will return to Kai. If he went to other countries, he wouldn't be chased around by domain realm experts in a short period of time. And Kai's domain realm experts also didn't dare to leave their country easily. Once they flew to other countries and were sensed by the domain realm experts of other countries, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. How long will it take for you to reach the domain realm? If I'm lucky, I can succeed in a year. If I'm unlucky, it might take 2 or 3 years. It was actually very simple to break through to the domain realm. Killing 20 early-stage domain realm experts was enough, but early-stage domain realm experts weren't that easy to kill. Even if they were easy to kill, he might not necessarily encounter them. Deng Yifei didn't expect to kill 20 domain realm experts by himself. He only hoped to raise his strength to the domain realm by killing powerful villains. Lord Jianling had told him that as long as he raised his strength to the domain realm, there would be no one in the southern region that he couldn't kill and no faction that he couldn't destroy. Even if domain realm experts wanted to surround and attack him, he was confident that he could escape unscathed, or drag all of his enemies to hell. The domain realm was a watershed. Only domain realm experts were considered experts in the southern region, not only in the southern region, but even in the eastern, western, northern, and central regions. Domain realm experts were considered experts and were honored guests of the major factions. Once Deng Yifei's strength broke through to the domain realm, Kai's royal family would have to think twice before they wanted to touch him. Because no one wanted to anger a domain realm expert. Especially those domain realm experts who had nothing to worry about. Then it's also good to go outside and take a look. Hua Xining said with a smile, I rarely leave Kai, so I haven't seen many of the nearby countries yet. Hence, when all the major factions in Kai were in a state of panic except for the royal family and Blue Flame sect, Deng Yifei left Kai with Hua Xining. Once they left Kai and went deep into the south, Stinging Bee Tissue's strength started to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Deng Yifei and Hua Xining arrived at Tianqing Kingdom. Tianqing Kingdom was roughly located in the center of the southern region. It was also a very powerful country. Every 4 years, Tianqing country would hold a young warriors competition in the southern region. Unfortunately, tomorrow was the day of the competition. Deng Yifei had arrived a whole year early. Hua Xining mentioned the southern region young martial artist competition and said, Young Master Su, if you participate in the competition tomorrow, you will definitely be able to come out on top. Deng Yifei asked out of curiosity, then, do you think I will be surrounded by a group of domain realm experts? Deng Yifei's actions had already touched on the interests of traditional warriors. If Deng Yifei dared to appear next year, he might not be able to leave alive. Deng Yifei had heard from Chen how that every year, the martial alliance of the central region would send elders at the peak of the domain realm to preside over the southern region young martial artist competition. Deng Yifei did not dare be careless. Hua Xining said, then next, I'll help you gather some information. Stinging Bee Tissue in Tianqing Kingdom was very weak, but Hua Xining could still use them to investigate the situation of the various large factions in Tianqing Kingdom. Even if the Stinging Bee Society did not have this information, they could spend money to buy it from other intelligence organizations. This is for you. Deng Yifei threw a space ring to Hua Xining. What is this? Activity funds. Activity funds? Give me a space ring directly? Hua Xining glanced at the space ring and couldn't help but exclaim, why are there so many? Inside the space ring, spirit stones and all kinds of pills were piled up. Don't tell me you think that every time I kill someone, I really don't plunder any spoils of war? Aren't you afraid that I'll take the money and run away? The wealth of a few super first-rate forces was enough to make any organization jealous. Even the Kai royal family would probably be tempted. We're friends. Let me tell you the truth. I can track the sword in your hand. If you're willing to give up that sword, you can take those spirit stones and run away. Then forget it. Hua Xining did have the idea of running away with the spirit stones. However, it was impossible for her to give up the spirit swords that Deng Yifei had given her. That spirit sword was more valuable than the wealth in the space ring. With enough strength, what kind of wealth could she not obtain? As a martial artist, she knew very well that in this world, strength spoke louder than words. If there was only wealth that made people jealous but not enough strength, it would only attract disaster. Moreover, could she casually touch Deng Yifei's things? How many spirit stones do you have in your space ring? I haven't counted those of yours. Deng Yifei said truthfully, I don't care about wealth. Since you've already decided to rely on me and since you've also decided to kill villains, then we're partners. If you like those spirit stones or something, you can take some and put them into your space ring. I don't mind. Hua Xining looked at Deng Yifei with a burning gaze. She knew that Deng Yifei wasn't talking. He was the kind of person who disdained to speak. Alright, then I'll go. Be careful to hide your identity. Anyway, wherever we go in the future, we're destined not to be liked by the local martial artists. Don't worry, I'm definitely mentally prepared. Looking at your current situation, I know what I'm going to face in the future. Hua Xining said in a low voice. However, your disguise technique is still quite powerful. This is your advantage. I hope you can use it well. Understood. As long as one had enough spirit stones, it was very easy to obtain information. It only took Huaxining 3 days and 100,000 spirit stones to roughly figure out the background of all the forces in Tianqing country. They could not afford to offend the top forces. Deng Yifei did not have enough strength to deal with them. First-rate and second-rate forces were their main targets. Then, they targeted those aristocratic families and sects with a bad reputation. It was very easy to collect information about their evil deeds. Even the intelligence was easy to buy. After all, it was not a secret in Tianqing country. Even the commoners knew a little about it. Demonic path sects were almost certainly on Deng Yifei's must-eliminate list. Deng Yifei recorded all the names on his booklet. Huaxining, on the other hand, carefully marked all the evil first- and second-rate forces on the map and then planned the route according to the map. In fact, some of the first- and second-rate forces were inextricably linked to the top forces. In order to prevent the top forces from interfering in Deng Yifei's action halfway, they must kill as many evil forces as possible in a short period of time so that Deng Yifei's strength could be improved as quickly as possible. After 3 days of careful planning and discussion with Deng Yifei for a while, they finally made a plan and then carried it out. Not long after, the warriors of the Tianqing kingdom were horrified to find that Deng Yifei, the Gui Jianchou who had harmed the Kai kingdom, had appeared in the Tianqing kingdom for some reason and started a new round of massacre. As a result, the warriors of Tianqing country ushered in the largest reshuffle in 100 years. In just over a month, 7 forces were completely uprooted, and the whole Tianqing country was in a mess. The forces of Tianqing country all felt a kind of powerlessness and fear in the face of this extremely powerful man. That's right, it was fear. A warrior like Deng Yifei, who was invincible in the divine power realm and had no worries, would be feared by all kinds of forces, but he went crazy. To eliminate 7 forces, Deng Yifei used the Holy Sword realm a total of 2 times. Because Deng Yifei's strength had reached the peak of the divine power realm, his original strength had been greatly enhanced by the red blood sword. Coupled with the super suppressive ability of his Aurora realm at the perfection stage, and the combination of the fear technique and the slaughter technique, he could calmly deal with many experts of the same level. His slaughter technique had reached the great accomplishment stage. Later, Chen Hao learned that Deng Yifei's slaughter technique and his Aurora realm had faint signs of cooperation. Perhaps it was because of Deng Yifei's character that he didn't pursue fancy moves. He was more down-to-earth and stable, and even the divine powers he comprehended were all down-to-earth. His domain slaughter technique, Sin Slaughter, was very down-to-earth. It wasn't a special move, but similar to the Aurora realm, it was more like a buff. When Deng Yifei was fighting against those who were deemed as villains, his strength would be boosted for a short period of time once he used the slaughtering Sin art. At the same time, the slaughtering God art's deterrence ability would be strengthened and the enemy's mind would be shaken. This deterrence ability and the probability of shaking the enemy's mind depended on the opponent's willpower and the killing intent on Deng Yifei's body. His fear technique had reached the minor accomplishment stage, and Deng Yifei named it Boundless Fear. It was also an ability that targeted the enemy's mind. It wasn't a powerful move, but it was also down to earth. The effect was that after using it, the opponent would unconsciously feel fear. The more famous Deng Yifei was, the stronger he was, and the stronger his aura, the easier it was for the enemy to feel fear when facing him. Aurora Realm Technique, Aurora Purgatory, Slaughter Divine Ability, Slaughter of Sins, Fear Technique, Boundless Fear, all of them targeted the enemy's mind and weakened the enemy's divine powers. When combined, it was enough to make countless enemies with slightly weaker willpower panic in front of him. From Chen Hao's point of view, Deng Yifei was extremely down-to-earth and extremely steady. He was covered in white light and had 3 layers of buffs. He seemed to be telling everyone that he wanted to crush the enemy's willpower and mind. Therefore, Deng Yifei was best at protracted battles, which coincided with the red blood sword's ability. Over the past month, Deng Yifei had only been forced to use the sacred sword domain twice when he was facing 2 super first-rate forces with double-digit numbers of peak transcendent realm experts. At other times, he tried his best to avoid using the sacred sword domain. After all, he was no longer that invulnerable youth. However, in Chen Hao's opinion, after the appearance of the inner demon, Deng Yifei was not weakened. On the contrary, Because of the appearance of the inner demon, Deng Yifei began to greatly reduce the use of the Holy Sword domain because he had no choice but to greatly reduce the use of the Holy Sword domain, allowing his moves to become more proficient and smooth. Even his Thunder Prison Sword technique had a qualitative improvement, but in Chen Hao's opinion, the Thunder Prison Sword technique was not suitable for Deng Yifei. The grade of the Thunder Prison Sword technique was not bad, but the Thunder Attribute Sword technique was not harmonious with Deng Yifei. After such a long battle, on the basis of the 5% feedback from the Red Blood Sword, and on the basis of Deng Yifei's due energy, Chen Hao had already deduced the sword technique he wanted. After Deng Yifei destroyed 7 first-rate forces, Chen Hao asked Deng Yifei, "The heaven-grade sword technique you want has been deduced, but it's only a heaven-grade low-grade sword technique. Although the grade is not bad, it should be able to solve your urgent needs. Do you want to cultivate it?" Of course. Deng Yifei also felt the restrictions brought about by the fact that the martial technique was not suitable for him. Every time he used the Thunder Prison Sword technique, he always felt uncomfortable and smooth. Moreover, after days of running around, Deng Yifei also felt tired. He also wanted to stop and rest for a while. After saying that he wanted to rest for a while, even Hua Xining breathed a sigh of relief. During this month, Hua Xining also assisted Deng Yifei from the side. Her cultivation had also increased from the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm to the middle stage of the heaven-breaking realm, and her domain had also reached the slaughter concept. Her harvest was also bountiful. Deng Yifei looked at Hua Xining and warned, "You need to stabilize your mind. The improvement brought by the Holy Spirit Sword is not without side effects. If your mind can't keep up, it might cause you to go crazy. Don't be happy just because you've comprehended the slaughter concept. After using the Holy Spirit Sword, your slaughter concept might explode. You must stabilize your mind and not be blinded by power." Holy Spirit Sword was the name Deng Yifei gave to the doppelganger of Red Blood Sword. Chen Hao was quite satisfied with this nice name. He felt that when it came to naming, Deng Yifei was definitely the top existence among all sword masters. Chen Hao felt that whether the name sounded good or not actually had nothing to do with one's cultural level. It mainly depended on whether the sword owner put in the effort. "I understand." Hua Xining took Deng Yifei's warning to heart very seriously. After all, Deng Yifei was her current boss. After feeling that following Deng Yifei would have a better future, Hua Xining no longer thought of returning to Stingerby. The two of them came to a small city and temporarily settled down. Hua Xining continued to go out to gather information for Deng Yifei, while Deng Yifei began to study the martial skill tailor-made for him by the Holy Sword Scarlet Blood. Martial skill name, none grade, heaven level low-grade weapon requirements, longsword requirements, comprehending the Aurora concept, slaughter concept, and fear concept. If one only cultivated the slaughter concept, they could also use this sword art. However, the power would definitely be greatly reduced, just like Qingyan's heaven-level low-grade sword art. A heaven-level sword art required a martial artist's comprehension ability to be extremely high. For a martial artist like Deng Yifei, who had a slightly lower aptitude, even if he obtained other heaven-level sword arts, the possibility of him successfully cultivating the heaven-level sword art was very small. But if this sword art was the Red Blood Sword, tailor-made for him, then it would be completely different. This sword art was originally made for him, so he didn't have to worry about it being difficult to cultivate due to his lack of comprehension ability. After Deng Yifei received the sword art moves transmitted by the Red Blood Sword, a smile appeared on his cold and stiff face. "Give this sword art a name. This sword art is so bright, let's call it Aurora Sword Art." Deng Yifei said, "I hope that all the martial artists in the southern region can see its bright light." Okay. Deng Yifei left a message in the room, opened the door, walked out of the inn, and left the small city. He held the longsword tightly. If it wasn't for his reason telling him that he should stay away from the crowd, he would probably have immediately brandished the Scarlet Blood Sword in his hand. His mind was filled with the sword moves of the Aurora Sword Art. Every stroke and move of the Aurora Sword technique was very suitable for him. It was as if the Aurora Sword technique had always been hidden in his heart, and the Scarlet Blood Sword just dug it out from his heart and sorted it out. Of course, Deng Yifei knew that this feeling was just an illusion. With his talent and comprehension ability, it was impossible for him to create any heaven-level martial arts skills. After flying for hundreds of miles, Deng Yifei found a secluded place and finally swung the sword to practice. The Aurora sword art, other than some methods to deal with the enemy, had 5 killing moves. The first move was named by Deng Yifei as the Aurora Cut. With a wave of the longsword, a white waterfall that was several feet long cut through the sky, splitting a mountain peak. The second move was named by him as the Aurora Flash. Deng Yifei stomped on the ground, and in a flash, his entire body moved to a giant rock that was a kilometer away. This was an explosive movement technique, and it was several times faster than the Thunder Steps. The third move was named by Deng Yifei as the Sacred Light, and it was filled with the style of a late-stage Chinibyu. Deng Yifei's Aurora, Massacre, and Fear instantly exploded, and emitted an intense light. Any martial artist who saw Deng Yifei use this move would be blinded in an instant, and there was a high chance that their mind would be impacted by Deng Yifei's aura, causing them to lose their mind. The fourth move was named by him as the Aurora Thread. It was actually a way to compress one's true essence to the extreme. By compressing the true essence in the body, a white thread would be shot out from the red blood sword's tip. This move had an extremely strong penetrative ability, and its flying speed was extremely fast, making it impossible for people to guard against. The fifth move was named by Deng Yifei as the Aurora Rain. It had to be said that this was an extremely beautiful sword art. Countless white raindrops of light fell from the sky. It was a beautiful scene, beautiful to the extreme, but behind the beauty, there was a hidden killing intent. Every drop of those raindrops could penetrate a human's body, riddling them with holes. If Qingyan's blood snake sword technique was said to be strange and eerie, then the Aurora sword technique was the upright kind, and it was extremely beautiful. After practicing the Aurora sword technique a few times and familiarizing himself with the 5 killer moves, Deng Yifei realized that he had already learned the basics of the heaven-level lower-level Aurora sword technique. When he realized this, he was extremely happy. The Aurora sword technique was originally tailor-made for you. It's very normal for you to be able to learn it so quickly. You have to use it often in the future, and it will definitely be faster than when you practice the Thunder Prison sword technique. Chen Hao remembered that when Qingyan first learned the blood snake sword technique, she could use it flexibly. She was much stronger than Deng Yifei. Thank you, Sir Jianling. I will definitely practice it well. Right, do you want to continue deriving the Aurora sword technique? Chen Hao asked. If you want to continue deriving the Aurora sword technique, it might become even stronger. Chen Hao was absolutely serious about promoting his business. Who knew that Deng Yifei wouldn't buy it this time? Master Jianling, I think it's better to improve our strength first. Alright. Chen Hao's interest was immediately dampened. Deng Yifei practiced the Aurora sword technique a few more times. This was a remote place. Even if there were experts, they wouldn't be that strong. He wasn't afraid. He cultivated until midnight. Deng Yifei saw that it was about time, so he returned to the inn. He had just returned to the inn and pushed open the door. In the pitch-black room, he saw Hua Xining sitting on a chair in the room. To ordinary people, this scene was a little frightening. However, Deng Yifei saw her the moment he pushed open the door. Hua Xining asked, "Young Master Deng, did you make another breakthrough in your cultivation?" "Yes, it's not in the realm, but in the sword technique." If it was a breakthrough in the realm, it would be too terrifying. Deng Yifei was already at the peak of the transcendent realm. If he broke through again, he would touch the ceiling of the southern domain. After only practicing it 10 times, Deng Yifei was able to skillfully use the Aurora sword technique against enemies. This cultivation speed was much faster than cultivating an Earth Realm sword technique. Every time he used the Aurora sword technique, Deng Yifei felt extremely carefree. A breakthrough in the sword technique is also very good. Hua Xining knew very well that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, every improvement was rare and precious, especially for someone like Deng Yifei. If he didn't become stronger, she would be safer. After all, Deng Yifei could be considered her backer now. Rest, you've been tired for a long time. Okay. Hua Xining pushed open the door and gently closed it. The next morning, Deng Yifei and Hua Xining left the inn and came to a restaurant. After coming to Tiancheng country, they didn't have much rest. Every day, Hua Xining either followed Deng Yifei on the road, collected information for him, or killed people. Almost all of them ate and slept in the open. Every day, they either ate beast jerky or boiled jerky. Yesterday, they had a good sleep. Today, after some discussion, they decided to have a hot meal. They arrived at the largest restaurant in the small city. Although it was the largest restaurant in the city, it did not enter their eyes at all. Fortunately, they didn't care about this. Huaxining wanted a private room, but was stopped by Deng Yifei. It's just the first floor. It's very lively, Deng Yifei said with a smile. When the waiter of the restaurant saw that the two of them were both martial artists with extraordinary auras, he knew that the two of them might be honored guests and immediately greeted them. Seeing that Deng Yifei wanted to sit on the first floor, he did not force him. He immediately cleared the table for Deng Yifei and the others and wiped the chairs and tables with the towel on his shoulder. "Sir, please sit here." "Thank you." Deng Yifei forced a kind smile on his face. For some reason, when the waiter saw Deng Yifei's smile, he suddenly felt a little fearful. "You flatter me, you flatter me." Huaxining handed a gold coin to the waiter and said, "Go and serve the best wine and dishes in your restaurant." "Thank you for your reward, sir. I'll immediately call the kitchen to serve the dishes as soon as possible." After the waiter left, Deng Yifei looked around. Because it was morning and not noon yet, there were not many guests. It was not the peak period of the restaurant yet. However, on the first floor of the restaurant, there were also some guests in twos and threes. The conversation at the table attracted Deng Yifei's attention. "Have you heard? That Gui Jianzhou came to our Xianxia country. In the past few days, several forces have been uprooted by him." "You just found out?" "I found out half a month ago. I heard that Deng Yifei is quite amazing. Do you know Sugua's Black Wolf Army? The 200,000 elites of the Black Wolf Army were destroyed by Deng Yifei alone. I heard that this Deng Yifei is a lunatic who likes to kill people." "Brother, Deng Yifei is definitely not a lunatic. Don't be deceived by those people from the aristocratic families and sects." A black-faced low-level martial artist whispered, "Do you know who Deng Yifei specializes in killing?" "Who?" "He specializes in killing those evil people who commit crimes." The low-level martial artist said vividly, "In Kai City, every time Deng Yifei kills someone, he will write down all the bad things this person has done and paste them on the corpse." "What? What does he mean?" "He is enforcing justice on behalf of heaven and upholding justice." When the black-faced low-level martial artist said this, his eyes were full of respect. "You may not know, but when the Divine Wind gang of our Tianqing country was killed, the face of the gang leader was pasted with his crimes." "Then why haven't I heard of it?" "The news has been blocked." The black-faced low-level martial artist smiled, revealing his big yellow teeth. "Those aristocratic families and sects are very afraid of Deng Yifei." "Why?" "Because they have done a lot of wicked things secretly and are afraid that Deng Yifei will find them out." The black-faced martial artist said proudly, "Let me tell you, in Kai City, the evaluation of Deng Yifei is two extremes. Many civilians think that Deng Yifei is a great hero, but those aristocratic families and sects want to get rid of Deng Yifei." "How do you know?" "Of course I know. Brother, my friends are all over the world." "This is definitely bragging," the dark-faced martial artist continued. "Let me tell you, Deng Yifei was born a commoner. He is different from the average martial artist from an aristocratic family. The entire state of Kai knows that Deng Yifei specializes in killing those martial artists who commit crimes. He specializes in annihilating those forces that disregard human life. Think about it, which one of these forces is clean? What Deng Yifei did has touched their interests, right?" "Brother, you are right. But why don't those aristocratic families and sects kill him? If they can kill him." The black-faced martial artist said with a smile, "You should know that Deng Yifei is the most talented martial artist in the Southern Territory in the past 1,000 years. He is at least at the peak of the supernatural realm, and maybe even at the realm of realm. Except for the realm of realm, no one is his match. I heard that Sugua and Kai City have both sent realm of realm experts to kill him, but he escaped them all. I heard that Deng Yifei was forced to come to Tianqing country. Now that Deng Yifei is here, Tianqing country is in chaos. It seems that Deng Yifei is really a hero." "Of course." The black-faced martial artist said with a smile, "The person I admire most is Deng Yifei. I have long been unhappy with those aristocratic families and sects. If you were as talented as Deng Yifei, would you do what he did?" Being asked this question, the black-faced martial artist fell silent. Why don't you answer? I don't think so. The black-faced martial artist took a sip of wine and said in a low voice, that's why I admire Deng Yifei. In fact, me too. When you mentioned Deng Yifei, it made my blood boil. But I know that if I were as strong as Deng Yifei, I would probably join some big force and live a comfortable life. If possible, who would be willing to live such a dangerous life? Deng Yifei is definitely a special case. That's why I'm convinced by Deng Yifei. The black-faced cultivator sighed and said, Old Black, Old Third, don't submit to anyone, not even those domain realm experts. Those domain realm experts are mostly born into noble families. From the moment they are born, they are provided with countless cultivation resources. But Deng Yifei is different. He is a commoner. I don't submit to anyone, but Deng Yifei is the only one I submit to. Not only is he a genius, but he is also like a saint that the storyteller spoke of. Hey Lao San, be careful with your words. It's fine, I'm just complaining. Deng Yifei listened to the conversation at the table without any expression on his face. With Huaxining by his side, he had never shown his true appearance. No one could guess that Deng Yifei, who had recently stirred up trouble in Tianqing country, was sitting in a restaurant, waiting for the food to be served like an ordinary customer. Huaxining asked with a smile, Young Master Deng, how does it feel to be praised by others? I don't feel anything. Chen Hao knew that this kid was lying. Actually, Deng Yifei enjoyed being praised. Every time he was admired and worshipped by others, he would feel happy. However, he was good at controlling his expression, so it was usually difficult to detect the joy in his heart. This kind of person was actually quite coquettish. You're lying. It's nothing. I just feel that I still have a lot of shortcomings. I can't deserve their worship. Deng Yifei said in a low voice. I just did what I should do. Deng Yifei's words were definitely from the bottom of his heart. He felt that this was his mission when he came to this world. After more than 20 days of silence, Deng Yifei set off on his journey again. However, his strength had already risen to another level. Under his continuous hard work, he had already reached the small success stage of the Aurora Sword technique. After reaching the small success stage, Deng Yifei realized that his progress in cultivating the Aurora Sword technique had slowed down. When he returned home, he felt that he had rested enough, so he would definitely attack again. For more than 20 days, Huaxining had collected enough information for him and helped him design a route of action. He was still in Tianqing country and still had to clean up some of the notorious forces in Tianqing country. The next target that Huaxining chose for Deng Yifei was the Black Profound sect. It was also in the Black Profound sect that Huaxining saw Deng Yifei's newly learned sword technique. That sword technique was extremely dazzling. It was her first time seeing such a beautiful sword technique. Especially when Deng Yifei flew into the sky, and the entire world began to rain light. The rain of light fell like meteors, dragging long tails of light behind it. That scene was truly magnificent. A rain of light fell from the sky, and blood dripped from the ground. On the ground, there were countless corpses riddled with holes, including the famous patriarch Xianxia of the Black Profound sect. He seemed to have been shot into a sieve. This was the first time Huaxining had seen Deng Yifei use the sword technique. She felt that she would never forget this scene in her life. Young Master Deng, what sword technique is this? It's ridiculously strong. Even those transcendent realm experts couldn't escape. Aurora sword technique. Deng Yifei's face was somewhat pale. He was not as calm as Huaxining had imagined when he destroyed the Black Profound sect by himself. Aurora sword technique? Your Aurora divine ability? Huaxining tilted her head and asked in disbelief, this sword technique, could it be that young Master Deng created it yourself? Deng Yifei did not answer Huaxining's question. He couldn't possibly say that it was deduced by the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sword, right? However, Deng Yifei's silence made Huaxining think that he had tacitly agreed. Young Master Deng's talent is too strong. He actually created his own cultivation technique. Huaxining sighed. The Aurora sword technique should be at least an Earth-tier sword technique, right? Huaxining's knowledge was limited. In her opinion, an Earth-tier sword technique was already a top sword technique, Heaven-tier sword technique, Sorry, she had never seen it before and had only heard of it in legends. Those who could create their own sword techniques, which one of them wasn't an old senior with rich martial arts experience and outstanding talent, but Deng Yifei was actually able to create his own earth-tier sword technique at such a young age. Hua Xining felt that even if Deng Yifei went to the central region, he would definitely be considered a top genius. After wreaking havoc in Tianqiang Nation for a while, Deng Yifei brought Hua Xining across the border and left Tianqiang Nation. Chen Hao seemed to have already guessed what Deng Yifei wanted to do. He was planning to wander around the various countries in the southern region. However, in Chen Hao's opinion, Deng Yifei's actions were the safest method. If he wreaked havoc in a country for too long, it was inevitable that some old monsters would be attracted, and it was inevitable that he would arouse the hostility of the top forces. However, after wreaking havoc for a while, he would directly leave. It was impossible for those domain realm powerhouses to spend so much effort to cross the border to search for Deng Yifei. A domain realm powerhouse was equivalent to a deterrent nuclear weapon. Generally, they could not easily barge into the sphere of influence of other top forces. Once he barged into the sphere of influence of other top forces, he would definitely arouse hostility. Furthermore, after Deng Yifei left, those top forces would feel that Deng Yifei was afraid of them and was planning to escape. As long as he did not cause any damage to the top forces, they would not send people to chase after him from afar. All in all, Deng Yifei was very cunning. He roughly guessed the thoughts of many top forces and knew their bottom line. Many top forces were the kind of people who only cared about their own business. As long as Deng Yifei did not touch their core interests, as long as Deng Yifei did not kill their important figures, they would chase after Deng Yifei, such a troublesome hedgehog. In more than a year's time, Deng Yifei had already become a terrifying figure in the southern region that made many first-rate forces tremble in fear. His Aurora Divine Art had not improved yet, but his Slaughter and Fear Divine Art had already reached perfection. As for his Aurora Sword Art, he had also cultivated it to perfection. During this process, he was also chased by domain realm powerhouses. However, because of Chen Hao, those domain realm powerhouses' search was all avoided by him. Among them, there were also domain realm powerhouses from Qingyan's former sect, Holocaust sect. It could not be helped. In the process of eliminating those first-rate forces, Deng Yifei could not avoid offending those top forces. This was unavoidable, and Chen Hao could also clearly feel that Deng Yifei's strength was increasing. It was not as easy to break through to the domain realm as one imagined. Many of Red Blood Sword's sword masters were stuck at the divine art realm, completely cutting off any possibility of continuing to advance. Most of them were trapped by their inner demons and were disturbed by their emotions. However, Deng Yifei was very different from the other sword masters. The Aurora Divine Art he comprehended had the ability to restrain inner demons. His parents had both died when he was young, and even the person he loved the most had also passed away. It could be said that he had no attachments, no feelings, and no interests to tie him down. He also had a strong martial arts heart, a strong belief, and a firm goal. For such a person, if he could not become a domain realm powerhouse with the help of Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao could not think of anyone else who could succeed. Another half a year later, in the Tiger Storm sect of Nanyue country. The originally majestic mountain gate of the Tiger Storm sect had been reduced to ruins. The entire ground was full of potholes and flat plains, and there was not a single hill between them. The famous Tiger Storm mountain of Nanyue country had also been razed to the ground. The ground was full of incomplete corpses and blood-stained soil. Deng Yifei floated in the air, dressed in white. He floated like an immortal, but not a speck of dust could be seen. In his gray eyes, other than Hua Xining, there was no other living person. Just as Hua Xining was about to approach her, Deng Yifei suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "Xining, leave this place quickly." "What's wrong?" Hua Xining was covered in blood. When some disciples of the Tiger Storm sect were escaping, she ran out to cut off their retreat. Although she was in a sorry state, she wasn't injured. The Holy Spirit sword in her hand could also help her obtain a certain amount of blood and chi when she killed enemies. Deng Yifei's gray eyes looked at the sky. "I'm going to break through." "Are you finally going to break through?" Although she knew that Deng Yifei would break through sooner or later if he continued to kill like this, Hua Xining still felt that it was a little sudden when he broke through. After all, it was too fast, it had only been a year and a half. However, when she thought about what they had done in the past year and a half, she felt relieved. They had been heading south from Kai City, all the way to the edge of the south, Nanue country, which was closest to the southern Demon Mountain range. In the past year and a half, they rarely rested. They had killed their way from the northern part of the southern region to this place without stopping. Even she, who was originally only at the early stage of the heaven-breaking realm, had now broken through to the peak of the heaven-breaking realm and was close to the transcendent realm. In just over a year, she didn't even dare to dream about it in the past. If a small fry like her could improve so quickly, then there was no need to mention the main force, Deng Yifei. Alright, I'll leave right away. Hua Xining didn't say anything else and turned to leave. After so many years, she and Deng Yifei had already formed an extremely strong tacit understanding. The further the better. I'm afraid that after I break through, I won't be able to control myself. Seeing Hua Xining disappear before his eyes, Deng Yifei let go of his body and mind. Come on. He had just destroyed the violent tiger sect, but Su Yang did not feel much fatigue. His heart was filled with a fighting spirit that looked down on the world. After the battle, his essence, energy, and spirit were all at their peak. His Aurora God Art, Massacre God Art, and Fear God Art were all at the peak of perfection stage. He just needed to stimulate them a little and they would all break through. Originally, Deng Yifei's Fear God Art was at the lowest level, but as he rampaged through the southern region, killing villains and destroying evil forces, his Fear God Art grew rapidly, because every time he saw an enemy, he could feel the fear in their eyes. Thus, he felt that it would be best for him to push for a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm given his current state of mind. A suitable breakthrough was a very personal matter. It was completely up to the martial artist to decide. Endless amounts of blood energy, mental energy, and true yuan poured into his body from the holy sword. Inside his dantian, which was as vast as the sea, a rain of blood fell from the sky. His true essence surged like waves in his dantian, battering against the boundary of his dantian. The blood-red true essence in his dantian began to rise rapidly, finally filling the entire dantian. He felt a tearing sensation in his dantian. Deng Yifei resisted this tearing sensation. He suddenly raised his head and roared into the sky. Following this roar, his gray eyes turned crimson red. His mind was in chaos, filled with killing intent. After he released his divine heart, the first thing to respond to him was not the Aurora God Art, but the Massacre God Art. If the Aurora God Art was said to be a block of ice, then the Massacre God Art was definitely a tyrannical madman. No matter what it did, it rushed to the front. Deng Yifei floated in the air, thick killing intent flowing freely. The killing intent that had already turned solid poured out like flowing water. It was like the sea, with Deng Yifei as the center, surging forward. Like attacking a city, wherever the blood water passed, it was all under Deng Yifei's control. Yes. At least that was what Deng Yifei thought. Within the range of the blood water, he seemed to have complete control over the world. No, this was a domain. Deng Yifei's entire body seemed to be wrapped in blood water. His expression was cold, like an ice sculpture without any breath of life. Just as he felt that the world was under his control, his mind was in chaos. Then, countless figures began to crawl out of the sea of blood. Their faces were pale, and they were like corpses. Their bodies were full of sword marks. Some had their throats slit with a sword, and there was an obvious bloody wound on their throats. Some were beheaded, and they were still holding their heads in their hands. Some were incomplete, missing hands and feet. They either staggered or crawled, surrounding Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei seemed to have heard their vicious curses, like the ravings of the night. Those words full of hatred all drilled into Deng Yifei's ears. The surroundings were blood-red, and it was extremely oppressive. It was as if the whole world was pressing down on Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei was very familiar with these people, and he could even call out the names of some of them. For example, the leader of the evil wolf stronghold, who had done all kinds of bad things, and the beast in human clothing, Zhao Wenyue of the Tianyun clan. Is this my inner demon? Isn't he looking down on himself too much? Deng Yifei sneered in his heart. Little did he know that every time an inner demon appeared, it would cause a warrior's consciousness to be in chaos. However, Deng Yifei's mental strength was extremely strong, and he had long reached the peak of the magical state. Coupled with his extraordinary martial will, he could still maintain a certain level of clarity during the inner demon tribulation. That was why the inner demon seemed so powerless in front of him. Therefore, the warriors of the southern region all believed that a firm martial will was the cornerstone of a warrior's continuous breakthrough and resistance against the inner demon. Deng Yifei could clearly hear the words of the corpses around him. Deng Yifei, you will die a horrible death. Deng Yifei sneered. I, Deng Yifei, will kill villains like you all in my life. Of course, I will die in the process of killing villains. Dying a horrible death is also my lifelong pursuit. Deng Yifei, I curse you to have no descendants. Deng Yifei looked up at Zhao Wenyue and said in a low voice, you're right. After he finished speaking, he raised scarlet blood and slashed down. A blinding white sword energy instantly cut through all the inner demons around him. Since I can kill you all once, I can definitely kill you all a second time, you villains. Deng Yifei floated up in this chaotic blood-red space. He looked down at the surrounding land. Within a radius of 100 miles, there was a dense horde of ghoulish creatures. They stacked on top of each other like maggots, constantly surging towards him. It wasn't just the ground. In the air, they were also densely packed, flying towards him like a swarm of locusts. Together, they madly cursed Deng Yifei. Their voices were like a flood, making one dizzy. This scene was like the end of the world. It was enough to make anyone feel despair and fear. So many people, did they all die under my sword? For no reason, a smile suddenly appeared on Deng Yifei's cold and stiff face. Then, he laughed louder and louder, and his laughter became more and more exaggerated. It was so exaggerated that his big mouth took up half of his face. He laughed even louder. This laughter was like a continuous clap of thunder. It directly suppressed the roars of the ghouls and inner demons with majestic momentum. The entire blood-red space echoed with his hoarse and dry laughter. It had been a long time since he had laughed like this. It had been a long time since Deng Yifei had laughed so heartily. He held the red blood sword in front of his eyes and used his hand to gently stroke the blade that was covered in sticky blood. On the blade, he saw his own blood-red eyes. He straightened his chest, full of heroism. He laughed loudly and said, Lord Jianling, do you see? These people, so many people, all died by my hands, all died by the red blood sword. So many villains, they are all dead, all killed by me. I am so happy. My inner demon, you displayed so many corpses in front of me to prove my ability, to prove my achievements, to tell me that I, Deng Yifei, have not been mediocre in this life, have not let down my heart of martial arts, have not let down Lord Jianling's expectations and cultivation? Deng Yifei laughed heartily. If it is true, then I have to thank you. The ghouls that were constantly surging towards him suddenly stopped, like puppets that had lost control. Deng Yifei clearly saw that they were all looking at him with horrified dead fish eyes. The entire blood-red space began to collapse. From the cracks in the collapsed space, a dazzling white light shone out. The white light only shone, and the blood-red ghouls quickly melted. Before the white light could occupy the entire space, the ghouls formed by the blood demons dissipated into blood-red powder. Deng Yifei was somewhat disappointed. Is it over? However, the blood-red powder did not dissipate. They tangled together again. Yifei. A familiar and affectionate shout rang out. Deng Yifei raised his head and saw Luquanjun. She was still looking at him like before, but there was no gentleness or love in her eyes, only intense hatred. Quan Jun. Why did you kill me? Can't you be lenient? Could it be that the justice in your eyes can't compare to the feelings between us? I already have your child. We even have a name for it. But you actually laid your hands on me. Luquanjun stood in front of Deng Yifei, blood-red tears flowing down her pale face. The blood-red space began to stop collapsing. The edges of the cracks began to wriggle like muscles and began to heal, blocking the white light outside the blood wall. However, Deng Yifei did not see any of this. In his eyes, there was only Luquanjun who had just appeared. His heart was filled with boundless guilt. Yifei. Luquanjun pounced towards Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei stretched out his left hand as if to welcome her. However, when she pounced into Deng Yifei's arms, she was stunned. She slowly turned her head and looked at her back, the bloody tip of the sword. Why? She asked in a low voice in his ear. To be able to see you again, I'm really happy, very happy. Deng Yifei let go of the red blood sword and then tightly hugged Luquanjun in his arms. He gently kissed Luquanjun's forehead, and Luquanjun's figure suddenly collapsed. My life was given to me by you. Deng Yifei still maintained the posture of hugging Luquanjun, as if she was still in his arms. We have the same dream. Without you, I still won't stop. I will carry your expectations for me and move forward together. I will let you see a clean southern domain without national disputes, without turmoil, without warriors bullying civilians, without villains. Deng Yifei felt his eyes moisten. However, he could no longer squeeze out a single tear from his grayish-white eyes. Don't worry. The blood-red space shattered like glass. Countless white lights shone in. In the eyes of ordinary people, these white lights were dazzling. But in his eyes, they were extremely warm and intimate. When Deng Yifei opened his eyes, he was surrounded by dazzling white light. It turned out that unknowingly, the Aurora Divine Ability and the Fear Divine Ability had already broken through to the domain. The Aurora domain almost dyed the blood light in the Slaughter domain and the black light in the Fear domain white. The Aurora was too bright. More than 200 miles away, Huaxining finally stopped and let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the white ball of light that did not continue to expand dozens of miles away and finally let out a sigh of relief. She didn't want to touch this white ball of light at all. She had seen countless warriors enveloped by the white ball of light. Without exception, they were all dead. She had actually confused the white ball of light of the Holy Sword domain with Deng Yifei's Aurora domain, but in her eyes, they were all the same color, the same terrifying aura. She felt that if she fell into it, she would die. Before Huaxining could rest, Huaxining saw a black-robed man beside her from the corner of her eye. Her entire body froze and her hair stood on end. This black-robed man's entire body was covered in a black robe. Even his head was covered in a hood. Huaxining could not see anything. However, with the other party's ability to appear and disappear unpredictably, Huaxining knew that she was definitely not his match. If the other party could appear beside her without making a sound, then he could also take her life without making a sound. Junior, who is breaking through? I don't know. Huaxining hurriedly shook her head. Deng Yifei had enemies all over the world. Huaxining's first reaction was to seek revenge. The black-robed man suddenly smiled and said, Junior, your heart is suddenly beating very violently. Even your palms are sweating. You should be lying. Huaxining lowered her head, not knowing how to respond. If the dazzling white light. If I'm not wrong, the one breaking through inside should be the Aurora swordsman Deng Yifei, right? Senior, your eyes are really sharp. Since the other party had already guessed it, Huaxining could only admit it helplessly. She could only hope that the other party was not here to seek revenge, or that Deng Yifei could quickly break through and come over to deal with this old man. She was very confident in Deng Yifei's strength. It was almost to the point of superstition. A 20-year-old domain realm cultivator, that's truly a rare sight. The old man's sigh entered Huaxining's ears. The old man's voice was extremely strange and a little weak. However, she no longer dared to underestimate the other party. To be able to calmly describe Deng Yifei's domain realm strength, the other party's strength was very likely to be a domain realm expert as well. Don't worry, Junior. I have no ill intentions towards him. Hearing this, Huaxining heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she was naive and sweet and trusted others for no reason, but with his strength, he should disdain lying. The old man slowly stretched out his hand. Huaxining saw that his hand was full of wooden patterns. His hand was like a withered branch full of wooden wrinkles. On the contrary, I admire him very much. I admire his martial will. Moreover, even if I want to stop him, it's already too late. He has already successfully broken through. The old man looked at the gradually dissipating white light and said with a sigh, the only pity is that this child is too kind and his vision is too narrow. He can't see through the essence of humans. When Huaxining heard the old man's words, he only felt confused and could not understand at all. After the white light dissipated, Deng Yifei felt that the entire world was different. The world before his eyes became clearer and clearer. It was as if everything within 200 miles was under his control. Was this the domain realm? Was this the range of his domain? In more than a year's time, from the northern part of the southern region to killing villains and destroying evil forces, all the way to the southernmost tip of the southern region. The others had also been hunted down by domain realm experts. They had also nearly lost their minds because of using the holy sword domain. They had narrowly escaped death countless times and wandered on the edge of death. Finally, he had successfully become a domain realm expert, a true domain realm expert. The goal that he had yearned for a long time had finally been achieved. Lord Jianling, are you there? Chen Hao said in a low voice, yes. Chen Hao was also sighing. He felt that he finally had a sword master break through to the domain realm. He did not expect the sword masters to be stronger than the previous generation. That should be impossible. Just like how aristocratic families and sects could not expect all of their descendants to be talented. Finding a sword master was somewhat random to begin with. People always had flaws. Even Chen Hao could not determine whether a sword master was outstanding or not. Outstanding sword masters could only be chanced upon and not sought. But so many years had passed. For a sword master to be able to withstand the influence and curse of the demon sword and become a domain realm expert, he still felt sincerely gratified. It was said that above the domain realm was the Tao comprehending realm. Peerless experts of the Tao comprehending realm only existed in the central region. The southern region only had legends of peerless experts of the Tao comprehending realm left. If it was in the past, as the Jianling of the demonic path, Chen Hao would still be a little worried that the sword master was too strong and might see through the essence of the scarlet blood demon sword. However, he wasn't that worried right now. Conceal, activated. The red blood sword has the ability to conceal itself. After the ability is activated, only a Jianling whose strength is one realm higher than the red blood sword or one level higher than the red blood sword will be able to see through the disguise of the red blood sword. Any additional skills used by the red blood sword will be released by the sword master himself. The crimson blood demon sword now had the strength of a peak domain realm expert. Unless one was a peak Tao comprehending realm expert, they would not be able to see through the crimson blood demon sword's disguise. Even a peak Tao comprehending realm expert could barely see through the red blood sword's disguise. If one wanted to see through the true nature of the scarlet blood demon sword, they would need to be even stronger. Chen Hao even doubted whether such a martial artist existed in this world. Therefore, now that Chen Hao had reached this level of strength, at least for a short period of time, he did not have to worry about Deng Yifei noticing anything. Especially after becoming a domain realm expert, if Deng Yifei wanted to continue increasing his strength, it would be extremely difficult. Moreover, Deng Yifei was still not invincible. He wanted to achieve his dream. This path was full of thorns, and it was destined that the entire world would be his enemy. How long would he be able to last? In truth, Chen Hao somewhat admired Deng Yifei. He admired Deng Yifei's persistence, admired Deng Yifei's pursuit, and lamented his determination. Chen Hao did not expect that he would be able to lead Deng Yifei down this path just by casually teaching him. Deng Yifei's dream was once Chen Hao's dream when he was young. Of course, this dream was just a thought that appeared in Chen Hao's mind when he was still alive. It was just a thought, such a paranoid dream. At least people who were slightly more mature would not realize it, let alone believe that there would be a day when it would be realized. Deng Yifei, who broke through to the domain realm, was filled with joy. His divine sense expanded and quickly locked onto Huaxining. Then, he directly flew towards her. In just a few breaths of time, Huaxining appeared in front of Deng Yifei, as well as the black-robed man standing beside Huaxining. He was alarmed. The joy of just breaking through to the domain realm suddenly vanished into thin air. Replacing it was a thick sense of vigilance, because the other party did not appear in his divine sense just now. His divine sense seemed to be unable to detect the other party's figure. Could it be that he missed it just now? That shouldn't be the case. One had to know that not only did Deng Yifei cultivate the martial Tao, but he also cultivated mental strength. His mental strength had long reached the peak of the divine power realm. The vast majority of the southern region's veteran domain realm experts' mental strength was not as strong as his. Therefore, the strength and range of his divine sense greatly surpassed ordinary early-stage domain realm experts. Deng Yifei swept with his divine sense again, and his face instantly darkened. Indeed, there was nothing. In the perception of his divine sense, the old man in front of him did not exist at all. There were only two possibilities for such a situation to occur. Either the other party's concealment skill was extremely strong, or the other party was stronger than him. Deng Yifei was more inclined to the latter. After all, he had just broken through in front of the other party. The fact that the other party did not escape was enough to prove his confidence. The other party was dressed in black robes and even his face was covered by a hood. Such a person who hid his head and showed his tail most likely did not seem like a good person. Deng Yifei had always been filled with malice towards people with ill intentions. Junior, has anyone ever told you that it's impolite to use your divine sense to casually investigate others? Deng Yifei ignored the other party's words and asked directly, "Who are you?" "My surname is Mu. You can call me Senior Mu," the old man said in a hoarse and ear-piercing voice. "Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions towards you. If I did, this girl beside me would have died long ago." Deng Yifei did not let down his guard. He only restrained his malice slightly. He was not going to shout and kill whenever he encountered an expert. "Then, what brings you here, Senior?" "I'm just here to get to know you." The old man with the surname Mu raised his head, and Deng Yifei finally saw his true appearance. The old man's appearance was extremely frightening, enough to scare children to tears. His pupils were dark green, and his face was filled with wooden patterns as if he was carved out of dead wood. Apart from the wooden patterns, his face was also painted with strange and complicated carvings that were extremely beautiful and orderly. Those carvings even flowed with light from time to time, looking extremely like an active array formation. Or rather, it was an active array formation. "Lord Jianling, can you sense him?" "I can sense him." Chen Hao said casually, "This guy in front of you is definitely at the domain realm. There's no mistake about it, but he should be in a very extreme state. I don't know if he's severely injured or in this half-dead state to begin with." This guy was filled with oddities. He seemed to be an array formation master. This was also the first time Chen Hao had seen an array formation master at the domain realm. An array formation master was a rare profession to begin with. To be able to become a domain realm expert while cultivating both array formations and martial arts, he was definitely a well-known figure. Deng Yifei was puzzled. "You just want to get to know me?" "That's right." The old man's face was expressionless, as stiff as a block of wood. "I heard that you're a rare genius in the southern region. Now that I've met you today, you really live up to your reputation. Senior Mu, you flatter me. How could I overpraise you? I've lived for who knows how many years, and the number of heaven's prides I've seen are as numerous as the carps in the river. But for a genius like you, in my impression, there are only a few dozen. For someone like you, who sticks to your heart, punishes evil and promotes good, and vows to kill evil, there are only a handful of martial artists who follow this martial path to the end." When Deng Yifei heard this, he was completely moved. He had seen a few dozen geniuses like him. How old had this fellow been? Senior Mu continued, "I've also heard of your deeds. I admire your martial will and your determination to kill evil. I've always wanted to meet you. I didn't expect that I would suddenly sense an abnormality in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth today. I knew that someone was breaking through to the domain realm nearby, so I wanted to come over and take a look. I didn't expect to see you here. I can feel the determination and will contained in your aura." When Deng Yifei heard the old man's words, he was instantly overwhelmed with emotions. In so many years, this was the first time he had met such an expert. The first time they met, the old man said that he admired his ability to kill evil. Of course, Deng Yifei wouldn't be captivated by such a small sugar-coated bullet. "Let's go. Why don't you come to my place?" In the face of the old man's invitation, Deng Yifei hesitated. What if he was ambushed there? "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to find a place to chat with you." The old man's stiff tones suddenly became heavy. "If I have any ill intentions towards you," just as he finished speaking, array patterns spread out beneath his feet, instantly spreading hundreds of miles. Strange array patterns appeared on the ground, sky, and even on the rocks, trees, insects, and birds. Everywhere Deng Yifei looked, everything was covered by array patterns. He held his breath and instantly discovered that he couldn't move. The array patterns came and went quickly, vanishing in an instant. Deng Yifei felt that he could move again. Although the old man's face was still stiff, there was a hint of pride in his words. Is my array very strong? It is indeed very strong. It's amazing. Although he said that, Deng Yifei was estimating in his heart whether or not he could break free from the shackles if he used all his strength. He estimated that he would have to consume some of his lifespan. Seeing that Deng Yifei was sincerely convinced, Senior Mu said with some self-satisfaction, I have absolute confidence in array formations. In the entire continent, I should be ranked at the top. There shouldn't be many humans who can surpass me. There aren't many in the central region? Deng Yifei asked suspiciously. As far as he knew, the central region's formations were the most powerful, and there were many formation masters. Many of the southern region's formations were passed down from the central region. You mean those array masters from the central region? Senior Mu's tone was filled with disdain. They only know how to imitate. They're just a bunch of craftsmen. They don't deserve to be called array masters. Deng Yifei felt that the other party was really arrogant. Come with me, let's go to my place. Senior Mu stretched out his hand, and a green vine wrapped around Hu Xining. Then, he slowly flew into the sky with Hu Xining. Hu Xining struggled with all her might, but the green vine was abnormally tough. She couldn't break free no matter how hard she tried. Don't struggle if you don't have the strength of a domain realm cultivator. Don't you feel pain? As he spoke, he turned around and glanced at Deng Yifei, who had followed him. He said in displeasure, I didn't expect that I would have to use such despicable means to treat you to a meal. How interesting. Deng Yifei followed behind, wanting to curse in his heart. However, he could tell that the other party didn't have any ill intentions. After flying for a few hundred miles, they arrived at an ordinary valley filled with several trees. The mysterious Senior Mu landed. He waved his hand, and a green thatched hut appeared in front of Hu Xining and Deng Yifei. The thatched hut was very simple, even more simple than an ordinary thatched hut. However, what surprised Deng Yifei was that the thatched roof of the thatched hut was green. It was alive and grew very, very lush. The walls of the thatched hut were made of wood. They were also sprouting and growing, full of vitality. Come in. Deng Yifei hesitated for a moment. Seeing that the other party had brought Hu Xining in, he followed them in. He had the crimson blood sacred sword in his hand, so he still had some confidence. Moreover, Lord Jianling had also said that the other party was very weak. Even if they really fought, at most, he would activate the sacred sword domain. Although he wouldn't feel good, the other party wouldn't be able to win. After stepping into the thatched hut, Deng Yifei noticed that the furnishings were also very simple. There was a small square table, a chair, and a small wooden stool. There were also white-blue curtains on the left and right sides, so he couldn't see the situation inside clearly. Senior Mu sat on the chair, and the chair creaked. He pointed at the small wooden stool opposite him and said, I don't have any other chairs in my house. You can sit on this. Okay. Deng Yifei sat on the small wooden stool. Hu Xining was released by the old man and could move freely, but she didn't dare to act rashly. Old Man Mu looked at the stool under Deng Yifei's butt and said in a nostalgic tone, speaking of which, this wooden stool is almost 10 years old. Back then, I was the one who sat on it. Then where is he? He went out to help me find medicinal herbs for healing. He's dead. Deng Yifei asked in a low voice, there's still someone in Nanue country who dares to touch Seniors Jr.? Senior Mu sighed and said, they don't know. Those who don't know are innocent? Actually, I've beaten him a little. Elder Mu said calmly, moreover, I don't have any feelings for that junior. I saved his life and he helped me collect some medicinal herbs. It was a fair deal. Since he's dead, I can't be bothered to avenge him. What an indifferent person, Deng Yifei thought. However, this had nothing to do with him. Something else piqued his curiosity. There's someone in Nanue country that Senior can't defeat? Of course there is. Senior Mu said, it's the Nanue country's royal family. Although they've declined for thousands of years, the Nanue country's royal family still has some ancestral wealth. Oh. Deng Yifei suddenly understood. The Nanue country's ancestor was the Nanue Empire that once dominated the southern region. At that time, the Nanue Empire was vast and even had the tendency to develop into the central region. Unfortunately, it completely collapsed later. Xining had told him this when he arrived in Nanua country. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. I'll treat you to tea first. Senior Mu took out a black teapot. Not only was there dense array patterns on the teapot, there was also a leaf pattern. He gently opened the teapot and a faint green fragrance wafted throughout the cottage. Deng Yifei instantly felt refreshed. After breaking through to the domain realm, the restlessness in his heart had completely calmed down. He only felt that his mind was incomparably clear and his soul seemed to be floating in the air. Xining couldn't help but take a light breath. She was surprised to find that because she relied on the Holy Spirit sword to increase her strength, the killing intent that often appeared in her heart had completely calmed down. What was in that teapot? Old Man Mu took out a white jade teapot and a wooden spoon. He tilted the teapot and gently scooped up a spoonful of tea leaves. Deng Yifei saw the curled leaves in the spoon. They were as black as charcoal. However, he could only smell the fragrance, and it had such a miraculous effect. He definitely did not dare to look down on these tea leaves. When the old man saw these tea leaves, his hand trembled slightly. However, he still stabilized his wrists and poured the tea leaves into the teapot. These tea leaves will decrease the more you drink. Perhaps you won't be able to drink them again after drinking them twice. With senior strength, what kind of tea can't you drink? Even those old monsters in the Tao comprehending realm can't drink these tea leaves. Old Man Mu said as he took out a jar. Moreover, even if you find these tea leaves, you won't be able to find the person who brewed them. Deng Yifei could hear the sorrow in his voice. The old man in front of him seemed to have many stories. However, who in this world did not have a story? However, the information revealed in the old man's words still made Deng Yifei's heart jump. The old man still wanted to know a Tao comprehending realm expert. Could he be from the central region? The jar was also black, and it was still painted with complicated formation patterns and a leaf symbol. It seemed to be made by the same faction. When the seal was removed, the water spirit energy in the air crazily gathered here. The old man waved his hand, and a water snake darted into the teapot. After putting away the jar, the old man gently placed his hand on the teapot. You can use it in 15 minutes. I don't dare to filter the tea anymore. Even the tea dregs can't be wasted. Deng Yifei already knew how precious this tea was. Today, I saw you and found you pleasing to the eye, so I took it to enjoy with you. The old man's tone made Deng Yifei not know whether to laugh or cry. A quarter of an hour later, the entire thatched cottage was filled with that refreshing fragrance. Xining, who had been standing to the side with her eyes closed and enjoying the tea, suddenly opened her eyes. Her aura surged, and the water spirit energy in the cottage began to riot and gather around her. Deng Yifei looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect Xining to be about to break through. It wasn't a breakthrough in strength, but in power or Upanishad. Xining had originally comprehended the profound meaning of water, but after obtaining the Holy Spirit sword, her profound meaning of water still remained at the large success stage, while her profound meaning of slaughter had broken through to the perfection stage. Recently, she had signs of mental instability, and Deng Yifei had already warned her to pay attention to her mental state. But he didn't expect that Xining was about to break through here. She looked at the mysterious old man in panic. The old man said, "Break through here. Don't worry, no one will care." Deng Yifei nodded at her. Xining was relieved and sat cross-legged on the ground. The old man surnamed Mu waved his hand, and a rune appeared beneath her, completely isolating her aura. Deng Yifei looked at Xining worriedly and realized that she was breaking through, but it didn't affect the hut at all, so he was relieved. "Don't worry, she'll be fine." When 15 minutes were up, the old man took out 2 dark brown teacups and poured a cup of tea for Deng Yifei. It was just 80% full. That tempting fragrance made Deng Yifei swallow his saliva. It was as if someone was shouting in his ear, "Drink it. Drink it. Drink it." Deng Yifei's willpower was already very strong, but he still couldn't resist that temptation. "Drink it." Deng Yifei picked up the teacup and resisted the urge to drink it all in one gulp. He took a sip of the scalding tea. The moment the tea poured into his mouth, his entire soul seemed to have been sublimated, a cool and refreshing feeling spread through his limbs and bones. As the tea entered his throat, his mind suddenly became unusually clear. He had a feeling that the violent slaughter domain in his sea of consciousness had instantly become obedient. His heart suddenly became clear, and the restlessness brought about by the crazy killing for more than a year had completely calmed down. He felt that his heart was pure and clean, as light as a feather. Deng Yifei carefully sensed that feeling, and suddenly, he felt a lot of enlightenment. His body unconsciously lit up with a white light, and the aurora domain that he had just broken through actually began to strengthen continuously. When Deng Yifei came back to his senses, the tea in his hand was already warm. He realized that his aurora domain had actually strengthened by a lot. Although it hadn't reached the initial success stage, there was already a very obvious improvement. What surprised him the most was that even the blood stains on his spiritual power in his sea of consciousness had become lighter. If Deng Yifei's guess was correct, this tea not only had the extraordinary effect of allowing one to gain enlightenment, but it also had the miraculous effect of slightly calming one's inner demons. If he could drink a lot of it, he might be able to completely eradicate the hidden dangers in his sea of consciousness and break through to the mid-stage of the domain realm even faster. This tea's priceless value was an underestimate. The old man sitting quietly by the side asked, "How is it? Is it good tea?" "It is indeed good tea. This is the first time I've ever tasted it," Deng Yifei said sincerely. He could already feel the old man's goodwill. This kind of tea was definitely the lifeblood of a domain realm expert. It was definitely a treasure. "You're worthy of drinking this tea." The old man's tone was as arrogant as ever. "I still don't know the name of this tea." Things that could strengthen one's perception and calm one's inner demons were definitely treasures in the southern mountain range. This was also Deng Yifei's first time seeing it. He had obtained treasures that could temporarily suppress his inner demons, but to him, the effects weren't great. This was because suppression wasn't calming. Every time the suppression was used up, the inner demons would violently rebound. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Deng Yifei thought that if he came across such treasures in the future, he definitely had to get his hands on them. One had to know that his inner demons were still there. After going through the inner demon tribulation, the inner demons would only be weak for a period of time. After a period of time, the inner demons might come out to cause trouble again. Deng Yifei had once asked Jianling what an inner demon was. Shen Hao told him that if there was a heart, there would be an inner demon. Deng Yifei didn't quite understand what he meant, but he knew that inner demons weren't so easy to eradicate. "This tea is called heart cleansing." "Heart cleansing tea, what an appropriate name." "Senior Mu, may I ask where this tea is produced?" Deng Yifei asked respectfully. "I've been troubled by my inner demons and wanted to get more tea leaves." Seeing that Senior Mu didn't say anything, Deng Yifei said again, "If it's not convenient for you to say, then forget it. This tea is already extinct. Even the place where it was produced has been reduced to ruins. Furthermore, I might not be able to return there in this lifetime." Deng Yifei could hear the endless sorrow in Senior Mu's voice. This sorrow was continuous and long, as if it had flowed for millions of years, as if it came from another world. "If there's a day when my time is up, I might return there." Senior Mu didn't refer to himself as this. Deng Yifei thought for a moment and asked, "Senior Mu, I'm very curious. Who can hurt you? With your superb array formations, there should be very few people who can touch you, right?" About 10 years ago, I made a trip to the southern Demon Mountain Range and was bitten by a pack of mad dogs." Mad dogs, Deng Yifei thought for a moment and knew who the Senior Mu had provoked. It should be the famous wolf demonic beasts of the southern Demon Mountain Range. If not for the wolf demonic beasts guarding the southern Demon Mountain Range, perhaps the demonic beasts in the southern Demon Mountain Range would have long been like the hinterlands of the southern domain, almost extinct. "Then, Senior Mu, didn't you say that you were injured? I wonder if your injuries have healed. I wonder if you still need any medicinal herbs. I have quite a lot of medicinal herbs on hand. If Senior Mu needs them, I can help you find them. Maybe there might be something you need." Deng Yifei was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others for no reason. He had robbed countless factions in the southern domain and had many precious medicinal herbs on hand all this time with no place to use them. Senior Mu glanced at Deng Yifei with his green eyes and said, "Forget it. You probably don't have what I want. I appreciate your kindness. Then, what does Senior need?" Maybe I can help you find some medicinal herbs? Senior Mu shook his head. Don't mention that. I don't want anything from you. Besides, you're not suitable. Deng Yifei was about to continue asking, but this Senior Mu changed the topic. Alright, don't mention me. Let's talk about you. Your killing intent is extremely strong. This kind of killing intent should be considered outstanding among the initial stage domain realm martial artists in this era. You should have suffered a lot along the way, right? Being able to live until now is also considered my luck. Sometimes, luck is also a kind of strength. Senior Mu looked at Deng Yifei and continued, I know that your martial Dao is to kill all the villains in the world. Among the juniors, there are extremely few who have the same ambition as you. To be able to reach your level and reach this step, you're the only one in thousands of years. Senior Mu suddenly said, but, you're still too kind. Senior, you mean, why did you kill the villains and protect the civilians? Because many martial artist forces rely on their own strength to bully the good and treat human lives like grass. Deng Yifei said seriously, I believe that all lives in this world are equal, and there is no distinction between high and low. Human nature is selfish. As long as they have the ability and opportunity, they will crazily plunder everything and kill all the lives that stand in their way. Do you think that if you kill those evil martial artists, there won't be new martial artists who will continue to do evil? Of course there will be, but I will intimidate them. You're too naive. Senior Mu's tone was full of mockery. If you die, can you still intimidate them? After suppressing their desires for a long time, it's the most terrifying when they erupt. Once you're unlucky enough to die, they'll go crazy no matter how strong your suppression is. Deng Yifei said seriously, Senior Mu, I thank you for treating me to tea, but please don't insult my martial arts. This is what I insist on all my life. I'm not insulting your martial arts, but enlightening you. Your understanding is too narrow. Senior Mu said in a low voice. Human nature is selfish and greedy. For benefits, they can betray their brothers and sisters. They can kill their parents. They can kill their wives and children. Yesterday's alliance is today's enemy, and betrayal can happen in the blink of an eye. In this world, there is no distinction between good and bad, no distinction between blood relatives and evil enemies. There are only benefits, only benefits. Enough benefits can turn a good person into a bad person, enough benefits can turn a bad person into a good person, enough benefits can turn a blood relative into an enemy, enough benefits can turn an enemy into a brother. In the face of Old Man Mu's aggressive questioning, Deng Yifei fell silent. Deng Yifei's knowledge and experience far surpassed that of an ordinary person. He knew that Old Man Mu's words made a lot of sense. After a long period of silence, Deng Yifei asked, then tell me, if a person only lives for benefits, then what is the point of living? It's because there is no point in living, so, they all deserve to die. They shouldn't exist. As soon as Senior Mu said this, Deng Yifei suddenly raised his head and pressed his hand on the crimson ray sword's hilt. The atmosphere in the thatched cottage suddenly became heavy. Even Hu Xining, who had been standing at the side and didn't dare to move, retreated to the corner. Once the two sides started fighting, she decided to break through the wall and run far away. What? You want to attack me? Why not? Before you attack, can you agree to a request of mine on account of the heart-cleansing tea that I treated you to? Speak. But I might not agree. Senior Mu didn't get angry. He pointed at the large cup of tea in front of Deng Yifei and said, the heart-cleansing tea has long been extinct. You are the only junior this old man has treated to in 1,000 years. Please don't waste it and finish this cup of tea. Hearing the old man's words, Deng Yifei almost suspected that the old man had poisoned the tea. However, thinking of the effect of the heart-cleansing tea, Deng Yifei was embarrassed to waste it. Anyway, he had already drunk this tea. If he was poisoned, he would have been poisoned long ago. Therefore, he picked up the teacup and drank the tea in one gulp. There are also tea leaves. Chew them all. Deng Yifei glanced at the old man and chewed the tea leaves according to his words. The tea leaves were very bitter. As he chewed, his mouth was full of fragrance. Only the first sip of the heart-cleansing tea has the effect of temporarily increasing comprehension. The higher the comprehension, the stronger the effect. I thought that with your peerless talent, your Aurora domain could directly break through to the peak of the initial stage. I didn't expect that you couldn't even break through to the initial stage. The old man explained regretfully. However, the greatest effect of the heart-cleansing tea is to cleanse the heart. It has a miraculous effect on suppressing the inner demons of martial artists. After drinking this cup of heart-cleansing tea, your state of mind will definitely be much more stable. Thank you. After saying that, Deng Yifei slowly pulled out his long sword. A cold light flashed. The old man surnamed Mu paused and said, "So, you still want to make a move on me? If you really think that everyone shouldn't live in this world, then your hands should be stained with the blood of countless innocent people, right?" Deng Yifei's eyes flashed with blood. "I thank Senior for your generous gift. However, I have sworn that I won't let any villains go. I can't go back on my words. No exceptions. Absolutely not." Who would have thought that after hearing Deng Yifei's words, not only did old man Mu not get angry, he instead burst into laughter. His laughter was abnormally ear-piercing, like two pieces of dead wood rubbing against each other. He laughed so hard that his slightly bent body began to tremble. "Speaking of which, you are the fastest junior I've ever seen to turn hostile. You just received benefits from me, and now you're turning hostile. That's why I said that humans don't deserve to live. Since you know what kind of person I am, you should know my martial path." Deng Yifei questioned. "Also, you keep saying that humans do not deserve to live. Are you not a human?" Elder Mu stretched out his hand as Deng Yifei looked warily at him. He saw Elder Mu grab his collar and with a forceful tug, his black robe was torn apart. Deng Yifei saw his body that resembled a withered tree. His body was covered in wooden patterns, as if his entire body was carved out of wood. Other than that, there were dense runic patterns on his body. There were countless black crescent patterns the size of fingernails that extended from his hands to his chest. Elder Mu sat on a chair and used his fingernails to claw at the crescent patterns on his body, as if he was trying to pull them off. However, he did not seem to have succeeded. After letting go of such thoughts, he said very straightforwardly, "This sovereign is ashamed of being a human. I have long abandoned my human body." Deng Yifei was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered a lunatic who had abandoned his body. "To be honest, you resemble this sovereign when he was young. You are equally naive." Elder Mu tilted his head as he looked at Deng Yifei and said, "You should be glad that this sovereign appreciates you. This sovereign does not wish to fight with you, so let us part ways here. I hope that the next time we meet, you will not be my enemy." Just as Elder Mu finished his sentence, the entire ground began to tremble. Deng Yifei's eyes suddenly flashed with white light. He endured the white light and looked at the elder, but the elder had disappeared in front of him. Deng Yifei stood in his spot as he looked gloomily at the spot where the elder had disappeared. His mind was filled with the words the elder had said before he left, "Be careful. Those meddlesome fellows from the Martial Alliance might want to deal with you." "Martial Alliance?" Deng Yifei muttered under his breath. He did not try to find Elder Mu again because he knew he would not be able to find him. This was because his perception could not find any traces of the elder. Furthermore, an array master who was prepared to escape was not someone he could find. "Lord Jianling, what do you think of that Senior Mu? What an interesting guy. He's very suitable to be the master of Red Blood Sword." Of course, Chen Hao could not say that. If the other party did not speak, then he should be very strong. After all, the wolf clan beasts in the southern Demon Mountain range are not to be trifled with. To be able to escape with his life, he can be considered powerful. Chen Hao replied, "He doesn't have any ill intentions towards you, and he seems to want to help you." That cup of precious heart-cleansing tea was obviously prepared for Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei really needed that kind of treasure that could calm his heart demons and enhance his strength. "What I want to ask is, Sir Jianling, have you heard of that old man? As a Grand Dominion Realm expert who specializes in formations, he shouldn't be a nobody." "No," Chen Hao said with certainty. From his tone, he should be from the middle region. The people from the Martial Alliance might know him, but if what he said is true, the people from the Martial Alliance don't seem to like you very much. "Sir Jianling, will the people from the Martial Alliance stop me?" Deng Yifei obviously knew of the Martial Alliance's reputation. It was said that about 10 years ago, the Martial Alliance held the Southern Region's first Southern Region tournament. It was also in that year that the Martial Alliance officially announced their entry into the Southern Region. The Martial Alliance's entry into the Southern Region was not smooth sailing. The first Southern Region tournament's Heavenbreaker Realm Group's second place, Chen Ruoyan, was agitated by the Yin Corps Sex Dai. Her ranking was revoked, and in her extreme anger, she broke through to the Grand Dominion realm in a short year. Not only did she destroy the Yin Corps sect, she even killed all the elders sent by the Martial Alliance to the Southern Region before mysteriously disappearing. She rose to first place on the continent's wanted list. The following year, the Middle Region's Martial Alliance sent a new elder, Xie Jun, to enter the Southern Region in a low-key manner. Although the Martial Alliance's reputation in the Southern Region was greatly damaged, they still relied on their powerful strength to develop. Many factions surrendered to them. Even Deng Yifei's former sect, the Tianyun sect, was one of them. Do you think they won't? Most likely they will. Deng Yifei thought of his actions in recent years. It seemed like he had really touched on the Martial Alliance's interests. Thinking of this, his heart sank again. After the heavy feeling, he threw the matter to the back of his mind. So what if there was the Martial Alliance? No one could stop him. Xining, let's go. Oh, all right. Hua Xining followed behind Deng Yifei and took his teacup with her. Although Deng Yifei's back was facing her, he could still see everything. He was somewhat regretful. He should not have listened to Old Man Mu and left Xining a mouthful. There were probably still a few drops left in his teacup. Young Master Deng, where are we going? Back to Kai City. It's time to return. All right. Hua Xining's face was filled with joy. In the past, Deng Yifei was only at the peak of the transcendent realm, but he could still exert the strength of the domain realm. Now that he had become a domain realm expert, there should be few people in Kai City who could stop him. After Deng Yifei left, there was a flash of white light in the thatched hut. Old Man Mu appeared on the chair again. He was still holding the teacup in his right hand and the teapot in his left. It was as if he had never left. He stared at the open door and whispered, Deng Yifei, I hope you can live for a long time. It's best if you can turn the entire Southern Region upside down. After saying that, he took a sip of tea and looked at his empty small square table. He exclaimed, Where's my precious teacup? Where's my precious teacup? Where's my precious teacup? He immediately jumped up from the chair and searched under the table. Then, he used his divine perception to scan the entire room and every inch of the nearby ground. He couldn't find the teacup. You actually stole my teacup. Old Man Mu was so angry that he flew into a rage. Damn Deng Yifei, you'll die a horrible death. In midair, Deng Yifei grabbed Hua Xining and sped along. After becoming a domain realm expert, not only did his vital essence storage have a qualitative improvement, even his speed had increased by a large margin. Hua Xining was carried by Deng Yifei and protected by his vital essence. She didn't feel anything at all. She had long been used to it. They had always been on the road like this. Hua Xining took out the teacup and played with it carefully. She had already cleaned the teacup and it was clean. The killing intent in her body had also completely calmed down. Just a few drops of heart-cleansing tea had benefited her immensely. She admitted that as a martial artist at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm, doing this was indeed a little embarrassing. But compared to the benefits she had obtained, face was just a worldly possession. It was nothing. She didn't want to hide it from Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei definitely knew, the teacup was cold and heavy. On the teacup, there were also formation patterns and a leaf symbol. Hua Xining liked those beautiful and profound formation patterns very much. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao casually glanced at the leaf symbol on the teacup and thought of the pile of artifacts with this symbol in Old Man Mu's hands. He suddenly realized that he seemed to know which force Old Man Mu was from. Chen Hao had seen this strange leaf symbol twice before. One was the sword case that had once sealed the red blood sword, and the other was on the teleportation array from Zhou country to the central region. Chen Hao had guessed Old Man Mu's identity from the teleportation array. Old Man Mu had once mentioned that about 10 years ago, he had entered the southern Demon Mountain Range and was bitten by a pack of dogs. The pack of dogs in the southern Demon Mountain Range was clearly referring to the demonic beasts of the Wolf clan led by the Amethyst Wolf King. Otherwise, who would be able to injure a Grand Dominion Realm formation master? Most Grand Dominion Realm cultivators wouldn't be so bored as to provoke those demonic beasts. More than 10 years ago, a major event happened in the southern Demon Mountain Range, and Chen Hao had personally experienced it. The seal of the demon passage in Zhou country was opened by the Baimajiao disciples, and the demons surged out. During the battle, Chen Hao did not pay attention to the Baimajiao people. Among them, there was very likely someone who was proficient in array formations. If no one was proficient in array formations, how could they use the teleportation array? How could they open the demon passage? At that time, there was a domain realm expert among the Baimajiao disciples who had come to the central region. He had even injured Zhou Lihua. At that time, Chen Hao had a very deep impression. That was the first time he had come into contact with a domain realm expert. A domain realm expert, as long as they were not targeted by the demonic beasts, would not die easily. The Amethyst Wolf King had once said that he was confident in sealing the demon passage. Once the demon passage was sealed, there would be no endless stream of demons. The demons in Zhou country would be wiped out by the powerful demonic beasts. As long as the Baimajiao disciples did not have the strength to deal with the wolf clan, they would definitely choose to leave Zhou country. At this time, they only had 3 choices. Take the sea route, but this obviously would not work. The sea route had long been blocked by the Sea Beast clan, and they would not let a human go. Take the teleportation array, this definitely would not work. The group of people in the central region had destroyed the teleportation array. The only feasible way was to directly fly over the southern Demon Mountain Range. And the southern moon country they were in now was the country closest to the southern Demon Mountain Range. Therefore, that Senior Mu was most likely a Baimajiao follower who had fled the southern Demon Mountain Range after being injured by the Wolf Clan. He had stayed in Nanyue Kingdom to recuperate. Another piece of evidence was that Old Man Mu had said that when he was injured, there was a junior by his side who went out to help him look for medicinal herbs. As a result, that junior was killed by a kung fu master of the Nanyue Kingdom. This reminded Chen Hao of 17's corpse. He still remembered Yi Qingyan's investigation. When 17's corpse first appeared, it had already been refined into a walking corpse. That warrior took 17's corpse and slaughtered several cities in the Nanyue Nation. In the end, he was killed by the official experts of the Nanyue Nation. The time when that warrior appeared was also more than 10 years ago, which was almost the same time when Old Man Mu was injured, especially when Deng Yifei asked Old Man Mu what herbs he needed just now. Old Man Mu was being secretive and did not say anything. He even said that Deng Yifei was not suitable to fight. If what Old Man Mu needed was a human life, with his understanding of Deng Yifei, he certainly knew that Deng Yifei would not fight. There was also Old Man Mu's attitude that humans should not live in this world. Wasn't this extreme attitude and crazy perception the pursuit of a Baimajiao follower? He hated his human identity and wanted to open the seal of the Devil Clan's passage to welcome the Devil Clan to this world and dream of becoming a member of the Devil Clan. This could also explain how 17's corpse had arrived in the southern mountain range. The deputy suzerain of the corpse refining sect also had a grudge against the royal family of the Zhou kingdom. With his strength in the heaven-breaking realm, coupled with the corpse of Xvii, it was enough to run amok in the Zhou kingdom at that time. It was very possible that he could catch Old Man Mu's eye. As for the specific situation, Chen Hao had no way to verify it unless he tied Old Man Mu up and tortured him. As for why this madman appreciated Deng Yifei and even helped Deng Yifei, that made more sense. Deng Yifei was also a madman, an extreme madman. Old Man Mu and Deng Yifei were the same. They both had crazy and extreme obsessions. It was very likely that Old Man Mu was appreciating him. Moreover, Old Man Mu also tried to guide Deng Yifei and make Deng Yifei hate the human clan, but it was obvious that his expectations were disappointed. If he had succeeded, he would definitely have recruited Deng Yifei. If a genius like Deng Yifei could be used by him, he would definitely be happy to accept him. His intention of helping Deng Yifei was also very obvious. Letting Deng Yifei increase his strength and wantonly slaughter the warriors was also a disguised destruction of the human clan. The stronger Deng Yifei was, the more he could weaken the strength of the warriors of the southern mountain range and the more he could stir up the southern mountain range, which would reduce the pressure of Baimajiao's activities. Chen Hao knew it. There was no master in the world who would give Deng Yifei benefits for no reason. It turned out that it was because Deng Yifei was a good saber and had value. After figuring all this out, Chen Hao's mind suddenly became clear. He glanced at Deng Yifei and decided to keep this secret. Deng Yifei had his own things to do now, and Xianxia didn't want to disturb his thoughts. If he met Old Man Mu again in the future, he would tell him the secret of Old Man Mu. At that time, maybe Deng Yifei would have the strength to keep Old Man Mu. Xining, throw away the teacup in your hand. Why? I think this teacup is a treasure. Deng Yifei said cautiously, don't forget, the owner of the teacup is a master of formations. Maybe he left some tracking formations on the teacup. If he tracks it, it will be bad. He was still a little afraid of that master of formations. Deng Yifei was not too worried about an ordinary master of the domain realm, but with that master of formations' ability to appear and disappear unpredictably, Deng Yifei was really worried that he would be attacked by him. Okay, I'll throw it away right away. After hearing Deng Yifei's words, Xining suddenly felt that the teacup in her hand was a little hot. She threw the teacup in her hand out fiercely, and it flew a long distance before falling into the mountain stream. They ate and slept in the open all the way, and finally arrived at the border of Kai more than a month later. Then they spent a few more days to arrive at the flower valley of Baiyun town. When they left, it was still winter. When they returned again, the flower valley was already in full bloom, beautiful purple and red. Then Deng Yifei met the members that the stinging bee tissue found for him. When they left, there was only XVI. When they met again, there were nearly 100 boys and girls standing in front of him. They lined up neatly in a square formation and looked at Deng Yifei with admiration, curiosity, and fear. The person in charge of training these boys and girls was still the masked man in black. He seemed to have never taken off his mask. Of course, Xining knew why. Other than her, very few people in the stinging bee tissue dared to show their true faces to Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei still remembered that he said he would be back in a year, but half a year had already passed. The masked man said happily, "Young Master Deng, you're finally back. Thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard at all," the masked man said. For more than a year, the stinging bee tissue in Kai had been collecting information about Deng Yifei. He knew how powerful this young Master Deng was. 9 to 17 people, you stinging bee organization really put in a lot of effort. Martial artists were divided into the body refining realm, Qi condensation realm, Qi Si realm, and true energy realm. Of these 9 XVI people, they all had a foundation in martial arts. Even the weakest was at the Qi condensation realm, and the strongest was at the Qi condensation realm. There were even 2 who had reached the peak of the Qi condensation realm. It was clear that they were all very hardworking, and there were definitely some who had outstanding talent. He knew that the stinging bee tissue needed manpower. They might have taken some of the good seedlings themselves, but the stinging bee tissue did not try to fool him. They still chose some talented people for him. In the past year, there have been many wars, and many orphans have been displaced. The masked martial artist said in a low voice, so we found quite a number of orphans. We picked out those with outstanding talent, and those with great endurance. Still fighting? The masked martial artist replied carefully, ever since the Black Wolf Army lost their elites, Kai took advantage of the situation to attack Sugua's heartland, and took over Sugua's second XVI city. Deng Yifei took a deep breath. He did not expect that he would unintentionally help Kai. Then many of these orphans belong to Sugua? Young Master Deng, don't worry. We have taught these orphans well. They all worship young Master Deng. They all believe that there should be no wars in this world. Oh. Deng Yifei was slightly surprised, but then nodded in satisfaction. Although the stinging bee tissue did not agree with his philosophy, they would still follow it and use it flexibly. Very good. Tell your Lady Lu that I am very satisfied. Deng Yifei said in a low voice. Also, tell her that I have broken through to the domain realm. The masked martial artist's body trembled. He looked at Deng Yifei with some excitement, and then nodded heavily. Yes, Lord Deng. You can leave now. We will take over the rest. All right. The masked warrior didn't stay for long. He didn't dare to disobey Deng Yifei's orders. Before he left, he said, the vice manager of Flower Valley, Feng Xianbing, is a member of the Andromeda Bee. If Lord Deng and Xining need anything, you can contact him directly. I said I'd be back in a year, but it's been almost 2 years since I returned to Flower Valley. I failed to keep my promise. Let me apologize to all of you first. As soon as Deng Yifei said this, Xvii, who was the first to arrive at Flower Valley, had tears in his eyes. Everyone knew Deng Yifei's identity, and everyone had heard of Deng Yifei's reputation. He was a top expert whose name shook the entire Kai and Su countries. They had always revered Deng Yifei. Such a powerhouse actually apologized to small fries like them. Lord Deng, don't say that. You must have been delayed by something. Deng Yifei looked up and saw that the speaker was Su Xiao, the little girl he had saved. She had a foundation in the martial way, and her talent was good as well. She had already reached the peak of the Qi condensation realm. Yes, Lord Deng must have been delayed by something. Some of the bolder youths began to speak up for Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei gestured, and the youths quieted down. Let me tell you all something. I've just returned, and I've already broken through to the domain realm. Worried that these youths didn't know what the domain realm was, Deng Yifei explained, the top experts of the southern domain are all domain realm experts. The youths grew excited. Who wouldn't want to be protected and taught by an expert? The reason I'm here is to fulfill the promise I made back then. Among the 97 of you, I will accept 9 personal disciples. The youths grew even more excited, their eyes following Deng Yifei closely. They really wanted to shout, "Choose me! Choose me! Choose me!" They knew that this was a chance to leap through the Dragon's Gate. A chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. My method of selecting disciples is very simple. Strength and willpower are required. This was something Deng Yifei had thought long and hard about. To become the master of the Holy Spirit sword, one had to have willpower. Without a strong will, it would be difficult to control one's killing intent. As the master of the Holy Spirit sword, Deng Yifei was very clear on the importance of willpower. For martial artists, talent was the most important. But because he had the Holy Spirit sword, talent and perception were not so important in Deng Yifei's eyes. Originally, he wanted to test willpower directly, but after thinking about it, he felt that it would be biased to only test willpower. If everyone pursued some illusory willpower, would they still work hard to cultivate? Willpower was definitely an important part of the test, but talent and strength also had to be tested. Martial artists of the Qi condensation realm, step forward. Hearing Deng Yifei's words, 23 Qi condensation realm youths stepped forward excitedly. The remaining youths had expressions of disappointment and dejection. They were still youths, and were not so shrewd. Most of them had their feelings written all over their faces. Those of you who did not become my personal disciple this time, do not be discouraged. Cultivate well, and I will give you another chance in the future. Hearing Deng Yifei's words, the youths who did not make the cut were all excited. They swore in their hearts that they would cultivate diligently in the future, and strive to become Lord Deng's personal disciple. Deng Yifei looked at the 23 youths and said, "You have all reached the Qi condensation realm, which shows your talent. But if you want to become my disciple, you will have to test your willpower. You will have to endure under my killing intent. The longer you endure, the better your results, and the more likely you will become my personal disciple. Are you ready?" "Ready," the 23 youths shouted in unison. Then here it comes. Deng Yifei had just finished speaking when a powerful aura pressed down on the 23 youths. The youths only felt their bodies turn cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They could not even breathe. Deng Yifei naturally would not use all his killing intent to suppress them. If he did, these 23 youths would be completely crippled. He only used a small amount of killing intent. The 3 youths fell to the ground with a plop. Huaxining directly brought them out. Without a doubt, they had lost their qualifications. A girl was brought out by Huaxining and began crying. Deng Yifei did not mind that someone had been eliminated. He began to slowly increase his killing intent. The remaining youths' faces began to turn pale. Plop! Plop! The youths fell one by one. Finally, only 9 youths were left. However, Deng Yifei did not stop. The 9th youth fell, and then the 8th. Finally, only a girl was left standing in front of him. Deng Yifei remembered this girl. She was Su Xiao. "I didn't expect that." Xianxia continued from Red Blood Sword. "What's there not to expect? Most girls are naturally more tolerant than boys. Their tolerance is also stronger. Deng Yifei was not bored enough to add another test for Su Xiu. He continued to use his killing intent to suppress her. After all, she was this year's first place. He withdrew his murderous aura and Su Xiu swayed on the spot, but she still persevered and didn't fall down. Deng Yifei nodded his head in satisfaction. The 9 of you, from today onwards, are my personal disciples. Deng Yifei withdrew his murderous aura and the remaining 8 youths who were cleared out by Huaxining got up from the ground excitedly. In the future, your rankings will be based on today's assessment for the time being. Su Xiu reacted quickly and immediately bowed respectfully, yes, master. Her reaction was fast, she was bold, she had high innate talent, she was strong and her willpower was the strongest among this batch of youths. Deng Yifei felt that she should be a good seedling. Deng Yifei waved his hand and 8 swords appeared in front of him. All of you use swords and these 8 swords were specially made for all of you by a swordsmith that I found. The top 8 of the assessment have the right to have one. Before the top 8 youths could rejoice, Deng Yifei looked at the 9th ranked youth and said, as a substitute, you are still my personal disciple. If anything happens to the top 8, you will inherit his weapon. The 9 youths' expressions didn't look too good and the joy on their faces disappeared. Deng Yifei said with a serious expression, I think all of you should know why I took you in as my disciples. I don't wish for there to be disputes in this world, I don't wish for there to be war in this world and I don't wish to see practitioners wantonly kill innocent civilians with their strength. You are destined to be enemies with most of the practitioners in the world, so many of you will definitely die in battle. The moment you pick up the 8 swords in my hands, you are destined to live a life full of thorns and difficulties and you are destined to die in a battle in the future. The 9 youths and the other youths' expressions all turned serious. Almost all of them had their families destroyed because of the war, but they were also afraid of death. No one was afraid of death. Deng Yifei was also afraid. I will give all of you one more chance. If you are willing to withdraw, I will not stop you. You can become a gardener in Flower Valley or a guard. Everyone has their own aspirations and I respect your wishes. Deng Yifei looked at the 9th XVI contestant seriously. Finally, a girl carefully raised her hand. It was the first girl eliminated by Deng Yifei. Lord Deng, I wish to withdraw. The girl lowered her head and whispered. All the youths looked at her with disdain. Most of them were looking at her with disdain. If it wasn't for Deng Yifei's sharp hearing, he might not have heard her voice. Alright, I won't force you. Deng Yifei waved his hand and said gently, go. You're quite talented and can be a guard in the Flower Valley. I'll get Huaxining to arrange it for you. Thank you, Lord Deng. Deng Yifei said pleasantly, you don't have to thank me. I agreed to let you leave first, and I respect your choice. After all, my path is too difficult, and I can't order you to follow me. But even if you become a guard, please show some courage. Xining will train you in this. Even if you don't want to fight all day long, you can still become a qualified support staff. Yes. Huaxining waved at the little girl helplessly. The little girl lowered her head and trotted to Huaxining's side. Huaxining knew that if Deng Yifei asked her to leave, he would let her leave safely. This was the girl's luck. If it was any other organization that was slightly more extreme, they would definitely deal with her cleanly after the event. Alright, does anyone want to leave? Me. I want to leave. I'm sorry, Lord Deng. I want to leave too. As soon as the little girl left, it was like a chain reaction. More people left one after another. In the end, Huaxining took a look and saw that XVI had left. There were only 70 people left. And none of the 9 people who were selected in front of Deng Yifei left. Is there anyone else? No one responded to Deng Yifei. Alright. Deng Yifei nodded and looked at the remaining 70 people with some relief. Since you've all made up your minds, you can choose your weapons now. Su Xiu will go first. Su Xiu stood up and picked the 3rd sword without hesitation. It was also the most unique soft sword among the 8 swords. Deng Yifei was slightly stunned. That soft sword was added in by Lord Jianling. At that time, there were quite a lot of swords to choose from. Spirit swords were a bit precious, so Andriel might not be willing to part with them. However, Andriel was very willing to part with swords that were made of good materials but didn't have a spirit. He even gave him a few more swords than the ones he had reserved. Chen Hao's suggestion to add in a soft sword was also a spur of the moment. Deng Yifei wanted to establish his organization for one reason, which was to select the next Renkenju of Red Blood Sword. Chen Hao also agreed with Deng Yifei's idea. After all, it wasn't easy to find a good sword master. If there was a ready-made good sword master, why didn't he immediately recognize him? Every demon sword doppelganger had the innate ability to kill its master. Those who could live for so long with that innate ability should have a tough life. The reason why he added in a soft sword was because Chen Hao already had a heaven-level soft sword technique. If the person using the soft sword was good enough, he could definitely teach him the heaven-level sword technique. After all, the Scarlet Blood doppelganger was also a part of the Scarlet Blood sword. Chen Hao was never one to keep a sword for himself. The technique was stored in the sword. If he didn't use it, it would be a waste. Lord Deng, this sword. Su Shou looked at Deng Yifei with excitement and surprise. She probably already knew the secret of the sword. It's good that you know. Don't ask too much. Okay. Su Shou tried to control the excitement on her face, but she couldn't. The other 8 youths looked at her in surprise. They didn't know why she was suddenly so excited. Deng Yifei asked, "You're good with the soft sword?" Su Shou's eyes dimmed. Yes, when I was at home, my father was good with the soft sword. I've been practicing the soft sword since I was young. Deng Yifei didn't ask Su Shou about her father's ending. He had already guessed it. Stinging bee tissue provided him with orphans. Then it was the turn of the other youths to choose their own weapons. Every youth who chose a sword that suited them had a shocked expression the moment they held the main sword hilt. Their performance was even worse than Su Shou's. However, they were still relatively smart. With Su Shou in front, they held back and didn't ask anything. They only communicated with each other excitedly through their eyes. The 6th burly youth chose a heavy sword. Deng Yifei remembered his name. He was called Lu Hu. Like Su Shou, he was also one of the first youths to come to Flower Valley. The rest of you continue training. The 9 of you, follow me. Deng Yifei looked at Huaxining. Make arrangements for the 2nd and the 17th children. Understood. Deng Yifei brought the 9 youths to the deepest part of Flower Valley. They were in a pre-built pavilion. Deng Yifei had instructed the steward of Flower Valley to build it when he left Flower Valley. In the future, his 9 personal disciples would live here. Deng Yifei looked at the 9 youths and said, "I'm sure all of you who have obtained the Holy Spirit sword know the secret of the Holy Spirit sword." Understood. The 8 youths nodded solemnly. You should know that if the secret of the Holy Spirit sword is leaked, you will be hunted down. Understood. The 8 youths had been practicing martial arts for many years, so they knew the value of the Holy Spirit sword. The Holy Spirit sword's ability to increase its owner's strength through killing was comparable to the legendary Divine Sword. As long as one was a martial artist, there was no one who wouldn't be tempted. Deng Yifei said, "That's why you must keep it a secret." "We won't tell anyone." "Yes, we won't tell anyone." Deng Yifei nodded. In fact, he didn't tell the youths that even if the Holy Spirit sword fell into someone else's hands, it didn't matter. As long as Lord Jianling didn't agree, no one could become the true owner of the Holy Spirit sword. In other people's hands, the Holy Spirit sword would only be an ordinary sword. Deng Yifei glanced at the 9th teenager who was still confused and extremely curious. He slowly said, "This is a secret to others, but to you, it's not a secret at all. Anyway, you'll come into contact with it sooner or later." Deng Yifei told the 9th youth the secret of the 8 Holy Spirit swords. When the 9th youth heard about the Holy Spirit sword's ability, his eyes widened in surprise and envy as he looked at the weapons in the other 8's hands. You don't have to be envious. You will have a chance. Deng Yifei didn't hide the cruel future. The 8 of them may die in battle in the future. At that time, you can inherit the weapons in their hearts. This was Deng Yifei's way of doing things. Absolute honesty. Honesty to the point of cruelty. Are the 8 of you mentally prepared? As a martial artist, how can there be no danger to your life? My father's strength was considered high, even in a small town, he was considered a top expert. But in the end, he still died. Su Shou said in a low voice, "But at least my father resisted, and he killed a few people from the Black Wolf Corps. He was even worse off than the others, he didn't even have the ability to resist. To be able to become Lord Deng's disciple, and to have Lord Deng reward us with the Holy Spirit sword is already a great blessing. Wherever Lord Deng commands, we are willing to go through water and tread on fire. Ding Jiangtao, who ranked second in the assessment, choked with sobs and said, "We were already mentally prepared. Those martial artists deserve to be killed. My parents and sisters are all dead. Lord Deng is my idol. To be able to become Lord Deng's disciple, I, Ding Jiangtao, have no regrets even if I die." Lu Hu's eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. "Lord Deng, I also think that those soldiers should die." Stinging bee tissue attracted the teenagers because they were all civilian orphans in the chaos of war. They were born with a hatred for war, soldiers, and martial artists. Each of them had a tragic story behind them. The 9 youths were clearly mentally prepared, and the instructor from the Stinger Bee organization must have played a huge part in that. He must have intentionally provoked the hatred of these youths, making it easier for them to meet Deng Yifei's requirements. These large organizations indeed existed for a reason. Deng Yifei felt that he should reward the masked instructor. "Lu Hu." "Yes, Lord." Deng Yifei patted his head and said, "Don't be blinded by hatred. Don't just think about taking revenge on those soldiers. You must know that those soldiers are just tools. You must remember that those people behind the scenes are the culprits. They are the ones who benefit from the war." Lu Hu suddenly understood. "I understand." Ding Jiangtao. "Yes, Lord. My parents, relatives, neighbors, and the entire village were killed by a group of martial artists and bandits. At that time I was the same age as all of you, but I wasn't as strong as all of you. I could only watch those people leave." When Deng Yifei said this, the 9 youths, whose eyes were already red, all looked at him. Most of them did not know about Deng Yifei's life. "Later, when I joined the Tianyun clan, I spent several years learning martial arts. When I went back to take revenge, I realized that the bandits who massacred my village had long been known by the local aristocratic families. It was only because the bandits had a backer in the city lord's mansion at that time, and they did not touch the interests of the aristocratic families that they were not wiped out." The 9 youths all clenched their fists. They could understand Deng Yifei's hatred. "Do you know what a local family named Lin said when they found out that I had a grudge against those bandits?" Su Xiu asked. "What did they say?" "At that time I was very talented and strong. I was considered the top genius of the Tianyun clan and was already famous." Deng Yifei seemed to be reminiscing. "They said that if those bandits had a grudge against me, they were willing to do it for me and send masters to help me kill those bandits. I didn't have to do it myself. They just wanted to befriend me and make me owe them a favor." "But do you know what I was thinking at that time?" Ding Jiangtao said, "I don't know." Deng Yifei's tone was also a little agitated. "At that time I wanted to ask them why they waited until now if they could have eliminated those bandits long ago. If they had acted a few years earlier, my parents and our village wouldn't have suffered that disaster, right?" Deng Yifei took a deep breath and calmed down a little. He said slowly, "Then I killed those bandits alone. After that, I felt an emptiness that I had never felt before. Later, I thought, why didn't anyone come to help us when our village was in trouble? If only someone had fought to help us at that time. So, later on, I picked up the sword and embarked on the path that I am on now. You know, I vowed to kill all the villains in the southern region." Deng Yifei patted Ding Jiangtao's shoulder and said, "Those warriors who killed your family deserve to be killed, but I hope that you can be like me. When you have a certain level of strength, protect more people and kill more of those scum warriors. In exchange, your tragedy won't happen to others again." Ding Jiangtao said excitedly, "Lord Deng, I definitely will. I definitely will. I will definitely become a person like you." "Us too." The other 8 youths also shouted loudly. "Su Xiao. Your subordinate is here. I'm also very sad about what happened to you. I only hate that I didn't arrive earlier." Su Xiao shook her head desperately. "You can't blame Lord Deng. If it weren't for Lord Deng, I would have been sent to the barracks." Deng Yifei wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said softly, "Your father was a man. At least he died in battle to protect his family. However, strength is very important. Without strength, you can't do anything. I hope that you can improve your strength well and strive to protect your most precious things one day. I also hope that after you have strength, you can protect more people. I don't want you to throw your heads and spill your blood. I only hope that you can protect as many people as possible while protecting yourselves and kill as many villains as possible. Su Xiu's big eyes were filled with tears. Lord Deng, I will remember your teachings. Deng Yifei's words were 70% true and 30% false, but it was quite suitable for these children to hear. After teaching these youths, Deng Yifei spent another 10 days carefully guiding these 9 children in their martial arts. Deng Yifei also went to guide those children who were not chosen for a day, but he did not pay much attention to them. Hua Xining was in charge of the rest. Deng Yifei deeply felt how rare talents were. For example, he only had Hua Xining by his side. Other than that, he did not have any trustworthy subordinates. He did have 9 direct disciples, but they were too young and too weak. It was difficult for them to give up their heavy responsibilities. He mentioned the matter to Hua Xining. I used to have a group of subordinates in the Andromeda, but I don't trust them very much now. After all, we have been out for more than a year, almost 2 years. Where? It's in the Flower Valley. Hua Xining said, ever since you bought the entire Flower Valley and said that you would come back often, I began to arrange for many trustworthy people to come in. Let them be in charge of the remaining youths. Deng Yifei said, you and I will be in charge of the 9 direct disciples. Aren't you worried that there are spies? There must be spies. It would be abnormal if there weren't any spies. Deng Yifei said, I believe that Andromeda will most likely send a few of their people in, but I don't care at all. You know the core secret. I think that even if the person sent in by Andromeda really becomes my direct disciple, I don't believe that he will leak the secret. Even if he does, I don't care. I'm not afraid of losing the Holy Spirit Sword. I'm not afraid of the Holy Spirit Sword being obtained by others. It's good that you are confident. 3 days later, the trusted aides that Hua Xining had placed in the Flower Valley began to take over the training of the youths. Deng Yifei and Hua Xining planned to leave. The 9 disciples that Deng Yifei had high hopes for still remained in the Flower Valley. Deng Yifei had given them a death order. A year later, they had to leave the Flower Valley and start carrying out missions. Within this year, they had to increase their strength as quickly as possible. The stronger they were, the more solid their foundation would be. In the future, when they went out to carry out missions, their ability to protect themselves would be stronger, and the success rate of the mission would be higher. After that, Deng Yifei and Hua Xining left Baiyun town and headed straight for the border between Kai and Sugua. Hua Xining was overjoyed because she knew that the end of the Black Armor Army might have arrived. 2 years ago, the man beside her could destroy 200,000 elites of the Black Wolf Army by himself. Then, 2 years later, he wouldn't be afraid of the Black Armor Army, which was about the same level as the Black Wolf Army. Ever since the elites of the Black Wolf Army in Sugwa suffered great losses, Kai didn't act rashly. After Kai's domain realm powerhouse came to Shiko City, the Black Armor Army had a backbone and took the opportunity to attack Sugwa's hinterland. In the past 2 years, the Black Armor Army advanced triumphantly and occupied the 17th Sugwa City. In the process of occupying Sugwa City, the Black Armor Army faced the stubborn resistance of the remaining members of the Black Wolf Army and the city guards. It was inevitable that they became angry. After learning that Deng Yifei had left Kai and appeared in Tiancheng Nation, Kai thought that they had forced Deng Yifei out of Kai. Thus, the Black Armor Army became unscrupulous in their actions. When they arrived at Shiko City again, there were only 30,000 soldiers left in the city. The other elite soldiers had all rushed to the front lines. The Stinging Bee Tissue branch in Shiko City had already moved to the slums. Deng Yifei simply looked through everything that the Black Armor Army had done in the past 2 years. His expression became colder and colder. After the Black Armor Army occupied 30 cities in Sugwa, Sugwa sent an envoy to Kai to ask for peace. There was news that Emperor Kai had already decided to agree to Sugwa's request. However, both sides were still negotiating. As for what price Sugwa had to pay, Kai didn't dare to go overboard. After all, if he forced Sugwa into a corner and sent out a domain realm powerhouse, Kai might not be able to reap any benefits. Thus, Kai decided to quit while he was ahead. This was Kai's style of doing things in the past few decades. The Black Armor Army was stationed in Yijing City, Fujian City, and Kundi City. Out of the three cities, the Black Armor Army was located at the most important location. Yijing City had 230,000 Black Armor Army members stationed there, while Fujian City and Kundi City had 60,000 and 70,000 respectively. The remaining 10,000 plus Black Armor Army members were scattered around and could be ignored. After receiving the information about the Black Armor Army, Deng Yifei brought Huaxining and rushed to Golden City. Originally, Deng Yifei didn't want to bring Huaxining along. However, she really wanted to see the destruction of the Black Armor Army with her own eyes. Deng Yifei thought about it for a moment and decided to fulfill her request. She was Lord Liuchuan's trusted aide and also his capable helper. Even if she didn't make any contributions, she should at least be credited for her hard work. He couldn't let her feel disappointed. The 230,000 soldiers of the Black Armor Legion were not all garrisoned in Golden Justice City. There were 100,000 soldiers in Golden Justice City, and on a mountain 10 li away from Golden Justice City, the Kai state had set up a camp with 130,000 soldiers. Within Golden City, Deng Yifei couldn't make a move. He directly placed Huaxining near the mountain range and instructed her to be careful. Then, he raised his sword and charged toward the 130,000 Black Armor Army soldiers. It was the latter half of the night. The clouds blocked the stars and moonlight, and the world was still dark. However, at this moment, a white light surged through the thick clouds. Then, a large patch of clouds in the sky lit up and was illuminated. A huge object of light shone in the night sky like the sun. A soldier woke up in a daze and wanted to pee. He pulled open the tent and saw a dazzling white light shooting in through the gaps in the tent. He used his hand to block the strong light and mumbled, "Is the sky already bright?" That huge object of light illuminated the entire night sky. The patrolling soldiers turned white. The burning bonfires in the camp also turned white. The soldiers raised their heads and looked at the white ball of light in the sky. Many experts in the army seemed to have felt a strong energy fluctuation. They suddenly opened their eyes and held their weapons. After running out, they also looked at the sun in the sky. Someone was puzzled. "This is?" A transcendent realm expert muttered, "Gue Jianchou, Deng Yifei, he is back." "That's a domain, right?" "No, it's definitely a domain." This feeling, "Let's quickly escape," quickly informed the general of Golden City. "I hope that the domain realm expert guarding Golden City can see the situation here. Otherwise, we might die. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Form the formation. Form the formation." A soldier shouted. Countless soldiers woke up from their sleep. After they woke up and ran out, they saw this white world. Level 6 Holy Sword Domain, activate. Deng Yifei didn't dare to be careless against the Black Armor Army. After leaving Kai, although he had the ability to eliminate the super forces without activating the Holy Sword Domain, those super forces couldn't be compared to the elite armies of each country. Every elite army could summon a domain realm soldier soul after forming a formation. Deng Yifei wasn't afraid of a domain realm army, but since he could easily eliminate the Black Armor Army, he couldn't increase the difficulty for himself. One had to know that if he wasn't wrong, there was definitely a Grand Dominion Realm expert in the Black Armor Army. If there wasn't a domain realm expert, how could Kai be at ease and allow the Black Armor Army to enter Sugua's territory? Weren't they afraid that the Black Armor Army would surround and attack Sugua's domain realm experts? Therefore, Deng Yifei was sure that there was at least 1 or 2 domain realm experts in the Black Armor Army. If he wanted to find out whether there was 1 or 2 domain realm experts, it was actually very simple. He just had to fight to find out. The 6th level of the Sacred Sword territory contained many entry-level profound meanings. The entry-level Slaughter Domain, Illusion Domain, Fear Domain, Aurora Domain, all kinds of negative domains could instantly disintegrate the minds of the ordinary soldiers in the Black Armor Army. Therefore, the 130,000 soldiers in the Black Armor Army were instantly enveloped by the Holy Sword Domain. The Black Armor Army's general, Lu Zhigua, shouted, "Damn it. Everyone, hold on. There will be domain realm experts coming to help us soon." Within the Holy Sword Domain, Deng Yifei held the Red Blood Sword and crazily slaughtered the 130,000 Black Armor Army elites in Kai's territory. Today was different from the past. 2 years ago, when Deng Yifei had trapped the Su country's Black Wolf Legion in the Holy Sword domain, he hadn't dared to fight those peak Transcendent Realm Masters head-on. He could only rely on the Holy Sword domain to increase his speed to buy time. But now, Deng Yifei was a Grand Dominion Realm Master. All the peak Transcendent Realm experts in the Black Armor Army were no match for him in the Holy Sword domain. Lu Zhiguo roared, "Deng Yifei, I didn't expect you to show up. I'm telling you, you're dead meat." Deng Yifei replied coldly, "But I know that you'll die before me. You should be able to tell that I'm a Grand Dominion Realm expert as well. It won't be easy for you to kill me. You and your 130,000 soldiers will die here today." Lu Zhiguo knew that Deng Yifei was telling the truth. If Deng Yifei wasn't a Grand Dominion Realm expert, he and his subordinates might still be able to put up a fight. But now, they were fishes on the chopping board. Deng Yifei was far stronger than ordinary domain realm experts. The domains of ordinary Grand Dominion Realm experts were far from being as terrifying as Deng Yifei's domain. In a short period of time, most of the soldiers in the Black Armor Legion went crazy. "I know. Didn't you take revenge on the Black Armor Legion because of Lu Quanjun?" Lu Zhiguo flew in front of Deng Yifei and said loudly, "I was the one who came up with that idea. I wanted to cause you to be at odds with the stinging bee tissue, but I didn't expect you to kill her. I'm right here. Everyone else is following my orders. I'll take responsibility for what I did. I'll let you kill me, the culprit, and let the others go. How about that?" In order to show his sincerity, Lu Zhiguo threw away the sword in his hand. The Transcendent Realm generals were touched by Lu Zhiguo's willingness to exchange his life for the lives of their brothers. "Great General, don't give up. We'll definitely hold on until Lord Kai comes." A Transcendent Realm general stood in front of Lu Zhiguo. "Not only did you participate in this, but I also participated in that." The remaining Black Armor Legion generals all stood in front of Lu Zhiguo. "Great General, you can't take responsibility for everything alone. We also participated. If you want to kill us all. We're all brothers. If we die together." What a great show of brotherly love. However, when he thought of how they had massacred the city, this kind of friendship made Deng Yifei feel nauseous. However, the killing intent in Deng Yifei's heart didn't dissipate at all. Instead, it became even stronger. These people were just a bunch of animals. "Lu Zhiguo, you guessed right. Lu Quanjun was indeed my woman. She did die at my hands, but she committed a crime. Even death can't wipe out her crimes." Deng Yifei glanced at the fireball flying in the direction of Golden Justice City. It was the power of a fire elemental domain. "I'm not here to avenge her, but to judge all of you. You don't have to fight over who dies first. Don't worry, all of you will die. I won't let anyone from the Black Armor Legion go." Lu Zhiguo and the Transcendent Realm experts couldn't help but shiver. They all noticed Deng Yifei's cold and emotionless gray eyes. Aurora Domain, Massacre Domain, Fear Domain, Speed Domain, Illusion Domain, Aurora Rain. After becoming a Domain Realm expert, Deng Yifei could already sense the other domains within the Sacred Sword domain that he hadn't mastered. Although he couldn't control them, Deng Yifei could borrow their power after activating the Sacred Sword domain. "Let me send all of you trash to your deaths." After activating the Sacred Sword domain, the Aurora Rain became even more gorgeous. The Aurora was like a dream. It wasn't a scene that should exist in the mortal world. A low-grade heaven-level sword technique that had never appeared in the southern region. Under Deng Yifei's full power, almost no one could dodge the Aurora. The Aurora within the Sacred Sword domain was even faster and its attacks were even stranger. In just 3 waves of Aurora Rain, Lu Zhiguo was the only one left in the Sacred Sword domain. The armor on his body had blocked the 3 waves of Aurora Rain for him. Its defensive capabilities were extremely strong. It was very likely a rare defensive Dao artifact. After 3 waves of Aurora Rain, Deng Yifei's quintessential essence had been depleted by 10%. This was because the Aurora Rain's area of effect was very small. It only covered the area of a few mountain peaks. A Grand Dominion Realm expert could easily raise a city to the ground with a single strike. In a few days, he could raise an entire country to the ground. Given half a month, he could raise an entire country to the ground, but even though Deng Yifei had lost a layer of quintessential essence, in just a breath's time, countless pure quintessential essence flowed into his dantian through the red blood sword. Then, Deng Yifei discovered that his quintessential essence had increased slightly. Even the powerful Kai Wenqiang did not expect that Deng Yifei would have the ability to kill 130,000 people from the Black Armor Army in such a short period of time. Recently, Kai and Su Guo were preparing to make peace. Su Guo was very sincere. Kai Wenqiang felt that Su Guo would definitely not dare to send a domain realm expert to deal with them. After all, during the war, their domain realm experts had restrained themselves and did not make a move. Kai Wenqiang, a domain realm expert, had joined the Black Armor Army and had not made a move even once. Now that they were going to make peace, Kai Wenqiang felt that there was even less reason for him to make a move. Then, Kai Wenqiang relaxed a little. In the end, he was late by more than 10 breaths. Kai Wenqiang did not expect that Su Guo did not send anyone to ambush them. Instead, it was Gue Jianzhou, Deng Yifei, who had returned. Kai Wenqiang roared angrily, "Damn Deng Yifei, I'm going to kill you." Deng Yifei said coldly, "It won't be easy to kill me." Deng Yifei didn't have a good impression of the Kai royal family at all. Putting aside the fact that Kai was the first country to issue an arrest warrant for Deng Yifei, just the fact that Kai frequently invaded Su Guo and sent the Black Armor Army to commit countless crimes in Su Guo was enough for Deng Yifei to deal with them personally. Therefore, Deng Yifei couldn't possibly let the other domain realm experts in the Black Armor Army go. His appearance this time was to let Kai know what pain was. Facing the enraged Kai Wenqiang, Deng Yifei directly used the Holy Sword domain to surround Kai Wenqiang. Then, he raised the red blood sword and used the Aurora sword technique. 30 li outside of Yijing City, 30,000 soldiers of the Black Wolf Army were stationed at a strategic pass. When Deng Yifei killed his way into the 130,000 soldiers of the Black Armor Army, the entire night sky was lit up. It wasn't only Kai's Black Armor Army that saw Deng Yifei. Even Su Guo's Black Wolf Army saw that ball of white light. One of the soldiers saw that ball of white light and said in shock, "General, did you see that? That ball of white light. I saw it. I didn't expect Deng Yifei to actually come back." That general of the Black Wolf Army said in fear, "That damned bastard is back. We have to report this to His Majesty immediately." Then what about Kai's Black Armor Army? What else can we do? What does Kai's soldiers have to do with us? I can't wait for Deng Yifei to destroy the Black Armor Army so that I don't have to see the Black Armor Army strutting around every day. The fear in the eyes of that general of the Black Wolf Army gradually disappeared and was replaced with excitement. He said excitedly to his confidant beside him, "If Deng Yifei can destroy the Black Armor Army, that would be great. But General, I heard that there's a Kai domain realm expert in the Black Armor Army. I'm afraid that it's not possible for Deng Yifei to defeat a Kai domain realm expert." "Damn it, do you think Deng Yifei can win?" This general of the Black Wolf Army, facing his mortal enemy, Deng Yifei, began to hope that Deng Yifei could win. "I don't think so. No matter how strong Deng Yifei is, he's only a divinity realm expert. It's impossible for him to kill a Grand Dominion realm expert." That confidant said, "I think Deng Yifei might be killed by Kai's domain realm experts." "Perhaps?" Hearing his trusted aide's analysis, the general of the Black Wolf Army immediately became dispirited. On a mountain peak near Golden Justice City, Deng Yifei and Kai Wenqiang, a domain realm expert, were engaged in battle. The battle had affected an area of several hundred miles, and had even flattened the fortifications that Kai's 130,000 Black Armor Army had built for several months. As for the skeletons of the 130,000 Black Armor Legion soldiers, they were nowhere to be found. They were probably melted by Kai Wenqiang's flame domain. Just as he started fighting with Deng Yifei, Kai Wenqiang discovered that Deng Yifei had actually broken through to the domain realm. He had thought that a cultivator like Deng Yifei who had just broken through to the domain realm would be easy to bully. But after exchanging blows, he realized that he had really underestimated Deng Yifei. How was Deng Yifei a weakling? Among early-stage domain realm experts, Deng Yifei's strength was boundless. Even an experienced early-stage domain realm expert like Kai Wenqiang had to admit that Deng Yifei was strong. Facing Deng Yifei and the strange white light on Deng Yifei's body, Kai Wenqiang fell into a tough battle after exchanging more than 10 blows with Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei's speed was faster than his. Deng Yifei's slaughter domain and fear domain made Kai Wenqiang tremble in fear. Deng Yifei's aurora domain was slowly suppressing Kai Wenqiang's combat strength. After exchanging 20 blows, Kai Wenxiang cursed Kai's intelligence department fiercely in his heart. Then, he made up his mind to escape. Other than running, he couldn't think of any other way. He was now in Sugwa. Sugwa's people couldn't possibly save him. Sugwa's people couldn't wait for Kai's domain realm experts to die. Just as Kai Wenxiang wanted to escape, he had not even run a few dozen miles before Deng Yifei caught up to him. Deng Yifei's movement technique wasn't considered strong. But after activating the Holy Sword domain, he could borrow part of the Speed domain's help. It was really impossible for him to escape from Deng Yifei's pursuit. "You want to escape?" Deng Yifei asked coldly. "Deng Yifei, I advise you to let me go immediately." Seeing that he couldn't escape, Kai Wenxiang gave up. He stared at Deng Yifei and threatened, "If you dare to kill me, Kai's 7 domain realm experts won't let you go. I don't plan to let anyone from the Black Armor Army leave today." Deng Yifei sneered. "Do you think I'll be afraid of Kai's domain realm experts?" Kai Wenxiang felt a chill in his heart. He realized that he might lose his life here today. "What if Kai gives you some compensation?" Kai Wenxiang hurriedly said, "I can revoke Kai's bounty on you. I can compensate you with a large amount of cultivation resources. I only ask that you let me go. How about that?" "No." Deng Yifei said coldly, "I take it as my duty to kill villains. Those who attack me are villains. All villains must die. There are no exceptions." Damn it. Kai Wenxiang could feel Deng Yifei's determination and persistence in his words. Deng Yifei was too stubborn. Flame domain, 9 levels of divine fire. Aurora, massacre, fear domain, sacred light. From afar, people could see flames burning in the white light. The 2 domains collided at the same time. Amidst the deafening collision, Kai Wenxiang spat out a mouthful of blood. Even the flames in his flame domain flickered. Kai Wenxiang was only at the early stage of the domain realm. He was no match for Deng Yifei, especially when Deng Yifei activated the Holy Sword domain. Even if Kai Wenxiang used a forbidden move, he still couldn't hurt Deng Yifei. This was really sad news. After the forbidden move ended, Kai Wenxiang finally couldn't hold on anymore. He started to weaken. As for the domain realm experts on Sugwa's side, they were still silent. No one stepped out to help Kai Wenxiang. Within 100 kilometers, all the vegetation was charred. All the soil was dyed blood red. An unknown city was almost affected by the battle between Deng Yifei and Kai Wenxiang. However, Deng Yifei still protected that city in advance, blocking all the energy that flew toward that city. Deng Yifei never minded lending a hand if he could save someone. He treated himself as harshly as he treated others. He always tried his best to reduce the possibility of others being affected when fighting. Deng Yifei knew that this battle had to end as soon as possible. There was no need to delay the battle any longer. Otherwise, the situation might change. What if Sugwa suddenly wanted to save Kai Wenxiang? Aurora line. Deng Yifei infused his quintessential essence into his sword. A white ray of light shot toward Kai Wenxiang. Kai Wenxiang was already exhausted. However, he still risked his life and used his weapon to block Deng Yifei's strange ray of light. Dang! The supreme-grade spiritual weapon in his hand was directly pierced through by the Aurora line. Kai Wenxiang touched his chest. There was a sharp pain there. He was already very weak. He didn't expect that he would die in the hands of Deng Yifei. When he first came to the border, it was indeed Kai who sent him to protect the Black Armor Army to prevent Deng Yifei from attacking them. Immediately after, Kai Wenxiang saw countless white rays of light swarming toward him. He was instantly pierced by countless white rays of light. Deng Yifei slit Kai Wenxiang's neck with his sword. Then, he kept his corpse in his interspatial ring. After killing Kai Wenxiang, Deng Yifei turned to look at Golden Righteous City. There were many Black Armor Army soldiers in Golden Righteous City. Also, that Lu Zhigua seemed to have escaped. Deng Yifei didn't think too much. He immediately retracted his Holy Sword domain. Holding the red blood sword, he charged toward Golden Righteous City. Kai's domain realm expert was already dead. In Deng Yifei's eyes, the Black Armor Army was like fish on the chopping board. He could slaughter them as he wished. On this night, Kai's Black Armor Army was completely wiped out. There were basically no survivors. When Deng Yifei attacked, he usually didn't leave anyone alive. Many of Sugua's soldiers couldn't sleep that night. They had personally witnessed the appearance of that ball of white light. But this time, that ball of white light didn't descend on their heads, but on their enemies. Some of the Black Wolf Legion soldiers stationed in Jingdong City still remembered that ball of white light and that person. That person and that ball of white light were their eternal nightmares. This time, when they realized that the ball of white light was going to cause trouble for the Black Armor Legion, they couldn't help but feel happy. They also wanted the Black Armor Legion to have a taste of that ball of white light. While Deng Yifei and the Black Wolf Legion were fighting, Sugua's experts and legions had been watching from the sidelines. They didn't really help the Black Armor Legion because of the peace talks. Kai's 360,000-strong Black Armor Legion was almost completely wiped out. Deng Yifei is really ruthless. Some of the Sugua warriors couldn't help but feel a chill as they watched Deng Yifei's actions from afar. Could it be that this is the first time you've met Deng Yifei? A mid-stage transcendent realm warrior whispered. Don't you know what kind of person Deng Yifei is? I can completely understand why he wants to attack the Black Armor Legion. Half a year ago, I felt that if Deng Yifei was in Kai, he would definitely cause trouble for the Black Armor Legion. Speaking of which, 2 years ago, Deng Yifei crippled Sugua's Black Wolf Legion. 2 years later, he wiped out Kai's Black Armor Legion. What is he trying to do? Which side is he on? I feel like he's a lunatic. Which side is he on? Of course he's neutral. Can't you see that? What is he trying to do? Don't you understand? Follow this train of thought and deduce. He definitely wants world peace. Can he really achieve peace by killing the main forces of 2 countries? It should be effective. At the very least, I'm sure that after this battle, Kai and Sugua won't be able to continue fighting. After all, Deng Yifei is back and has broken through to the domain realm. The world is going to change. Many experts just watched as Deng Yifei cut off the heads of Lu Zhigua and Kai Wenqiang. Then, he casually threw a large basket of information that recorded the crimes of the Black Armor Army into the sky. After Deng Yifei left, the experts from Sugua didn't bother with the information on the crimes. They weren't interested in the crimes of the Black Armor Legion, as most of them already knew. They swarmed into the battlefield just to search for the spatial rings left behind by the experts of Kai's army. But this time, they were likely to be disappointed. Deng Yifei's strength had increased tremendously since the last time he destroyed the Black Wolf Legion. This time, he was even more at ease when dealing with the Black Armor Legion. Therefore, when he killed the many divine-tier generals of the Black Armor Army, he took the good stuff from them. For example, the spatial rings and some decent-looking weapons. Xining, this is for you. Deng Yifei placed the 2 corpses in front of Hua Xining. This is Lu Zhigua, the general of the Black Armor Army, and Kai Wenqiang, a domain realm expert. Ah. Hua Xining was pleasantly surprised to learn that Deng Yifei, Lu Zhigua, had killed a domain realm expert from Kai. In her opinion, Kai's people were the most despicable. The more deaths, the better. Take their corpses and help me pay respects to Lord Quan. You're not going? I still don't have the face to see her. Now is not the time. All right. Hua Xining put away Lu Zhigua and Kai Wenqiang's corpses. After an entire night of fighting, he had even killed an expert of the same level and used the Holy Sword domain. Deng Yifei was also extremely tired. After resting for a day, the news that the Black Armor Army had been completely annihilated by Deng Yifei quickly spread throughout Sugua. In the past 2 years, the Black Armor Army had marched straight in and occupied more than 20 cities of Sugua without any losses. The people of Sugua really hated Kai's Black Armor Army to the bone. In their eyes, the Black Armor Army was an invader. Along with this, they didn't have a good impression of Deng Yifei and even had a kind of hatred for him. In their eyes, if it wasn't for Deng Yifei killing too many of their country's elite soldiers outside Jingdong City, their Sugua wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. However, when the people of Sugua found out that the person who had annihilated the 360,000 elites of the Black Armor Army was Deng Yifei, many of them were dumbfounded. Many of them couldn't understand Deng Yifei's intentions. It was very difficult for them to understand Deng Yifei's outrageous actions. As a result, they became more and more curious about Deng Yifei. It was also because of this battle that many people of Sugua had a deeper understanding of Deng Yifei. They separated him from Kai and treated him as a third party. Lu Quanjun was buried in the depths of the Flower Valley by Deng Yifei. He couldn't find a more suitable place to bury her. After Hua Xining paid her respects to Lu Quanjun, she discovered that Deng Yifei had fallen silent again. After he killed the Black Armor Army, there were many rumors about him in the outside world. Many first-rate forces lived in fear, but he didn't have any plans to leave the Flower Valley. Instead, he began to seriously teach his 9 disciples. Lord Deng, aren't you going to take action? Not for the time being. Deng Yifei looked at his 9 direct disciples and said, I have more important things to do. You mean teaching them? Yes. Deng Yifei nodded and said, Xining, in terms of management, you're definitely much better than me. I plan to establish an organization called Polar Light and then join the Stinging Bee Tissue. Then, I'll take on the assassination missions of the Stinging Bee Tissue and slowly develop it. What do you think? If you really want to develop this organization properly, I still suggest that you don't use the name Polar Light. Hua Xining said seriously, the name Polar Light makes it easy for people to guess that it has something to do with you. If you use this name, the people of Stinging Bee probably won't dare to accept you. You mean to change the name? The name must be changed. Hua Xining nodded. Otherwise, Stinging Bee won't be willing to help you. After all, in name, we've already parted ways with Stinging Bee. The outside world thinks so. Then what name do you think is suitable? Hua Xining thought for a moment and asked, what about Black Light? Black Light? Deng Yifei muttered these 2 words. All right. The name is just a code name. It doesn't matter what you're called. What's important is what you do. After teaching his 9 direct disciples for a month, Deng Yifei couldn't stay still. He brought along the information on Kai's many city lords that the Stinging Bee Tissue had compiled for him back then and began a vigorous sweep. Many of the city lords appointed by Kai and the county governor weren't that honest and competent. Most of them relied on their power to bully the good. Many of them had the shadow of other clans and sects behind them. Stinging Bee Tissue, which had a grudge against Kai, had long sent this information to Deng Yifei. While Deng Yifei was wantonly helping the Kai nation clean up the various city lords, the 6 Grand Dominion realm experts of the Kai nation were already hopping mad at him. Because Deng Yifei wiped out the entire Black Armor Army, Kai lost all the advantages they had gained through the war. What made them hate Deng Yifei even more was the fact that Deng Yifei had killed Kai Wenqiang, the youngest domain realm expert in the royal family. Every domain realm expert was extremely precious to any top-tier faction. Every domain realm expert was a huge boost to the faction's foundation. Kai's royal family had spent hundreds of years and countless resources to cultivate a domain realm expert. Who would have thought that a simple protection mission would kill him? The Black Armor Army was completely wiped out. Not only was Lu Zhigua killed, but even the ordinary soldiers were all killed by Deng Yifei. They didn't leave any seeds for Kai at all. It was estimated that the Black Armor Army wouldn't be able to reappear in the world for the next 100 years. In terms of military strength, Kai suffered a huge loss. Their losses were even greater than Sugua's. Sugua's Black Wolf Army still had more than 100,000 soldiers left. However, Kai's Black Armor Army didn't have many soldiers left. Just because the Black Armor Army was wiped out and their domain realm expert Kai Wenqiang was killed, Sugua, who was about to give in, suddenly changed his mind. Not only did Emperor Sugua chase Kai's envoy out of Sugua's territory, he also said that he wanted to continue the war and asked Kai to do whatever he wanted. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that because of Deng Yifei's sudden appearance, the war between Kai and Sugua was destined to end anxiously. Before they dealt with Deng Yifei, neither of them wanted to send soldiers to attack other cities. However, after the destruction of the Black Armor Army, the old Emperor Kai received an urgent report that Sugua was already recovering the lost territory. After learning that more than 300,000 Black Armor soldiers had been annihilated, the Kai army, which had been sent to Sugua's city, lost all their morale. They didn't have the heart to defend against Sugua's soldiers. Whenever they encountered Sugua's soldiers, they would flee back to the Kai army. Deng Yifei must die. Behind the palace, an old man in a black robe roared, "We must avenge Kai Wenqiang. Otherwise, others will think that the Kai imperial family is a pushover." However, Deng Yifei is extremely powerful. Even though Wenqiang only broke through to the Grand Dominion realm 30 years ago, his strength is still comparable to other primary stage Grand Dominion realm experts. Another old man with white hair and beard said, "If we really want to kill Deng Yifei, I'm afraid only Ancestor Minglong among us has the confidence to do so, right?" Ancestor Minglong was the second in seniority among the 6 ancestors of the Kai imperial family. His cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Grand Dominion realm. Patriarch Minglong looked at the other 5 Kai family Grand Dominion realm experts and said in a deep voice, "If it's just me alone, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to kill Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei is indeed no match for me, but if he wants to escape, I might not be able to catch up to him. I remember that the intelligence reports say that Deng Yifei's movement technique is not bad. There are indeed reports that Deng Yifei's movement technique is not bad. Then what should we do? Why don't we attack together and kill him in one fell swoop?" Ancestor Minglong clenched his fists and said, "Deng Yifei must die. He's only 20 years old, but he's already at the early stage of the Grand Dominion realm. His potential is limitless. In the future, he'll definitely reach the peak of the southern region. To be honest, if I can befriend him, I don't want to make an enemy out of him. Since we've already become enemies, we must kill him in one fell swoop. We must use all our strength and kill Deng Yifei with lightning speed to prevent any future troubles." One of the Grand Dominion realm experts sighed and said, "Ancestor Minglong's words make sense. I didn't expect Deng Yifei to break through to the Grand Dominion realm so quickly. I thought that even if he wanted to break through to the Grand Dominion realm, it would take at least a few decades. If possible, I don't want to make an enemy out of him either. However, he must die. I agree to attack together and kill him." This old man agrees to attack together. Agreed. Let's kill him. We can't let him continue growing. As soon as Ancestor Kai Minglong made his suggestion, the other 5 ancestors agreed without hesitation and agreed to attack together to kill Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei's talent was too strong, his strength was also a serious threat to them. Of course, they had to kill their sworn enemy in one fell swoop. These Ancestor Kai Minglong were all shrewd people. How could they not know this? As for whether it would be too shameless for 5 Grand Dominion realm experts to gang up on a junior, these older experts didn't even think about it. They were all cunning and thick-skinned. Those who cared about their reputation were mostly dead. Those who survived were all shameless people like them, having lived for hundreds and thousands of years. They all understood that only a dead enemy was a good enemy. Tell Kai Doukai to find Deng Yifei's location. Kai Doukai was the current emperor of the Kai family. Although the Kai emperor had a lot of power, he couldn't command these family ancestors as he pleased. When he needed their help in some important matters, he had to ask for their permission. Under normal circumstances, as long as the request was reasonable, these ancestors wouldn't refuse. These ancestors wouldn't normally command the emperor to do anything. They would spend most of their time in seclusion. They would only intervene in domestic affairs in an emergency. For example, the death of a Grand Dominion realm expert in the Kai royal family was an extremely serious matter. Deng Yifei didn't hide his whereabouts when he killed those Kai city lords with dark histories. He killed wherever he went, completely unscrupulous. Now that he was a Grand Dominion realm expert, he could be considered one of the top experts in the Kai family. He didn't have to be so cautious anymore. The Kai intelligence department easily found Deng Yifei. Within Saidu, more than 20 intelligence agents had roughly guessed Deng Yifei's route after a brief analysis of his movements. Even if they guessed wrong, it didn't matter. As long as they didn't deviate too much, they could easily catch up to Deng Yifei with the speed of a Grand Dominion realm expert. After learning of Deng Yifei's whereabouts, the 6 ancestors of the Kai family discussed for a while. In the end, they decided to leave the oldest ancestor to guard the city. After all, the Kai family was very important to the Kai family. If they went out together and their enemies ambushed the capital, they would become the laughingstock of the entire southern region. The other 5 Grand Dominion realm experts also discussed. They would quickly block Deng Yifei and kill him. After getting rid of this big enemy of the Kai family, they would quickly rush back to the city to protect it. At night, Deng Yifei stood in the clouds. Above the clouds was the bright moonlight. Under the moonlight was a small dark city. Deng Yifei scanned with his divine sense and quickly locked onto all the people in the city lord's mansion. A banquet was being held in the city lord's mansion. Deng Yifei was not interested in the guests attending the banquet. Instead, he quickly locked onto the city lord of this small city. He raised the red blood sword. The dazzling white light did not move in a straight line. Instead, it curved like a thin thread and shot into the city lord's mansion through the cracks of the doors and windows. The city lord raised his wine glass. Then, he saw more than 10 white lines entering the banquet hall from all angles, piercing him into a sieve. The white lines instantly disappeared. When the guests at the banquet saw this strange situation, they were scared out of their wits. Everyone quieted down. Immediately after, someone shouted, "The city lord has been assassinated." The banquet immediately became chaotic. "There's an assassin! There's an assassin!" The city guards frantically swarmed into the city lord's mansion, but they were destined to not find the assassin. Because the assassin was in the sky. With their strength, they couldn't even see Deng Yifei. "It's Gui Jianzhou, Deng Yifei. It's that Gui Jianzhou." Someone shouted out Deng Yifei's name again. Then, the city guards that swarmed into the city lord's mansion frantically fled from the various gates of the city lord's mansion. Even the guests at the banquet fled in all directions. No one thought of taking a weapon and fighting Deng Yifei to the death. Because they knew very well that they couldn't beat Deng Yifei. After wiping out the Black Armor Legion and killing a patriarch from the state of Kai, Deng Yifei's name was now known as Ghost Frowning. In front of him, no one could muster up the courage to resist. Those people fled frantically, as if they would be killed by Deng Yifei if they didn't escape. In fact, Deng Yifei wasn't so bored that he would kill the city guards. He killed people for a reason. Deng Yifei looked down at the crowd that was fleeing for their lives. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. If you had known this day earlier, why would you have done it in the first place? Deng Yifei shot a piece of paper into the city lord's residence. That thin piece of paper pierced into the city lord's corpse, and after that, he prepared to leave. He still had other cities to visit. The list of names given to him by the stinging bee tissue was too long. If it wasn't for the help of the stinging bee tissue, Deng Yifei wouldn't have known that so many castellans in Kai City should be punished. Of course, Deng Yifei didn't trust Andriel completely. After all, the leader of the stinging bee tissue had changed. Sometimes, he was worried that the stinging bee tissue would give him a random list of names. Before he carried out a mission, he would occasionally do a random check to see how his targets were killed. As it turned out, the stinging bee tissue did not lie to him. The charges might be exaggerated, but they were definitely not made up. Just as Deng Yifei was about to leave, a powerful aura suddenly attacked him. A powerful sword energy whistled through the air and shot towards him. He nimbly dodged the attack and looked at the figure that was flying towards him. A domain realm expert, a true domain realm expert. You are the domain realm expert from the Kai City royal family? Yes. The person who came was an old man with a head full of white hair. He looked at Deng Yifei and asked in a low voice, "You are Gui Jianzhou, Deng Yifei?" Deng Yifei emphasized, "I prefer you to call me Aurora Swordsman, Deng Yifei. It doesn't matter if you are Gui Jianzhou, Deng Yifei, or Aurora Swordsman, Deng Yifei, the outcome will be the same." The old man roared in a low voice, "You killed Kai Wenqiang and more than 300,000 soldiers of the Black Armor Army. Today, you will die here. They all deserve to die." Deng Yifei said calmly. Deng Yifei was already mentally prepared for the Kai City royal family's domain realm expert to come knocking on his door. Ever since he killed Kai Wenqiang, the stinging bee tissue had actively handed over the crimes of the Kai City royal family to him. He had long wanted to go to the Kai City royal family's capital city. However, the Kai City royal family's capital city had a large population. If a battle broke out in the city, too many innocent civilians would be affected. He did not want to see that happen. Therefore, Deng Yifei settled for the next best thing, which was to kill those evil city lords. He knew that as long as he continued to kill according to the list, those old farts in the Kai City royal family would definitely come knocking on his door. After all, if he killed most of the city lords in the Kai City royal family, then the foundation of the Kai City royal family would definitely be shaken. Let's change the location for the battle? Alright. The patriarch of the Kai kingdom didn't hesitate to agree. The 5 patriarchs of the Kai City royal family had originally planned to surround and kill Deng Yifei. However, Deng Yifei simply had too many targets. They could only estimate a range and could not predict his route. Before discovering Deng Yifei, this patriarch had already sent a message to his companions. At this time, it would be best if they could buy some time. In other words, Deng Yifei's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. Deng Yifei said softly, "Thank you." Patriarch Kai did not know why Deng Yifei was thanking him, but he still said, "Come with me." 2 rays of light flashed over the city's head. The people in the small city didn't know that they had unknowingly avoided a calamity. After flying for more than 300 miles, they found a wasteland. The 2 had just landed, and before they could fight, Deng Yifei's red blood sword vibrated violently. "You have helpers?" "Of course." Kai's domain realm expert sneered. "Who would care about justice when dealing with a villain like you?" Following that, 2 more domain realm experts appeared. The 3 Kai nations' Grand Dominion realm experts surrounded Deng Yifei in a triangular formation. But what surprised Deng Yifei was that the 3 Grand Dominion realm experts didn't make a move against him. Deng Yifei was surprised. "Do you have helpers?" The 3 domain realm experts held their weapons and stared at Deng Yifei. None of them answered his question. Actually, Deng Yifei did not need them to answer. He could already guess the answer. Not long after, 2 more domain realm experts arrived. There were a total of 5 of them. 5 domain realm experts surrounded Deng Yifei. One of the domain realm experts gave Deng Yifei a certain amount of pressure. Deng Yifei knew that the other party's strength was most likely at the mid-stage or late stage of the domain realm. After Patriarch Kai Minglong arrived, the other 4 patriarchs revealed a cruel smile. They felt that the outcome was already decided. No matter how talented Deng Yifei was, he would not be able to win against them. Patriarch Minglong pulled out a golden dragon sword and shouted, "Deng Yifei, today is the day you die. It is your honor to die under the golden spirit dragon sacred sword of the royal family." Deng Yifei's face was still cold, without the slightest trace of fear. He raised the scarlet blood sword in his hand. "What a coincidence, the sword in my hand is also a saint's sword. To be able to die under the scarlet blood sword is also your honor." "Sacred sword?" Pfft. Patriarch Minglong cursed. "Deng Yifei, your hands are stained with the blood of countless innocent people. You are the biggest demon in the southern region. The sword in your hand is as evil as you. How dare you call it a sacred sword? Any weapon in your hand is a demon weapon. The sword in your hand does not deserve to be called a sacred sword. It is a demon sword. You are a demon, a heinous demon." Red blood sword. Jianling Chen-hao was stunned by Patriarch Kai Minglong's scolding. Demon sword, it was a demon sword? Even in his dreams, Chen-hao would never have thought that someone would actually call it a demonic sword. Shouldn't it be called a holy sword? He had already tried his best to whitewash it. But after so many years, why had it become a demonic sword? "It is a holy sword." Deng Yifei emphasized, "In my eyes, it is a holy sword, the one and only holy sword." "I'm afraid you are the only one who thinks that it is a holy sword, right? Whether it is a demon sword or a holy sword, it is not up to you to say." Elder Minglong sneered, "You are a demon, so the sword in your hand must be a demon sword. All the warriors in the southern region think so. Deng Yifei, do you think you can shut the mouths of millions of warriors in the southern region with your strength?" Deng Yifei was furious, but there was someone. No, there was a sword, who was even angrier than Deng Yifei. That was Chen Hao. Before Deng Yifei got the red blood sword, Chen Hao had been planning how to whitewash it, but he never thought that all his hard work over the years would be in vain. Kai Minglong's words woke him up. It seemed that only Deng Yifei and a few people around Deng Yifei still believed that the red blood sword was a holy sword. In the eyes of other warriors, Deng Yifei, who tried to subvert the authority of warriors and killed countless warriors, was more like a demon, and as a demon's sword, the red blood sword was more like a demon's sword. In fact, Chen Hao should have understood it long ago. However, Patriarch Minglong's words tore off Chen Hao's last layer of cloth. He didn't even leave Chen Hao with his underwear. MMP. Chen Hao cursed Kai's 18 generations of ancestors in the red blood sword. Chen Hao flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Deng Yifei, there's no point in talking anymore. Let's do it." At this time, Deng Yifei even comforted him, "Lord Jianling, don't be angry. These people have bad taste." "Yes, you're right. They have no foresight. Those who have no foresight deserve to die." Ancestor Minglong was not interested in wasting time with Deng Yifei. Let's go. Holy Sword Domain Level 9, open. Before Kai and the other patriarchs could make a move, Deng Yifei had already used his trump card. The white sphere of light spread out crazily, and instantly enveloped the 5 Kai clan warriors. When the white light disappeared, only Deng Yifei was left standing there. He held the red blood sword in his right hand and the golden spirit dragon sacred sword of Patriarch Kai Minglong in his left hand. The golden spirit dragon sacred sword struggled with all its might, but it could not break free from Deng Yifei's grasp. The crimson color in Deng Yifei's eyes gradually faded, and the 5 Grand Dominion Realm warriors' corpses were scattered around. Look, Lord Jianling. The red blood sword is the real holy sword. The other holy swords are all fake. Chen Hao agreed, you're right. That sword, give it to me. This was not the first time Deng Yifei had snatched a Dao artifact. Dao artifacts really did have spiritual intelligence, and they were extremely intelligent. They would not easily choose a master. After defeating the master of the Dao artifact, it was very likely that the Dao artifact would break through space and escape. Deng Yifei was an experienced veteran. As long as his opponent had a Dao artifact, he would immediately snatch it after killing the master of the Dao artifact. Generally speaking, even if a Dao artifact had a certain level of strength, it could mobilize a portion of its power to fight against the enemy. However, the strength of the Dao artifact was usually weaker than the master of the Dao artifact. Since Deng Yifei could kill the master of the Dao artifact, of course he could capture the Dao artifact and not let it escape. Alright. Deng Yifei placed the struggling golden spirit dragon sacred sword on the red blood demon sword. The red blood sword suddenly emitted a white light and firmly attached itself to the golden spirit dragon sacred sword. When the red blood sword turned crimson red, Deng Yifei let go of it. He knew that the holy sword was about to start devouring the fake holy sword. He had the strength of a Grand Dominion realm, but the high temperature released by the red blood sword was so high that even he had to retreat. Moreover, once the red blood sword grabbed those Dao artifacts, they would not be able to escape. The golden spirit dragon sacred sword, although its name sounded impressive, it was still a low-grade Dao artifact. In front of the red blood sword, it could not resist at all and its spiritual intelligence was devoured by Chen Hao. The rest would take 3 days to digest the golden spirit dragon sacred sword's body. As long as it was a Dao artifact, its material was extremely extraordinary. It was not something that could be digested in 2 or 3 days. Deng Yifei said in a low voice, next, I might have to make a trip to Caidu. Chen Hao said excitedly, are you going to punish villains? Chen Hao did not care about whether the red blood sword was a holy sword or a demon sword. He did want to become a holy sword, but if others still thought of him as a demon sword, then he could only let them see how they saw him. Chen Hao did not really care. Even if the plan failed, he would not feel discouraged. He was just that carefree. After all, becoming a holy sword was just a goal that he had casually set. If it failed, then it failed. He was not the kind of sword that had never failed before. Ever since he had transmigrated, other than achieving the goal of upgrading the red blood sword, he seemed to have always suffered setbacks. Yes, I think that my plan can begin. What plan? A plan to make the southern mountain range better. Deng Yifei's cold face finally showed a trace of a smile. First, the first step is to start from Kai. 10 days later, Deng Yifei appeared in the capital of Kai. In broad daylight, he went straight to the palace and found the emperor of Kai, Kaido Kai. Kaido Kai was handling government affairs in his study. He had been in power for more than 20 years. Although he could not be considered diligent, he was still quite responsible. If not for Deng Yifei, from Kai's perspective, Kaido Kai could be considered a wise ruler. Under his leadership, Kaido Kai flourished day by day, suppressing his mortal enemy, Sugua. Of course, that was from Kai's perspective, but Deng Yifei's vision was not limited to Kai's territory. Lord Jianling had always taught him to look at problems from the perspective of the entire southern mountain range. Deng Yifei stood in front of Kaido Kai, no longer hiding his tracks. As the emperor, Kaido Kai's cultivation talent was naturally very ordinary. His talent was more in governing the country, but with the support of many cultivation resources, his strength still reached the late stage of the heaven-breaking realm. He raised his head and looked at Deng Yifei, shock flashing across his face. Soon, the shock on his face disappeared, and was replaced by deep sorrow. Sigh. He sighed heavily, but did not shout. He only threw away the red brush in his hand and slumped into the chair. You know me? Aurora swordsman Deng Yifei, who doesn't know you? I have your portrait. This emperor of Kai still maintained the dignity of an emperor in front of Deng Yifei. If I'm not wrong, you should have seen the 5 ancestors of our imperial family, right? Yes, I have. They're all dead? All dead. Kai looked at the writing desk and asked, Are you here to kill me? Deng Yifei said calmly, Yes, you will die. What crime? Kai asked. I'm actually quite curious. What crime are you going to kill me for? Don't you need a reason every time you kill someone? The matter of you building an imperial mausoleum for yourself. My mausoleum. Oh. Kai quickly understood. This is really in line with your style. I thought you would list other evidence. Your mausoleum has been cultivated for 20 years, right? The number of commoners who died in your mausoleum is probably over 100,000, right? Indeed. 3 years ago, an official counted for me. At that time, it seemed to be around 150,000. Kai was very straightforward and directly admitted it. This was because the commoners all knew about it, so there was no need to hide it. The mausoleum was built 5 years after I ascended the throne. It will only stop after I abdicate. After that, it might take 100 years before I can be buried in it. I'm not the only one who did this. Deng Yifei nodded seriously. Don't worry. If I have the chance, I will definitely find them one by one. Kai asked, You're not afraid of death? Of course I'm afraid of death, but I'm even more afraid of living a worthless life. I admit to the crime you've mentioned. But can you let the rest of the Kai clan go? Death was imminent, but Kai did not beg for his life. Instead, he was thinking for the rest of the Kai clan. Kai knew that Deng Yifei had no reason to spare him. He had never heard of anyone who could beg for their life in front of Deng Yifei. In the words of the think tank, Deng Yifei was naturally paranoid, especially after Lord Liu Chuan's death. This person had gone to the extreme, like a madman. That is, if they aren't villains. Deng Yifei said softly. Then can you let my son continue to be emperor? Kai asked softly. I can choose a suitable prince, at least one who has a clean record. Deng Yifei looked at Kai in surprise. Even at death's door, he still did not forget his throne? Do you have the right to say such things? If the throne is not inherited by my son, then will it be controlled by you? Kai asked softly. I don't have the time. That's right. Kai said in a low voice, I know that you definitely hope for peace in this country. It would be best if the people could live and work in peace without war, right? Right. Deng Yifei glanced at Kai. Although this person was a little inhumane, he was still quite shrewd. If the Kai clan loses its emperor, our Kai clan will be finished. The entire clan will definitely fall into chaos. The governors and generals of the various clans will probably declare themselves kings and go on expeditions. At that time, it's very likely that the countries around our clan will also lead their troops to invade the Kai clan. Kai briefly explained to Deng Yifei the possible large-scale chaos that would occur in Kai clan after the fall of the Kai clan. At that time, the people in Kai clan will be plunged into misery and suffering. The ones who will suffer will not be the martial practitioners, but the civilians you want to protect. The number of people who will die in the chaos will not be just a few 100,000. If there is no country that can make the final decision, the chaos may last for years, decades, or even decades. Kai's words made Deng Yifei speechless. He had thought about all of this before. Because he had thought about it, he did not kill Kai the moment he appeared. So? Kai gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and said, If there is someone in our clan that you want to kill, then do as you wish. Our imperial Kai clan is willing to serve you as our master. I will have the new emperor of Kai clan become your disciple and listen to your orders. How about it? You are quite bold. Deng Yifei, if you really want peace in Kai clan, then you need our Kai clan to take charge of the situation and guard the imperial capital. Only our Kai clan can keep Kai clan in check. If you really want to achieve your goal, then you have to keep our Kai clan. Why? Don't you think that it is more appropriate for us officials to take charge of punishing villains? Kaidokai asked with a smile, you're just one person. Even though you've become a domain realm expert, you still can't take care of everything. Don't you think that if the kingdom of Kai cooperates with your actions and your will, we'll be able to kill more villains and maintain peace? Deng Yifei asked back, you also know that it is best for you officials to do this? Haha. Kaidokai laughed. You are a madman who dares to make an enemy out of all the martial practitioners in the southern domain, but our Kai clan is not a madman. Our Kai clan has too many concerns. We can't act as we please like you. It's not that our Kai clan doesn't want to use the law to restrain those martial practitioners, but we can't. The Kai clan doesn't have enough strength. If we really do as you say, the first to jump out and oppose us will be the aristocratic families and sects of Clan Kai. Is your Kai clan afraid of them? The Blue Flame Sect. Kaidokai said. The Blue Flame Sect has 4 domain realm experts. It's not just the Blue Flame Sect. Those aristocratic families and forces may not be very strong, but once they join forces, they can split a province in a very short time. Our Kai clan cannot give up on power. It was at this time that the red blood sword in Deng Yifei's hand suddenly trembled. Then an old man appeared beside Deng Yifei. It was another domain realm expert. Ever since he broke through to the domain realm, Deng Yifei realized that domain realm experts were becoming less and less valuable. He seemed to be able to see one every 2 or 3 days. Deng Yifei, where are the other 5 domain realm experts of our Kai clan? Dead. Deng Yifei said casually. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Deng Yifei's eyes were full of disdain. This was because the old man standing in front of him was not only severely weakened, but his strength was also mediocre. At the early stage of the domain realm, he might even be weaker than an ordinary early stage domain realm expert. Ancestor Bai Hao, please control yourself. Kaidokai shouted. If you're really doing this for our Kai clan, we've already lost 6 ancestors. If you leave, our Kai clan will be completely finished. This, Ancestor Bai Hao stared at Deng Yifei with his turbid eyes, but in the end, he didn't make the first move. I won't kill him, but he wants to kill me. Ancestor Bai Hao, no, Deng Yifei definitely doesn't know you. You're already a dead man in history. Deng Yifei probably doesn't have a record of you. Ancestor Bai Hao looked at Deng Yifei in shock. Deng Yifei said in a low voice, if you try to attack me, I'll kill you without hesitation. Ancestor, I'm about to die. I hope you can listen and be a witness. Kaidokai whispered to Patriarch Bai Hao. He wants to kill you? Yes, he wants to kill me. Kaidokai said, in the entire Kai prefecture, Deng Yifei can kill anyone he wants. No one can escape. Patriarch Bai Hao looked at Kaidokai for a moment, then sighed deeply. It's us patriarchs who are useless. Patriarch, you're just old. Kaidokai casually gave him a way out. I've already discussed this with Lord Deng. Our Kai clan is destined to not escape this purge, but I hope to leave us with some hope. I'll have the heir to the throne take Lord Deng as his master. If Lord Deng needs anything in the future, our Kai prefecture will cooperate with the entire nation. Patriarch, what do you think of my idea? All right. Patriarch Bai Hao sighed. It wasn't that Patriarch Bai Hao didn't understand the logic behind cutting off one's tail in order to survive in a time of crisis. Patriarch Bai Hao asked, Deng Yifei, what do you think? Your Kai clan seems to value the throne a lot. Kaidokai said. Kaidokai said, it's not that our Kai family values the throne, it's just that our Kai family can't step down from the throne. Over 1,000 years ago, when the Nanyue Empire collapsed, our Kai family's ancestor was only a general under the same general as the Su family's ancestor. Later, our Kai family's ancestor declared himself the emperor. For over 1,000 years, our Kai family has always controlled the Kai kingdom. Our Kai family has countless enemies, not just within the Kai kingdom, but outside of the Kai kingdom. If our Kai family suddenly falls, countless enemies will reach out to the other members of our Kai family. I know you have a habit of not killing the weak, the elderly, the women, and the children, but if you knew what happened to them, you might regret not killing them back then. Deng Yifei asked, do you think your Kai clan will be safe if you submit to me? Our Kai clan will only be in more danger if we submit to you. Kaido said, once news of our Kai family submitting to you spreads, our Kai family will definitely be safe for a short period of time. That's because the other peak powers won't dare to offend you. You can't possibly offend the other peak powers right away, right? What the Kai clan needs right now is a bit of time to prepare. A few months, maybe half a year. That should be enough. We need to make some arrangements. Some of our clansmen need to leave the clan, and even change their surnames. Why should I let you do as you wish? We, the direct descendants of the royal family, are willing to help you control the situation in Kai. Not only do we have millions of soldiers, but we also have a perfect intelligence system in several neighboring countries. We are definitely more powerful than the Stinging Bee Tissues branch in Kai. As for the spiritual stone mines, gold mines, and all kinds of metal ores, we don't even need to talk about them. We can hand them over to you. I don't think I can refuse. When he heard that Kaido Kai was willing to hand over the complete intelligence system, Deng Yifei was tempted. He had always wanted to have an intelligence organization. Back then, he had wanted to control the stinging bee tissue, but due to various circumstances, he hadn't been able to do so. Kai's intelligence system would definitely be extremely powerful. Perhaps the Kai family had been operating for thousands of years. Its intelligence system would definitely surpass the stinging bee tissue, which had been severely damaged 2 years ago and was still recovering. Thank you very much. Kaido Kai stood up from his chair and said to Ancestor Bai Hao, I'll go get my crown prince. Ancestor, I'll have to trouble you to entertain Lord Deng. Kaido Kai bowed respectfully and hurriedly left the imperial study. Ancestor Bai Hao looked at Kaido Kai's back and whispered, this child is too calm. Even I can't compare to him. I've seen many people who are about to die. Among all those who are about to die, his performance is really very good. Maybe I'll still remember it many years later. Ancestor Bai Hao gripped the long sword in his hand and glanced at Deng Yifei. In the end, he didn't draw his sword. It wasn't that he didn't want to draw his sword, it wasn't that he didn't dare to attack Deng Yifei. He had lived for nearly 1,000 years and was tired of living long ago. He wasn't afraid of death. Sometimes, he even wished he could die sooner, but now, he had more important things to do. He couldn't die under Deng Yifei's sword in vain. Kaido Kai walked out of the imperial study and ordered the Imperial Guard General, pass on my orders. Summon Crown Prince Kai Xianxia to the palace as soon as possible. Tell him that I'm in a hurry and that it's related to the Kai family ancestor and the succession to the throne. This subordinate obeys. 15 minutes later, Kaido Kai's eldest son, Kai Xianxia, entered the palace. Kai Xianxia was 25 years old this year and had a cultivation of mid-Xiantian realm. His martial talent was somewhat lacking, far inferior to his third brother's. However, it was precisely because his martial talent wasn't outstanding that he had a chance of inheriting the throne. Imperial father, what urgent matter have you summoned me to the palace? Kaido Kai looked at his son and sighed deeply. Imperial father has let you down. I've left you such a mess. What exactly is it? Kaido Kai roughly explained how Deng Yifei had wiped out the Black Armor Legion and killed the Kai family's 6 domain realm ancestors. Our Kai family is no match for Deng Yifei. We admit defeat, but we must do everything we can to protect the Kai family. Kaido Kai roughly explained his plan. By the end, Kai Jingxuan's eyes were filled with anger. Jingxian, I know that you may hate Deng Yifei, but as the emperor and as the head of the family, you can't be swayed by your emotions. What you should be responsible for isn't just a few clansmen, but the interests of the majority of the family. So, do you know what to do? I do. Try to protect the Kai family as much as possible and transfer the assets as quickly as possible. Send a portion of the clansmen with potential out of the Kai family and fully cooperate with Deng Yifei. It's good that you remember. Kaido Kai nodded. Thus, he led Kai Jingxian into the imperial study. Kai Jingxian looked at Deng Yifei curiously. With just a glance, his gaze met with Deng Yifei's cold and emotionless eyes, and he felt his heart skip a beat. This was Gue Jianzhou, Deng Yifei. The real person was much scarier than the portrait, especially that cold aura. In broad daylight, with just a glance, it was as if one had fallen into icy water. Lord Deng, this is my son, Kai Jingxian. N. Come and acknowledge Lord Deng as your master. Deng Yifei frowned, just an in-name disciple is enough. Moreover, I have many rules that I hope he will abide by. Kai Doukai looked at his son and said, he will abide by them. If he doesn't, Lord Deng can clean up the family. At that time, I'll have to trouble Ancestor by how to let my second son take the position. Ancestor by how nodded. Kai Xianxia was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Deng Yifei nodded, sure. Seeing that his son was still in a daze, Kai Doukai kicked him hard. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and acknowledge him as your master. Oh, okay. Kai Xianxia knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Deng Yifei before offering him tea. Deng Yifei took the tea and reluctantly moistened his lips. The ceremony was over. Xianxia, our Kai family is counting on you. Kai Doukai patted his son's shoulder and said, Father knows that he has sinned, so I will take my leave first. Kai Doukai entered the study through the side door. Not long after, Deng Yifei and Kai family's last ancestor, Kai Baihao, learned that Kai Doukai was dead. He had died quietly, without a single sound. Kai Baihao glanced at Deng Yifei and slowly closed his eyes. He looked at Kai Xianxia who was still kneeling on the ground in a daze and took a deep breath. He knew that Kai Xianxia, who had just taken the throne, was still too young and inexperienced. The Kai family could only rely on him now. Xianxia, did your father tell you anything before he died? Kai Xianxia took out a black token with a fierce black dragon carved on it. This is the token of our Kai family's black feather. With this token, I can command Black Feather's intelligence personnel. Black Feather was the name of Kai's official intelligence organization. Kai Xianxia could easily command Black Feather with this token in his hand. Deng Yifei asked, who's the leader of Black Feather? Kai Xianxia replied, it's Kai Wanqing. Can you bring that Kai Wanqing here? Okay. Kai Xianxia nodded. In fact, Kai Doukai had been on the throne for more than 20 years and had been grooming a successor. Kai Xianxia had been groomed by him for 3 to 4 years. Once Kai Xianxia succeeded the throne, he would be able to quickly assume the role of emperor. Kai Xianxia walked out of the study. Not long after, he brought an ordinary-looking middle-aged man to the study. Kai Wanqing's expression changed when he saw Deng Yifei. Don't be nervous, Kai Wanqing. My father has passed away. Before he died, he passed the throne to me. Our Kai family's ancestor Baihao can testify. After knowing that his father had committed suicide, Kai Xianxia was not as sad as he had imagined. Instead, he quickly entered the role of an emperor. Kai Wanqing looked at the only unfamiliar white-haired old man in the square. The white-haired old man nodded. Now, Xianxia will inherit the throne. Before Doukai died, everything was arranged. Kai Xianxia will take Deng Yifei as his master, and he will be Deng Yifei's disciple in the future. Our Kai family will serve Deng Yifei, and Heiyu will also be under Deng Yifei's jurisdiction. This subordinate understands. After knowing the situation, Kai Wanqing's face was full of bitterness. He still couldn't accept this fact. A few days ago, one of the Kai's Grand Domain Realm ancestors had sought him out and asked him to draw out the locations where Deng Yifei would appear so that they could intercept Deng Yifei midway. Who would have thought that in just a few days, there would only be one Grand Domain Realm ancestor left in the Kai Empire? Even Deng Yifei had fought his way to the capital and forced the old emperor to his death. However, this situation was already very fortunate. Deng Yifei didn't start a massacre. Only the emperor had died. Alright, wait here. I'll bring someone over. Half an hour later, Deng Yifei brought Hua Xining to the palace. Kai Wanqing, from today onwards, you will assist Hua Xining and teach her Heiyu. For the time being, only Hua Xining could be of use by Deng Yifei's side. Moreover, Hua Xining was born in the Andromeda division, and intelligence work was her old profession. It would be easier for her to control Heiyu. Deng Yifei wasn't afraid that Kai Wanqing would do anything to him. If he wasn't afraid of death, or the death of the Kai family, after all, Kai Wanqing was a member of the Kai family. Kai Wanqing's face was bitter and filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. He looked at the crown prince who had fallen. Kai Xianxia lowered his head, not daring to look at his eyes. He then looked at Baihao, who nodded and gestured for him to cooperate with Deng Yifei. This subordinate obeys. After Kai Wanqing lowered his head, Kai Xianxia asked, Master, Can I release the news now? Release what news? The news that I've acknowledged you as my master. Xianxia said in a low voice, my father said that it's difficult to hide the death of a domain realm expert. If people from other factions know that our Kai family has lost 6 domain realm experts, they will definitely send domain realm experts to destroy the Kai family. If news of me acknowledging you as my master gets out, they definitely won't act rashly. This matter will be kept a secret for now. This? Xianxia's forehead was covered in sweat. Deng Yifei placed a thick stack of papers in front of Xianxia. These people are all villains in your royal family. Capture them and bring them to me. I'll stay in your palace. You won't be unwelcome, right? Xianxia hesitated. But what if a strong enemy invades? Villains naturally need to be killed. Deng Yifei said in a low voice. I understand, master. The next day, the news of Kaido Kai's death spread throughout the imperial court. With Patriarch by house support, Xianxia easily inherited the throne. As for the rumors that the Kai family might have lost many domain realm experts, it was widely spread. After all, no one dared to observe the battle between Deng Yifei and the 5 domain realm experts from a close distance. Thus, many cultivators knew that there were domain realm experts who died under Deng Yifei's sword. But as for how many domain realm experts died, even the cultivators watching from afar didn't know. They only knew that it wasn't just 2 or 3. Deng Yifei sat cross-legged on the praying mat, quietly waiting for Xianxia to bring the scum of the royal family to him. Xianxia's residence was right next to Deng Yifei's residence. From this, one could see just how afraid Xianxia was of death. Because of this, the Kai family's wealth and glory were all entrusted to Deng Yifei. Thus, it became Xianxia's goal to curry favor with Deng Yifei. He looked at the list Deng Yifei gave him. The people on the list were all from the same clan, the closest ones were his half-brother and 2 uncles. However, he didn't even frown. When he saw his brother's name, he couldn't help but laugh. Then, he ordered the Imperial Guards General, Wan Tiandao, to capture them according to Deng Yifei's list, the kind that didn't give any face. He had no choice. He needed to win Deng Yifei's favor and buy time for the Kai family. He even needed to make Deng Yifei the temporary protection of the Kai family. Moreover, as the crown prince of the Kai family, Xianxia was a cold person. Otherwise, Kaido Kai wouldn't have passed the throne to him before his death. 3 days later, Deng Yifei killed one of Xianxia's brothers, 2 of his uncles, and a few of his closest relatives. None of them escaped. They were all brought to Deng Yifei by Xianxia. Deng Yifei was very satisfied with Xianxia's performance. He thought that Xianxia would secretly play some tricks and say that they had already escaped. However, he also started to pay attention to Xianxia. For someone like Xianxia, as long as he had enough power, his future achievements wouldn't be too bad. On the 13th day of Deng Yifei's visit to the Kai Imperial Palace, the battle that Deng Yifei had been waiting for finally arrived. He could clearly sense the terrifying aura of the 5 domain realm experts. 5 domain realm experts, it shouldn't be the Ashen Flame sect. In the entire Kai Imperial Palace, the Ashen Flame sect was the top faction. The Ashen Flame sect also had domain realm experts, but according to Kai Baihao, there weren't many of them, only 3. The Ashen Flame sect had always been friendly to the Kai Imperial Palace and had never shown too much ambition. They also rarely planted people in the imperial court. In Deng Yifei's eyes, these 5 domain realm experts were most likely from Sugua. Sugua had about 5 to 6 Grand Dominion realm experts. 1,000 years ago, the founding emperors of Sugua and Kai Imperial Palace were colleagues. They each led an elite army and were loyal to the Nanyue Empire. However, after the Nanyue Empire collapsed, the founding emperors of both countries began to annex and occupy the nearby lands. In the end, they finally fought each other and gradually became angry. The person who understood you the most was usually your opponent. This sentence was also applicable to the situation between 2 forces. The people who understood Sugua Imperial Palace the most were the Kai Imperial Palace. A few days ago, Kai Baihao had mentioned that if a domain realm expert really came to attack, the most likely one would be Sugua. Firstly, Sugua was strong enough. Secondly, Sugua and Kai Imperial Palace had enough enmity between them. Thirdly, Sugua wasn't far from Kai Imperial Palace. To a domain realm expert, it wasn't far at all. he even told Deng Yifei about the life stories of Su Gua and the other domain realm experts. In any case, by Deng Yifei's standards, they didn't seem like good people. Kai Baihao, go out and take a look. Su Gua's guests are about to arrive. Go out and welcome them. Don't let the battle affect Kai Imperial Palace. Although they were both early-stage domain realm experts, Deng Yifei's divine sense was much stronger than Kai Baihao's. All right. Kai Baihao sighed heavily and assumed the role of bait. He took his sword and soared into the sky from the palace, flying out of Saidu. Deng Yifei also covered his face and followed closely behind Kai Baihao out of Saidu. The 5 domain realm experts clearly sensed the auras of the 2 domain realm experts and immediately chased after the 2 fleeing domain realm experts. After flying for over 600 li, Kai Baihao and Deng Yifei were surrounded by 5 Grand Dominion Realm experts, the Grand Dominion Realm cultivator in the middle stage of the Grand Dominion Realm. He carefully sized up Kai Baihao before saying to the masked Deng Yifei, "What a surprise. We've investigated the scene where your Kai family tried to kill Deng Yifei, and there should be 5 Grand Dominion Realm experts who died at the scene. I thought that the Kai family's Grand Dominion Realm experts were all wiped out, but who would have thought that the Kai family was hiding 2 more Grand Dominion Realm experts? To be honest, just this point alone is enough to make me admire the Kai family. If it weren't for your bad luck and encountering Deng Yifei, our Su family might have been trampled beneath your feet forever." Kai Baihao sneered. "Aren't you afraid that Deng Yifei will come after you?" "Why should I be afraid?" The Su clan's Grand Dominion Realm expert said confidently. "We admit that he's very strong. However, I believe that if the 5 of us work together, we can even kill Deng Yifei. It's just that we might need more time. The Kai clan's Grand Dominion Realm experts aren't that strong. They probably lack battle experience." Kai Baihao said, "That's what we thought back then." The Su clan's Grand Dominion Realm expert said, "That's because you're too weak. You're Su Wuya, right? I remember that when you were young, you were arrogant and domineering. You even reared 3 white tigers at home and fed them live humans every day?" The Su clan's mid-stage Grand Dominion Realm expert frowned. "Old man, who are you?" Kai Baihao didn't answer Su Wuya's question. Instead, he looked at the Grand Dominion Realm expert on Su Wuya's right. "You're Su Tianluan, right? You're the one who wiped out Jiantong City, right?" The masked Deng Yifei's eyes flashed with killing intent. "I remember that you're called Su Yongming, right? If I remember correctly, you cultivate a demonic cultivation technique. You need fresh human blood to cultivate, right? A conservative estimate of the Grand Dominion Realm experts who have died in your hands in the past 600 years should be at least a few million, right? Some of them might be Kai citizens or Su Gua's own people." Deng Yifei had already noticed the black-robed Su Yongming a long time ago. Deng Yifei smelled an extremely strong scent of blood on Su Yongming. "Looks like you know us very well." Su Yongming sneered. "Old man, who exactly are you?" "Me? My name is Kai Baihao." "Kai Baihao?" The 5 Grand Dominion Realm experts of the Su clan at different times looked at each other, but they couldn't remember this person. Logically speaking, they would pay attention to the Kai clan's experts at different times, especially those peerless geniuses who had a chance of breaking through to the Grand Dominion Realm. "You shouldn't know me," Kai Baihao said. "After all, I was an illegitimate child who wandered outside. I only acknowledged my ancestors when I was 17 years old." Deng Yifei looked at Kai Baihao. He didn't expect this person to have so many stories behind him. "What about him?" Su Tianluan pointed at Deng Yifei and asked, "Although he's masked, he looks very young. Is he a super genius that appeared in your Kai clan in the past 100 years? "You're wrong." Kai Baihao smiled helplessly. "Strictly speaking, he's my enemy, the Kai clan's biggest enemy." "The Kai clan's biggest enemy? Who was the Kai clan's biggest enemy?" All the Su clan's Grand Dominion Realm experts looked at Deng Yifei. Su Tianluan was the closest to Deng Yifei among the Su clan's Grand Dominion Realm experts. However, he still couldn't sense Deng Yifei's aura, so he couldn't recognize Deng Yifei. However, Su Gua and the other Grand Dominion Realm experts were all quick-witted people. Soon, a terrifying thought appeared in their minds at the same time. Could this person be? Deng Yifei tore off his mask, revealing his extremely handsome and young face. Everyone, I've been waiting for you in the Kai clan for a long time. You're finally here. Dangy, ghost. Before they could finish their sentence, a blinding light erupted from Deng Yifei's body. He activated his holy sword domain. He didn't allow any explanation and directly attacked. Before this, Kai Baihao had already told him all the crimes of these 5 Grand Dominion Realm experts. And just now, Kai Baihao repeated it again. Subwa's Grand Dominion Realm experts didn't refute Kai Baihao. Instead, they thought that Kai Baihao knew a lot of things. Those things could be settled. These Grand Dominion Realm experts deserved to die. Were Subwa's Grand Dominion Realm experts strong? To be honest, they were considered strong. But they weren't as strong as they boasted. At least, they weren't as strong as they claimed. They couldn't defeat Deng Yifei with just 5 people. Subwa's domain realm experts would never have imagined that Deng Yifei was still in Kai City, and he was even following behind the Kai family's patriarch. Didn't Deng Yifei just kill 6 of the Kai family's domain realm experts? The enmity between Deng Yifei and the Kai family was absolutely irreconcilable, yet, Deng Yifei seemed to be working with the Kai family again. The holy sword domain vanished, leaving behind the corpses of the 5 domain realm experts on the ground. The last ancestor of the Kai clan, Kai Baihao's sallow face turned pale. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva as he thought back to the scene he saw in the holy sword domain. It was the 5 domain realm experts from the Su country who were killed by Deng Yifei. What a terrifying domain. Kai Baihao knew that he wouldn't be a match for any of the 5 Grand Dominion Realm experts from Su country. However, those 5 Sugwa family experts didn't even have the strength to fight back against Deng Yifei. The gap between the two sides was too big. Did all my domain realm juniors die like this? Kai Baihao thought to himself as he looked at the 5 corpses on the ground. If it was said that he occasionally had the impulse to sneak up on Deng Yifei before, but now, that little bit of impulsiveness had disappeared, he could already deeply feel the gap in strength between him and Deng Yifei. Ambushing him was impossible. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well submit. Kai Baihao looked in the direction of Kai City. There were more than 100,000 members of the Kai family there, like the other top imperial clans in the southern region. After thousands of years of reproduction, the Kai family's descendants were all over Kai City. They were even showing signs of spreading to other countries. Because Deng Yifei had killed 6 of the Kai family's domain realm experts, the Kai family's overall strength had plummeted. Coupled with the potential danger and enemies that Deng Yifei might bring, the Kai family would probably speed up their expansion in the next few years. They would strive to spread to other parts of the southern region, and even the eastern and western regions. Kai Doukai had willingly committed suicide, allowed the new emperor, Kai Xianxia, to take Deng Yifei as his teacher, and handed over control of Black Feather. In reality, all of this was to buy time for the Kai family to transfer their assets and protect their clansmen. If it wasn't for Deng Yifei's protection, today's script would have been completely rewritten. Then, it would turn into Sugwa's domain realm expert carrying out a decapitation operation, destroying the entire Kai clan in one fell swoop, killing countless members of the Kai clan, and then robbing them of their wealth. After that, the other members of the Kai clan who had lost their Grand Dominion Realm expert would become meat on the chopping block. Deng Yifei collected the 5 corpses and flew into the air. He looked back at Kai Baihao, who was still in deep thought, and asked, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you going back?" "Yes, of course." Deng Yifei said, "After we go back, tell Kai Xianxia that he can announce his relationship with me." Now, Deng Yifei no longer needed to hide. Even if they were to hide their identities, there wouldn't be any more hotheads like Sugwa coming in for the time being. If the other factions didn't find out who was behind the Kai clan, they wouldn't dare to make a move on the Kai clan. Deng Yifei decided to step out openly. He would take it as giving the Kai clan some face. Sooner or later, he would have to stand up for the Kai clan. After all, the Kai clan had sacrificed so much for him. All right. After returning to the palace, Kai Xianxia heard that the 5 Grand Dominion Realm experts had all been killed by Deng Yifei. He was both happy and disappointed. He felt that the Kai clan wouldn't be able to get their revenge for at least 1,000 years. Deng Yifei was too strong. He was so strong that it made people despair, especially when he was only 20 years old this year. He was younger than Kai Xianxia by a few years. "Your Majesty, when do you think it's best to announce your relationship with Deng Yifei?" "Tomorrow." Kai Xianxia sighed. "Duke Ziting sent me a letter today. He said that Black Eye sect is getting restless. It seems like they want to make a move on him. Is Black Eye sect that impatient? The news of the Kai clan's Grand Dominion realm experts' deaths has spread. It's not just Black Eye sect that wants to make a move on us. Xianxia sneered. If it wasn't for Deng Yi, if it wasn't for Lord Deng, there would be other factions that have the guts to take a bite out of our Kai clan. If we don't put up an effective resistance and show that we are strong enough to intimidate the other factions, they will gang up on us and devour us. We need Lord Deng's support in the short term. It's good that you understand. The next day, Xianxia sat on the dragon throne and announced that he had taken Deng Yifei as his master. The entire court was in an uproar. An elderly general stood out with a sorrowful look on his face. He said bitterly, "Your Majesty, Deng Yifei is the murderer who destroyed our Black Armor army. If your Majesty takes Deng Yifei as your master, what will happen to the lives of your soldiers? How can they serve our Kai clan? The soldiers, they were just tools to serve the royal family. What would happen to their lives?" Xianxia didn't think about this. All he knew was that he had to cling on to Deng Yifei's thighs. Only then could the Kai clan survive. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Deng Yifei didn't just kill our Kai clan soldiers, he also killed more than 30 city lords recently. His crimes are too numerous to list. Your Majesty, please retract your order and send men to arrest and kill Deng Yifei. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, please retract your order. Your Majesty, please don't take Deng Yifei as your master. An official even ran to the pillar and shouted, "Your Majesty, if you really want to take Deng Yifei as your master, I will kill myself in front of the hall." Xianxia's expression didn't even change. He had guessed that these officials would oppose with all their might. This was because these courtiers were either the patriarchs of aristocratic families, or they were backed by powerful factions. Deng Yifei had offended too many factions. In fact, he had offended almost all of the factions within the Kai family. Xianxia knew that these officials probably knew that the Kai clan had lost 6 Grand Dominion realm experts. They knew that the Kai clan's strength had been greatly reduced, so they wanted to stop the Kai clan from finding a backer. This was a clan, this was a faction. Do you have a problem with me? Just as the numerous courtiers were about to threaten him with their lives, a loud and clear voice suddenly rang out in the hall. This voice contained true essence, completely suppressing the voices of everyone present. According to the rules, it was impossible to use ethereal energy to amplify one's voice in the hall. After all, among the court officials, the military generals were all powerful individuals. Even among the civil officials, there were quite a number of them who were powerful as well. If over 100 of them used ethereal energy to amplify their voices, then these officials wouldn't be able to speak. Therefore, at this moment, the voice in the hall was abnormally loud. The officials all looked at the entrance, wanting to see who it was. When they noticed the young man standing at the entrance of the hall that was bustling like a market just now instantly became deathly silent. Deng Yifei carried his sword and walked into the hall with a faint smile on his face. As he walked, he looked at the courtiers in the hall. You all seem to have something against me. None of the courtiers in the hall dared to speak. Most of the courtiers recognized Deng Yifei. Most of them had Deng Yifei's portrait in their hands. Even if they did not recognize Deng Yifei, they did not dare to act rashly when they saw the courtiers looking at Deng Yifei with such fear. No one has anything against me? I don't think so, right? Deng Yifei grabbed a courtier's collar and lifted him up. What's your name? Sang Chongjun. So you are Sang Chongjun. Deng Yifei said in realization. Tell me, do you have something against me? Who are you? I don't know you. Sang Chongjun shouted. Your Majesty, who is this? He shouldn't be a courtier, right? Where are the imperial guards? Hurry up and drag him out. With a shing sound, the sword was unsheathed. Sang Chongjun clutched his neck and fell to the ground. A pool of blood spread across his body. All the courtiers present gasped in shock. They did not expect Deng Yifei to be so unscrupulous. Now, you all should know who I am, right? Seeing that there were still some ignorant people who were confused, Deng Yifei explained reluctantly, My name is Deng Yifei. You may also call me Aurora Swordsman. I am your Majesty's master. You all seem to be very unhappy with me just now. I know you are Deng Yifei. But as His Majesty's master, isn't it a little too much to kill a courtier in the hall? Xianxia coughed softly. I gave my master, Deng Yifei, an imperial sword. It can be used to behead a muddle-headed emperor, and it can be used to kill treacherous ministers and thieves. It can be used to act first and report later. The sword in my master's hand now is the imperial sword that I gave him. I have already sent the imperial edict to him yesterday. He was the emperor, so he had the final say on which sword was the imperial sword, and whether or not there was an imperial edict. All the courtiers in the hall fell silent. They looked at Xianxia and realized for the first time that the new emperor was actually such a person. Deng Yifei looked at Xianxia in surprise and was somewhat satisfied with him. Although the emperor's strength wasn't that great, his reaction was quite fast and he was quite perceptive. Deng Yifei pointed his sword at the corpse and said, "This Sang Chongjun not only embezzled a huge sum of 300,000 gold coins, but also occupied 3,000 mu of fertile land and a mine. The evidence is conclusive, so I will execute him." Indeed, the evidence is conclusive. Xianxia nodded. Heiyu has already collected sufficient evidence of his crimes. In fact, there were countless courtiers with tainted records. However, if the water was too clear, there would be no fish. In the past, when Xianxuan's father, Do Kai, was in power, he would often turn a blind eye to those courtiers with small tainted records. He didn't care too much about them. But now, Deng Yifei had coincidentally found out about the courtiers from Heiyu. When the courtier who questioned Deng Yifei heard the emperor's guarantee, he was shocked. He looked at Deng Yifei and saw that Deng Yifei was also looking at him. He suddenly had a bad feeling. "May I ask? What is your name, sir?" "Me?" "Yes, you." Deng Yifei nodded seriously. "My name is..." The courtier who questioned Deng Yifei opened his mouth, but he couldn't bring himself to say his name. He didn't know how well Deng Yifei knew him, if he was like Sang Chongjun and was remembered by Deng Yifei, and Deng Yifei still had dirt on him. Since he dared to kill Sang Chongjun, there was no reason why he wouldn't dare to kill him as well. Deng Yifei was getting impatient when the courtier didn't say his name. "What? Sir, are you looking down on me, Deng Yifei, by refusing to say your name?" Fine beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and tried his best to calm himself down. He didn't dare to look down on Deng Yifei. In the entire southern region, there weren't many people who had the right to look down on Deng Yifei. "Sir Deng, I think you're treating me like a fart." "What do you mean? Let me go this time." Deng Yifei's stiff face was about to burst into laughter. He looked at this uncle seriously. Shameless people were really invincible. "Sir Deng, he's Xiao Kalin from the Ministry of Revenue." Just as Deng Yifei was thinking about whether to continue, someone suddenly stood up and shouted. Xiao Kalin trembled when he heard someone call his name. He looked at the official who jumped out and shouted his name. He couldn't help but curse, "Jiang Yinfan, you despicable person." Jiang Yinfan's hair was snow white. He was small and skinny, but he seemed to be in good spirits. He sneered, "We're the same." "Jiang Yinfan." Deng Yifei glanced at Jiang Yinfan. Jiang Yinfan looked at Deng Yifei nervously. However, Deng Yifei still remembered Jiang Yinfan. There were more than 100 people in Kai, but the cleanest was this small official in the Ministry of Justice. Of course, the price he paid was also the worst. He had been in his current position for more than 50 years. Xiao Kalin tried to maintain his composure and forced a smile on his face. But soon, there was a flash of blood and the smile on his face froze. "I remember you, Xiao Kalin." Deng Yifei said calmly, "I heard that your third son stole someone's wife. Later, you killed the other party's entire family. You said that you wanted to eliminate the source of the trouble." Yes. Jiang Yinfan laughed, "Lord Deng is right. This was done by the old devil Xiao. His 3 sons are not good people either. They are called Xiao Boning, Xiao Bohai, and Xiao Buiyun." I know." Jiang Yinfan looked at the 2 corpses in the main hall, then looked at the group of superiors who used to be arrogant but were now trembling like quails. He suddenly felt a sense of heroism in his chest. He bowed to Deng Yifei and said, "Lord Deng, do you want me to introduce you to some more courtiers?" The 100 officials looked at Jiang Yinfan as if they were looking at a ghost. Their eyes were filled with fear. They didn't expect that this unremarkable little old man would actually want to deal with them today, and at the most crucial moment, and Jiang Yinfan's eyes were as vicious as a jackal's. Deng Yifei looked at Xianxia, who was sitting on the dragon throne, and hesitated. If he really killed all the officials in Kai, the whole Kai would be in chaos. Then, his eyes met Jiang Yinfan's eyes. You can introduce me, but my time is limited. Just introduce me to a few of them. A few days ago, when he was looking through the list of officials in Kai, Deng Yifei had noticed Jiang Yinfan. Jiang Yinfan came from a declining family. When he entered the Ministry of Justice, he offended many officials because of his upright and plain-spoken character. In the end, his whole family was retaliated against. That was about 40 years ago. After that, Jiang Yinfan was depressed and muddle-headed for 40 years. His enemies should still be in the main hall of Kai. Jiang Yinfan looked at Deng Yifei excitedly and nodded his head heavily. He knew that Deng Yifei had guessed his thoughts. Furthermore, this righteous expert of the southern mountain range seemed to be planning to help him. Jiang Yinfan looked at the courtiers. Only a small portion of them were still standing their ground. The rest of the courtiers were retreating in fear. No one dared to meet Jiang Yinfan's gaze. Some of the courtiers who held higher positions than him were still looking at Jiang Yinfan with pitiful eyes. This made Jiang Yinfan feel good. However, Jiang Yinfan knew that this was all because of Deng Yifei beside him. If not for Deng Yifei's support, he would be nothing. After waiting for 40 years, how could Jiang Yinfan let go of this opportunity? 40 years, how many 40 years were there in a person's life? In these 40 years, he had never forgotten the hatred in his heart. Hence, he looked at a very calm middle-aged courtier. That middle-aged courtier was standing in his original position. He had a steady temperament, a solemn and old-fashioned expression, and a firm and natural gaze. He looked like a gentleman. He just looked like a gentleman. However, Jiang Yinfan personally felt the viciousness behind his back. However, when that middle-aged courtier noticed Jiang Yinfan staring at him, his calm expression started to turn flustered. He knew that Deng Yifei had checked their information. It was just that he could not connect their names to their names. He stared at Jiang Yinfan, his eyes full of threat. However, Jiang Yinfan did not care. He pointed at him and said, "That is the head of the Ministry of Justice, Lord Su Qian." All the courtiers present looked at Su Qian. Some heaved sighs of relief, some secretly rejoiced, and some secretly gloated. There were more than 100 courtiers in the main hall. At this moment, more than 100 courtiers had more than 100 different thoughts. Su Qian? Deng Yifei smacked his lips and raised scarlet blood in his hand. Su Qian's head instantly flew into the air. Su Qian, who was at the initial stage of the magical power realm, had no way of retaliating in front of Deng Yifei. "I know you. When the old emperor was building his tomb, you were the one who sent people to flatten the mountain, right? Not a single person was left alive in the 3 villages. Let's not talk about the rest." Su Qian's headless corpse fell to the ground with blood spurting out. In the main hall, the courtiers retreated in fear, afraid that they would be stained with blood. Only Jiang Yinfan opened his eyes wide and allowed the blood to drip on his head. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and kicked Su Qian's head against the wall, smashing it into pieces. "Is there anyone else you want to introduce to me?" "Yes. Yes. Yes," Jiang Yinfan said. Then, he jogged over and pointed at a white-haired old man. "This person is also from our Ministry of Justice. His name is Yuan Wenqian." "Yuan Wenqian?" Deng Yifei muttered the name, and Yuan Wenqian fell to the ground, dead. This time, Deng Yifei didn't chop off his head because he didn't want Jiang Yinfan to kick his head. He could understand Jiang Yinfan's hatred for these people, but what he did was a little disgusting. After all, white brain matter was more disgusting than red blood. In the main hall, most of the courtiers fell into a bone-chilling fear. Every time Jiang Yinfan introduced a courtier to Deng Yifei, that courtier would die in Deng Yifei's hands. During this period, there were indeed people who dared to resist and draw their swords at Deng Yifei. But without exception, they all died. It was just that they died a little faster and braver. After killing 9 courtiers in a row, Jiang Yinfan fell into madness. He saw with his own eyes that his enemies died one by one. He was so excited that he forgot himself. "Who else do you want to introduce to me?" Jiang Yinfan looked at the remaining courtiers. Almost all of them bowed slightly, more respectful than the emperor. Their eyes were begging Jiang Yinfan to spare their lives. No one dared to threaten Jiang Yinfan, because most of them knew that Jiang Yinfan was now a lonely old man. Everyone could see that this old man had gone crazy from killing. This kind of person must not be provoked. Jiang Yinfan looked at the courtiers one by one, trying to identify the familiar faces. There were still courtiers he hated, but his enemies were all dead. Looking at the corpses and blood on the floor, Jiang Yinfan's bloodlust quickly calmed down. He took a deep breath and bowed. Lord Deng, that's enough. Are you sure? Deng Yifei looked at Jiang Yinfan in surprise. He did not expect him to be able to get rid of his hatred and killing so quickly. Jiang Yinfan did not seem to have thought of relying on his strength to kill courtiers who had conflicts with him. Jiang Yinfan nodded and said, "In this life, I'm already satisfied to be able to avenge my family. If Lord Deng has any orders, I, Jiang Yinfan, will do it." When Deng Yifei looked at Jiang Yinfan again, he had completely regained his composure. "All right, if I need help, I will definitely look for you." "Thank you, Lord Deng," Jiang Yinfan said excitedly. The way he saw it, if Deng Yifei needed him, it would be his great honor. When Deng Yifei had just risen and was only in the divinity realm, Jiang Yinfan had heard of Deng Yifei's great fortune. He had once fantasized about how great it would be if Deng Yifei could come to Caidu, if Deng Yifei could kill all his enemies. At the time, he had thought that it must be a fantasy. But who would have thought that his fantasy would come true one day? Jiang Yinfan looked at the corpses on the floor, then at Deng Yifei, and felt that everything was a little unreal. It was as if it was fake. "All right, I'm leaving." Deng Yifei looked back at Xianxia, who was sitting on the dragon throne, and said, "If anyone objects, after you leave the court, come and tell them." Most courtiers lowered their heads obediently like quails, afraid of being noticed by Deng Yifei. "All right. Come here and tell them, let me reason with them." Deng Yifei's gray, emotionless eyes scanned all the courtiers present. "I'm a straightforward person, and I like to reason. I like to convince people with virtue." Many courtiers' facial muscles twitched violently. "What the **ck do you mean by convincing people with virtue?" Deng Yifei shook off the blood on the red blood sword, sheathed it, and turned to leave the hall. When Deng Yifei's figure completely disappeared from view, some courtiers slumped to the ground as if their bones had been pulled out. "Right, where did the court session go?" "I'll tell you now, I've already taken Deng Yifei as my master." "Do you have any objections?" "No. We have no objections. Senior Deng is powerful and definitely qualified to be your majesty's master." All the courtiers had only one thought in their minds, and that was to quickly end the court session. "Since no one objects, then it's decided." Xianxia glanced at the corpses in the hall and said expressionlessly, "There's one more thing that we need to discuss. Xiao Cailin, Su Qian, Yuan Wenqian. There's one more thing that I need everyone to discuss." Xiao Cailin, Su Qian, Yuan Wenqian, and the rest of the 9 courtiers have been blessed by the emperor for generations, but they have no intention of serving the country. Instead, they have embezzled public funds, disregarded human lives, murdered their colleagues, and occupied land. These people have committed heinous crimes. How do you think we should deal with them? Xianxia saw that no courtier stepped forward to speak, so he looked at Jiang Yinfan and signaled him with his eyes to speak. This was because the new emperor knew what Jiang Yinfan would say. Jiang Yinfan's face was cold as he stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I think that these 9 people should be executed along with their families." The courtiers all looked at each other. They didn't expect Jiang Yinfan to be so ruthless. Not only did he kill their people, but he also wanted to take revenge on the families behind Xiao Cailin, Su Qian, Yuan Wenqian, and the rest of the 9. However, these courtiers all lowered their heads, not daring to jump out and disagree with Jiang Yinfan. They could all see that Jiang Yinfan seemed to have gained Deng Yifei's favor. If they really offended Jiang Yinfan, who knew when Jiang Yinfan would go to Deng Yifei and introduce them? Then they would be dead. However, accidents still happened from time to time. "Your Majesty, you can't do this." Suddenly, a courtier ran out and shouted, "Executing the entire family is too harsh. It will implicate many innocent people." Jiang Yinfan took a closer look. This person was called Yuan Yanghao. It was said that he was Yuan Wenqian's distant uncle. if they really wanted to execute all of Yuan Wenqian's family, Yuan Yanghao might really be implicated. Yuan Yanghao and Yuan Wenqian didn't have a good relationship. It was said that the two of them had a conflict in the past, which caused Yuan Yanghao to leave the Yuan family. Executing the entire family is indeed too harsh. I have just ascended the throne, so I shouldn't be too harsh. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, then confiscate their assets and execute their entire family. Your Majesty is wise. Yuan Yanghao shouted excitedly. He had no choice. He was also afraid of being implicated. He also knew that the people of the Yuan family would be grateful to him if he could reduce the punishment from executing the entire family to executing the entire family. They would be grateful for his grace of rebirth. Jiang Yinfan also shouted directly, Your Majesty is wise. The other courtiers also chimed in. Xianxia estimated the profits that the 9 clans of the imperial court could obtain, and his mood improved slightly. He wanted to amass as much wealth as he could to prepare for his family's escape. To be honest, if Deng Yifei had someone to rely on, Xianxia wouldn't have been worried. But Deng Yifei just didn't make him feel at ease. He couldn't let the Kai family and Xianxia gain a sense of security. Deng Yifei was indeed powerful, but he did not forget the warning his father, Kai had given him before his death. Deng Yifei was indeed strong, but if he didn't change his stubborn personality, he would either destroy the entire southern region, or the entire southern region would destroy him. There was no possibility for both sides to coexist. Of course, it was more likely that the southern domain had destroyed Deng Yifei. Preparing for a rainy day was something that every qualified patriarch should seriously consider. Alright, then let's end the court session. The little eunuchs cleaned the main hall, the palace maids cleaned the coiling dragon pillars, and the imperial guards cleaned the high places themselves. The main hall looked brand new, and no one could tell that 9 Kai's courtiers had died an unnatural death in the main hall half an hour ago. Jiang Yinfan returned home and was so excited that he drank several jars of wine and passed out in the back garden. Jiang Yinfan's back garden was very special. Other people's back gardens were filled with beautiful flowers and plants, but in the center of his back garden were 8 tombs. At midnight, a beautiful woman appeared in his small courtyard. Who is it? Jiang Yinfan propped himself up and looked at the woman in front of him. I'm young Master Deng's subordinate. Jiang Yinfan's drunkenness had mostly disappeared. He stood up and said seriously, Are you Aurora swordsman young Master Deng? Yes. What's the matter? Young Master Deng didn't say that he was looking for you. This is my decision. The beautiful woman smiled and said, I'm helping him, but the task he gave me is too heavy, and he's just a hands-off boss. I'm in urgent need of manpower. Would you like to join us and work for young Master Deng? But I'm Kai's courtier now. It doesn't matter. I'm not only young Master Deng's subordinate, but also the deputy leader of Black Feathers. If you come to help me, I'll talk to His Majesty, and he won't object. Can I? Jiang Yinfan's voice was slightly excited. I'm in the nascent realm, and I'm over 100 years old. Jiang Yinfan broke through to the nascent realm when he was 56 years old. After becoming a nascent realm warrior, he felt that he had reached the end of his martial path. In order to restore his family's glory, he wanted to find a way to join Kai's court, but he was too upright. I've checked your information, and you're quite capable. The beautiful woman said, As for your character, don't you think that you're very suitable to work for young Master Deng? Then I agree. Welcome. How should I address you? My surname is Hua. You can call me Lord Hua. Yes, Lord Hua. Come with me. Following Hua Xining out of the garden, Jiang Yinfan looked back at the tomb in the back garden and felt that the whole world had changed. Lord Hua. Do you still need help? Hua Xining paused slightly and immediately understood what Jiang Yinfan wanted to do. Yes. The more, the better. Taking over Kai's Black Feathers intelligence organization was easier said than done. Hua Xining had been under a lot of pressure recently. Because of the special nature of the intelligence organization, if she wanted to take over Black Feathers completely, she still needed the cooperation of Emperor Kai and the leader of Black Feathers. If they just agreed verbally and secretly did something, it would be difficult for her to detect it alone. At that time, as long as they left a little room for maneuver, Black Feathers, which seemed to be under her control, might disappear in the vast sea of people in an instant. Therefore, she needed people she could trust, the more, the better. She needed to support her own newcomers in black feathers, cultivate her own strength, and truly control black feathers in her own hands. Hua Xining was not worried about Jiang Yinfan's loyalty. Jiang Yinfan was alone, and it was Deng Yifei who helped him take revenge. Lord Hua, I have several trustworthy subordinates in the Ministry of Justice. They are all very good people and capable, but they are of low birth and have always been ostracized. Their lives are not good. My current task is to manage the intelligence organization. If you think they are suitable, you can persuade them to join. Okay, I will definitely be able to persuade them. Hua Xining's mood improved when she heard Jiang Yinfan's promise. She suddenly looked at Jiang Yinfan and had an idea. Could she directly poach some talents from Kai's imperial court who were not living well? One had to know that there must be a lot of talents in Kai's imperial court. There should be some who were born in the commoner class and were not living well. After Jiang Yinfan agreed, Hua Xining told Deng Yifei about it. Deng Yifei didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Recently, Hua Xining had been complaining that he had a heavy burden on his shoulders, but there were too few people he could trust. Hua Xining didn't have many subordinates in the past. Jiang Yinfan gave Deng Yifei a good impression. Other than Hua Xining, Deng Yifei didn't have many people he could use. There was a group in Baiyun Town's Flower Valley, but they were all too young and hadn't really grown up yet. In order to completely control Heiyu, he wouldn't be soft-hearted about poaching people who could be used by Kai's imperial court. As for Kai Jingxian, the emperor, he acted even more magnanimous. Master, I'll let whoever you want go as long as they agree. Kai Jingxian was very clear-headed and placed himself in a very upright position. This might be the reason why his father wanted him to succeed the throne. Therefore, with the strong support of Kai Jingxian, the emperor, Hua Xining began to serve in Kai's imperial court. However, he wasn't proud of the talents who had no background and were born as commoners. Almost all the important officials in Kai's imperial court had powerful backgrounds behind them. However, among the lower-ranking officials, there were also some commoners. These commoner officials might not be very strong, but their talents were very outstanding. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to squeeze into the management class. Many of these people were talented, but they often didn't live very well. After all, there were only so many high-level officials. Each of them had a background. Those who had a background were promoted. Unless their abilities were exceptionally outstanding, it was unlikely for them to reach the top. When he was poaching people, Hua Xining realized that Deng Yifei, who had a bad reputation among the major forces in Kai, actually had an unexpected influence among these low-level officials. A small half of the officials who had no background, no backing, and only had abilities but couldn't be put in an important position heard that the person standing behind Hua Xining was Deng Yifei. They didn't think too much and directly chose to surrender. Of course, most of these low-level officials didn't have much burden. Hua Xining had asked them why they were willing to join and secretly investigated the real reason why they joined. They joined Heiyu for all sorts of reasons. But in conclusion, there were a few main reasons. A portion of the small officials with outstanding abilities held a grudge against those aristocratic families. They felt that their talents were unrecognized and that they were being suppressed. They felt that they could rely on Deng Yifei to find an opportunity to stand out. After all, Deng Yifei was extremely powerful and was the emperor's teacher. As a top expert of the Southern Territory, he was all alone. Deng Yifei was in dire need of talents, and they believed that they were talents. Hua Xining understood this kind of person. Isn't life for the sake of benefits? Isn't it to live a better life? There was also a minority of idealists who purely admired Deng Yifei. They joined the Kai imperial court because they wanted to take revenge. As commoners, they also wanted to fight for more benefits for the commoners. It was rare, but very cute. For such people, Hua Xining would often entrust them with heavy responsibilities. This was because Hua Xining knew best what kind of person Deng Yifei needed. Of course, Hua Xining would also entrust those who joined for the sake of benefits as long as they were talented. There was no choice. Hua Xining needed too many people. The Black Feather organization was painstakingly operated by Kai for thousands of years. It was extremely powerful and had far surpassed Kai's stinging bee tissue branch. The news of Deng Yifei joining Kai and becoming Kai's emperor's teacher had also spread. However, For the time being, the major forces in Kai's country did not make any moves. Deng Yifei did not care about the other forces because they were just small fries. Without a domain realm expert, they did not have any ability to fight back against a colossus like Kai. Although Kai had lost the Black Armor army, Kai still had 1,000,000 troops in the country. Apart from Kai, after Sugua's domain realm experts were all lost, no top forces dared to find trouble with him for a short period of time. What Deng Yifei cared about the most was still the Grey Flame sect. After all, the Grey Flame sect was one of the more famous top forces in the Southern Territory. During this period, Xianxia was also very busy. Apart from national affairs, he was also worried about his family's internal affairs. Almost every day, a batch of Kai family members disappeared. Deng Yifei knew what he was doing. Xianxia also knew that Deng Yifei knew what he was doing. He handed over all the Kai family members that Deng Yifei wanted. Both sides had reached a certain level of tacit understanding. Sometimes, Deng Yifei admired Xianxia's decisiveness. He felt that there was a certain reason why the Kai family could develop to its current status. After 13 days, Xianxia had already handed over all the Kai family members that Deng Yifei wanted. Deng Yifei did not stay any longer. "I'm going out." "Master, where are you going?" "Sugua." Upon hearing that Deng Yifei was going to Sugua, Xianxia immediately became excited. "Do you want me to send someone to lead the way for you?" Sugua and Kai were mortal enemies. Deng Yifei was definitely going to Kai to cause trouble. There was no other possibility. Xianxia naturally took pleasure in the misfortune that his enemy was about to face. Their Kai family had been forced to the edge of a cliff by Deng Yifei and had to cut off their tail to survive. It was already very tragic. If their enemy could also enjoy the same treatment as them, he would certainly be happy to see it happen. Heiyu also has a lot of people in Sugua. He may also provide support in terms of intelligence. Xianxia volunteered. "If you need intelligence, Heiyu can provide a lot. In fact, our Kai family is relatively clean. It's just that some rats have ruined our reputation. Sugua's royal family is much worse than our Kai family." "No need. I've already asked Huaxining to help me organize their information these days." That's good, that's good," Xianxia said. "Master, don't worry. Kai has me and my ancestor here. There won't be any problems. The only threat to us may be the Grey Flame sect." "The Grey Flame sect?" "That's right. Master, do you want information on the members of the Grey Flame sect?" "The Grey Flame sect is also hiding evil," Xianxia suggested. "The information on the Grey Flame sect is ready-made. After all, it's in our country. I'll definitely be able to organize it in a day or two." Other than hating Sugua, Kai's royal family also disliked the Grey Flame sect. However, if they wanted to destroy the Grey Flame sect, even at their peak, Kai would have to pay a heavy price. Now, Xianxia felt that the situation was different. Since Deng Yifei could wipe out the 5 domain realm experts of Kai, he definitely had the strength to destroy the Grey Flame sect. "Organize it and hand it to me." Deng Yifei pondered for a moment and said. "Then I'll go to the Grey Flame sect first." "Okay, I'll go give the order now." Xianxia was very fast. In just one day, the information on the Ashen Flame sect appeared in front of Deng Yifei. Chen Hao also noticed the information on the Ashen Flame sect. He still remembered that the Ashen Flame sect had a grudge with Yi Qingyan. Back then, the Ashen Flame sect's Kuqinglei mocked Yi Qingyan in the martial arts tournament. In the end, Yi Qingyan killed his entire family. At that time, Yi Qingyan was only at the early stage divine power realm. She did not have the strength to step into the Ashen Flame sect to cause trouble for Kuqinglei. It was clear how vicious Yi Qingyan was. Of course, all these grudges had vanished into thin air after Qingyan's death. Bringing all the information on the Ashen Flame sect, Xianxia even sent a divine power realm expert to lead the way. 7 days later, Deng Yifei arrived at the Ashen Flame sect's mountain gate. As soon as he arrived at the Ashen Flame sect's mountain, 2 domain realm experts flew out from the Ashen Flame sect. There was no helping it. Deng Yifei's actions were already malicious enough. Without a letter or notification, standing on top of the Ashen Flame sect's mountain gate was a form of provocation. It was just like standing on top of a large clan's base for no reason. it would be seen as coming with ill intentions. As for Deng Yifei, of course, he came with ill intentions. The two domain realm experts immediately noticed Deng Yifei as soon as they came out of the mountain gate. An elder's face was pale. He said in shock, "You're Deng Yifei, the Aurora swordsman?" "Yes." Deng Yifei replied directly. Ever since he broke through to the domain realm, there were obviously more martial artists who called him Aurora swordsman than Gui Jianzhou. In the past, many martial artists would call him Gui Jianzhou. Now, those martial artists had all become even more polite. "Why did you come to our Ashen Flame sect? You seem to be asking the obvious." Deng Yifei sneered. "Have you forgotten what you did?" The two domain realm experts looked at each other, their expressions extremely ugly. However, since Deng Yifei did not make a move, they did not dare to make the first move either. They were well aware of Deng Yifei's domain realm prowess, and they were also aware of Deng Yifei's battle prowess. Recently, there were two great battles between domain realm experts in Kai City's territory. In one battle, the Kai royal family had fallen under Deng Yifei's control. Everyone in the Blue Flame sect guessed that the Kai royal family had suffered a great blow when they fought against Deng Yifei. As long as they still had strength, there was no way they could coexist with Deng Yifei. After all, Deng Yifei had killed over 300,000 soldiers of Kai's Black Armor Legion. Even if it was for the sake of face, as long as there was a slim chance of victory, they would definitely fight Deng Yifei to the death. At that time, the domain realm experts of the Blue Flame sect had personally gone to investigate. At the scene, they quickly determined that there were probably 5 domain realm experts who fought with Deng Yifei at that time, and there really were only around 5 domain realm experts left in the Kai Kingdom. Moreover, judging from the remnant domain attributes, they could all be compared to the 5 domain realm experts in Kai City. The second great battle between domain realm experts took place near Kai City. The same blinding white light left a deep impression on all the nearby martial practitioners. The domain realm experts of the Blue Flame sect had also gone to investigate. They also discovered that Deng Yifei also had 4 or 5 enemies. Kai City was only so big, and there were only so many domain realm experts. How could 4 or 5 enemies appear out of nowhere? They easily guessed that Sugua's domain realm experts wanted to take advantage of the situation, but they were unlucky and ran into Deng Yifei again. In the end, they were all wiped out. In just 2 months, almost 10 domain realm experts had died in Deng Yifei's hands. The number of domain realm experts lost exceeded the total number of domain realm experts in Kai City in the past 500 years. Therefore, the 2 domain realm experts of the Blue Flame sect didn't dare to attack Deng Yifei immediately, because they knew their own strength. They had no chance of winning against Deng Yifei. They didn't think that their Blue Flame sect's strength could compare to Sugua and Kai City. Inside the Blue Flame sect, there were also people who noticed the 3 people facing off in the sky. According to the rules of the Blue Flame sect, flying above the Blue Flame sect's main hall was absolutely forbidden. Those who violated the rules would be severely punished. "Look, who are those 3 people in the sky? I think it's the sect master and the first elder." "Who are they facing?" "I think it's Deng Yifei." "Which Deng Yifei? You mean Gui Jianzhou?" The entire Blue Flame sect was also in an uproar. Not long after, 2 more domain realm experts flew out of the Blue Flame sect. The 4 domain realm experts exchanged glances with each other, but they didn't surround Deng Yifei. "Deng Yifei, are you saying that our Blue Flame sect also has villains?" The one who spoke was the sect master of the Blue Flame sect. As the sect master, he was very clear about Deng Yifei's style of doing things. Ever since Deng Yifei broke through to the domain realm, almost all of his information was placed on the desks of all the forces in Kai City. They had studied Deng Yifei's personality for a long time. "Yes." The sect master of the Blue Flame sect took a deep breath and said, "Who are you looking for?" "There are many people." Deng Yifei recalled and said, "Blue Flame sect's Grand Elder Sheng Guanyun, Blue Flame sect's First Elder Chen Ping, Blue Flame sect's Sect Master Gong Baobin, Blue Flame sect's #1 genius Kuching Lei." Every time Deng Yifei said a name, the sect master of the Blue Flame sect's expression turned uglier, because he was on the list. Many important members of the Blue Flame sect were on the list. Looking for Deng Yifei meant that he wanted to wipe out the entire Blue Flame sect. This was completely intolerable. Gong Baobin thought that as long as he handed over a few disciples, protectors, and deacons, he could escape. First Elder Chen Ping said in grief and indignation, "Lord Sect Master, Deng Yifei wants to wipe out the entire Blue Flame sect." Deng Yifei replied seriously, "You misunderstood. Your Blue Flame sect has close to 10,000 people, but there are only 132 people on my list. I don't want to wipe out the entire Blue Flame sect. There are many people in the Blue Flame sect who are not on the list." The list Xianxia gave Deng Yifei was very detailed. Many of the Blue Flame sect members on the list had committed crimes worthy of being on the wanted list. However, because they had the Blue Flame sect as their background, Kai was wary of the Blue Flame sect and didn't put them on the wanted list. Come to think of it, this was the cruelty of reality. On the state of Kai's wanted list, the martial artists on the list were those who had committed evil deeds and had no backing. How could martial artists with backing be wanted by the government? Take Kai Jingxuan's words, the Blue Flame sect was a place of evil. This was not wrong at all. First Elder Chen Ping pulled out his sword with a pitiful expression. "Deng Yifei, since you want to wipe out the Blue Flame sect, show me some of your true abilities." First Elder Chen Ping's words echoed in the sky above the Blue Flame sect. What? Deng Yifei wants to wipe out the Blue Flame sect? Deng Yifei wants to attack the Blue Flame sect? We swear to protect the Blue Flame sect. Every Blue Flame sect disciple was filled with righteous indignation. When they heard that Deng Yifei was going to destroy the Blue Flame sect, even without the sect master and elders' summons, they all rushed out of the Blue Flame sect in anger. Most of them were Divine Ability Realm and Heaven-Breaking Realm martial practitioners. The First Heaven Realm and below First Heaven Realm disciples were well aware that they couldn't interfere in a battle between Domain Realm experts. They could only pray in their hearts, pray that they could survive this crisis, pray that their revered sect master and elders would be able to kill Deng Yifei here. Great Elder Chen Ping laughed in a low voice. "Deng Yifei, I heard that you never kill innocent people. There are nearly 10,000 disciples in the Blue Flame sect, and many of them are not bad people." Grand Elder Sheng Guanyin and Sect Master Gong Baobin did not stand up to stop Chen Ping. They tacitly agreed with Chen Ping's actions. Inside Red Blood Sword, Chen Hao laughed loudly. He felt that Chen Ping was truly shameless. However, Deng Yifei was unmoved. "I am justice. Anyone who draws a sword against me is a villain. Villains deserve to die." The 4 Domain Realm experts of the Blue Flame sect all paled. They could feel Deng Yifei's determination. Moreover, they did not think that Deng Yifei would really leave because of their little trick. They just wanted to give it a try. What if they succeeded? "Let's go!" Shang Guanyin roared. "As long as we give it our all, I don't believe that we can't even kill a junior who has just broken through to the Domain Realm." "All right. Kill him. Go." The 4 Domain Realm experts activated their domains at the same time. The other Divine Ability Realm experts of the Blue Flame sect supported them from the side. As for the Heaven Breaker Realm martial practitioners, although they also flew into the air, they still cautiously surrounded the entire battlefield, not daring to directly attack Deng Yifei. Aurora, Slaughter, Fear Domain. Activate. A blinding white light flashed, illuminating the entire Blue Flame sect. Deng Yifei did not plan to activate the Holy Sword domain, he wanted to test his actual fighting strength. Domains violently collided, and the gales that were stirred up caused the figures of the transcendent elites in the distance to sway, while the heaven-breaking realm cultivators even further away were swept away by the aftershocks. The shockwave struck the mountain gate of the Ashen Flame sect. A white light flashed on the mountain gate of the Ashen Flame sect and a white barrier blocked the shockwave outside the sect. This was the mountain protecting array that had been passed down for generations in the Pale Flame sect. However, this formation wasn't strong enough to block a direct attack from a domain realm expert like Deng Yifei. Or perhaps it could be said that all the formations controlled by the various powers of the Southern Territory were insufficient to stop the attack of a domain realm expert. That was why the upper echelons of the Pale Flame sect had never thought of hiding in the mountain guarding array. As soon as they exchanged blows, a black light flew wildly into the sky. Deng Yifei looked at the black light. It was actually a domain realm expert from the Ashen Flame sect. Supreme Elder Shang Guanyun. Old Thief Shangguan. The 3 domain realm experts roared in unison. The high and mighty Grand Elder of the Pale Flame sect actually fled at such a critical juncture of the sect's survival. Shang Guanyun's escape was like a hammer to the hearts of the other 3 domain realm experts. Their auras instantly plummeted. Deng Yifei looked at Shang Guanyun's fleeing figure and said in a low voice, "Since that's the case, then that's the only way." The Holy Sword domain was directly activated. From the information Kai gave him, Grand Elder Shang Guanyun of the Pale Flame sect had committed the most heinous crimes in the entire Pale Flame sect. After the white light faded, there was no one left in the sky except for Deng Yifei. Countless corpses fell to the ground like rain. The other disciples of the Pale Flame sect watched this scene in horror. They might never be able to see this scene again. The seniors of the Pale Flame sect that they revered so much, died just like that. Deng Yifei killed them like slaughtering dogs and chickens. In midair, Deng Yifei was like a peerless fiend, leaving an incomparably shocking impression in their hearts. They could no longer withstand that pressure. Many of the disciples who remained in the Pale Flame sect felt their legs go weak and knelt down. Chen Hao looked at the corpses that started to fall and vaguely saw Kuchinglei's broken corpse. Kuchinglei's talent was extraordinary. In a short 20 years, his strength already reached middle-stage divine ability realm. But the one he faced was Deng Yifei. He died under Deng Yifei's sword like a nameless junior. This genius, who once obtained 3rd place in the Heaven-Breaking Realm group in the first Southern Region Grand Tournament, died so early just like that. Pale Flame sect's Kuchinglei was indeed on Deng Yifei's must-kill list. Kuchinglei was also indeed a villain. 20 years ago, his personality was still better, and his crimes were not serious. But 20 years ago, after his entire family was annihilated, it caused his personality to change drastically. He became temperamental and committed many murders. Deng Yifei did not have time to deal with the other Pale Flame sect members. He chased after Shang Guanyun, who was gradually disappearing into the horizon. Firstly, Shang Guanyun's crimes were grave. Secondly, Shang Guanyun was very strong, a domain realm powerhouse. Once he was let go, he might do even more evil things in the future. Shang Guanyun turned back to look and immediately felt his soul leave his body. The 3 domain realm powerhouses seemed to all be dead. Damn it, this bunch of trash, they only managed to drag it out for so long. Although he cursed so verbally, he was incomparably glad in his heart, glad that he ran fast. If he did not run, he would probably have died together with that bunch of idiots. But soon, he could not be happy anymore. That ball of white light was too fast, so fast that it was terrifying, constantly closing the distance with him. Within the Pale Flame sect, the other disciples were still immersed in the fear brought about by Deng Yifei. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Let's run." This reminder immediately woke up those Pale Flame sect members who were scared silly. Deng Yifei was chasing after their Grand Elder now. When Deng Yifei turned back, he might take their lives. Thinking of the scene of Deng Yifei killing their entire sect just now, they could not muster any thoughts of resisting. They rushed out of the sect frantically, only blaming their parents for not giving them an extra leg. By the time Deng Yifei returned, there were not many people left in the entire Pale Flame sect. What were the remaining people doing? Most of them were crazily snatching the assets of the Pale Flame sect. These were the few who were bold. There were also some who were not agile enough and could not run. After all, there were close to 10,000 Pale Flame sect disciples and the sect occupied an extremely vast area. If one was not a martial artist, it was very difficult to run out of the sect in a short period of time. The moment Deng Yifei returned to the Pale Flame sect, the legs of those disciples who snatched the Pale Flame sect's assets turned to jelly and they knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. They were very regretful, regretting that they were too greedy. After snatching some things, they should have stopped. In the end, once they snatched, they could not stop. There was no helping it, there were truly too many good things. Deng Yifei landed on a spacious training ground in the Pale Flame sect and looked at the people kneeling on the ground without saying anything. These were merely small fries. Then, he noticed a beautiful middle-aged woman carrying a child passing by and supporting a staggering old man down the steps. The moment they met Deng Yifei's gaze, their legs turned to jelly as well. The middle-aged woman put down the infant in swaddling clothes and knelt on the ground. She tugged at the old man beside her, but the old man glared at Deng Yifei with murky eyes filled with hatred. Deng Yifei retracted his killing intent and walked in front of them, whispering, "You guys can walk slowly. My target is not you guys." Pooey. The old man spat on Deng Yifei's face. The few pale flame sect disciples who were kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy were stunned. This was Deng Yifei, the top domain realm expert of the southern region, the #1 demon of the southern region, Deng Yifei, who had killed countless people. Someone actually dared to spit at him and even spit on his face. It was over. Deng Yifei would definitely fly into a rage and kill all of them. At this moment, they wished they could kill those two idiots. The beautiful middle-aged woman kneeling in front of Deng Yifei was also stunned. She hugged the child and already thought of her fate. Actually, Xianxia was also stunned. He did not expect that someone would actually spit at Deng Yifei and so accurately. The old man seemed to have realized what he had done. His legs trembled as he said in a trembling voice, "You killed my son. I know you're upset, but he's a villain. He deserves to die." Deng Yifei took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the saliva off his face. "Do you feel better now?" Before the old man could say anything, the beautiful middle-aged woman suddenly stood up and slapped the back of his head. The old man fell limply. He fainted. "I'm sorry, Lord Deng. Please let us go," the beautiful middle-aged woman said. "He didn't mean it." Deng Yifei waved his hand lightly. "Take him away. Thank you for sparing my life, Lord Deng." The beautiful middle-aged woman carried the crying child and carried the old man down the steps toward the mountain gate. It was only then that Xianxia recalled that as a Grand Dominion realm expert, Deng Yifei should be able to dodge that spit. "Lord Deng, please let us go too? We didn't do anything bad. We're just new disciples of the Pale Flame sect and know nothing about the Pale Flame sect." Deng Yifei glanced at the middle-aged woman's back. Her cultivation was a little low. Originally, he planned to let these unimportant people go. But now, you can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. You can only blame yourselves for being too greedy. You have no use for your cultivation. From now on, live a peaceful life while hiding your identities. Deng Yifei pointed his finger in the air and crippled the cultivation of the 4 blue flame sect disciples present. The 4 blue flame sect disciples' faces were ashen. Losing their cultivation was worse than killing them. As if he could see through the depression in the hearts of the 4 blue flame sect disciples, he said softly, "Don't worry, as long as you don't break the law, Kai will be very safe in the future." After saying this, Deng Yifei's figure disappeared in front of him. "We survived? But our cultivation is gone." The 4 blue flame sect disciples were grief-stricken. Senior Deng, what do you mean by that last sentence?" The oldest disciple of the Blue Flame sect sighed. "After losing his cultivation, I actually hope that Senior Deng can stay in Kai City forever." The 4 Blue Flame sect disciples looked at each other, speechless. Deng Yifei began to plunder the Blue Flame sect's collection. At this time, Xianxia began to ask him questions. After all, Xianxia felt that he couldn't understand Deng Yifei recently. "Why didn't you dodge just now?" "Just to let that old man vent his anger." Xianxia wasn't angry at all when his sword master was spat on. It wasn't like the spit was spat on his face. To a domain realm expert, being spat on by an ordinary person was definitely a great humiliation. A domain realm expert with a slightly better temper might kill that person's entire family and clan. It was even more difficult to say what would happen to a domain realm expert with a worse temper. A domain realm expert was definitely in existence at the top of the pyramid. They had the power to kill countless people. However, Xianxia felt that Deng Yifei was too tolerant. "That's right. I just want him to feel better and test my tolerance at the same time." How was the result? Not bad. Not only not bad at all. In any case, Xianxia couldn't stand this kind of anger. He was so angry that his sword master didn't wash his hands in the toilet. Xianxia felt that he couldn't reach this level yet. After returning to Kai capital, Deng Yifei greeted Kai Xianxia. The Blue Flame sect no longer exists. Kai Xianxuan's expression was extremely complicated. The Blue Flame sect had always been one of the worries of the previous Kai emperors. He should be happy that this hidden danger was completely removed during his rule of Kai capital. However, when he heard about the Blue Flame sect's ending from Deng Yifei, he was only happy for a moment before helplessness and disappointment. Kai Xianxia felt that he was too pretentious. 2 days later, Deng Yifei went to Subwa capital. This time, Kai Xianxia wasn't very happy. After Deng Yifei left, he just stared blankly at the place where Deng Yifei disappeared. Xianxia. Someone called his name from behind. Lord Patriarch. Kai Baihao asked, "What are you thinking about?" As the only domain realm expert left in the Kai family, Kai Baihao was also not having an easy time recently. He hadn't felt any pressure for hundreds of years. Suddenly, his family was facing a life-and-death crisis. He was really not used to it. "I'm thinking about whether what Master did was right or wrong." "Why do you think so?" Recently, Black Feather sent back information from all over the country. The major forces in Kai capital are starting to restrain themselves. Kai Jingxian said with a bitter smile. "Have you ever seen a casino that doesn't give usury loans? Have you ever seen a gang that doesn't force women into prostitution? Have you ever seen a bully that doesn't bully civilians? Have you ever seen an aristocratic family that automatically returns the land it occupies?" "Sometimes, I'm also thinking about whether what we did was right or wrong." "Are they afraid of Deng Yifei?" "Yes. They're afraid that Deng Yifei will come after them." Kai Jingxian looked down at the imperial city and said, "Deng Yifei is too crazy." "Kai, no one is afraid of Deng Yifei." Baihao said in a low voice, "Including me." "Yes. This old man has lived for almost 1,000 years, and I have seen many strong people, but I have never seen such a talented and crazy young man. Although I hate him in my heart, I can't help but admire him. I wonder how far he can go." After a long time, Kai Jingxian said, "I admire him too. But he's still an enemy of our Kai family. The enmity between our Kai family and Deng Yifei is something that can never be resolved. But do we have a chance to take revenge? You're the head of the Kai family first, and then the emperor of the Kai family. You're not alone." Kai Baihao closed his eyes. "If we don't have a chance to take revenge, then don't. We can't send the living down for the dead." "I understand, Lord Patriarch." "That's good." Kai Baihao asked, "How's the transfer going?" 33 branches have been arranged. A total of 3,100 people have left the Kai family. 13 branches have gone to the Central Territory, 7 to the Western Territory, 7 to the Eastern Territory, and 6 to the Southern Territory. A small part of them will change their surname. Each branch will be protected by at least one divine tier expert. Don't worry, Lord Patriarch. We've prepared for most of the places they'll go. Kai Jingxian said, "As for the other clansmen, I've also sent people to inform them. If they're capable but feel uneasy, they can rely on their own abilities to avoid the Kai family. We'll give them a part of our wealth and allow them to leave." "That's good. Your father didn't choose the wrong person." 3 months later, Deng Yifei returned again. Although Kai Jingxian and Hua Xining were not in Kai City, they had been paying attention to Sugua's movements through Heiyu. Sugua's emperor had passed away and a new emperor had ascended the throne. Many of the emperor's relatives had been purged. Rumors said that they had been purged by the new emperor because they stood on the wrong side. However, there were still many clear-headed people who did not believe the rumors. They felt that there must be a conspiracy behind this. Sugua's previous emperor had only ascended the throne for a few years. His cultivation was not bad. He was in his 30s and was in his prime. How could he have died of illness for no reason? Most people still believed that it was the new emperor who had just ascended to the throne who killed the old emperor. This was a conspiracy. The new emperor was the old emperor's uncle. It was very likely that this uncle had killed his nephew and then conspired to ascend the throne. The only thing that puzzled those people was why the old monsters behind Sugua did not step forward to clean up the family. In any case, in the eyes of outsiders, the matter was rather confusing. However, the prefectural guards and generals were rather calm. No one dared to cause trouble at this time. After all, Sugua still had domain realm experts. It was none of their business what the new emperor's conspiracy was. It was up to the imperial family to decide who would ascend the throne. They could not interfere. Otherwise, it would be bad if they angered those old monsters of the imperial family. However, Kai Jingxian and Hua Xining, who were far away in Kai City, knew best that this was definitely Deng Yifei's doing. Kai Jingxian sighed and said, "Master, you still left Sugua's imperial family alive." "I did. If they were really destroyed, the entire Sugwa would be in chaos. It might even be another war. Deng Yifei replied, Liang Pingwa was an example back then. Even now, the conflict between the three countries in Liang Pingwa hasn't stopped. Cai Xianxia asked curiously, what did they agree to, master? They have already agreed to bow to me. I asked them to hand over those villains, and they agreed. I asked them to stabilize the situation in Sugwa, and they also agreed. Do you believe it, master? I believe in my own strength. Deng Yifei stroked the blood in his hand. Master didn't accept that new Emperor Sugwa, Suyuan Kai, as a disciple? No. Cai Xianxia suddenly felt a little better. At least in Deng Yifei's eyes, he still had a high status. Immediately after, he thought of Sugwa's vast territory, and that thought suddenly rose up in his mind. He glanced at the indifferent Deng Yifei, licked his lips and said, Master, I have an idea. Speak. If Master wants to create a country where martial artists don't oppress the commoners, it's most effective to have the country's national institutions to unify and control them. You alone will never be able to do it. Even if you completely control Black Feather, there's nothing you can do. After all, Black Feather is just an intelligence organization. What you need is the support of a powerful country. Cai Xianxia glanced at Deng Yifei cautiously, pursed his lips, and summoned his courage to continue. If Master supports me, I may be able to take Sugwa's territory into Cai Xingshuan's. Hua Xining looked at Cai Xianxia in surprise. She didn't expect this young emperor to be so ambitious, directly annexing Sugwa and taking Sugwa into his own hands. He really dared to mention it. Cai Xianxia held his breath and tried to suppress his nervousness, excitement, and worry. This idea came to him not long after Deng Yifei left Cai for Sugwa. He was the crown prince of Cai the moment he was born. In more than 20 years, he had dreamed more than once that he could annex Sugwa and dominate the southern region. He even wanted to annex all the countries in the southern region and restore the glory of the southern region empire, but that was only his fantasy. Every emperor of the southern mountain range had such a fantasy. Although Cai Xianxia was now a puppet emperor, this didn't stop him from dreaming. Moreover, he thought that his proposal was also helping Deng Yifei realize his dream. There was no conflict between the two and they could complement each other. Therefore, he proposed this idea to Deng Yifei at this time. If he didn't take the initiative to mention some things, no one would know what he was thinking. Perhaps he would never be able to get it. Deng Yifei looked at Cai Xianxia with a pair of cold gray eyes. You're quite ambitious. My father said that an emperor without ambition is not worthy of being called an emperor. Cai Xianxia straightened his chest and said, even if I'm a puppet emperor, I want to be the biggest puppet. Moreover, I can really help Master realize his dream. You will never be able to realize your dream if you fight alone, but I can help Master. Hua Xining stood at the side and fell silent. Because she realized that Cai Xingshuan's words made sense, Cai Xianxia didn't know that Deng Yifei had trained his subordinates, but if he only relied on those 100 subordinates, it would probably take thousands of years for Deng Yifei to achieve his goal. And Deng Yifei had long noticed this problem. He couldn't solve all the problems alone. As long as there were martial artists in the southern domain, as long as there were ordinary people in the southern domain, as long as there were conflicts of interest in the southern domain, there would be bullying in the southern domain. Unless he killed all the martial artists in the southern domain, that was definitely an unrealistic thing. Master will suppress all the experts in the southern domain with absolute martial strength. Cai Xianxia said, and with the support of Master, I will control the country and use the law to restrain ordinary martial artists. This way, we master and disciple can create the world we want. Cai Xianxia looked at Deng Yifei with a burning gaze. His eyes were filled with anticipation, fanaticism, and ambition. Master, this is my sincerity. Take a look. Cai Xianxia took out a golden scroll and opened it. It was an imperial edict. The general meaning was that from today onwards, martial artists who killed civilians in Cai's territory could not be privately settled. Cai would establish the Aurora Pavilion. The pavilion master of the Aurora Pavilion would be Cai Xianxia, the emperor, and the deputy pavilion master would be Hua Xining. The Aurora Pavilion would recruit a large number of powerful and well-behaved martial artists, as well as generals in the army, to specially hunt down those vicious martial artist scum. The Aurora Pavilion had a higher level than the city lord and the county governor. It was not under the jurisdiction of the city lord and the county governor, and it had the power to mobilize an army of 10,000 people. They were directly responsible to Huaxining and Xianxia. The information was not transmitted through the official relay, but directly by the Black Feather Intelligence Organization. In the past, when martial artists killed civilians in Kai's territory, they would discuss with the civilian's family and compensate them with a certain amount of money, and the government would no longer care. As the saying goes, if the people don't report, the officials won't correct them, especially many powerful local forces. They were even more tyrannical in the local area. They joined forces with the local city lord and even the county governor. Even if those civilians died, they died in vain. But if the Aurora Pavilion was established, then those powerful family forces would suffer a great blow. Seeing this imperial edict, Chen Hao could faintly smell Zhou Lihua's scent. Deng Yifei took the imperial edict and carefully examined it. After a long time, he asked, Xianxia, can I trust you? Of course, master. Xianxia whispered, in fact, it is every emperor's dream to attack the strength of the aristocratic families and sects and control all the power in the country. At least in this aspect, our goals are definitely the same. Then we'll do as you say. Deng Yifei whispered. Xianxia said in surprise, Master is willing to support me? Why not? If you really have the ability. Deng Yifei said in a low voice, I don't care about the so-called power, nor do I care about the so-called reputation. I only care about being able to practice my martial arts and achieve my dreams. Xianxia remembered what happened when the Ashen Flame sect was destroyed. An old commoner spat on Deng Yifei's face. He looked at Deng Yifei and seemed to see a white light on Deng Yifei. He shook his head hard to dispel this thought. But master, there is still a big problem in establishing the Aurora Pavilion. What problem? If we only recruit civilian experts, I'm afraid they are slightly inadequate. The probability of recruiting powerful experts is very small. The generals in the army are better at marching and fighting, and it is impossible to transfer them on a large scale. The strongest elite army in Kai is gone. Without powerful martial artists, how could they kill those martial artist scum? Deng Yifei asked in a low voice. Are you planning to recruit the experts of those forces? Yes. But will the experts from those forces follow my set of principles? This, Xianxia suddenly felt that he was taking things for granted. If the Aurora Pavilion was also infiltrated by those forces, wouldn't their original intention of establishing the Aurora Pavilion be ruined? Who knows, it might even end up as a decoration, becoming a decoration for those aristocratic families. How about this, you can first select civilian generals from the army to hold important positions in the Aurora Pavilion, and then recruit them through the civilians. In addition to the rogue cultivators, you can also recruit those civilian martial artists from the various sects. At this moment, Huaxining interrupted, Master, in fact, it's not that we can't recruit martial artists from the aristocratic families. Deng Yifei asked curiously, why? Actually, you may have imagined those aristocratic families to be too powerful. Huaxining looked at Xianxia and said, there are also grudges and conflicts of interest between these aristocratic families, gangs, and sections. It's impossible for them to unite and cover for each other. As long as you can give them some incentives and benefits, let them supervise each other, report each other, and create enough conflicts and conflicts of interest between them, they will always be in a state of disunity. Xianxia slapped his forehead. Why he didn't think of this? The field of politics was what he was best at. Huaxining's words make sense. Between those forces, unless it's a matter of life and death, they won't unite to prevent anyone from becoming too powerful. They might even secretly provoke conflicts, so they will obediently work for master. Xianxia thought about it seriously and said with some difficulty, but about the benefits. We don't have enough benefits to give them. Deng Yifei was also in a difficult position. Just as he was in a difficult position, Chen Hao mentioned a few things to him in the red blood sword. When Deng Yifei heard this, he was stunned. He asked Xianxia, how are the cultivation resources? Of course the cultivation resources are the best. After Xianxia finished speaking, he said awkwardly, our royal family does have a lot of cultivation resources, but it's not enough to share with them. This was the truth. Although the Kai family occupied so many cultivation resources, But if it was used as a reward and distributed to other forces, it would be very little, and Kai Jingxuan's heart ached. I'm not talking about taking your Kai family's cultivation resources. Then whose are they? Even if we gather the pale flame sects, it's still too little. What I mean is, use all the Kai family's cultivation resources. All the Kai family's cultivation resources? Yes. Take all the Kai family's spirit stone mines, demon beast living areas, herb fields, and even alchemists, and then distribute the resources according to the contribution of each major force to the country. Hiss. Hua Xining and Kai Jingxian gasped in unison. They didn't expect Deng Yifei to have such an idea. Such an idea was simply unprecedented. Spirit stone mines had always been mined by whoever occupied them. Herb fields could be planted and harvested by whoever occupied them. As for hunting demon beasts, they belonged to whoever killed them and snatched them. As for alchemists, their status was extremely revered. Even warriors fawned over them. No one had ever thought of monopolizing the entire alchemy industry. Now, Deng Yifei actually said that he wanted to take all the spirit stone mines, herb fields, demon beasts, and even alchemists into the country before distributing them. It was simply a crime against the whole world. We can even force all the sects to join the Aurora Pavilion, and then take away their cultivation techniques. In the future, if anyone in Kai wants to cultivate to a higher level, they can only join the Aurora Pavilion. Sir, is this really okay? What's wrong with it? I think it's pretty good. Deng Yifei muttered, or an intelligence organization. We can also be divided into 3, not under each other, and each of us will pass on information. Kai Jingxian grabbed his long hair, making it look like a chicken's nest. Hua Xining was also going crazy. She felt that she was too stupid and couldn't keep up with Deng Yifei's thinking. How did he come up with such a crazy idea? Once this idea was implemented, the entire southern region, except for the royal family, sects, families, and gangs would probably go completely crazy. They would madly rush to Kai City to kill Deng Yifei. This was digging at the foundation of others. If the steps were too big, it was easy to pull one's balls. Kai Jingxian hurriedly advised, Master, I think we should forget about snatching the cultivation methods of those forces. Let's take it one step at a time. First, we should take all the large-scale cultivation resources back to the country, and then recruit the alchemists. After all, there is a reason to snatch their cultivation resources. Whoever is stronger will get the cultivation resources. Now that the Pale Flame sect is gone, and many of the super forces have been killed by you, our imperial family is the strongest, and with the support of 1,000,000 soldiers, we can still barely manage to snatch those spirit stone mines, medicine fields, and seal off the demonic beast zones. But I estimate that they may not make any drastic moves in the short term, but they will still retaliate fiercely in the future. Perhaps they will even join forces. Join forces? Deng Yifei smiled coldly. If they really dare to join forces, then it's just right. Let me deal with them together, and then leave those who are obedient. On the 3rd day after Kai Jingxian expressed his ambition and Chen Hao reminded Deng Yifei that all cultivation resources could be nationalized, Kai Jingxian issued an imperial edict in the name of the emperor to establish an Aurora Pavilion and recruit outstanding cultivators from all over the world. At the same time, he also ordered that all leaders of first-rate forces with divinity realm experts in the southern domain must gather in the imperial city within 2 months to discuss this matter. If they did not come, they would be wanted by the Kai imperial city and their entire force would be surrounded and annihilated. When the news came out, the entire Kai imperial city was in an uproar. When the leaders of countless first-rate forces heard the news, their first reaction was that this was likely a trap. Many leaders of alliances began to gather to discuss whether they should obey the imperial edict and go to the Kai imperial city. If it was before, they would have had the courage to observe the Blue Flame sect's actions. If the Blue Flame sect did not go, then they could find a reason not to. After all, the law could not punish the majority. Even if the sky fell, the strongest Blue Flame sect would hold it up. But now, in Kai Imperial City, the Blue Flame sect that dared to challenge the Kai Imperial family had been destroyed by Deng Yifei. The first to hear the news and react were of course the forces whose family members held positions in the Kai Imperial court. These forces had close relationships and alliances. When they heard the news, the leaders of these allied forces began to gather to discuss countermeasures. Not long after the Blue Flame sect was destroyed, that brat Kai Xianxia asked us all to go to the Kai imperial city. I have a feeling that he's up to no good. That's right, the leaders of most forces called Kai Xianxia's name behind his back. It was impossible for them to have much respect for the emperor. But if we don't go, will we follow in the footsteps of the Blue Flame sect? This question really stopped everyone. They all knew that Kai Xianxia dared to give such an order because he had someone backing him. It was rumored that Deng Yifei had killed all the Grand Dominion realm experts backing the Kai Kingdom's imperial clan. However, the majority of the major forces within the Kai Kingdom still didn't believe this. After all, Kai Xianxia had taken Deng Yifei as his master. How could a master kill the clan experts of his disciple? In any case, they could only hear about the series of events that happened in the Kai imperial family. There were very few people in Kai imperial city who truly knew the truth. Another leader sighed, if we don't go, our family's foundation will be gone. Every large family had been in the area for hundreds or even thousands of years. If they were to suddenly leave Kai imperial city, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Who knew, they might be in greater danger if they left the Kai imperial city. One of the clan lords suggested, why don't we instigate a rebellion against the Kai army? As long as our families unite, we might be able to do it. Someone asked, and after that? And then, there was nothing after that. Even if they managed to get the Kai imperial family to defect, Kai imperial family still had domain realm experts. Even if they gathered millions of soldiers, they would be like paper in front of a domain realm expert. Just look at the fate of the Black Armor Army and Black Wolf Army. What's more, the armies they could get to defect were all low-level armies that couldn't be summoned. If they dared to instigate a rebellion, their entire family's power would be uprooted. Leader Pei, what do you think? Pei Zihao is the current prime minister. He has a high position and is deeply trusted by Kai Xianxia. Did Pei Zihao mention this to you? Or did you ask him about it? At this moment, someone asked the Pei family patriarch who had been sitting silently at the side. Zihao sent me a letter saying that I should do as His Majesty says. Otherwise, the Pei family will be in great trouble. Can you give us some clues? Leader Pei said. I heard that this is Deng Yifei's request. It might also be related to the establishment of the Aurora Pavilion. Gui Jianzhou, Deng Yifei? Don't tell me he's trying to catch us all in one go? Yes, yes, yes. I was wondering why Deng Yifei had been so quiet recently. I thought he had turned over a new leaf. I didn't expect him to be plotting something like this. He must be trying to get rid of all of us. But if you don't do as Deng Yifei says, Deng Yifei might visit your family the next day. Then what should we do? Of course we go. Leader Pei said seriously. It's better if we go. Think about it. Ever since Deng Yifei broke through to Domain Realm and returned to Kai Imperial family, we've been living in fear every day. Afraid that Deng Yifei would come knocking on our door? Take our Pei family for example. Not long ago, I asked for 130,000 mu of land to be returned to our family. But even so, I still have to stay up late at night. If this continues, I might not be able to hold on before Deng Yifei comes knocking on our door. The leaders of the other families who were on good terms with the Pei family felt a sense of sympathy for them. Ever since Deng Yifei returned to Kai Imperial family, they no longer had to live in fear. Leader Pei continued. I think this might be a good thing. Letting us meet Deng Yifei is better than letting Deng Yifei meet us, right? Deng Yifei became Kai Xianxuan's, which means that Deng Yifei and Deng Yifei have reached some kind of agreement. After the destruction of the Ashen Flame sect, there is no one in the current Kai Imperial family who can match up to Deng Yifei. I want to go to the capital to see him and test his attitude. If he really has some request for us, we might try to accept it. People under the eaves have no choice but to lower their heads. Leader Pei is right. If Leader Pei wants to go to Kai Imperial family, our Lu family will go too. Our Su family will go too. However, not all the leaders of the other families had the courage to go to Kai Imperial family. Some of them were timid and afraid of death, while others often did bad things and felt that they had been targeted by Deng Yifei. Therefore, they either abandoned their base and fled Kai Imperial family alone, or moved their families and uprooted their homes. This was because after Deng Yifei had appeared in the kingdom of Kai, they had already planned to leave the kingdom of Kai. This was especially true for the smaller forces with smaller populations and bases near the borders of the kingdom of Kai. They moved very quickly. It was simply too dangerous to stay in the same country as Deng Yifei. 2 months later, most of the leaders of the top families in Kai imperial family had arrived at Kai imperial family. Kai Xianxia respectfully reported to Deng Yifei, "Master, it's time." He was slightly excited. It could be said that he had done what all the previous emperors of Kai imperial family could do. An imperial edict had invited almost all the leaders of the top families in Kai imperial family. How much power and authority did this require? Even the founding emperor of Kai imperial family couldn't do it. How many people came? A total of 363 patriarchs from first-rate factions. How many factions didn't come? Kai Jingxian replied, 121. As part of Kai's intelligence network, Heiyu knew the situation in Kai's country like the back of his hand. Perhaps a small number of Transcendent Realm experts would be missed, but they knew the majority of factions with Transcendent Realm experts. Why didn't they come? Did you not inform them? Deng Yifei asked coldly. Impossible, I personally sent someone to inform them. Why didn't they come? Maybe because they're guilty. Kai Jingxian said. Master, it's impossible that they haven't heard of your name, then make a list of the 121 factions that didn't come. If there are any martial practitioners who disregard human life, kill the innocent, or bully the common people, mark them out for me. Understood. Kai Jingxian naturally knew what Deng Yifei wanted to do, but he still suggested, actually, there's no need to trouble Master, I can send an army to deal with them. No need, by the time your army arrives, it'll be too late. I'm just using the 121 factions as a warning to the other factions in Kai. Do you want to make an example out of them? Great, 121 factions. This monkey is really fat. Come, let's go meet them. Alright. And so, accompanied by Kai Jingxian and a group of guards, Deng Yifei arrived at the main hall of the Kai Imperial Palace. The Kai family's patriarch, Kai Baihao, followed them. There were rumors that Deng Yifei had killed all of the Kai family's domain realm experts. So, Kai Jingxian wanted to invite Kai Baihao to show up. At least, he wanted to let the other factions know that the Kai family was still a powerful imperial family with a domain realm expert. He wanted them to know that they shouldn't play any tricks in the dark. At the very least, he wanted to intimidate them. The main hall of the Kai Imperial Palace was where Kai usually held court meetings. At this moment, it was crowded, but it wasn't particularly crowded. The leaders of these factions had gathered into groups according to their familiarity and alliance. There was a clear distinction between the groups. 363 Transcendent Realm experts were gathered in the main hall. This represented the peak power of the Kai clan. If he could make them submit, then the entire Kai group would be completely under Kai's control. Deng Yifei coldly walked at the front, followed by Kai Baihao. Kai Jingxian followed behind Kai Baihao, half a step behind him. As soon as the three of them appeared, the leaders of the various forces who had been noisy just now quieted down. They all looked at Deng Yifei, Kai Baihao, and Kai Jingxian. Deng Yifei's clothes were as white as snow, and he was like jade. His young master was unparalleled in this world. Perhaps this was a description of someone like him. If he were to walk on the streets, he would definitely be able to charm countless women. Unfortunately, his gray eyes were so cold and emotionless that he didn't look like a living person. They couldn't be more familiar with him. It was this junior who had turned the entire southern region upside down in just a few years. Some of the members of these forces had even been killed by Deng Yifei, but no matter how deep their hatred was, after Deng Yifei had become a domain realm expert, it had all disappeared. They had chased after Deng Yifei with all their might, but now, they no longer had the courage to seek revenge on Deng Yifei. As for the two people behind Deng Yifei, the family leaders only paid a little attention to Kai Baihao. As for Kai Jingxian, with Deng Yifei in front of him, he was almost invisible. This was because they knew very well that Kai's gathering this time was mostly for the Aurora Pavilion. And from the name Aurora Pavilion, it was obvious that it was built by Deng Yifei. Kai Jingxian stood in front of the stage, cleared his throat, and said with a dignified expression, "This emperor has gathered all of you here to discuss the establishment of the Aurora Pavilion." Within the borders of Kai City, there are many martial practitioners. Many of them have used their strength to commit crimes, disregard human life, and disregard the laws of the imperial court. This has caused great losses to the city, so I hope that all of you can send experts to join the Aurora Pavilion and serve the imperial court. Xianxia looked at the people below the stage, and they all lowered their heads. Xianxia didn't hide the purpose of the Aurora Pavilion at all. How could the leaders of Kai City's factions not see that once the Aurora Pavilion was established and they recruited people from their factions, the imperial court's power would be greatly enhanced in a short period of time? These people didn't like to be strictly controlled. They preferred to live a carefree life as local tyrants, tyrannically abusing their power in their own territories. Letting the imperial court completely control all of Kai City's factions was definitely not something they wanted to see. It also wasn't in their interests. Just as Xianxia was feeling awkward, the Pei family patriarch stepped forward and said, "The Pei family supports your majesty in establishing the Aurora Pavilion. We are willing to send 3 Transcendent Realm experts, 10 Heavenbreaker Realm experts, and 20 Xiantian Realm experts to join the Aurora Pavilion." Xianxia looked at the Pei family patriarch in surprise. With the Pei family patriarch Pei Yuanchang taking the lead, more than 40 factions close to the Kai family expressed their willingness to support the establishment of the Aurora Pavilion. This greatly satisfied Xianxia. Then, he turned his gaze to the other leaders in the hall. Deng Yifei, who had been standing at the side with his sword in his arms, also gradually turned his gaze to them. The more than 300 Transcendent Realm leaders could only squeeze together because only then would they feel safe. However, they couldn't bear Deng Yifei's gaze, so they could only lower their heads and continue to stubbornly resist. In fact, they could already see that the establishment of the Aurora Pavilion was already set in stone, but they still weren't willing to submit. Xianxia didn't force them. Instead, he ordered the officials to record the names of the factions that had taken the initiative to send experts to join the Aurora Pavilion. After that, he continued, "Apart from the establishment of the Aurora Pavilion, I have another major announcement to make." Hearing that Xianxia was no longer talking about the Aurora Pavilion, the more than 300 leaders who hadn't surrendered breathed a sigh of relief. Deng Yifei was standing right in front of him. They were so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. From today onwards, all the spirit stones, metal ores, herb fields used to cultivate spirit herbs, wild beasts, and spirit herbs in the Kai family's territory will belong to the country. What? How can this be? How can this be? The moment Xianxia said this, the entire hall was in an uproar. The expressions of the more than 300 leaders changed. Kai had gone too far. Silence! Kai Baihao shouted softly. He released his aura slightly, and the more than 300 leaders instantly fell silent. They looked at Kai Baihao with fear. A domain realm elite, an unknown Grand Dominion realm expert, however, although they didn't say it out loud, they were extremely dissatisfied. This included the more than 40 factions that had surrendered to Kai family first. Those metals, spirit stone mines, and herb fields were all important foundations for the development of the various factions. It was because of these resources that these factions were able to continuously nurture new members and earn money. They had spent countless years fighting and sacrificed countless members in order to occupy these cultivation resources. How could they be taken back by Kai just because he said so? They glared at Xianxia furiously. Their eyes were filled with the desire to kill him. Facing the threatening gazes of the Transcendent Realm experts, Xianxia remained calm. "Let me tell you. These resources will be taken back by the country and become the salaries of the Aurora Pavilion's members." The anger on the faces of the leaders of the 40-odd factions who had chosen to surrender disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy, excitement. The reason why these forces volunteered to join the Polar Light Pavilion was actually very simple. They didn't want to move out of the Kai Nation, but they also wanted to mend their relationship with the Kai Nation and Deng Yifei. They didn't expect that what they thought was a voluntary labor would turn out to be a huge pie in the sky. Why? Those spirit stone mines are all ours. Why should we give them to you? Are you saying that everything belongs to you because you are the emperor? Xianxia looked at the martial artist who spoke. The martial artist was tall and burly. He had a hideous scar on his face and looked extremely ferocious. Huaxining whispered into Xianxia's ear. "You are the leader of the Divine Tiger faction, Sun Weihu?" Yes, I am Sun Weihu. Sun Weihu said nonchalantly. Why? Does your majesty want to kill me? Kill you? Why should I kill you? Killing you would only dirty my hands. Xianxia said disdainfully. If I remember correctly, the Divine Tiger faction only has one medium-sized spirit stone mine, right? So what if we do? Your Majesty, that spirit stone mine is the property of the Divine Tiger faction. Our brothers risked their lives to get it. Xianxia laughed lightly. If I remember correctly, that spirit stone mine used to be the property of the Ding family in Tiger Subdue City, right? How did it become the property of the Divine Tiger faction? We snatched it from the Ding family. Of course, it belongs to the Divine Tiger faction. Xianxia sneered and said, so what you're saying is that as long as someone grabs it, the spirit stone mine will belong to them? The leader of the Godly Tiger faction lowered his head. If I remember correctly, the Ding clan was exterminated by your Godly Tiger gang, right? Dang Yifei turned his head and stared at him with a pair of cold eyes without any emotion. The leader of the Godly Tiger gang shuddered. He remembered Dang Yifei's hobby of hunting down villains. What? Does your majesty really intend to kill me? No, of course we can't kill you in Saidu. After all, you're a guest we invited. Xianxia wasn't angry at all. Instead, he said slowly, since you want to reason with me, and I'm not an unreasonable person, I'll reason with you. Since you think that the spirit stone mine belongs to whoever gets it, I'll also send people to snatch the spirit stone mine. If you're not convinced, you can resist. The leader of the Godly Tiger faction was ashen. He knew that the spirit stone mine would be lost. Not only would the spirit stone mine be lost, but the Godly Tiger faction would also be finished. Perhaps even he, the leader, would die a violent death. A gloomy and cold feeling lingered in his heart. He felt as if he was being stared at by something terrifying. Does anyone have any opinions on the matter of nationalizing Kai's cultivation resources? If you have any opinions, feel free to raise them. If we can give you an answer on the spot, we will. If we can't give you an answer on the spot, we can go back and discuss it with the ministers. We will try our best to give you a satisfactory answer. No one stood out to answer Xianxia. Kai's attitude just now had already made it clear that even if they didn't agree, he would still snatch it. Everyone present knew that they didn't have the ability to resist. In the entire Kai city, with the support of Dang Yifei and the Kai family patriarch, no one was a match for the imperial family. If they wanted to resist, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Your Majesty, I also have a question. A transcendent expert shouted respectfully. Speak. Your Majesty, can the Zhao family of Dongyun still join Aurora Pavilion? A gratified smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Yes, of course. The Kai family welcomes strong and well-behaved martial artists to join Aurora Pavilion and safeguard the peace and stability of the Kai family together. The Ocean Mountain faction is willing to join Aurora Pavilion. We are also willing to join. After Xianxia severely punished the Godly Tiger gang, some of the other forces who wanted to remain neutral began to waver. Their thoughts were simple. Since they couldn't resist, they would join it, otherwise, they would have to leave their homes. Some forces began to take the initiative to apply to Xianxia to send experts to join Aurora Pavilion. Xianxia also repeatedly emphasized that Aurora Pavilion was around. All the leaders of the forces knew that Aurora Pavilion was definitely under the control of Dang Yifei. Aurora Pavilion, it was hard not to associate this name with Dang Yifei. Of the 300 forces, more than 50 were willing to join Aurora Pavilion. The remaining 200 were still hesitating. Most of these forces weren't clean. If they were to join Aurora Pavilion and become Dang Yifei's subordinates, they were really worried that Dang Yifei would destroy them all. Alright, I've said what I wanted to say. The rest of the family heads, go back and think about it. I'll only give you 10 days to think about it. If you don't want to think about it, you may leave Saidu and go back. Dang Yifei, Xianxia, and Kai Baihao left the hall. Dang Yifei didn't say a word until the end of the gathering in the hall. However, no one dared to ignore his existence. What should we do? Should we join Aurora Pavilion? If we really let Kai build Aurora Pavilion, where will there be room for forces like us to survive in the future? Then what should we do? Pledge our lives to surround our family's wealth. Are you kidding? I don't know. Maybe we'll leave Kai. What you said makes sense. What we martial artists pursue is freedom. We absolutely can't be bound by a country. The 200-plus forces that didn't join Aurora Pavilion gradually walked out, while the family heads of the nearly 100 forces that joined Aurora Pavilion gathered together. They didn't plan to leave yet. These family heads began to report their names and forces to each other, and began to search for people they knew in the crowd. Then, they exchanged greetings, probed, and began to discuss some ideas about Aurora Pavilion. They could feel Kai Jingxuan's ambition behind establishing Aurora Pavilion. If the Pale Flame sect was still around, these forces would definitely not be willing to submit. But the Pale Flame sect was gone, they had to submit. After the meeting, those who did not directly announce that they would send people to join the Aurora Pavilion began to contact the Kai Imperial Court. In the beginning, they tried to bargain in vain, hoping to get better treatment, or to keep their family's important business. However, with Deng Yifei as his backer, Kai Jingxian didn't even bother to bargain with these family forces. He wanted to nationalize all the resources in Kai Imperial Court. If they were unwilling, Deng Yifei would go to those who were strong and interested in Deng Yifei. If Deng Yifei did not want to go to those who were weak, Kai Jingxian could easily send people to eliminate them. After 3 days of stalemate, the leaders of the Kai Imperial Court began to accept Kai's extremely harsh conditions. They would send experts to join the Aurora Pavilion, and in the future, Kai would distribute cultivation resources according to their contributions to the Aurora Pavilion. Once they accepted Kai's conditions, it indicated that in the future, these forces would also be under the jurisdiction of the Aurora Pavilion and Kai. They would be officially incorporated. From now on, they would no longer be independent forces. They would need to help the Kai Imperial Court and maintain the stability of their territory. This was their duty. Of course, the leaders of these forces were not fools. They could see the benefits of joining the Aurora Pavilion. At least, once the Aurora Pavilion was established, it would take in all the experts of the Kaiguawu Imperial Court, and the Kaiguawu Imperial Court would become a whole. This would undoubtedly greatly reduce the disputes between forces. Chen Daoguang, why are you here? Didn't you say that you would not let your family members join the Aurora Pavilion? I regret it, can't I? Of course you can. Your legs are on your body, what's wrong with that? In these 10 days, Kai Jingxian was very busy, but his face was full of excitement. 10 days later, a total of 363 forces have arrived in the Kai city. Among them, 298 patriarchs have promised to send their experts to join the Extreme Light Pavilion. In other words, most of the first-rate forces in Kai were willing to join the Aurora Pavilion and become Kai's vassals. Kai Jingxian felt like he was floating when he walked. Are we going to proceed to the next step now? Kai Shining asked. Kai Shining, it should be enough. What did Master say? Your master said that letting those people live for even one more day would be unfair to them. Yes. Kai Jingxian wasn't targeting the factions that hadn't joined the Aurora Pavilion, but rather the 120 factions that hadn't sent anyone to Kai City. Most of those organizations were gangs and organizations from the Tao of Devils. Their hands were stained with blood, and they knew that if they came to Caidu, Deng Yifei would definitely cut them to pieces. Therefore, they simply didn't bother coming. Since they didn't come and didn't give Kai face, Kai Jingxian certainly wouldn't help them. Therefore, he simply told Deng Yifei all the dirty things that those forces had done behind the scenes. Xining? Here. Your strength is already at the peak of the heaven-breaking realm. Can you break through to the transcendent realm? Yes. Hua Xining was originally in danger of qi deviation, but after receiving some benefits from the mysterious array master of the Nanyue nation, she had completely stabilized her inner demons. You'll be in charge of dealing with those second-rate and third-rate forces. Kai Jingxian will send people to coordinate with you. Those who have committed grave sins will be directly destroyed. Deng Yifei said calmly. You can bring my 9 disciples to Flower Valley and let them see. Speaking of which, when I was their age, I also went out to train. Yes, Lord Deng. Go. As for those first-rate forces that haven't come and are slightly stronger, I'll personally deal with them. I haven't acted for a long time. Do those forces think I can't lift a blade anymore? They actually dared to refuse when I asked them to come to Kai City. Yes, master. They brought this upon themselves. Yes. Deng Yifei walked out of the hall and instantly turned into a white light and disappeared into the horizon. Kai Xianxia looked enviously at Deng Yifei's disappearing figure and sighed with emotion. When will I be as powerful as master? In your dreams. Hua Xining teased with a smile. Don't tease me, Sister Xining. When Deng Yifei wasn't present, Kai Xianxian would call Hua Xining Sister Xining. Hua Xining was older than Kai Xianxian and stronger than him. In Deng Yifei's eyes, her status was also higher than Kai Xingshuan's. He didn't lose out by calling her Sister Xining. Hua Xining smiled meaningfully and said, if you can satisfy Lord Deng, your master might help you become stronger and live longer. What do you mean, Sister Xining? That's exactly what it means. Hua Xining said, alright, I'm going to leave now to pick up your junior brothers and sisters. Arrange the schedule and list of organizations that must be eliminated. Okay, no problem. Kai Xingshan didn't think too much about Hua Xining's words. He just thought that since Deng Yifei was already a domain realm expert, of course, there would be some special help that could help him improve his strength. With the help of the Kai royal family, the Ashen Flame sect became history. Deng Yifei had no opponents in Kai City. In a short period of time, most of the forces in Kai City that didn't go to Kai City suffered a devastating blow. Those who weren't defeated had either moved away or completely left Kai City. Or those forces really didn't have any blood debts. Even if they did, only a few people needed to be executed. The news of Deng Yifei attacking again quickly spread throughout Kai City. However, the effect of Deng Yifei's attack this time was completely different from the last time. If there were still experts in Kai City who could suppress Deng Yifei in the past, then now. Deng Yifei could already do whatever he wanted in Kai City. In front of Deng Yifei, all the forces had no other choice but to despair. Deng Yifei's unscrupulous killing of those forces in Kai City and crazily created fear. In another way, he indirectly promoted the rapid development of Aurora Pavilion and accelerated the progress of Kai's army, taking over all the resources in Kai City. Those forces who were still hesitating whether to join Aurora Pavilion directly or not didn't dare to hesitate anymore when they heard that Deng Yifei was going crazy again. They directly chose to surrender to Kai City. With the cooperation of Hua Xining and the army, those second- and third-rate forces, as long as their crimes weren't too serious, quickly surrendered to Kai City and sent experts to join Aurora Pavilion. They also handed over the villains in their own forces. 3 months later, Deng Yifei wiped out all the first-rate forces that refused to submit to him. At this time, Aurora Pavilion was officially established with the cooperation of the major forces in Kai City. All the top experts in Kai City were gathered in Aurora Pavilion. All the major metals, spirit stone mines, medicine fields, and demon beast habitats in Kai City were also occupied by Kai's army, gathering all the experts in Kai City and monopolizing all the cultivation resources. It could be said that Kai Xingshuan's centralization of power had reached its peak at this time. By the time Deng Yifei returned to Kai City, the patriarchs of the 300-plus forces had already been in a meeting for 7 days. Deng Yifei had just arrived at the end of the meeting. All the cultivation resources in Kai City had been consolidated by Kai. Aurora Pavilion was initially established. According to the plan, the headquarters of Aurora Pavilion would be set up in Kai City. Every other county would set up a county branch, and then a city branch would be set up in every city. Each branch would be responsible for the security of the area under their jurisdiction. Within their jurisdiction, cultivators would not be allowed to bully civilians for no reason, nor would they be allowed to kill civilians at will. Violators would have to pay with their lives. In fact, all the patriarchs present felt that Kai's actions were too harsh. But when they thought about who Aurora Pavilion was responsible for, they all understood. Wasn't Deng Yifei such a person? People under the eaves had no choice but to lower their heads. They had to accept this decree. At the same time, they also decided to educate their juniors when they returned, so that they wouldn't accidentally offend Aurora Pavilion. Next was the issue of jurisdiction allocation. Whether it was based on the principle of proximity or being transferred away, Kai Xingshan finally decided that all the cultivators who joined Aurora Pavilion would not be in the area they were in charge of. Finally, there was the issue of cultivation resources allocation. After 3 days of discussion, they finally came up with a rule. the allocation of resources would first be based on the strength of the cultivators sent by each force to join Aurora Pavilion. Then, it would be based on the cultivators' achievements in the past year. Whoever managed their area the best and had no incidents of violence would naturally receive more cultivation resources as a reward. In addition, in order to resolve conflicts between cultivators, Kai would set up fixed arenas for all Hotian, Xiantian, Heaven Breaker, and even Transcendent Realm experts. The arenas would not be open to civilians. Other cultivators could fight in these arenas to avoid harming civilians. Other fights outside the arenas would be considered illegal. If the aftermath of a fight harmed civilians, both sides would have to bear the punishment. In addition, the state of Kai would hold a martial arts competition every year, specifically for those young martial artists to display their strength. Every year, those who obtained a good ranking in the martial arts competition would be rewarded with a certain amount of cultivation resources by the officials of the state of Kai. The martial artists who were qualified to participate in the meeting were all leaders of first-rate forces. The leaders of second-rate and third-rate forces were not qualified to participate in the discussion. Later on, it would also involve how to attract second- and third-rate martial artists to join the Aurora Pavilion, as well as how they should allocate cultivation resources, and so on. However, none of this was too important. In any case, once someone from a first-rate force made the decision, the other forces would either be destroyed or submit. Now, the Aurora Pavilion's framework had been set up. The pavilion master of the Aurora Pavilion was Huaxining, who had just broken through to the Transcendent Realm. The Vice Pavilion masters were Kai Gang, a peak Transcendent Realm expert from the Kai family, and Pei Shiyong, a peak Domain Realm expert from the Pei family. Under the Pavilion Master and Deputy Pavilion Master, there were 9 Aurora Pavilion Branch Pavilion Masters. The 9 Branch Pavilion Masters were all peak Transcendent Realm experts, and they came from the Kai family's 9 super first-rate forces. The state of Kai just so happened to have 9 large counties. These 9 Pavilion Masters would be in charge of the 9 large counties in the state of Kai. Every 10 years, they would be replaced. Kai Xianxia encouraged, "I hope that the 9 Pavilion Masters will be loyal to their duties and protect the safety of the Aurora Pavilion. As for the Branch Pavilion Masters, we will inspect them once every 10 years. The most outstanding of them will have the right to read the notes of our royal family's Domain Realm ancestor." The moment Kai Xianxia said that, all the peak Domain Realm experts present turned red with envy. Since ancient times, there had been countless peak Transcendent Realm experts, but those who could successfully break through to the Domain Realm from the peak Transcendent Realm were few and far between. Some busybodies had calculated the probability that only 1 out of every 500 peak Transcendent Realm experts could successfully break through to the early stage of the Domain Realm. In any case, the probability was pitifully small. Why was the probability so low? Some people suspected that the southern region's top forces were purposely hunting down those geniuses who had the potential to break through to the Domain Realm. Some people thought that they lacked the experience of their predecessors. Because other than the top forces that had Domain Realm experts, it was rare to see Domain Realm experts in the outside world. Most of the peak Transcendent Realm experts' masters weren't Domain Realm experts, and those without the guidance of a Domain Realm expert could only rely on their intuition and luck to break through to the next realm. In the end, the probability of success was pitifully low. Just like what Kai Xianxia had said, the notes of a Domain Realm expert breaking through from the pinnacle of the Transcendent Realm to the Domain Realm were priceless treasures to those who wanted to become Domain Realm experts. With it, their chances of breaking through would undoubtedly increase. Such notes were treasures that couldn't be leaked to outsiders even in the top forces. Originally, these experts were just idling around, but when they heard about the rewards, they began to rub their hands together, ready to give it their all. It couldn't be helped. Kai had given them too much. Kai Xianxia glanced at Deng Yifei and felt a lot more at ease. The notes on breaking through to the Domain Realm were precious, but so what if they broke through to the Domain Realm? Breaking through to the Domain Realm was just turning from a small ant to a big ant. There was also a huge gap between Domain Realm experts. Deng Yifei looked at all the leaders of the first-rate forces present. He also noticed the reverence in their eyes. In his heart, he was a little excited. Even the way he looked at Kai Xianxia was much better. From today onwards, after the Aurora Pavilion was officially established, his goal had taken a big step forward. Deng Yifei's goal had never been limited to Kai. Kai was just his stepping stone. Knowledge was an experiment. If the Aurora Pavilion was established, Deng Yifei looked at all the leaders of the first-rate forces present. He also noticed the reverence in their eyes. In his heart, he was a little excited. Even the way he looked at Xianxia was much better. From today onwards, after the Aurora Pavilion was officially established, his goal had taken a big step forward. Deng Yifei's goal had never been limited to Kai. From today onwards, after the Aurora Pavilion was officially established, his goal had taken a big step forward. Deng Yifei's goal had never been limited to Kai. From today onwards, after the Aurora Pavilion was officially established, his goal had taken a big step forward. From today onwards, after the Aurora Pavilion was officially established, his goal had taken a big step forward. Deng Yifei's goal had never been limited to Kai. Kai was just his stepping stone. Knowledge was an experiment. If the Aurora Pavilion was established. Seeing the looks of disbelief on the faces of the Divinity Realm experts, Deng Yifei said in displeasure, "Why? Do you think I'm lying?" His 30% chance of successfully breaking through to Domain Realm was already very conservative. With the Holy Spirit sword in hand, these veteran Divinity Realm experts had a 90% chance of breaking through to Domain Realm. He was afraid that saying 90% would scare them off. That's not what we meant. The Divinity Realm experts shook their heads. Deng Yifei was indeed not the kind of martial artist who liked to brag. In the entire Kai group, other than the fact that he liked to kill people, his reputation was also very good. He was a man of his word. If he said he would kill someone's entire family, he would not let anyone go. Besides, with Deng Yifei's current status, he definitely did not need to say anything. As long as you can maintain the peace of this region, I'll guarantee your safety. If you can do it to my satisfaction, I'll help you all become Grand Dominion Realm experts. Deng Yifei turned to Xianxia and said, "This condition is valid for you as well." After Deng Yifei left, more than 300 family heads left the hall. Their topics of discussion could not avoid Deng Yifei's promise. As the family heads of first-rate factions, almost all of them were Divinity Realm experts. After becoming Divinity Realm experts, what they cared about was how to break through to Domain Realm, and Deng Yifei had painted a big picture for them in the meeting just now. Deng Yifei doesn't seem like the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Yes, Deng Yifei is extremely arrogant. Since he said that he can increase the chances by 30%, it must be 30%. 30%. That's amazing. Maybe Deng Yifei has a unique way to break through to Domain Realm? Look at how young he is, and he's already broken through to Domain Realm. Speaking of which, all of us joining Aurora Pavilion seems to have some benefits. At least we won't have to worry about our families and sects suddenly losing their legacies. That's right. A few days ago, the South City's Nan family and the Zhou family were fighting fiercely. But now, the two families probably won't fight anymore. If everyone joins the Aurora Pavilion together, we should be able to reduce a lot of disputes. In the future, the pavilion masters of the 9 major pavilions will have to step forward to mediate conflicts. Xianxia followed Deng Yifei out of the main hall. Along the way, Xianxia pondered over Deng Yifei's words. "Master, are you really confident in helping others break through to the Domain Realm?" "Yes, I do. It's not just the 3rd stage. If your willpower is strong enough, I can even nurture you up to the Grand Dominion Realm." "Really? Really?" Deng Yifei changed his tone and said, "As for the specifics, it depends on how much ability you have and whether the things you do can satisfy me." Xianxia looked at Huaxining. He finally understood the information that Huaxining had vaguely revealed to him last time. Deng Yifei seemed to have grasped some unique ability that could help people increase their strength. He just didn't know if there were any side effects. However, Xianxia guessed that there would definitely be side effects. If there weren't, Deng Yifei wouldn't need him anymore. When will the Aurora Pavilion be of use? It will probably take half a year. We need to count and protect all of Kai's cultivation resources, excavate and collect them. Xianxia deliberated and said, "It also involves a lot of personnel appointments and the balance of some forces. We need to consider it carefully. However, the most important framework has already been set up. The remaining things are easier to sort out." "Alright, I'll leave it to you." Deng Yifei straightened his back and turned to look at Huaxining, who had already broken through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm. "Xining, come with me." All right. When they arrived at a small courtyard, Deng Yifei dismissed the maidservants and looked at Huaxining. How are those second and third-rate forces? Are they done cleaning them? With Kai Jingxuan's cooperation, our plan is very smooth. Of course, it was very smooth. Second-rate forces were those with Heavenbreaker realm martial artists as the strongest. As for third-rate forces, they were those with Khanate realm martial artists as the strongest. Kai Jingxian could casually send a few Transcendent realm martial artists to help, and cleaning these small forces would be easy. If it was in the past, the other first-rate forces and top forces would definitely not allow Kai to do this. Unfortunately, they now had Deng Yifei behind them. No one dared to object to their actions. What about those little guys? How's their cultivation progress? How's their performance this time? Those little guys were, of course, Deng Yifei's 9 personal disciples. Originally, Deng Yifei had planned to train them for a period of time and then let them form an assassination organization under the Stinging Bee organization. They would slowly increase their strength by assassinating villains. However, now that he controlled Kai and established the Aurora Pavilion, there was no need for his 9 personal disciples to be affiliated with the Stinging Bee organization. When Huaxining brought people to eliminate those second-rate and third-rate organizations, Deng Yifei had also instructed her to bring those 9 people to see the world. Huaxining carefully glanced at Deng Yifei and said in a low voice, "Reporting to my lord, 2 are dead." 2 are dead? I don't think I ordered you to let them charge at the front, right? Deng Yifei said with some dissatisfaction. I only asked you to bring them to see the world. With your strength close to the Transcendent Realm, it doesn't seem difficult to protect them, right? I know, I'm wrong. Huaxining hurriedly nodded. How did they die? One was killed by a Khanate realm martial artist who was running for his life. At that time I was entangled with 3 peak Heavenbreaker realm martial artists and didn't pay attention. What about the other one? The other one was caught in the crossfire during the battle. When I found him, he was already a corpse, inside the red blood sword. Chen Hao heard Huaxining's story and couldn't help but want to laugh. He seemed to understand. He understood why 2 of Deng Yifei's 9 personal disciples were lost. It must be because the 2 who died weren't tough enough. The Holy Spirit sword was only a clone of the red blood sword, but the Holy Spirit sword's innate talent of killing its master was innate. Although it was far from being as immediate as the explosion of misfortune, it had no problem affecting the luck of those little sword masters. If they died, they died. Chen Hao didn't feel that it was a pity. In any case, they were just consumables, the kind that was destined to be eliminated. If one wanted to become the master of the red blood sword, it was absolutely impossible to not have a bit of luck. When Deng Yifei heard Huaxining's description, his mood calmed down slightly. Have the 2 Holy Spirit swords been retrieved? Yes. Give one of them to my 9th disciple. The remaining one will be temporarily kept by you. Find time to go to Flower Valley to check on their cultivation, and then choose the 2 most outstanding youths to come over. Then what about the 8 of them? Arrange for them to take up positions in Aurora Pavilion. Let them start from the bottom. Tell them not to reveal their relationship with me. Only when their cultivation reaches the Transcendent Realm will I officially acknowledge them as my personal disciples. In the following period of time, Kai's actions continued to attract the attention of the surrounding countries. Many forces were forced to move out of Kai. Those who were able to move out were the luckier ones. Many forces didn't even have the chance to leave Kai at all. The establishment of Aurora Pavilion also attracted the attention of the other countries' forces. Those people were very clear that Deng Yifei was definitely behind Aurora Pavilion. Deng Yifei's reputation in the southern region was terrible. Half a year ago, he killed his way from Kai to Nanyue. Before he broke through to the Domain Realm, there were still Domain Realm masters from the top forces who wanted to cause trouble for him. But after he successfully broke through to the Domain Realm, those Domain Realm masters who wanted to cause trouble for him temporarily stopped doing so. Even a top-tier power wouldn't want to offend a carefree Grand Dominion Realm expert for no reason. When dealing with a Domain Realm master like Deng Yifei, the attitude of all the top forces was that unless they could directly kill him, they shouldn't offend him. Once they offended him, they must be exterminated once and for all. There were rumors that Deng Yifei made Kai, Sugua, and all the Domain Realm masters in the Pale Flame sect submit to him, although many top forces didn't believe it. Since Kai and Sugwa's domain realm masters hadn't stepped forward to clarify the matter, most of them believed it. After all, the Pale Flame sect had really been wiped out by Deng Yifei. Therefore, Kai nationalized all the cultivation resources and gathered all the forces in the country to form Aurora Pavilion. Kai also followed Deng Yifei's orders and desperately suppressed the special rights of martial artists. These excessive actions, other than Kai's, martial artist forces didn't interfere. It was because Kai had Deng Yifei. They didn't want to offend Deng Yifei. In 3 months, Kai's Aurora Pavilion controlled almost all the first, second, and third-rate forces in the country. The rest were just some small family clans and itinerant martial artists. They didn't need to care at all because they were destined to be eliminated. In just 3 months, the experts of Aurora Pavilion started to take action. In addition to the strong official publicity, the whole of Kai knew about the existence of Aurora Pavilion. Every city had an Aurora Pavilion branch. Outside Aurora Pavilion's branch, there was a large drum. Any commoner had the right to beat that drum. If a commoner beat the drum, it meant that they wanted to sue a martial artist. Once the drum was beaten, Aurora Pavilion had to accept the case. If Aurora Pavilion's branch was guilty of malpractice or harboring a criminal, the person in charge would be held responsible. As for supervision, there were a total of 3 intelligence organizations secretly supervising. The first one was Kai's Black Feather Organization. The second one was Kai's City Lord Mansion. The third one was Stinging Bee Tissue. Deng Yifei had already asked Hua Xining to inform the Stinging Bee Tissue. Kai wouldn't target the Stinging Bee Tissue anymore. Not only that, but they would also pay the Stinging Bee Tissue a lot of money every year. The Stinging Bee Tissue needed to send people to monitor Aurora Pavilion to see if they were guilty of malpractice, especially the large drum in every city, in Kai's territory. The evil forces were almost completely uprooted by Deng Yifei and Kai. The forces either left Kai or sent experts to join Aurora Pavilion. Then, they changed their style and didn't dare to do anything excessive. Those martial artists who were wanted by Kai in the past fled Kai like crazy. They didn't dare to stay in Kai for long. When the whole Kai's forces were combined, the Aurora Pavilion in every city became a huge monster. The security of the whole Kai improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the commoners could clearly feel the change for the better. No one dared to ride horses on the streets anymore. Although the martial artists still looked arrogant, their emotions were obviously restrained. Half a year later, all the cultivation resources in Kai's territory were controlled by the government. The metal and spirit stone mines were guarded by the army. The places where a large number of demon beasts gathered were also protected by the army. Martial artists without a token were forbidden to hunt demon beasts. 7 months later, the kingdom of Kai gathered all the alchemists in the kingdom in the city of Kai and became the consecrators of the Extreme Light Pavilion. There was no other way. When all the medicinal resources were controlled by Kai, the alchemists who were usually high above the masses had to bow their heads. Besides, after joining the government, there were many benefits. At least they didn't have to worry about safety or materials. They could also exchange pointers with other alchemists. It was much better than working behind closed doors alone. With the help of Kai's imperial court and all the martial arts forces in the territory, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. In just 8 months, the whole Kai had changed. After listening to Kai Jingxuan's report, Deng Yifei's cold face showed a rare hint of excitement. Kai Jingxian looked a lot thinner than a year ago, but his eyes were more spirited. Deng Yifei could feel his excitement, confidence, and satisfaction through his eyes, the eyes that a real young man should have. Did you really do it? I can't say 100%, but 70% to 80% is no problem. Kai Jingxian said excitedly. After the security situation in every city was linked to the cultivation resources obtained by the pavilion masters and members of Aurora Pavilion, they became more serious in their actions. It's only been 5 months since they set up the framework, and the security situation in every city has improved significantly. The intelligence sent by the city lords, county governors, and Heiyu all showed this. Xining, what did you say? Hua Xining said, the intelligence from Andromeda is similar, but they still reported a problem to us. Some members of Aurora Pavilion are cheating. Kai Jingxian said awkwardly, there is indeed information from Heiyu that someone is cheating. I have already ordered a thorough investigation. I will definitely not tolerate it. Don't worry, Master. Deng Yifei said calmly, collect the evidence and have a public trial. They will be punished the same as the villains. Understood. But Xianxia, it's really been hard on you recently. It's not hard, it's not hard. This is what we should do. Xianxia quickly said. Xianxia opened her mouth, but when she heard Xianxia's words, she closed her mouth helplessly. She could see that in terms of flattery, she was indeed no match for Xianxia. Come out with me tomorrow. I want to go out and see how the Aurora Pavilion is doing. After all, whether the Aurora Pavilion is effective or not is not up to us to decide. The intelligence is not intuitive enough. Master, are you planning to go incognito? Go incognito? Deng Yifei shook his head. I'm not the emperor. What kind of incognito trip is this? I just want to go out and take a look. Come with me tomorrow. Let's see the results of your efforts. Yes, master. Xianxia agreed. In any case, even without him in the palace, Kai wouldn't be in chaos. Xianxia also nodded and said, sure. Xianxia slightly modified the appearances of Deng Yifei and Xianxia, and even changed the color of Deng Yifei's pupils. When they left the palace in disguise, Deng Yifei became an elegant young master, Xianxia became a manservant, and Xianxia became a delicate and pretty girl. Compared to when Deng Yifei first came to Kaidu, the current Kaidu seemed to be more prosperous. The shops on both sides of the street were densely packed, and the sound of hawking rose and fell. On the street, there were civilians and warriors, and there were no conflicts between the two sides. However, Deng Yifei could clearly see that the commoners on the streets were more confident when facing the warriors. They were no longer like before, avoiding the warriors like the plague. They didn't even have the courage to carefully size up the warriors. They stood in front of the warriors, and although some of them subconsciously bent down, there were still some civilians who stood straight. And those warriors, among them, some of the local warriors were not surprised and did not think too much about it. Because they were already used to it. Even if some of the civilians' gazes were not so polite, they still did not get angry because of it. After all, the Aurora Pavilion was too powerful. Auntie, can I ask you a question? Deng Yifei came to a stall selling rouge and face powder, picked up a box of rouge, and asked politely. Young master, is there a problem? The auntie saw that Deng Yifei's appearance was not ordinary, his temperament was extraordinary, and her tone was more friendly. Deng Yifei pretended to be curious. Kaidu seems to be different from other countries. The civilians here don't seem to be afraid of warriors? The auntie smiled and asked, Young master, you should be a foreigner, right? Yes, I'm not a local. The auntie smiled amiably. You might not know because you're a foreigner, but you should have heard of the Aurora Sword God, right? Aurora Sword God, Deng Yifei looked at Xianxia and Xianxia in surprise. Xianxia shrugged, indicating that he did not know, but Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled, as if she knew this nickname better. Auntie. I've only heard of the Aurora Sword Master Deng Yifei, Senior Deng. They're all the same person. The auntie smiled and said, this Sword God Senior takes good care of us commoners. After he became the master of His Majesty the Emperor, he established the Aurora Pavilion. He also stipulated that within the territory of Kai, all warriors are not allowed to attack us commoners for no reason. If they dare to kill us, they will have to pay with their lives. Oh. Young master, are you a warrior? Yes. What do you think of Senior Sword God? Deng Yifei rubbed his nose awkwardly. She's a nice person. This rouge is for you. The auntie smiled as she gave Deng Yifei a box of rouge. In the past, there were some martial artists who didn't treat us commoners as people just because they learned some martial arts. Ever since Sir Sword God appeared, our lives have become much better. In the past, when we met foreign martial artists, if they spoke ill of Sir Sword God, I definitely wouldn't do business with them. Yes. Aren't you afraid that those martial artists will get angry? Angry? What was there to be afraid of? As long as I'm in the right, those Aurora Pavilion martial artists won't help the foreign martial artists. Half a month ago, a foreign martial artist beat up a commoner, but didn't he still lose his family fortune? What's there to be afraid of? As long as they dare to hit me, I dare to lie on the ground and not get up. Deng Yifei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. He casually took 2 boxes of rouge, paid the money and left. As he strolled along the street, he observed the pedestrians around him. Deng Yifei asked the question in his heart, "Don't you feel that Kai City seems to be more prosperous?" Kai Xianxia replied respectfully, "Master, in the past few months, there have been a lot of rich merchants coming to Kai City." "Why?" "Because it's safe." Huaxining replied. "So that's how it is." Deng Yifei suddenly understood. Then that's no wonder. There were many kinds of talents. In this world, the best talent was of course martial arts. After all, martial arts were respected, but there were others whose talents might not be in martial arts. For example, Kai Jingxuan's talent might be in politics, Huaxining's talent might be in intelligence and disguise, and some people's talent might be in business. After those merchants became really rich, they would start to worry about their lives. Some of them spent money to nurture their family members, while others spent a lot of money to hire bodyguards. In a country like Kai City, where martial arts tended to be unified, public security was excellent, and gave people a strong sense of security. It was very popular among the rich. "Xingxian, well done." Kai Jingxian said respectfully, "Master, this is what I should do." "Let's go back." Deng Yifei said, "I'm more at ease in Kai City. After all, you're here. In a few days, I'll go to the other counties to take a look." "Understood." After returning to the palace, Deng Yifei left Kai City every few days. Only a few people knew about Deng Yifei's departure. Even Kai Jingxian and Huaxining didn't plan to inform the other 9 pavilion masters. Deng Yifei was the kind of person who hated evil and couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. They didn't want to make Deng Yifei angry. Not long after Deng Yifei left, a travel-worn peak transcendent realm expert arrived at Kai City. Just as he arrived outside the city gates and saw the simple name Kai City, he knew he didn't go in the wrong direction and slowly floated down. At this time, this peak transcendent realm expert saw some commoners on the ground looking up at the sky, staring at him and commenting on something. This martial artist must be very strong. Maybe he's a heaven breaker expert. I think his movement technique is very good. He's very elegant when he floats, very beautiful. When I have money in the future, I'll send my son to learn martial arts too. When this transcendent realm expert heard what these commoners were talking about, he was furious, feeling that he had suffered a great humiliation. He was a peak transcendent realm expert, an expert who could suppress a region in the southern region. How could he be judged by a bunch of commoners? Moreover, no matter where he went, the commoners were all extremely afraid. But here in Kai City, why were these commoners so bold, daring to point at him like this? He liked to admire the fear in those ants' eyes. Wasn't the point of practicing martial arts to become a person above others, to control one's own fate and the lives of others? Humph. The peak transcendent realm expert snorted coldly. An invisible force spread out. On the ground, the heads of the 21 commoners exploded. Red blood and white brain matter instantly splattered everywhere. What? At the city gates, the deputy general's expression changed drastically. A blood-red firework rose into the sky with a sharp whistle. Most of the people in Kaidu who were outdoors stopped what they were doing and looked up at the blood-red ribbon in the sky. Someone dares to behave atrociously in Kai City? That's the signal to summon Aurora Pavilion. Is there some idiot who doesn't know the rules? I wonder who that unlucky bastard is. That must be it. Unless he's a domain realm expert, anyone who comes to Kai City has to follow Kai City's rules. Otherwise, it's useless even if God comes. The peak divinity realm expert who had killed more than 20 civilians was stunned by the guard's actions. He looked around and saw that both civilians and martial artists were frantically distancing themselves from him. The commoners looked at him with fear in their eyes. This attitude pleased the peak transcendent realm expert. However, the way the martial artists looked at him was a little strange. Their eyes seemed to be filled with excitement and schadenfreude, gloating over his misfortune. The peak divinity realm expert looked at the signal in the sky and asked, "What's going on? Didn't I just kill some civilians? Is there a need for such a big reaction? I'm not here to cause trouble for Kai City. If you really want me to compensate, I can pay the price." The peak divinity realm expert felt a little guilty. After all, the situation seemed a little out of hand. He didn't mind bullying civilians, but he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, the signal was too obvious. It seemed that everyone in Kai City had seen it. After all, Kai City had a domain realm expert, so he didn't dare to be too rash. "Sir, are you new to Kai City?" the guard asked with a wry smile. "That's right. I'm Zhou Haiqing from Tianqing Nation's abstruse sect. I'm here to spar with Pei Shiyong." Zhou Haiqing said, "My cultivation improved greatly half a month ago, so I came here directly." "Is there a problem?" The guard nodded and looked up at the sky. Zhou Haiqing also looked up at the sky. "Die, Junior." A heavy pressure made Zhou Haiqing's blood boil. It was a domain realm expert, a domain realm expert. Zhou Haiqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that he would encounter a domain realm expert who attacked a junior just because he came to Kai City to spar with Pei Shiyong. A huge fleshy palm descended from the sky and slapped Zhou Haiqing to the ground as if it was swatting a fly. Zhou Haiqing directly fainted from the shock. Kai Baihao looked at the corpses of the commoners around him, then at the pinnacle transcendent realm expert at his feet and sighed deeply. He wasn't sighing for the commoners, but for Zhou Haiqing. As a martial artist, Kai Baihao had always believed that martial artists were definitely nobler than commoners. Their lives were definitely more valuable than commoners, but Deng Yifei didn't think so. Whoever had the bigger fist would have the right to speak. Now, Kai Baihao could only follow Deng Yifei's method, therefore, he was sighing for Zhou Haiqing. He also felt that Zhou Haiqing's martial arts talent was not bad. It was a pity that he died. "Bury those civilians." Kai Baihao raised Zhou Haiqing and ordered the soldiers guarding the city gate. "It's our Polar Light Pavilion's responsibility that they were killed this time. Let the families of those civilians come to our Polar Light Pavilion to collect the funeral expenses." "Yes, sir." After Kai Baihao left with that unlucky fellow, the pressure on everyone present was relieved. Even if a domain realm expert didn't do it deliberately, they would still cause great pressure to those around them. Someone from another country whispered, "Did you see that? Zhou Haiqing from Tianqing Nation's Zhou family couldn't even withstand a single blow. That person must be a domain realm expert. Even the deaths of commoners would alarm a domain realm expert. Let me ask you, in the entire southern region, where else is safer than Kaidu?" Indeed, Kaidu is a good place. But does the Kai family really plan to kill Zhou Haiqing? Although the Zhou family isn't royalty, there should still be a domain realm expert in the family, right? I'm not sure. So far, Aurora Pavilion has spared the lives of all the Transcendent Realm experts who committed crimes. Maybe they're giving them a chance to live? After all, Transcendent Realm experts are still very valuable. Usually, no one would casually kill those who can be recruited. In comparison, Kaidu is indeed safer. I'll buy a house first. In just a month's time, Deng Yifei had patrolled the 9 counties of Kai. Perhaps because Aurora Pavilion had just been established, Deng Yifei discovered that Aurora Pavilion's overall operation was relatively good. In just half a year, most of the bandits and brigands in Kaidu had been wiped out by Aurora Pavilion members. Only a small number of them remained, and they all hid deep in the mountains and forests, not daring to show their faces. With more than one Transcendent Realm expert overseeing the various Aurora Pavilion branches, those bandits and brigands really couldn't do anything. Although Aurora Pavilion was operating well, there were still local martial artists who were secretly abusing their power. However, they were more restrained, or at least not as rampant as before. Moreover, these martial artists couldn't escape the surveillance of the 3 major intelligence organizations. After being discovered by the intelligence organizations, they directly reported to the local pavilion branches. If they didn't handle it well, the information would continue to be reported to the headquarters in Kaidu. What comforted Deng Yifei was that the various pavilion heads were able to handle those martial artists well. Deng Yifei believed that with the development of Aurora Pavilion, perhaps after a period of time, the martial arts forces of Kaidu would truly merge into one. Within this whole body, there would be no more sectarian bias, just like a super-large sect. Deng Yifei was happy to see this possibility. If the barriers between sects and families disappeared, then there would be fewer disputes. In the future, Deng Yifei could choose and teach disciples in the entire Kaidu then, with the disciples' martial virtues as the foundation, and based on their martial arts talent, he could teach them according to their aptitude. He could cultivate outstanding disciples who would truly inherit his teachings and cultivate a force that truly carried out his will. When he returned to Kaidu, Huaxining happened to have something to report to him. Sir, these are the Transcendent Realm experts captured by Aurora Pavilion in the past half a year. Huaxining gave Deng Yifei a thick list of names. The various pavilions have already sent them to Kaidu. The pavilion heads of the various pavilions were all peak Transcendent Realm experts. Of course, it was impossible for the various pavilions to only have one peak Transcendent Realm expert. Sometimes, when facing some powerful enemies, even the experts of Aurora Pavilion couldn't capture them alive. There were many Transcendent Realm experts alive, but their strength was relatively low. Most of them were at the early and middle stages of the Transcendent Realm. How many in total? 125. 23 of them are martial artists from Kaidu, and the rest are from other countries. Huaxining said in a low voice. Recently, many domestic forces have been relying on their connections to get in through the back door. The forces of other countries are also contacting Aurora Pavilion, hoping that we can make an exception and spare their lives. What do you think? Kill them all. Well said. These people must not be tolerated. After receiving Deng Yifei's praise, Huaxining was relatively calm. After all, this lord's thoughts were too easy to guess. It was only right to be praised. It wasn't challenging at all. However, Deng Yifei's words stunned Huaxining. Are you able to execute those 125 villains? Can you? Deng Yifei looked at Huaxining. Huaxining knew what he meant. He wanted to ask her if she could withstand the increase in strength brought about by the Holy Spirit sword. Yes. Huaxining tried her best to suppress the excitement in her heart as she knelt in front of Deng Yifei. This was Deng Yifei giving her a chance to increase her strength. Huaxining had thought about this opportunity before, but she didn't dare to hope for it. After all, Deng Yifei was still standing above her. These 100 or so Transcendent Realm warriors were most likely personally executed by Deng Yifei. After all, those first-rate forces were all destroyed by Deng Yifei in the past. She could only be responsible for those second- and third-rate forces. She had the Holy Spirit sword in her hands, so she could naturally guess that Deng Yifei definitely had the Holy Spirit sword in his hands as well, or a treasure of a higher level than the Holy Spirit sword that could increase one's strength through killing. Who didn't desire great power, who didn't desire to continuously increase their strength, especially someone like Deng Yifei, who was crazy about making enemies? Every bit of strength he gained was a guarantee of his life. However, Huaxining didn't expect that the other party would actually give her this opportunity. 125 Transcendent Realm experts. She didn't even dare to dream of it before. Deng Yifei patted Huaxining's shoulder and said, in terms of strength, you don't have to feel any pressure. After all, everyone in Kai knows that you are my spokesperson. Try your best to increase your strength, but don't advance rashly. I don't want anything to happen to you. Those 125 people, have you never thought of making a move? They are too weak and won't be of much benefit to me. On the other hand, you have always been working behind the scenes and rarely have the chance to make a move. If you increase your strength a little, you can more or less guarantee your safety. Although she knew that Deng Yifei's words were somewhat suspicious of buying people's hearts, Huaxining was still moved. But Xining was still touched. Deng Yifei had a special kind of charm on him. Xining. Although my words are a bit hurtful, I still have to say it. With your talent, even with the help of the Holy Spirit sword, you may be stuck at the Transcendent Realm for the rest of your life. You have to be clear about your limits. I also need your help. Sir, I understand. Of course, Huaxining knew where his limits were. If it weren't for that mysterious person from the Nanuet Kingdom, she would have been in great danger breaking through to the Transcendent Realm. It's good that you understand. You may leave. Huaxining had just turned around and was about to leave when she stopped in her tracks. She turned around awkwardly and smiled. I was moved by the Lord just now. There's something I forgot to tell you. What is it? Among these 125 people, there are 2 who have special identities. What's so special about it? Even if it's a top-tier power or a Grand Dominion Realm expert, I'll still be able to hold my ground. It's the Martial Alliance. Huaxining said with a heavy tone. Those 2 Transcendent Realm warriors claim to be from the Martial Alliance. After Wang Shuhong captured them, he did not kill them. Instead, he escorted them to the headquarters. Wang Shuhong was one of the 9 Yonghe County branch pavilion lords of Kai. He was an expert at the peak of the transcendent realm. How strong are they? The 2 of them are mid-stage transcendent realm warriors. What did they do? They destroyed a family clan in a small city in Yonghe County. Do you know the reason? Before Huaxining came, she had put in a lot of effort. Whatever Deng Yifei wanted to know, she had asked around before coming. According to the 2 Martial Alliance warriors, that small family clan was the first to speak rudely to them before they destroyed the entire family clan. Then let's kill them together. But the Martial Alliance, it's fine. Deng Yifei said with a cold expression. If the Martial Alliance is filled with such trash, I will not be courteous with them. This subordinate understands. Before killing them, spread the news. Let the entire Kai County and even the warriors around Kai County know the rules of our Kai Aurora Pavilion. It will prevent them from dying without knowing why. Do you understand? All right. On the second day of the discussion, the Aurora Pavilion made an announcement. The 125 Transcendent Realm experts who had violated Kai's laws would be publicly executed a month later. When this announcement was made, all the warriors in the Aurora Pavilion went into an uproar. They really did not expect that Deng Yifei actually really wanted to kill all of this batch of divine ability realm martial artists. I already said that Deng Yifei would definitely not let them off. Deng Yifei was known for his ruthlessness in the past. It's impossible that he has become even more cowardly now that he is stronger. Wei Hongfeng, I can't do anything about your son. It's best you find someone else. Pavilion Lord Wang, you are one of the 9 pavilion lords of the Aurora Pavilion. Don't you have a sect master? No, they have already been escorted to Kai County. It was Lord Deng who personally ordered their execution. If we beg His Majesty or Lord Hua, will there still be a chance? No, unless Lord Deng personally gives the order, your son is doomed. Then what should we do? I have more than 10 sons, and only one of them has excellent martial arts talent. You can try robbing the execution ground. Who knows, you might even have the honor of fighting Lord Deng once. Wei Hongfeng, on account of our decade-long friendship, let me remind you. At this time, do not appear in front of Lord Hua or Senior Deng. Why? Because according to Lord Deng's standards, many of our factions will be destroyed. However, we have recently joined the Aurora Pavilion and are actively working for Senior Deng. He has not deliberately pursued our past problems. If you appear in front of him for no reason, he might remember you. In Kai Nation, the families behind the Divinity Realm experts imprisoned by Kai tried a little. After discovering that the order to execute them was personally issued by Deng Yifei, they quickly gave up on the idea of continuing to save their family members. After all, the price they had to pay and the possible risks they might face were too much for them to bear. In Kai Nation, there was no faction that was not afraid of Deng Yifei. However, outside of Kai Nation, things were a little different. In Tianqing Nation's Zhou family, Patriarch Zhou's face turned cold when he received the news from Kai Nation. This was because his most valued descendant, Zhou Haiqing, had been arrested by Kai Nation. It didn't matter if he was arrested. At most, he could pay a ransom and get him back. However, what really angered Patriarch Zhou was that Kai Nation actually wanted to execute Zhou Haiqing. If Zhou Haiqing were to die, the Zhou family would suffer a great loss. Even an ancestor of the Zhou family had said that in Zhou Haiqing's generation, he had the highest chance of becoming a domain realm expert. Every family clan would treat young warriors with outstanding martial arts talent as the future of the family clan. They were treasures that could not be obtained. As for the reason why Kai executed Zhou Haiqing, the Zhou family's patriarch could not tolerate it. This was because in the Zhou family's patriarch's opinion, this crime was not enough to sentence Zhou Haiqing to death. After all, he had only killed 20 commoners. So what if he died? What do we do? The matter involved a country, so the Zhou family's patriarch felt a headache. As a royal family, the Kai family was on a completely different level from the Tianqing Nation's top family clan, the Zhou family. The Kai family was much stronger than his Zhou family. If he went to Kai alone to seek help from the Kai family might ignore him. Especially now that the Kai family had joined forces with Deng Yifei. If he wanted to save Zhou Guoqing, it was best to invite a power that the Kai family would give him face, for example, the Tianqing nation personally intervening. However, thinking of the price he had to pay to invite the Tianqing nation, the Zhou family's patriarch felt a headache coming on. The Tianqing nation did not have a good relationship with their Zhou family. Master, are you worried about Zhou Haiqing's matter? Yes. The Zhou family's patriarch said with a sigh, the southern region is so big, so why did Zhou Haiqing have to go to Kai? Doesn't he know that Kai's situation is very complicated recently? Actually, Master does not need to feel a headache. I heard that not only did Kai's Aurora Pavilion capture young Master Zhou, they also captured 2 members of the Martial Alliance. What? Are you serious? The Zhou family's patriarch stood up from his chair and said excitedly, are you saying that not only did Kai capture Zhou Haiqing, they even captured people from the Martial Alliance? Yes, Master. Didn't you want me to go to Kai and personally investigate young Master Zhou's whereabouts? In the beginning, I did not expect young Master Zhou to be captured by Kai's men. Later, I heard that Kai's Aurora Pavilion captured 2 members of the Martial Alliance. Only then did I turn my attention to the list of 125 Divine Power Realm experts to be executed by Kai. Only then did I discover young Master Zhou's name. That's good, that's good. You've done well. Patriarch Zhou's face was filled with gratification. He stroked his beard and said, it looks like Haiqing's luck isn't bad. Since the Martial Alliance was captured with him, it won't be too difficult to save him. I believe the Martial Alliance will not allow their members to be killed, right? Definitely not. The subordinate of the Zhou clan said. Of course not. The Zhou family's patriarch said with a smile, don't be fooled by the Martial Alliance's low profile for the past decade. They still care about their reputation. Furthermore, the Martial Alliance is not a monolithic entity. It is an alliance of many top factions in the central region, so they will not allow their subordinates to be killed by Kai. Patriarch is right. If that's the case, let me make a trip to the alliance. The Martial Alliance's southern region branch was set up in the Tianqing kingdom. As a local tyrant, the Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Luochun, had quite a good relationship with the southern region's Martial Alliance. He had a good relationship with a mid-stage domain realm guardian, Xianxia. He quickly met Xianxia and told her about his son, Zhou Haiqing. Xianxia said with a smile, there shouldn't be any problems with this matter. The elder has also heard of this matter. He specially got me and another guardian to make a trip to Kai and bring back the 2 rascals. If anyone from your Zhou family has been captured by the Aurora Pavilion, I can bring them back as well. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Qiao. Xianxia waved her hand, it's nothing much. To you, it's nothing much, but to our Zhou family, it's a timely help. Zhou Luochun said gratefully, Zhou Haiqing is very important to our Zhou family. Even the patriarch said that his talent is very good. Xianxia agreed, yes. I've seen him before. He's indeed not bad. From Xianxia's point of view, there was not much difference between southern and central region warriors in terms of talent. The main reason why central region warriors were much stronger than southern region warriors was because of the difference in cultivation resources. Zhou Luochun was even happier that his junior had received Xianxia's praise. Among the 4 guardians from the central region's Martial Alliance, Xianxia was the kindest. The other protectors were all arrogant and looked down on the southern region martial artists. Zhou Luochun did not like to interact with them. By the way, Guardian Qiao, why did the elder send you to Kai personally? Zhou Luochun said, actually, no matter who the Martial Alliance sends, as long as you inform Kai, they will definitely release them, right? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, it's actually related to Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei? Yes, Deng Yifei's strength is not simple. He's very strong? The elder believes that he might have gained insight into a rare domain, giving him the strength to challenge those at a higher level. Xianxia did not hide it. Furthermore, from Deng Yifei's way of doing things, he is not someone who is easy to talk to. Zhou Luochun nodded and said, indeed, Deng Yifei is indeed audacious. No matter what he does, I will not find it strange. Hence, for this trip, the elder sent me and Guardian Mo Jingyuan. 7 Ultimate Sex Guardian Mo? Zhou Luochun nodded as a cold face that kept people away surfaced in his mind. It was said that the experts of the Seven Ultimates sect all had icy faces. Yes, it's him. It looks like the elder places great importance on the two captured juniors. That's something that can't be helped. Those two juniors actually have some factions backing them. They came to the southern region to train, so the elder has to consider his face and prestige. Xiaoyaqiu did not hide it. As she spoke, she changed the topic to Deng Yifei. Speaking of which, the elder wants us to make contact with Deng Yifei. He wants to recruit Deng Yifei? The elder's intention is, for me to investigate. Xiaoyaqiu whispered. The elder said that if it's possible, I should try my best to recruit him into the Martial Alliance. I want to give him the treatment of a guardian of the Martial Alliance. The Zhou family's patriarch exclaimed, What? Recruit Deng Yifei into the Martial Alliance? Give him the treatment of a guardian? Others might not know, but Zhou Luochun knew that the Middle Region's Martial Alliance rarely recruited warriors or sections. Those that caught their attention were the few top warriors or factions in the southern region. Their Zhou family's patriarch, who was at the early stages of the domain realm, wanted to join the Martial Alliance, but he was only given the treatment of an ordinary member. For more than a decade, the southern region's Martial Alliance had never given any domain realm expert the treatment of a guardian. What they wanted to recruit was a true son of heaven. The so-called treatment of a guardian of the Martial Alliance was to make the warrior an official guardian of the Martial Alliance, a core member of the management. Once the warrior joined the Martial Alliance, they would receive a terrifying amount of resources from the Martial Alliance. Legendary heaven-ranked cultivation techniques and martial techniques, heaven-defying cultivation arrays, extremely precious Dao artifacts, true supreme-grade spirit stones, yes. That is what the elder means. After his exclamation, the Zhou family's patriarch calmed down. Speaking of which, Deng Yifei is indeed worthy. I have never seen such a stunning genius before. At least in the southern region, he is unique. That's why the elder sent us there personally. Zhou Luochun said with a smile, I believe that the two guardians will definitely be able to recruit a young talent like Deng Yifei. It's hard to say, hard to say. Xiaoyaqiu shook her head. I've read through Deng Yifei's information. His character is extremely extreme. He has his own principles, but he is too rigid in his principles. He is not an easy person to interact with. Actually, I do not have much confidence in this operation. When the time comes, we might have to rely on our own abilities. Zhou Luochun smiled but did not respond. With Xiaoyaqiu and Mo Jingyuan personally taking action, Zhou Haiqing's life was guaranteed. However, it was not easy to get Deng Yifei to submit to the Martial Alliance. Before the day of the execution, the true top factions began to make contact with Deng Yifei. Most of them sent people to Kaidu to seek an audience with Deng Yifei. Everyone in the southern region knew of Deng Yifei's principles. Without a domain realm expert in their faction, there was no way they could converse with a southern region expert like Deng Yifei. Most of the warriors sent by the top factions to seek an audience with Deng Yifei in Kaidu were well behaved. Deng Yifei's principles were simple. Everything else was negotiable, but releasing someone was impossible. As for the warriors sent by the top factions, no matter how displeased they were with Deng Yifei, they still appeared extremely respectful on the surface. Deng Yifei was not someone they could afford to offend. Just as the day of the execution was about to arrive, the Martial Alliance's Xiaoyaqiu and Mo Jingyuan arrived in Kaidu. The moment the two domain realm experts entered Kaidu, they were sensed by Deng Yifei and Kai Baihao. Xiaoyaqiu and Mo Jingyuan did not hide their auras. Their auras were very mysterious. Deng Yifei and Kai Baihao could sense them, but the commoners and ordinary warriors could not sense them at all. However, in the eyes of Deng Yifei and Kai Baihao, they were like bright lamps. This was a special way of using their auras. It was to prove that they had no ill intentions. Deng Yifei and Kai Baihao's figures flickered, and when they reappeared, they were already standing in front of Kai Dinan's door. Deng Yifei stared at the two domain realm experts 10 meters away with a grim expression on his face. Naturally, he could tell that Xiaoyaqiu and Mo Jingyuan were strong. They were at least mid-stage domain realm martial artists, and in terms of aura, they were much stronger than ordinary mid-stage domain realm martial artists in the southern region. Martial Alliance's guardian Xiaoyaqiu. Martial Alliance protector Mo Jingyuan. Deng Yifei nodded. Kai, Deng Yifei. Kai Baihao hesitated for a moment before announcing his name, Kai Baihao of the Kai family. Deng Yifei suggested, let's talk somewhere else. Right now, there were many cultivators and caravans going in and out of the southern city gates. Furthermore, the two experts from the Martial Alliance were here. It was not proper hospitality to stand outside and talk. All right. When the four of them appeared again, they were already in a back garden of Kai Dinan's royal palace. This garden was very clean, but there were no palace maids or eunuchs around. This was where Deng Yifei lived. Please have a seat. The four of them sat at a square stone table. Deng Yifei asked, I wonder why the two of you are here. Mo Jingyuan was just about to speak when he was stopped by Xiao Yaqiu. Xiao Yaqiu knew that although Deng Yifei was asking despite knowing the answer, it was not appropriate for Mo Jingyuan to speak. If he spoke, he might offend them. They were not here to fight. Xiao Yaqiu said with a smile, it's like this. We are here for two juniors from the Martial Alliance. We heard that they were captured by your Aurora Pavilion and are on the execution list. We are here to hope that you can spare them on account of our Martial Alliance. They are young and ignorant, so we will definitely teach them a good lesson when we bring them back. Xiao Yaqiu's words had already softened. With the Martial Alliance's power, they could be arrogant, and no one would think that they were being domineering. However, as Xiao Yaqiu still had the mission of recruiting Deng Yifei, her tone was very friendly. If it were people from other factions in the southern region who wanted to execute a member of the Martial Alliance, they would definitely not give them any face. They might even come knocking on their door to denounce them. Deng Yifei was a special case. Xiao Yaqiu and Mo Jingyuan looked at Deng Yifei, waiting for Deng Yifei's reply. Their faces were filled with confidence. They believed that in the entire southern region, or even the entire human warrior world, no warrior would dare to not give face to the Martial Alliance. Xiao Yaqiu was even considering how to save Zhou Haiqing, whom the Zhou family had requested. Sorry, I can't hand those two people over to you. What? Mo Jingyuan slammed the table and stood up. The stone table was smashed to smithereens by his palm. Even Xiao Yaqiu, who had the best temper, had a drastic change in expression. Xiao Yaqiu pressed down on Mo Jingyuan's hand that was about to draw his weapon. She stared at the calm Deng Yifei and said, Deng Yifei, you have to consider carefully. You are making an enemy out of our Martial Alliance. Isn't the Martial Alliance's goal to make the entire human race strong? If the Martial Alliance is like those two juniors of yours, killing the innocent and treating human life like grass, then I think there is no need for it to exist. Those two juniors are just young and ignorant. They are in their 40s, how can they be considered young? Deng Yifei said disdainfully. Can't you give them a chance? Xiao Yaqiu said in a deep voice. Deng Yifei retorted, when have they ever given others a chance? Xiao Yaqiu originally did not believe that this trip would be smooth sailing. After all, Deng Yifei was arrogant and unruly, so it was not easy to recruit him. However, he never expected that Deng Yifei would directly rebuff them at a place they thought they had in the bag. Was it difficult to release two divine power realm experts of the Martial Alliance? It was not difficult at all. All he needed to do was raise his hand. Deng Yifei, don't be so shameless. Mo Jingyuan said coldly, who do you think you are? The number one genius of the southern region? Let me tell you, the so-called number one genius of the southern region is just a joke in the central region. You're nothing in the central region, and you're nothing in front of us. The number one genius of the southern region is nothing? Deng Yifei asked calmly, then what is Chen Ruoyan, who did not even have a ranking in the heaven-shattering realm in the first southern region tournament? Mo Jingyuan opened his mouth, but did not say a word. As a domain realm expert, his fair face had turned into the color of pig liver because of Deng Yifei. There was no other way. Deng Yifei's example was too vicious. Even Chen Ruoyan, who did not have a ranking in the southern region's heaven-shattering realm group, could single-handedly destroy all the domain realm experts of the Martial Alliance stationed in the southern region, including a peak domain realm elder. If Chen Ruoyan was nothing, then what were their Martial Alliance's elders? Although Xiao Yaqiu was furious, she still asked Deng Yifei, what if our Martial Alliance insists on taking these two juniors away? Then you will have to step over my dead body. Deng Yifei coldly placed his hand on the red blood sword's hilt. His grayish-white and cold eyes made Xianxia feel that he was more like a member of the Seven Ultimates sect. Why are you doing this? I once swore that I would not let any villains off, no matter who they are. Xianxia said in surprise, you swore a martial oath? Yes. Xianxia and Mo Jingyuan looked at each other. They seemed to understand why Deng Yifei insisted on not letting them go. Mo Jingyuan said, no wonder you even killed Lord Luquanjin. Upon hearing Lord Luquanjin's name, Deng Yifei looked up. His cold eyes had a tinge of gentleness. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before looking at Mo Jingyuan. Shall we go back and ask? Mo Jingyuan nodded, sure. After Mo Jingyuan learned that Deng Yifei swore a martial oath, his attitude towards Deng Yifei improved. At the very least, he did not have any intention of directly attacking him. Both of them were domain realm experts, and they both understood just how important a martial Dao oath was to a cultivator. Few people in the southern region knew about it, but in the central region where martial arts developed rapidly, these two martial alliance guardians who held high positions knew it very well. If they insisted on taking away the two juniors of the martial alliance, then they would probably have to defeat Deng Yifei. Once they fought Deng Yifei with two juniors, then their martial alliance might not be able to recruit Deng Yifei. Hence, they planned on returning to report to the elders before coming to Kaidu. Although Kaidu was quite a distance away from the Tianqing Empire, this distance was nothing to domain realm experts. Then, goodbye, Deng Yifei. Xianxia whispered, I hope that the next time we meet, we will not be enemies. Let's hope so. Deng Yifei whispered. His eyes were filled with determination, without any fear. This made Xianxia and Mo Jingyuan think highly of him. At the very least, this courage and insight far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists. After all, among all the warrior factions on the continent, if the martial alliance claimed to be number one, no one would dare claim to be number two. But in the face of such a colossus, Deng Yifei was calm as usual. How could they not admire such a person? Anyway, if they were standing in Deng Yifei's footsteps, they wouldn't be so calm. After Xianxia and Mo Jingyuan left, the Kai family's patriarch said worriedly, Deng Yifei, is it really alright for you to disgrace the martial alliance? Why don't we just let him go? Seeing Deng Yifei clash with the martial alliance, Kai Baihao was also worried for Deng Yifei. He wasn't really worried about Deng Yifei's safety. Instead, he was worried that Deng Yifei wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. At the very least, they had to prepare a backup plan for the Kai clan. We can't let him go. Deng Yifei shook his head. Hi. Kai Baihao sighed heavily. As a domain realm expert, he could vaguely guess just how important Deng Yifei's vow to not let any of the villains go was to him. A warrior's martial oath was absolutely not easily made. It was as terrifying as a mental demon oath. Kai Baihao knew that it was absolutely impossible for Deng Yifei to let him go, unless he died. After all, Deng Yifei's woman had died under his hands because of this vow. As a member of the Kai clan's upper echelon, although Kai Baihao did not manage the clan's affairs, his Kai family had investigated Deng Yifei's past after Deng Yifei's rise. It just so happened that Lu Zhigua, who plotted against Deng Yifei and made Deng Yifei kill his woman, was a trusted aide of the Kai family. Tell Kai Xianxia that everything will go according to plan. I won't see anyone now. Kai Baihao said, I'll pass the message to him. Having offended the continent's #1 martial faction, Deng Yifei no longer cared about the attitude of the other top factions. After all, having too much debt did not weigh him down. Deng Yifei was already used to the life of having enemies all over the world. Just 2 days later, Xianxia and Mo Jingyuan appeared once again. When Deng Yifei noticed them, he did not even raise his eyelids. What did he say? Xianxia said, Elder Gong originally wanted us to recruit you into the martial alliance, but he has now given up. Why? Lord Elder believes that the martial oath you swore is too extreme. You are not suitable to join the martial alliance. Your Elder Gong sure is insightful. What he said makes sense. Deng Yifei nodded, I'm indeed not suitable to join any faction, unless I become the head. Just like the Aurora Pavilion, all the rules are decided by me. However, the martial alliance that wanted to recruit him did not have the courage to make him the alliance leader. Of course, this was just a dream. In addition, Deng Yifei, please hand over those 2 juniors. What if you don't hand them over? Then we can only take action. Xianxia said in a serious tone, previously, we did not want to have a conflict with you. But this time, we do not have so many considerations. If we say we will take action, we will take action. Deng Yifei said coldly, I just wanted to test the quality of your martial alliance. It just so happens that I also want to test the quality of the #1 genius of the southern region. Mo Jingyuan said coldly, to tell you the truth, we're Grand Dominion Realm experts from the central region. We're not local Grand Dominion Realm experts from the southern region. Our strength and cultivation base aren't something you can understand. I can fight 3 intermediate Grand Dominion Realm experts from the southern region alone. Deng Yifei turned to look at Xiaoyaqiu. Xiaoyaqiu stood with her hands behind her back. Old Mo, take action. I'll just watch from the side. Kai Baihao stood by the side without interrupting. He was like a block of wood. Of course, the other 3 experts present did not pay any attention to him. Let's change locations. Sure. On this day, there was a huge earthquake in the mountains along the borders of Kai City. Nearly half of the people in Kai City could feel the earth trembling. The people near the borders of the mountains could see a white light hanging in the sky, like a second sun. After the second sun disappeared, the mountains that stretched for thousands of miles also disappeared. All that was left was bare yellowish-brown soil and countless rocks. The next day, at noon, a temporary execution platform was built outside Kai City. The execution platform was 3 meters tall and it was made of grayish-white basalt. Countless warriors and commoners surrounded the execution platform. On a high platform opposite the execution platform, Kai Jingxian sat on the left side of the main seat. On the right side of the main seat sat Hua Xining. The main seat was empty because the person who should be sitting there had yet to arrive. It's already noon. Why hasn't the execution begun? Could it be that Kai doesn't dare to take action? That's for sure, 125 Transcendent Realm experts. Maybe Kai is just scaring these people. Maybe he wants to negotiate with the forces behind these people. Below the temporary execution platform, the martial artists had different opinions. Most of them thought that Kai was just putting on a show and expressed that they were not optimistic about Kai. Many of them did not have a good impression of Kai. They were all martial artists and Kai's national policy was to suppress martial artists. It would be strange if they had a good impression of Kai. Of course, most of these martial artists were ordinary martial artists with mediocre strength who were neither high nor low. This kind of martial artist was not very strong, but they liked to be arrogant and act superior to others. Another young martial artist said disdainfully, I think those people will be released soon. It's not noon yet. The masters of Aurora Pavilion might be delayed by something. They will definitely kill those criminals according to the notice. This is the decision made by the Sword God and the Emperor. The young martial artist turned his head and saw the person who spoke just now. He was wearing coarse clothes and his face was slightly yellow. Although he was tall and sturdy, he did not have any true chi. He should be a civilian who was engaged in physical activity. The young martial artist's expression changed. He was refuted by a civilian ant. The young martial artist snorted, You're just a civilian. What do you know? What don't I know? This is not a martial arts competition. What don't I know? How dare you refute my words? So what if I refute? The civilian raised his head and pointed his nose at the young martial artist. What you said is wrong. Why can't I refute it? Why, do you want to hit me? Why not? The young martial artist felt that he was being provoked. He put his hand on the hilt of his sword. Hit me if you have the guts. Kill me if you have the guts. The civilian arrogantly pointed at his neck and shouted, Chop here. Chop here. If you don't chop, you're not a man. Just as the young martial artist was about to pull out the sword at his waist, someone pressed down on his shoulder, Lu Wenfeng. Calm down. Don't do it. Lu Wenfeng shouted in a low voice, Senior Sister Liao, he's just a civilian. How dare he talk back to me? I'm going to kill him. Look around you. Lu Wenfeng looked around and immediately calmed down. It was not that he was observant, but the situation around him was obviously not right. The other commoners and martial artists who were watching the show were not flustered at all. They were all looking at him with mocking and gloating expressions. The people from the Aurora Pavilion are nearby. If you go in, I won't be able to save you. Lu Wenfeng sheathed his sword. When he saw the commoner's smug expression, he could not help but draw his sword and cut off his dog's head. Even a commoner dared to challenge the dignity of a Xiantian realm martial artist. Perhaps only a strange place like Kai City would encounter such a situation. Liao Qingqin pulled Lu Wenfeng away. She knew that if Lu Wenfeng continued to stay here, he would probably explode in anger. She didn't dare to count on Lu Wenfeng to tolerate it. Lu Wenfeng was just like his elder brother. He didn't have a good temper. Doesn't senior sister have a good relationship with that sword god? Liao Qingqin frowned. Who told you that? Someone in the heavenly cloud gate said so. Lu Wenfeng whispered, don't worry, I don't care that Deng Yifei killed my cousin. To tell you the truth, I don't have a good relationship with Deng Yifei. Liao Qingqin lowered her voice and said, the one who really has a good relationship with Deng Yifei is senior brother Lin Jie. Lin Jie? Hasn't he been missing for almost 10 years? I heard that he's dead. Who said that senior brother Lin Jie is dead? Liao Qingqin's face darkened. The cousin that Lu Wenfeng mentioned was actually Lu Wenyue, who was killed by Deng Yifei. The Lu family was very powerful in the heavenly cloud gate, so they had more information than Liao Qingqin. I heard that, and Lin Jie's mother seems to have gone crazy because of this. Don't spread this around in the future. Senior brother Lin Jie had left the southern region with his master temporarily. 10 years ago, senior brother Lin Jie had already reached the divine realm. At that time, even if the other big families in Luqiu City joined forces, they were still no match for him. Senior brother Lin Jie had left unscathed. Liao Qingqin said seriously, don't cause trouble in the Kai City, and don't expect me to have a good relationship with Deng Yifei. Since I recommended Deng Yifei to the heavenly cloud gate, Deng Yifei has never looked for me again. Our relationship is very ordinary, and the whole sect knows that. Good. 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 I understand, senior sister. Lu Wenfeng quickly replied. Although they were both members of the Lu family, Lu Wenfeng was obviously much better than his cousin Lu Wenyue in terms of character. Here he comes. Someone shouted in a low voice. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Liao Qingqin looked up at the high platform opposite the execution platform, where a young man suddenly sat on the empty chair in the middle of the platform. The young man was wearing snow-white clothes, with starry eyebrows and sword-like eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome, and Liao Qingqin could hardly find any flaws on his face. The only pity was that his eyes were too cold, and even his pupils were gray. His face was too pale, and he looked abnormal and unhealthy, which made people feel sorry for him. Everyone knew that the person sitting on the main seat must be Deng Yifei, the teacher of His Majesty, who was respected by most people in the Kai City as the sword god, and who made all the warriors in Kai City live in fear. The sword god is so handsome. A young girl in a carriage lifted the curtain and looked at Deng Yifei on the stage. Then, her eyes turned red, and she quickly lowered her head and closed the curtain. The guards, warriors, and commoners beside him only smiled kindly. It made it seem like all the unmarried girls in Kai City yearned to marry Deng Yifei. Helplessly, Deng Yifei seemed to be wholeheartedly focused on the martial path. He didn't seem to be interested in the affairs of the heart and soul. The most beautiful young girls in the Kai nation had all been sent to Deng Yifei by various forces. But in front of Deng Yifei, they were just like passers-by. Master, how is it? When Kai Xianxia saw Deng Yifei appear, his heart that was hanging in the air relaxed. Deng Yifei seemed fine, but after discovering that Deng Yifei was fine, he was worried that something might have happened to the two experts from the Martial Alliance. Hua Xining was also looking at Deng Yifei with concern. He's fine now. That expert from the Martial Alliance. He was severely injured by me. Kai Xianxia said in pleasant surprise, he's not dead? Deng Yifei returned with a question, he's not dead, why? Kai Xianxia said in pleasant surprise, Master is really too powerful. Actually, Kai Xianxia was surprised. He was surprised that Deng Yifei had held back. After all the warriors that had been defeated by his master's sword seemed to be dead. Almost none of them survived. Kai Xianxia was overjoyed. He never expected his master to consider the big picture. He knew who should be killed and who should not be killed. This is not your excellency's style at all. That senior from the Martial Alliance did not have the intention to kill me either. Deng Yifei replied calmly, between us, it was more like an exchange of pointers, and he lost. Then they gave up? Later on, the other guardian Qiao also sparred with me. He also lost. Then they left. It's that simple? They don't want me anymore? They said that since they could not beat me, they could not bring me back. Deng Yifei rubbed his nose. Actually, he also found it unrealistic for the two martial alliance experts to retreat so easily. In fact, even Chen Hao was somewhat disappointed that Deng Yifei had let the two mid-stage domain realm experts go. In the southern region, a mid-stage domain realm expert was already considered a top expert. However, he could still understand Deng Yifei's logic. At the very least, the two domain realm experts did not casually kill people in front of him. Similarly, after they came to the southern region, Deng Yifei had not heard of their evil deeds. Hence, the two guardians of the martial alliance were not considered evil in front of Deng Yifei. Although they had drawn their swords at Deng Yifei, they did not kill him. When they sparred, it was more like a sparring session, and not a life-and-death battle. Hence, after Deng Yifei defeated them, he did not take their lives. In short, the outcome is still quite good. Xianxia said softly. The martial alliance was a behemoth. None of the major factions in the southern region wanted to clash with the martial alliance. Xianxia felt that killing the two divine power realm experts was better than killing the two domain realm experts. It's about time. Xining, go ahead. All right. Xining stood up, got off the stage, and went to make preparations. Xianxia also knew that Xining would personally execute the 100+ divine power realm prisoners. However, he was still somewhat curious as to why Deng Yifei would send Xining to personally kill the divine power realm experts. After all, for a martial artist with status and identity, being an executioner was not something to be proud of. As the pavilion master of the Aurora Pavilion and Deng Yifei's newly recruited Xining, there was actually no need for her to personally take action. Half an hour later, an unfamiliar executioner with a large knife stood on the execution platform. Xianxia knew that the executioner was most likely Xining. Xining was extremely good at disguise, and all the members of the Aurora Pavilion knew that. It was said that other than Deng Yifei, no one had seen Xining's true face. When the executioner stood on the scaffold, the execution officially began. Prison wagons made of steel bars and covered in black cloth were being pulled by azure cloud horses that had the bloodline of demon beasts. The first carriage arrived near the execution platform. With a pull of the black cloth, 5 pale-faced divinity realm experts appeared before everyone's eyes. Only then did the onlookers clearly see the faces of these people. Their bodies were covered with iron chains, and their powers were temporarily sealed. They had no ability to resist. The people watching over them were all divinity realm experts. Deng Yifei attached great importance to this execution. Most of the peak divinity realm experts in the Aurora Pavilion were sent here. Coupled with Deng Yifei and Kai Baihao, 2 domain realm experts, it was almost guaranteed that nothing would go wrong, no matter who it was, as long as they dared to interrupt the execution. Deng Yifei did not mind sending them to the execution platform. Isn't that Yi Jiming of the Ashen Flame sect? I didn't expect him to still die. I thought he had already escaped from Kai. Chaoshui gang's leader, Hai Daolong. I know him. I've seen him from afar when they set up checkpoints to collect tolls. 5 transcendent realm experts were more or less reputable in the country of Kai. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of many martial artists. Who's the 5th? I know him. I don't know him. Not all divinity realm experts were famous. Some divinity realm experts either kept a low profile or were famous, but no one could recognize them. The 5 divinity realm experts were escorted to the execution platform. When they saw so many people present and Deng Yifei, who was sipping his tea and looking at them from the platform, their pale faces turned even paler. Ghost Jianzhou, Deng Yifei, Kai was every martial artist's nightmare. With a plop, Hai Daolong knelt on the ground. Even the martial artists escorting him were almost dragged to the ground by him. When executing criminals, they did need to kneel. But now, Hai Daolong was already kneeling on the ground before they had even reached that stage. Hai Daolong directly knelt on the execution platform. Pong, pong, pong. A series of kowtowing sounds rang out. It was only until the temporary execution platform was broken through by him that he awkwardly stopped. Lord Deng, please spare my life. As long as you're willing to spare my life, I, Hai Dalong, swear on my inner demons that I'll be loyal to you for life. Before Deng Yifei could say anything, Yi Zhenming, who was beside Hai Dalong, scolded, Hai Dalong, you're a divinity realm expert in vain. You actually swore on your inner demons to be a dog for your enemy. I've never seen a divinity realm martial artist without dignity like you. Humph, you're about to die, and you still have so much to say. Don't you know that a bad life is better than a good death? Look, all the other powers in the kingdom of Kai have abandoned the dark side and joined the light side, surrendering to Lord Deng. This shows that Lord Deng is the person that everyone supports. Near the execution platform, the Aurora Pavilion experts all had complicated expressions when they heard Hai Dalong's words. And Lord Deng is a domain realm expert. It's my honor to be a dog for a domain realm expert. With that, Hai Dalong looked at Deng Yifei. If Deng Yifei was in front of him, he might even climb up and lick Deng Yifei's boots. My horizons have been broadened today. Yes, that's right. I always thought that martial artists were amazing, but now it seems that they're just SOSO. Some people's backbone can't even compare to ordinary people. I didn't expect a divinity realm martial artist to be so shameless. What do you know? Nothing is more important than your own life. Hai Dalong is smart. Will Lord Sword God agree? Why not? This is a divinity realm expert. Do you know how strong a divinity realm expert is? Out of 10,000 martial artists, there might not even be one divinity realm expert. If it were me, I'd definitely agree. This is a divinity realm expert we're talking about. If Lord Sword God can subdue over 100 divinity realm experts, Aurora Pavilion will be even stronger. Aurora Pavilion is already very strong now. Deng Yifei put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Hai Dalong. Hai Dalong looked at Deng Yifei expectantly. Even Deng Yifei couldn't bear to reject him. Hai Dalong, right? Yes, Lord Sword God. I do need manpower, a lot of manpower, but I don't need a dog. Deng Yifei said seriously. If I let you go, it would be unfair to the people you killed in Kai Fishing Village. How can those people compare to me? Hai Dalong was still struggling. In my opinion, you're all about the same. Deng Yifei waved his hand, and Hu Xining used her sword to cut off the Transcendent Realm expert's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Below the execution platform, many commoners were shocked by Hu Xining's unexpected strike. A few people who were too close even had their heads drenched in blood. The chief judge hadn't even said to begin the execution. Why did the executioner just cut off the head? Even the martial artists who had seen blood before felt their eyelids twitch when they saw a Transcendent Realm expert die in front of them. The commoners were even worse. Most of them had never seen blood before. Some of the more timid ones not only turned pale, but even lowered their heads and vomited. Most of the martial artists present were seeing a Transcendent Realm expert being executed for the first time. No matter which faction it was, when encountering a Transcendent Realm expert, they would either kill them or capture them alive. A Transcendent Realm expert captured alive was naturally the most valuable. Even the strongest factions in the southern region couldn't bear to publicly judge and kill a Transcendent Realm expert when they captured one alive. They would torture the Transcendent Realm expert, hoping that he would spit out cultivation methods and martial techniques, and hopefully obtain more valuable information. If the other party was worth roping in or had a way to subdue, they would also do their best to subdue a Transcendent Realm expert. After all, Transcendent Realm experts were also very valuable. They were the top forces of the southern region's top factions. There were very few people like Deng Yifei, who publicly executed Transcendent Realm experts. Like Deng Yifei, who publicly executed more than 100 Transcendent Realm experts, that was even more unprecedented. Therefore, after Kai's announcement, many southern region factions turned their attention to Kai City. Many martial artists who liked to watch the show also came to Kai City. That was why Kai decided to set the execution location outside the city. After killing Hai Dalong with one strike, the Holy Spirit sword glowed red. Hu Xining could clearly feel the energy coming from the Holy Spirit sword. That energy flowed into her dantian, body, and consciousness, making her feel extremely comfortable. Then, she turned her gaze to the other Transcendent Realm experts. She saw Deng Yifei sitting on a chair and nodding at her. The official in charge of the trial began to announce the crimes of the remaining criminals. To the commoners, those crimes were heinous beyond redemption. However, in the eyes of most of the foreign warriors, these crimes. Aurora Pavilion was really making a fuss over a minor issue. A transcendent realm expert had slaughtered an entire village, slaughtered an entire clan, and accidentally used too much force, causing his martial arts to spread to hundreds and thousands of people. What kind of crime was that? This kind of accusation sounded really trivial. If these crimes were committed in other countries, the authorities of those countries would definitely not sentence a divine tier expert to death. In the eyes of divinity realm experts, the law was just a toy that bound normal people. 5 headless corpses were casually thrown off the execution platform, causing the faces of the martial artists present to turn ugly. 5 transcendent realm experts had died just like that. He died without any resistance, just like a real criminal. Dead. They really dared to kill him. That's a transcendent realm expert. A martial artist sucked in a cold breath. I thought that the Aurora Pavilion was just putting on a show. Put on an act? Don't you know what kind of person Deng Yifei is? To date, I've never heard of anyone escaping from Deng Yifei's hands. This Deng Yifei is really ruthless. Lu Wenfeng, who was beside Liao Qinqin, said in a low voice. Before today, Lu Wenfeng's lifelong dream was to become a transcendent realm expert. It was already very impressive for him to become a transcendent realm expert, but in the end, Lu Wenfeng had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He looked up and happened to meet Deng Yifei's gaze. There was no emotion in those grayish-white eyes. Lu Wenfeng's heart turned cold. Although he was squeezed into the crowd, he could not feel any warmth. His heart seemed to be frozen, and he began to feel fear for no reason. Junior brother Lu, what's wrong? Liao Qinqin looked at Lu Wenfeng and found that he looked like he was possessed. He was staring into the distance, his face pale and bloodless, even his body trembling. She followed Lu Wenfeng's gaze and also met Deng Yifei's. She was stunned, and a wave of fear instantly enveloped her heart. There was no choice. Deng Yifei was too strong. In the rumors of the southern region's major factions, Deng Yifei was a cruel, bloodthirsty, and paranoid lunatic. Even the sect that Liao Qinqin relied on was nothing in front of Deng Yifei. Senior sister Liao, long time no see. A gentle voice sounded beside Liao Qinqin's ear. Liao Qinqin's first reaction was that she was hallucinating. She was so frightened by Deng Yifei that she was hallucinating. She hurriedly avoided Deng Yifei's gaze and hid behind the other martial artists, not daring to look at Deng Yifei again. Deng Yifei looked at Liao Qinqin, who disappeared into the crowd. He could still sense her position, hiding in the crowd and slowly moving away. Although he was mentally prepared, when he really encountered such a situation, he still felt helpless and lonely. He was destined to be alone forever. Next, another 5 divine power realm experts were dragged up the execution platform. They did not want to die. They shouted and shouted, trying to attract Deng Yifei's attention. But Deng Yifei was looking into the distance in a daze. Many people saw the scene. Deng Yifei seemed to be in a daze, but while he was in a daze, more than 50 divine power realm experts had their heads chopped off by Hu Xining. Their corpses were thrown under the arena and piled into a small hill. The corpses of these divinity realm experts were not much different from those of ordinary humans. Perhaps their bodies were just a little tougher. In the words of Yao Beasts, their bodies were more nutritious, and their meat was a little chewier. It feels like those divine power realm experts are like pigs, being slaughtered. Many martial artists were pale. Many of them were like Lu Wenfeng. They did not dare to hope to become domain realm experts. Their dream was to become divine power realm experts, but today, they saw with their own eyes that 50 to 60 divine power realm experts died while Deng Yifei was in a daze. They felt that the entire world was somewhat fake. They felt as if the world was about to collapse. In the beginning, there were still martial artists and commoners who commented slightly. But when Hu Xining killed the 3rd batch of experts, many commoners began to leave the execution ground en masse. They could not bear the bloody impact. When Hu Xining killed the 10th batch, some martial artists also left the execution ground with pale faces. They could not bear to see so many divine power realm experts die in front of them. They would probably never forget those divine power realm experts who were tied up like pigs and lined up to be beheaded. The sword in Huixining's hand seemed to be slashing at their necks. Every time a prisoner's head was beheaded, the official in charge of the trial would personally read out the criminal's crimes. Towards the end, the elderly judge's voice turned hoarse. The warriors and commoners who came to watch the commotion left one after another. As the trial neared its end, the remaining warriors and commoners began to turn anxious. The reason why they could last until now was all because of their last breath. Especially the commoners, they did not want to admit defeat. They did not want to be thought of as cowards or be looked down upon, so they stayed until now. Towards the end, they were actually praying in their hearts. They prayed that these heinous criminals would be executed as soon as possible. The crowd, which was still clamoring at the beginning, had long quietened down. It was dead silent. At the beginning, some of the bolder ones could still comment, but towards the end, they no longer wanted to speak. Let us go. We are from the Martial Alliance. Let us go. One of the Divine Power Realm warriors stared at Deng Yifei and threatened, Deng Yifei, I advise you to let us go immediately, or our Martial Alliance will trample your Kai to the ground. Right, when the time comes, our Martial Alliance will definitely kill all of you. You Southern Region pigs, you country bumpkins. Do you really think you can do whatever you want with that bit of strength? Before us Central Region experts, all of you Southern Region martial artists are nothing. You aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Deng Yifei, if you know what's good for you, let us go. If not, when Elder Long and company arrive, they will definitely kill all of your Kai. The execution ground was filled with a rich smell of blood. The two Divine Power Realm experts from the Martial Alliance obviously smelled it. They originally believed that the seniors of the Martial Alliance would definitely come to save them, but they had waited bitterly in the prison for a month, yet no one had come. They originally believed that Deng Yifei was only joking. After all, they had more than 100 Divine Power Realm experts. However, they never expected that Deng Yifei was serious. Although they were imprisoned in a prison carriage covered in black cloth, they could still sense that nearly 100 Divine Power Realm experts had been killed before them. Being dragged to the execution platform made them completely panic. They didn't want to. Below the execution platform, those martial artists who had persisted until now were also in an uproar. They never expected that Deng Yifei would really execute the people from the Martial Alliance. After all, they were people from the Martial Alliance, the #1 force on the human continent. It was said that there were many old monsters lurking in the Martial Alliance, not only in the southern region, even in the entire continent. The people from the Martial Alliance could do whatever they wanted. No faction dared to provoke the Martial Alliance. Are they really people from the Martial Alliance? They must be people from the Martial Alliance. Who dares to impersonate someone from the Martial Alliance? But Deng Yifei wants to kill them too. It should be. Does Deng Yifei not want to live anymore? Don't you know he's crazy? Even Kai Xianxia, Kai Baihao, and the other Aurora Pavilion members couldn't help but look at Deng Yifei. They hoped that Deng Yifei would retract his order. Huixining also looked at Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei obviously heard the words of the martial artists and commoners below the execution platform, but he didn't care. He wasn't going to fly into a rage because of their disrespectful tone. He only said in a calm tone, continue. Kill them. Huixining took a deep breath and raised the Holy Spirit sword. With a slash, Huixining seemed to understand something. In fact, these Martial Alliance warriors were no different from the other Southern Region warriors. After they died, they had the same amount of energy. From noon to evening, all 120 Transcendent Realm experts were killed. Below the execution platform, the corpses of the Divine Power Realm experts were piled into a small hill. The Aurora Pavilion members began to clean up the corpses and piled them into the prison wagons. The execution officially ended. There was no one who tried to rob the execution platform. The commoners and warriors who persisted until the end began to disperse. A warrior who had witnessed this scene tightened his sleeves and whispered, "This is the first time in my life that I've seen so many Divine Power Realm experts gathered together." An itinerant warrior echoed, "Me too." Do you think the Martial Alliance will find trouble with Deng Yifei? This matter can't be hidden at all. The Martial Alliance will definitely know about it very soon. I believe they will definitely find trouble with Deng Yifei. What a pity. How is it? Deng Yifei looked at Huixining, who had returned to his side. Although Huixining was wearing a human skin mask, her face was flushed red. Hua Xining said anxiously, I'm about to break through. Then I'll bring you back. Deng Yifei placed his hand on Hua Xining's shoulder and instantly disappeared from the spectator stands. After bringing Hua Xining back to the palace, Deng Yifei felt that her aura was rather stable. He held his hands behind his back and looked at the bustling Kai capital. He instantly released his perception and like a spider web, it enveloped the entire Kai capital. Soon, Deng Yifei sensed a familiar aura. Then, he disappeared from the palace. Liao Qingqin locked herself in a room in the inn. She already had thoughts of leaving Kai capital. Her escort mission had been completed, and she could leave now. However, the junior brothers and sisters who were with her had yet to return. Those junior brothers and sisters had all heard of Deng Yifei. They all knew that Deng Yifei was once a disciple of their Heavenly Cloud sect. Now, Deng Yifei had become a famous domain realm expert in the southern region. Although he had betrayed the Heavenly Cloud sect, there were still many disciples in the Heavenly Cloud sect who idolized Deng Yifei. After all, many people knew the inside story of Deng Yifei's betrayal of the Heavenly Cloud sect. When they heard that Kai Capital was going to execute more than 100 Divine Power Realm experts and that Deng Yifei would personally supervise the execution, many of the Heavenly Cloud sect's junior brothers and sisters wanted to see Deng Yifei with their own eyes. After Liao Qingqin was scared away by Deng Yifei, she realized that she could not leave immediately. At the very least, she had to bring the team out in one piece. After leaving her guest room, Liao Qingqin realized that 2 of her junior brothers had yet to return. She could only return to her guest room. Then, she recalled the voice she had heard on the execution ground. Just as she was in a daze, she saw a person sitting on the chair from the corner of her eye. She broke out into a cold sweat. She could swear that there was no one on the chair just a moment ago. Master. Lord Deng. Long time no see, senior sister Liao. Deng Yifei looked at Liao Qingqin and said with a smile. We have indeed not seen each other for a long time. After not seeing each other for a few years, Liao Qingqin's face had become rounder and her bearing had matured. Our martial alliance will definitely come to save us. Elder Long, Guardian Xiao and the rest will definitely come to save us. Liao Qingqin didn't expect that after so many years, Deng Yifei would still be willing to call her senior sister Liao. The way he called her senior sister Liao warmed her heart. Even the nervousness in her heart had completely dissipated. She recalled the scene when she met Deng Yifei in Luqiu City. At that time, Deng Yifei was still a simple and honest young man. He was dirty all over and looked like a beggar. At that time, she would never have dreamed that in just a few years, Deng Yifei would change so much. Senior sister Liao, have you been well in the Heavenly Cloud sect all these years? Deng Yifei's tone was very gentle. I've been fine. Liao Qingqin nodded. That's good. The atmosphere was a bit silent, and Liao Qingqin found a topic to talk about. 3 years ago, I got married. Is it senior brother Lu Lisan? Liao Qingqin was surprised. You know him? Of course I know him. Deng Yifei smiled. I heard about you and him in the Heavenly Cloud sect. Oh. Do you have children? Yes. Deng Yifei nodded and then asked in a low voice, I came this time not only to see you, but also to ask you something. Originally, I was going to take some time to go back to the Heavenly Cloud sect, but seeing you here, I wanted to ask you something. What is it? After I left, what happened to junior sister Tong Tong and junior brother Lu Jinming? Hearing Deng Yifei's question, Liao Qingqin fell silent. Deng Yifei lowered his head and looked at the floor, quietly waiting for her answer. After Deng Yifei killed Lu Wenyue in anger, he fled the Heavenly Cloud sect. At that time, he was too weak to compete with the Heavenly Cloud sect, so he could only choose to flee temporarily. But now, he had the strength to demand an explanation from the Heavenly Cloud sect. I didn't expect junior brother Deng to still remember them. How could I forget? Deng Yifei said calmly, I haven't forgotten all these years. Of course, junior sister Tong Tong trusted me and believed that I would help her. She believed that I would seek justice for her. In the end, I didn't seem to have done it. I could only kill Lu Wenyue hastily. At that time, I was still very weak, but I was very impulsive. Deng Yifei looked at Liao Qingqin. Now, can you tell me? I've heard about Lu Wenyue and Tong Tong. I haven't seen them since you left, are they dead? The temperature in the room instantly dropped. Liao Qingqing said, I'm not sure either. Can you tell the Heavenly Cloud sect about this? Liao Qingqing was in a difficult position and did not reply immediately. After all, the Heavenly Cloud sect was Liao Qingqing's sect, and she didn't have a high status in the sect. Moreover, this matter was a bit of a thankless task to begin with. Seeing that Liao Qingqing was still silent, Deng Yifei quickly understood that his request wouldn't benefit Liao Qingqing at all. Instead, it might get her into trouble. Forget it, I shouldn't force you. I'll send someone from the Aurora Pavilion to the Heavenly Cloud sect. Liao Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding, junior brother. It's fine. Deng Yifei shook his head and threw a space bag to Liao Qingqing. Liao Qingqing subconsciously took the space bag and looked at him in surprise. Deng Yifei explained, Senior Sister Liao got married 3 years ago, and I didn't make it. This is my congratulatory gift. Although it's a bit late, I hope you don't mind. Actually, there's no need. I didn't invite you back then. Don't refuse. There's also a gift for my little martial niece. She'll definitely like it. When Liao Qingqing heard Deng Yifei's words, she hesitated for a moment before accepting the space bag. As a mother, she was moved by Deng Yifei's words. She didn't care about herself, but she cared about her child. Deng Yifei's gift would definitely be very helpful to her child. Then, goodbye, Senior Sister Liao. Goodbye. Liao Qingqing nodded. She looked at Deng Yifei's gray eyes, but her heart ached. Junior brother Deng was still the same as before. Just like when she first met him. She could feel what was behind Deng Yifei's cold appearance. Deng Yifei stood up from the chair and was about to leave. Wait. Liao Qingqing called out to him. Deng Yifei stopped. Is there anything else? Senior Sister Liao. After a long time, Liao Qingqing said. Junior brother, you have too many enemies. Take care. Senior Sister Liao too. Deng Yifei said in a low voice, if you encounter any difficulties, if I'm still alive, you can come to me. As long as it's reasonable, I can help you. This promise was somewhat heavy. Can you tell me why you are so good to me? Deng Yifei said with a rare sense of humor, if I say that I have feelings for Senior Sister Liao, would Senior Sister Liao believe me? Liao Qingqing revealed a smile. If I don't believe you, tell me the truth. To be honest, I'm very grateful to Senior Sister Liao for bringing me to the Heavenly Cloud sect. You should be grateful to Senior Brother Lin Jie for that. Just as Liao Qingqing finished her reply, she realized that Deng Yifei had disappeared. Just like when he came, he had disappeared without a trace. For some reason, Liao Qingqing could not help but tear up when she looked at the spot where Deng Yifei had disappeared. Regardless of how other warriors demonized Deng Yifei, other than Kai, he was a heinous villain. They described Deng Yifei as an unpardonable and evil villain, but she knew that Deng Yifei was not as bad as those people said. He was a good person. He was just a little paranoid. In the Tianqiang nation's capital, the Martial Alliance's southern region encampment. Xiaoyaqiu and Mo Jingyuan met Elder Long Wancheng. Elder Long said in a displeased tone, where's the person I asked you to bring back? Xiaoyaqiu glanced at Mo Jingyuan and seeing his deadpan face, she bit the bullet and replied, we did not bring him back. Why? Xiaoyaqiu said in a straightforward manner, we can't beat Deng Yifei. Long Wancheng, Xiaoyaqiu, and Mo Jingyuan were 3 domain realm experts. Although they were members of the Martial Alliance, the Martial Alliance was not a monolithic entity. There were many factions within. Although Long Wancheng was an elder and the person in charge of the Martial Alliance's southern region encampment, he was their superior. However, they were not afraid of Long Wancheng. Long Wancheng frowned and said, Deng Yifei is indeed very strong, but the 2 of you combined are not Deng Yifei's match. We went up one by one, we can't beat him. At this moment, Mo Jingyuan, who had been silent all this while, spoke. However, his words were more of a hindrance to Xiaoyaqiu. Long Wancheng was a little angry. Why aren't we attacking together? Mo Jingyuan replied, if we attack together, that would be too embarrassing. Long Wancheng looked at Mo Jingyuan and then at Xiaoyaqiu. He wished he could give the 2 of them a good beating. Long Wanqing reprimanded, if attacking together is embarrassing, then wouldn't it be embarrassing for our martial alliance to be publicly executed by Deng Yifei? Xiao Yaqiu and Mo Jingyuan fell silent. They did not know how to answer this question. Finally, it was Xiao Yaqiu who said, we did not attack together because we do not want to have too much conflict with Deng Yifei. He is also a genius. Genius? Long Wanqing snorted coldly, so what if he is a genius? Our people have been killed by him. How can our martial alliance establish itself in the southern region? If this matter were to spread, wouldn't the factions in the southern region think that our martial alliance is easy to bully? Mo Jingyuan said, Lord Elder, this Deng Yifei is different from other geniuses. How is he different? He is only 20 years old. Lord Elder, think back carefully. In the history of the human race, how many cultivators have reached the domain realm at the age of 20? There aren't many, right? Yeah. Long Wanqing answered solemnly, so what? Lord Elder, think about those elites who reached the domain realm at the age of 20. What sort of achievements did they have to survive? Lord Elder, do you think that Deng Yifei has a chance of breaking through to that legendary realm? Elder Long did not speak. This was because he knew that as long as Deng Yifei did not die, it was very possible for him to break through to that legendary realm. Although he was an expert at the peak of the domain realm, he was only a step away from that legendary realm. But this step was something he would probably never be able to cross. The Tao Comprehending Realm was the true pinnacle of human warriors. Every peerless expert at the Tao Comprehending Realm was the foundation of the continent's human race's survival. They were the commonwealth and reliance of all humans. The human race relied on these Tao Comprehending Realm experts to repel their invaders and occupy the most fertile lands of the continent. As long as a Tao Comprehending Realm expert did not commit a heinous crime of betraying the human race, they would be respected by all human warriors. And those elites who had a chance of reaching the Tao Comprehending Realm would similarly be taken in and protected by the martial alliance. Every 4 years, the continent held a martial arts tournament to select these outstanding seeds, the essence of the human race. Xiao Yaqiu reminded him in a low voice, Lord Elder, didn't you say that the demon clan would make a big move in the next 100 or 200 years? Then what do you suggest we do? Xiao Yaqiu said, Lord Elder, haven't you already made a decision? Sigh. Elder Long shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Forget it. What you said makes sense. Xiao Yaqiu praised, Lord Elder is wise. Don't talk to me about being wise. Elder Long said angrily, I won't be merciful with the punishment you deserve. Xiao Yaqiu smiled awkwardly. Mo Jingyuan, on the other hand, had a look of indifference. Anyway, they had already committed the crime. When they left Kai's restaurant, they were already mentally prepared. Elder Long changed the topic. Deng Yifei is indeed a talent, I have already noticed him. But can Deng Yifei really be absorbed? Deng Yifei had caused rivers of blood to flow in the southern region, causing countless factions to tremble in fear. However, Elder Long did not care about it. So what if he killed 10,000 warriors? So what if he killed 1,000,000 warriors? So what if he was a god? So what if he was a devil? As long as he was a human, and as long as he could contribute his strength to the human race, Elder Long would not care. Even within the martial alliance, there were peerless devils who held high positions. However, these people were not sent to the east, west, south, north, and south regions to hold important positions. Deng Yifei had killed countless people, so in Elder Long's eyes, it was a bonus. Warriors who killed their way out had combat strength that was above ordinary warriors of the same level. They had the ability to fight above their level, so this proved that their potential was still great. They had not been exhausted, and there was still room for improvement. However, Deng Yifei's character and his way of doing things made Elder Long hesitate. Mo Jingyuan said, Deng Yifei's character is one that abhors evil. If he were to join the martial alliance, it would probably be troublesome. We have fought with Deng Yifei before. He told us that he had once sworn a martial oath to kill all villains. We have investigated. His definition of villains is somewhat biased. He believes that all warriors who casually kill or oppress commoners are villains. Even if he accidentally kills them, they are not allowed. Xiao Yaqiu lampooned, I believe that Guy's ideal is world peace. Mo Jingyuan echoed, I believe that if we were to recruit Deng Yifei, the first person he would want to kill would be me. When Mo Jingyuan said this, he used a joking tone, but the other two knew what he meant. As warriors, it was very difficult to guarantee that their hands were clean. At times, their battles would implicate commoners. Furthermore, they had sects and family clans backing them. When these factions plunder resources, they really followed the law of the jungle. Elder Long asked, "Can you make Deng Yifei change himself?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Xiao Yakyu said, "That guy's martial will has already completely fused with his Aurora domain. His martial path is this. If he were to change it, he would not be the genius he is now. He might not even be able to stabilize his martial heart." In just a short exchange, the two martial arts experts had already figured out Deng Yifei's background. There was no other way. Deng Yifei was too naive. He was a naive, stubborn, and paranoid person. The Aurora domain is the ultimate justice. Mo Jingyuan emphasized, for him to have such accomplishments at such a young age, it is definitely inseparable from his martial will, philosophy and the Aurora domain. He cannot change. No one can make him change, not even a god. Unless he dies. Long Wanqing sat back in his rattan chair as he frowned. After a while, he could not help but curse, why does the southern region always like to produce such weirdos? One Qin Ruoyan is fine, but how many years has it been? Why is there another Deng Yifei? Aren't the array masters in the central region studying geomancy arrays recently? They say that the entire world is an array. I did not believe them in the past, thinking that they had gone mad from their research. But now, I have to wonder if the southern region's geomancy arrays are bad, producing all sorts of weirdos? Xiao Yakyu and Mo Jingyuan stood by the side and did not reply. Actually, they also felt that Long Wanqing's words made sense. The southern region was truly a weird place, producing a bunch of weird people. Looking at the eastern, northern and western regions, how could they have so much trouble? Although the eastern, northern and western regions were not like the southern region, with monsters appearing from time to time, the three regions had been developing steadily. The martial alliance of the three regions had also developed very quickly. Many of the local martial factions had attached themselves to the martial alliance. Only the southern region, there had been cases of peak domain realm experts at the elder level being killed. Then what do you think we should do? We have to come up with a plan, right? Xiao Yakyu said. Deng Yifei didn't lie. He did have his own insistence. He even killed the original leader of the stinging bee tissue, Lu Quanjun. Lu Quanjun was Deng Yifei's old partner. It is said that their relationship is very deep, and they have even become lovers. Mo Jingyuan added, "I think he is suitable for our seven ultimate sect." Xiao Yakyu couldn't help but ridicule, according to his standard of being a villain, if he really joined your seven ultimate sect, he would probably kill everyone in your seven ultimate sect. There are no good people in your seven ultimate sect. Seeing that Mo Jingyuan didn't speak, Xiao Yakyu continued, "I think that even Deng Yifei himself knows his own problem. His current way of doing things is much gentler than before. If he did everything according to his martial will, he wouldn't have been able to establish the Aurora Pavilion. In the Aurora Pavilion, there are many major forces in Kai City. Among them, many have reached the standard of being eradicated by Deng Yifei. However, after they joined the Aurora Pavilion and worked for Deng Yifei, they weren't attacked." Long Wanqing urged, "Continue." "After my investigation, the reason is actually very simple. It's just that Deng Yifei doesn't know the evidence of these forces doing evil." Long Wanqing was speechless. Is he that stupid? Not stupid, but smart. He did swear to kill all villains in the world, but if he doesn't know that the other party is a villain, then it's a different story. Xiao Yakyu said, "I'm serious. He is purposefully controlling his own sources of information. If those forces are willing to turn over a new leaf and work for him, he will temporarily block the bad information of this force." Jiang Yinfan's actions in Kai City's imperial court proved this point. Doing this is like burying one's head in the sand, but if Deng Yifei wants to achieve his own ideals, there is only so much he can do. Unless he really intends to kill all the martial artists in the southern region and eradicate all the forces in the southern region, but that is impossible and contrary to his ideals. He only wants to establish a truly equal world, not killing all the martial artists. What he did is the most rational. Long Wanqing agreed with Xiao Yakyu's analysis. Then what do you think we should do with Deng Yifei? He also knew about the matter of Jiang Yinfan. This minor official in Kai City had called out the names of several ministers in Kai City's imperial court, but was killed by Deng Yifei on the spot, because Deng Yifei knew the crimes of these ministers, but couldn't match them because he didn't know them. That depends on how Elder Long intends to view Deng Yifei. Do you see him as an enemy, or do you see him as a target that can be used, subdued, and cultivated? Elder Long pondered for a while and finally sighed, let's go with the latter. His talent is really too strong. If he can really become a peerless expert in the Tao comprehending realm, so what if I lose some face? If I really nurture a Tao comprehending realm expert, my face is really worthless. If he becomes a Tao comprehending realm expert, what face will I lose? Then I suggest for Lord Elder to personally meet Deng Yifei and inform him of the human race's situation, so as to form a good relationship with him. It's best if you can reach a certain level of tacit understanding. Xiaoyaqiu said, back then, the stinging bee tissue did this. Up to now, the stinging bee tissue still maintains a cooperative relationship with Deng Yifei. We might be able to learn a thing or two from it. Long Wanqing said, do I have to make a trip there personally? It's better for Lord Elder to go. He is an idealist. He might be narrow-minded, but he is extremely kind. If you really study his ideals, you will realize that he is so pure and kind that he doesn't seem like a normal person. Xiaoyaqiu said seriously, our martial alliance is meant to nurture and unite human warriors to resist the Fey race and demons together. As for him, he hopes that the human warriors in the world will not have any special privileges, and will not kill the innocent. The various large factions will not wantonly oppress the commoners. There is no fundamental conflict between our ideals. His actions and ideals will only harm the interests of the various large factions. But if Deng Yifei can really break through to the domain realm, so what if we lose the interests of the various factions? Besides, this is the southern region. The interests of the southern region's factions have little to do with us. The southern region's resources are already rather poor. Our martial alliance does not have the intention of controlling the southern region. If he can really become a peerless expert at the Tao comprehending realm, then he can set whatever rules he wants. After all, when the time comes, no one can stop him. Hearing Xiaoyaqiu's irresponsible words, Long Wanqing's eyebrows twitched thrice. Forget it. I can't count on you. It's better for me to personally meet this junior. Kai's public execution of 125 divine power realm experts had caused a huge stir in the entire southern region. It could be said that the sensation and influence Deng Yifei had caused was in no way inferior to the Martial Alliance's quadrennial Southern Region Martial Tournament. 120 Transcendent Realm experts. Not some big white Kai, 125 experts. If placed outside, any one of them would be a respectable figure that countless warriors would look up to, and so many experts had been slaughtered like sheep on the execution platform. There was no way for them to resist. Many of the martial artists present at that time felt as if they were dreaming. Hence, in an instant, Deng Yifei and the Aurora Pavilion's reputation spread throughout the southern region. Kai also became a forbidden zone for warriors. There was no other way about it. The matter was too terrifying. Even the Martial Alliance's members had been killed, so how could the other ordinary warriors not be afraid? Many forces around the Kai state hated Deng Yifei so much that they gnashed their teeth. But they did not take any action. Firstly, Deng Yifei was too powerful. Secondly, they were waiting for the Martial Alliance's reaction. After all, in terms of shame, the Martial Alliance was the most shameful. The Martial Alliance was backed by the Central Region. They had countless domain realm experts. Those factions that hated Deng Yifei wished that the Martial Alliance would avenge them, and in Kai, after the mass execution, all the factions settled down. Many of these factions' experts had joined the Aurora Pavilion, but they still had a sense of superiority when facing commoners. In the past, they would subconsciously use their power to oppress others, but after this execution, they all felt a chill. They realized that there was a butcher's knife hanging above their heads. Kai, Royal Palace. Kai Baihao looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. His mouth could not close. Huaxining had broken through to the late stages of the divine power realm. Who would dare to believe it? If he did not remember wrongly, Huaxining was only at the early stages of the divine power realm 3 days ago. To make 2 consecutive leaps in 3 days was unbelievable, It was normal for many Divine Power Realm warriors to spend 30 to 40 years to break through a small realm. This was even more abnormal than Deng Yifei. If it wasn't for the fact that Huaxining had just broken through and couldn't restrain her powerful aura and bloody aura, Kai Baihao would have thought that he had gone senile. Xianxia coughed, indicating for his patriarch to restrain himself. Don't stare at a young lady without blinking. Even if you have ulterior motives, don't be like an old pervert. Besides, didn't he know that Huaxining was Deng Yifei's woman? If he wanted a woman, what kind of woman could Kai not have? There were many who were prettier than Huaxining. Kai Baihao came back to his senses and couldn't help but ask, Huaxining, your strength has broken through again? Yes. Late stage of the transcendent realm. Huaxining knew that she couldn't hide it, so she admitted it openly. How is that possible? Did you eat some heavenly treasure? Huaxining turned her gaze to Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei smiled and didn't say anything, but the two from the Kai family understood. The problem was Deng Yifei. Thinking of the promise Deng Yifei made to the members of the Aurora Pavilion, Kai Baihao and Kai Jingxuan's eyes became fervent. Kai Jingxuan's strength was the lowest, and he also yearned to become a powerful martial artist. It was awkward to say that in the royal family. Only those who were not talented in martial arts would be arranged to be the emperor. As for Kai Baihao, it was purely because he didn't want to die. If the other Kai family experts were still alive, it wouldn't matter if he died or not. But now, as the only remaining domain realm expert in the Kai family, he had his own responsibilities. However, he didn't know if Deng Yifei could help him break through. It depends on your performance in the future. Deng Yifei said calmly. Master, I understand. Kai Baihao suddenly had the urge to acknowledge Deng Yifei as his master. If Deng Yifei could help him raise his level, after news of this execution spreads, there shouldn't be any other voices in Kai, right? Kai Jingxian said firmly, impossible. Unless they don't want to live anymore. That's good. Actually, Master, we could have subdued those transcendent realm experts. It's a pity to kill them all. Thinking of this, Kai Jingxian still felt a little pained. Some of those transcendent realm experts were not even over 100 years old. When dealing with those martial artists, we can't rely on coaxing, only blood and slaughter. As long as they are taught a lesson, as long as they feel pain and fear, then they will be obedient. Deng Yifei looked at the flowers blooming in the garden and said, after establishing the Aurora Pavilion, they thought that they were strong and useful, so I wouldn't touch them. In their eyes, civilians are just ants. I also used those corpses to tell them that in my eyes, they are also ants. Kai Jingxian said hesitantly, then what about the Martial Alliance? Don't be afraid, I'll bear the consequences alone. Just as Deng Yifei said this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. Above the sky, a figure sped over and appeared in front of Deng Yifei in an instant. The newcomer was a white-haired old man wearing a black robe. There was no aura around him at all. At first glance, others would think that he was just an ordinary old man. But how could an ordinary old man walk through the air? A true senior expert would typically converge their aura to the extreme. They would definitely not be like the present Huaxining. Others would know that she was very strong and terrifying the moment they saw her, even if they constantly emitted their aura. It was either to show off or because they could not control it. Kai Baihao, Huaxining, and Kai Jingxian were alarmed. They even placed their hands on their weapons. Only Deng Yifei was slightly surprised as he stood up to welcome him. I'm Deng Yifei. May I know who this senior is? Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao had already warned Deng Yifei that the other party had the strength of a peak domain realm expert. He was not to be trifled with. Chen Hao had already guessed the other party's identity. He was definitely an elder-level figure in the Central Region's Martial Alliance. If Deng Yifei were to clash with him, Deng Yifei would probably die here today. Although Deng Yifei had powerful combat strength with the red blood sword, an elder-level figure of the Martial Alliance was not to be trifled with. At the same level, Chen Hao was confident that Deng Yifei would be stronger than the other party, but leaping levels was nearly impossible. Back when Qing Yan broke through to the peak of the domain realm, she was also suppressed by the Martial Alliance elder. The perfect domain in the red blood sword could indeed help Deng Yifei resist the elder, but the domain was not Deng Yifei's. Once he entered a prolonged battle, Deng Yifei would not be able to last long. The Martial Alliance's southern region elder, Long Wancheng. So it's a senior from the Martial Alliance. Please have a seat. Deng Yifei turned around and ordered Kai Xianxia, serve the tea. Yes. Kai Xianxia quivered. Seeing Deng Yifei so calm, he regained some of his rationality and hurriedly ran off. Hu Xining hurriedly pulled a chair over for Long Wancheng. Long Wancheng nodded and sat down. Deng Yifei, right? That's me. Long Wancheng pointed at the chair Deng Yifei was sitting in. Have a seat too. Thank you, senior. The two of them sat down while Kai Baihao and Hu Xining stood by the side. They no longer had any thoughts of taking action. Long Wancheng sized up Deng Yifei and nodded in satisfaction. You are much more outstanding than I imagined. Thank you, senior, for your praise. In just a short while, Kai Xianxia had already served the tea. He had even personally brought it over. The martial alliance was high and mighty. A peak domain realm elder-level expert was worthy of such treatment. Deng Yifei said, you may leave. All right. The three of them hurriedly left as though they had been pardoned. When they completely left the garden, the three of them looked at each other and saw the cold sweat on each other's foreheads. Did the martial alliance come personally to denounce them? They could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths. Deng Yifei sat in his chair and quickly relaxed. Senior, did you come looking for me because of those two divine power realm warriors? I do have that intention. Long Wancheng smiled at Deng Yifei. You don't seem to be afraid of me. You have to know that I'm a peak domain realm expert. Killing you isn't difficult. Deng Yifei nodded and said, Senior, it's not difficult to kill me, but I have the confidence to perish together with you. Oh. Long Wancheng was slightly surprised. Are you sure? Deng Yifei said seriously, very sure. I don't think you are bluffing. Long Wancheng whispered, is this what you are relying on to kill my two subordinates? I guess so. If possible, I do not wish to go against the martial alliance. But Senior's two subordinates went overboard. Because of a small matter, they wiped out an entire family. Actually, you are as overboard as them. Deng Yifei said softly, we are just on different sides. Long Wancheng laughed, you don't seem like a young man. However, I am starting to admire you. If you really have the confidence to perish together with me, I will admire you even more. Senior, you want to fight me? Indeed, I want to teach you a lesson. Let's change locations. Sure, you have to use your full strength and let me see your strength and potential. If not, you can plan on perishing together with me. Long Wancheng's meaning was very simple. If Deng Yifei's strength and potential did not satisfy him, he would kill Deng Yifei. In the sky, two figures flew away from Kai City and into the distance. A huge battle was unavoidable. The only one who witnessed this battle was Chen Hao. Deng Yifei had used all his skills except for the Scarlet Blood technique and the last elegy, but he was still defeated by Long Wancheng. However, Long Wancheng was not unscathed. After fully activating the Demon Sword domain, Deng Yifei's sudden increase in speed caught Long Wancheng off guard. The red blood sword left a bloody wound on Long Wancheng's chest. Deng Yifei half knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Killing intent overflowed from his body and dyed the surroundings red. Long Wancheng stretched out his hand and touched the wound on his chest. The piercing pain made him smile. Not bad at all. You actually managed to injure me with the strength of an early-stage domain realm. You have already done an excellent job. Long Wancheng said with satisfaction. That forbidden technique just now was your trump card? That forbidden technique is very powerful. I actually felt the might of a perfect realm domain within it. It also seems to have a portion of the legendary speed domain. Unfortunately, that domain is not yours. I am very curious. How did you manage to condense another person's domain into your body? This was one of the Scarlet Blood Sword's abilities. Through disguise, it made Long Wancheng think that the Demon Sword domain was Deng Yifei's forbidden technique. With Long Wancheng's strength, he could not see through the Scarlet Blood Sword's disguise. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I can see the danger of this forbidden technique. If you use it too much, I'm afraid you will lose your mind. Only someone like you with a strong martial will and the Aurora domain is suitable for it. If an ordinary person uses that forbidden technique for a long time, they will quickly go crazy. I am very satisfied with your strength. You can continue to live. Long Wanqing slowly descended in front of Deng Yifei and said with some self-satisfaction, "Don't underestimate the people of the world. I admit that your forbidden technique is very powerful, but it's still not enough to take me down with you." Deng Yifei slowly raised his head and looked at Long Wanqing with a pair of blood-red eyes. "Senior Long, if I said that I wasn't relying on that move just now, would you believe me?" Long Wanqing looked at the sword wound on his chest and then stared at Deng Yifei's blood-red eyes. He was stunned. Deng Yifei's move just now, that dazzling white light, was already ridiculous enough. In Long Wanqing's opinion, the fact that Deng Yifei was able to unleash a power that was barely on par with an ordinary expert at the peak of the domain realm within a short period of time with his strength at the early stage of the domain realm was already powerful enough. However, Deng Yifei said that wasn't his strongest move. What kind of trump card did Deng Yifei have? To be honest, Long Wanqing had some faith in Deng Yifei from the bottom of his heart, but he did not completely believe him. Deng Yifei was extremely arrogant. He was not a person who spoke without thinking. Long Wanqing asked, "Is it a move that will really take you down with him?" The price Deng Yifei paid for using a forbidden move was indeed not high. It was just that it was easy for him to go berserk. A truly terrifying forbidden move was the kind that burned his life, soul, and psyche as the price. Yes. Oh. Long Wanqing nodded in a noncommittal manner. He was somewhat convinced, but he did not show it. "Your strength has gained my recognition." Long Wanqing said, "You should know the purpose of our martial alliance, right?" "I know. In the next 100 years, or even in the next 200 years, the entire human race of the continent might suffer a calamity." "What calamity?" "The Fey emperors that were defeated by our human seniors might gradually awaken from their slumber. As for the Fey beasts, they have an irreconcilable feud with our human race." Our martial alliance sensed this situation, so we began to station ourselves in the 4 regions. We held martial tournaments to gather young genius warriors, so as to nurture combat strength for the human race. Long Wanqing looked at Deng Yifei. "You killed 2 members of our martial alliance. I have the ability to kill you, but your martial talent is outstanding. You are a talent that can be molded. I believe that if you live on, it will be more beneficial for the human race. In the future, you will have a chance to become a member of our human race, a pretty good combat strength." "Senior, do you want me to join the martial alliance?" Long Wanqing shook his head. "When you killed the 2 members of the martial alliance, it was already unsuitable for you to join. Furthermore, with your character, other than your Aurora Pavilion, there might not be any organization in the entire continent that can accommodate you." "Then why did Senior come?" "Didn't I say it before? I just want to teach you a lesson. I want you to know that there is always someone better than you." Long Wanqing said arrogantly, "Our martial alliance is not interested in your actions in the southern region. I only wish that you do not continue to provoke our martial alliance. This way, it will be good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. In the future, our martial alliance might even need your combat strength. Regarding the matter of not provoking the martial alliance, as long as the martial alliance stays within our Aurora Pavilion's sphere of influence and abides by the Aurora Pavilion's rules, I will definitely not provoke you." Deng Yifei said seriously, "As for you needing my combat strength, if the Fey beasts really threaten the safety of the human race, resisting the Fey beasts will be my responsibility. I can slightly restrict the actions of our martial alliance in Kai." Long Wanqing said, "However, the score of you killing our martial alliance members has to be settled, right?" Deng Yifei stubbornly said, "How can it be settled? I won't even apologize to you. Those 2 martial alliance members of yours really deserve to be killed." Long Wanqing looked at Deng Yifei and recalled the aurora light he felt. He already understood the young man's determination. "Why don't we do this? I'll take a step back. There's no need to apologize. All I need is for you to personally come to our martial alliance headquarters in the southern region in 10 days. This is the biggest concession I can make. As long as you come, I'll help you deal with the matter of you killing those 2 members. Otherwise, this old man might really have to try that move of yours that you bragged so much about." Long Wanqing's suggestion was very interesting and effective. It could be said that he had considered both parties. Deng Yifei fell silent. If he personally went to the Martial Alliance headquarters, and the Martial Alliance gave up pursuing the matter of him killing the 2 Martial Alliance members, what would the outside world think of him? Would they think that he was going to the Martial Alliance to apologize? Would they think that he had reached some sort of agreement with the Martial Alliance? However, if Deng Yifei personally went, it could indeed save some face for the Martial Alliance. He did not need to really apologize. It could be considered a form of visit. As for Deng Yifei, he did not want to die, so he did not want to use that move. Compromising with Long Wanqing was the best choice. As long as he did not go to the Martial Alliance to apologize or compensate, it would not be a violation of his martial path. I agree to Senior's request. Don't make it sound like you are at a disadvantage. Long Wanqing said angrily, this time, it was me who gave in to you. It was our Martial Alliance who gave in to you. The one at a disadvantage is us, not you. If not for your potential, if not for the fact that this old man cherished your talent, do you think you would be able to live until now? Do you believe that I won't kill you with a palm strike? Deng Yifei did not respond. Although he had his own insistence, he could understand Long Wanqing's responsibility as an elder of the Martial Alliance. No faction could tolerate their own people being publicly executed by another faction. From the Martial Alliance's point of view, it was true that the Martial Alliance had taken the initiative to take a step back. However, when he learned that the culprit was a member of the Martial Alliance, he no longer had a way out. Seeing Deng Yifei remain silent, Long Wanqing did not continue harping on the topic. You can handle the matters regarding the Aurora Pavilion yourselves. However, I hope that you will not cause too much turmoil in the southern region. Before the real trouble arrives, it is best for the southern region to remain stable. If you cause the southern region's warriors to suffer a great loss, you will have to protect the southern region when the Fey beasts invade. Let's see how much you can protect by yourself when the time comes. Alright, I will consider it carefully. It's good that you know. Then let's leave it at that. Long Wanqing said. Seeing Long Wanqing about to leave, Deng Yifei suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called out to him, Senior, I have something I want to ask. What is it? Senior, do you know a domain realm expert with the surname Mu? He is very good at array formations. Deng Yifei said, I have never heard of a domain realm array formation in the southern region, so I want to ask if he is an expert from the central region. Senior Mu, who he met in the southern Moon Kingdom, had left a deep impression on Deng Yifei, especially when he said, humans do not deserve to live in this world. Deng Yifei had not forgotten it to this day. In his opinion, a martial arts expert with such guts was definitely a peerless devil. A domain realm array master with the surname Mu? Long Wanqing stopped and suddenly turned to look at Deng Yifei. Where have you seen him? In Nanyue Kingdom. He didn't kill you? No. Deng Yifei shook his head. I only exchanged a few words with him. When Deng Yifei saw Long Wanqing's reaction, he guessed that Senior Mu had a grudge with the Martial Alliance. However, he did not mention a word about the benefits he had received from Senior Mu. Is his skin like dead wood? Right? There are ray formations engraved on his body, and there are even some black crescent moon patterns. Black crescent moon pattern? Long Wanqing sighed in a low voice, that should be him. Senior knows him? I do. Long Wanqing nodded, not denying it. Who is he? His name is Mu Yongfeng, a half-human, half-ghost, immortal monster. Long Wanqing glanced at Deng Yifei and whispered, speaking of which, he was once a senior of our Martial Alliance. He was one of the founders of the Martial Alliance and was the strongest array master of the human race back then. This thing has lived for 10,000 years? Yes, he has indeed lived for more than 10,000 years. Long Wanqing sighed and said, he is one of the most outstanding geniuses of the human race. He cultivates in both array formations and martial arts. Back then, his cultivation level was close to the Tao comprehending realm. In addition, he has the complete heritage of the Ling race's array formations. His array formations are omnipotent. Mu Yongfeng once defeated a demon emperor-level expert. 10,000 years ago, when the demons invaded the continent, he contributed greatly to our continent. However, due to his limited talent, he did not break through to the Tao comprehending realm. Thankfully, he did not break through to the Tao comprehending realm. If he had not seen Mu Yongfeng with his own eyes, Deng Yifei would have treated him as a heroic figure, but since he was a hero of the human race back then, why did he want to destroy the human race now? Long Wanqing's words did not answer the doubts in Deng Yifei's heart. Then is he still a member of the Martial Alliance? No? He has already betrayed us. Long Wanching shook his head. Since he is a hero of the human race 10,000 years ago, the founder of the Martial Alliance, and a famous figure on the continent, can you tell me why he betrayed us? Not for the time being. Long Wanching said, you are not a member of our Martial Alliance. This matter concerns the internal affairs of our Martial Alliance, so I can't tell you now. However, if you were to meet him in the future, it's best you stay away from him. Then, report to our Martial Alliance and let our Martial Alliance send people to deal with him. He is now an elder of the demon-worshipping cult. He is one of the greatest enemies our Martial Alliance wants to eradicate. Demon-worshipping cult? Yes, it's the demon-worshipping cult. Long Wanching gritted his teeth and said, the lunatics of the demon-worshipping cult crazily worship the demons. They hope to open up a spatial passageway between the demons and the continent, allowing the demons to completely turn the continent into a demonic hell. Then, they will gain merits and transform themselves into pure-blooded demons. This bunch of scum should be punished by everyone. You might not know, but more than a decade ago, it was Mu Yongfeng who led people to open up a spatial passageway with the demons. More than 100 million people died in the demons' invasion, nearly causing a catastrophe. Thankfully, our Martial Alliance reacted quickly and responded quickly. About that, I really did not know. Deng Yifei looked at Long Wanching in puzzlement. More than a decade ago, he really did not know about the demons' invasion of the southern region. The country that the demons invaded was stopped behind the southern Fei mountain range. What? There's a country behind the southern Fei mountain range? Long Wanching nodded and said, of course there is. Before the demons invaded, there was a country called the Great Zhou. It was not very strong and the strongest person was only at the divine power realm. After Mu Yongfeng opened up the spatial passageway with the demons, the Great Zhou was quickly destroyed. Then how did the Martial Alliance deal with it? How else could they deal with it? Of course, they diverted the calamity and let the Fei beasts of the southern Fei mountain range take action. Long Wanching said, when we discovered the demon's appearance, it was already over. That human country was also almost done for, so we closed the spatial passageway. All right. Deng Yifei could imagine the scene of a country being destroyed by the demons. Although he had never seen the demon race before, he could imagine most of them by relying on his imagination and images of the demon race. So, if you encounter a demon-worshipping cult disciple, if you can kill them, you have to do it. If you encounter someone like Mu Yongfeng, you have to send someone to inform us. Long Wancheng warned, don't think that Mu Yongfeng is easy to deal with just because his strength has dropped greatly. Our Martial Alliance has encircled and annihilated him several times. The number of elder-level figures that have died under his hands is no less than double digits. Deng Yifei nodded solemnly, I understand. Deng Yifei suddenly rejoiced, he was glad that Mu Yongfeng did not directly attack him back when he met him. As for Qianhao and Red Blood Sword, he naturally scoffed at Long Wancheng's recount of the Zhou kingdom's history. However, he did not plan on telling Deng Yifei about this matter, or his Red Blood Sword would have too many things to explain. Besides, it was history, there should have been many versions of it, it was only normal to have different versions. After Long Wancheng left, Deng Yifei returned to Kai capital to recuperate for half a month. In this half a month, many people were waiting for the outcome of the Martial Alliance's actions. When Deng Yifei came to the Tiancheng nation with great fanfare and entered the Martial Alliance's encampment, many factions began to pay attention to the situation in the Martial Alliance's encampment. A few sensitive warriors even moved away when Deng Yifei stepped into the Tiancheng nation's capital. They believed that there would be a huge battle in the Tiancheng nation's capital. However, they were disappointed that Deng Yifei only stayed with Long Wancheng for half a day after entering the Martial Alliance before leaving safely. Many factions were confused when they saw this situation. Did the Martial Alliance pursue Deng Yifei's responsibility? Why did Deng Yifei go to the Martial Alliance? To seek peace? To beg for mercy? Or was it something else? There were many guesses in the outside world, but no one could convince anyone. Back then, there was only Long Wancheng and Deng Yifei, so no one could pry open their mouths. However, the other factions came to a consensus that Deng Yifei was showing weakness, but the Martial Alliance must have reached a certain level of tacit understanding with Deng Yifei, upon learning of this situation, many factions in the southern region began to feel uneasy. There was no other way. If the martial alliance did not plan on dealing with Deng Yifei, and they were the ones to deal with him, they might suffer heavy losses. Deng Yifei returned safely from the martial alliance. The Aurora Pavilion, which was in a state of panic, also calmed down. Aurora Pavilion began to develop according to the plan, ensuring the safety of all civilians in Kai City. Those forces that refused to obey Deng Yifei were either annihilated or relocated. The remaining forces were all willing to follow Deng Yifei. For a time, under the constraints of the Aurora Pavilion, the entire Kai City was unusually quiet. Occasionally, some warriors would commit crimes, but most of the warriors were very obedient. Even the non-warriors wandering on the streets dared not to threaten anyone. Only a few extremely conflicted martial artists would choose to sign a life and death agreement and step onto the stage to fight to the death. Deng Yifei rarely interfered with the fights between martial artists. As long as they didn't involve the innocent, as long as they signed the contract, no matter how they fought to the death, Deng Yifei didn't care. All the Kai team members could feel that kind of peace. Of course, Aurora Pavilion was also constantly improving the rules and regulations of Aurora Pavilion under the efforts of Deng Yifei, Kai Xianxia, and Hua Xining. It was a long project, and it took a lot of time to find loopholes and fill in the gaps. After all, an organization like Aurora Pavilion didn't learn from the mistakes of others. A month later, the man sent by Deng Yifei to the Tianyun clan returned with the heads of some members of the Lu family of the Tianyun clan. It turned out that after Deng Yifei killed Lu Wenyue in a rage, the Lu family tortured Tong Tong and Lu Jinming to death to vent their anger. The members of the Lu family brought back by the Aurora Pavilion were the ones who ordered the torture of Tong Tong and Lu Jinming that day. Are you sure they are all members of the Lu family? The master of Aurora Pavilion said, I'm not sure. When I asked the Tianyun clan, they just said to investigate, and then they gave me these 3 heads. In other words, you don't know whether these 3 heads belong to the Lu family or the Tianyun clan? I don't know. The Divine State Master of Aurora Pavilion was sweating profusely, but he still spat out the truth. You're too perfunctory. Then go again and investigate everything for me. If you can't find out, then you don't have to come back. No need to come back. How could he not come back? His family was in Kai team. However, the Divine State Master understood what he had done wrong. I understand. I'll go now. When the Divine State Master left, Deng Yifei sighed deeply. This was the difference in ability. If Hua Xining went, he would definitely be able to investigate the ins and outs of the incident, and even confirm the identity of the heads in his hands and whether or not they really belonged to the Lu family. Deng Yifei still felt that he had too few talents on his hands. After another month, the Divine State Master finally returned. What do you mean? The Divine State Master knelt in front of Deng Yifei. Lord Deng, I've investigated clearly. Tong Tong and Lu Jinming were indeed tortured to death, but the heads that the Tianyun clan gave me back then didn't belong to the Lu family. Those 3 heads were just scapegoats that the Lu family casually found, so the Tianyun clan lied to us. What did the Tianyun clan say? The clan master of the Tianyun clan is very decisive. After receiving my warning, he killed all the guilty members of the Lu family with lightning speed. The Divine State Master said in a low voice, there were a total of 3 XVII corpses, and I've confirmed that they were indeed the corpses of the Lu family. They were indeed the kind of people who committed crimes. Yes. Lord, do we still need to investigate the Tianyun clan? Since they know they were wrong and have corrected themselves, you can let them go for now. Deng Yifei still had some feelings for the Tianyun clan. Apart from the Lu family in the Tianyun clan, Deng Yifei didn't have much of a grudge against the others. Yes, Lord. Half a year later, the situation in Sugwa began to become turbulent. Someone spread the rumor that all the domain realm masters of the Sugwa royal family had been wiped out by Deng Yifei. In other words, Sugwa had completely lost the support of the domain realm masters and had become a piece of fat meat that anyone could take a bite out of. However, Deng Yifei naturally didn't allow the situation in Sugwa to continue to become turbulent. In fact, the Sugwa royal family had long been under Deng Yifei's control. After all, a chaotic Sugwa didn't meet Deng Yifei's ideal. Therefore, the Sugwa royal family gave up the throne under Deng Yifei's persuasion and announced the merger of Sugwa and Kai Xianxia, who had been prepared for this, began to send a large number of troops to Sugua. Because the Sugwa Emperor, Su Yuankai, had issued an imperial edict of surrender, many city guards directly opened the city gates and surrendered to Kai's army. Those city lords also didn't want to fight to the death with Kai, especially when their own emperor had already announced the merger. It was even more irrational to fight with Kai. Only by surrendering could they obey the emperor's orders. However, even after Su Yuankai ordered all the Sugwa royal family, army, ministers, and city lords to surrender to Kai, there were still some forces that wanted to resist stubbornly. Some ambitious generals who led tens of thousands of soldiers and wanted to cede territory to become kings began to declare themselves kings. Some county governors also wanted to establish a small country. There were even some cities that only had a few thousand city guards who wanted to declare their independence. Many of these forces had the support of aristocratic families and sects behind them. These aristocratic families and sects wanted to create chaos in Sugwa at this time largely because they were afraid of the Aurora Pavilion and Dengifei behind the Aurora Pavilion. They could tolerate their country being annexed by any other country, but they couldn't tolerate Kai occupying it. The Polar Light Pavilion was definitely the most disliked among the southern region's martial arts forces. Other than Kai, almost no martial artists in the southern region had a good impression of Aurora Pavilion. In their eyes, Aurora Pavilion was Dengifei's lackey. In the end, under the instigation and cooperation of the local forces in Sugwa, some of the countries around Sugwa also began to mobilize their armies. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos in Sugwa to take over some territory, until they received a warning from Dengifei. Dengifei's warning letter calmed all the surrounding countries down. They all began to consider whether it was worth offending Dengifei for a piece of territory. Therefore, many countries forcibly suppressed the impulse in their hearts. If they guessed correctly, the domain realm expert in Sugwa's royal family was most likely crippled by Dengifei. If they offended Dengifei, would Dengifei deal with them like how he dealt with Kai and Sugwa? Fear could overcome greed. Especially when the martial alliance's stance was unknown, the other countries' factions did not dare to invade Sugwa. They were afraid that if their elites entered Sugwa, they would never be able to come out again. Dengifei was known as the nemesis of armies in the southern region. Many factions believed that Dengifei had a unique way of dealing with armies. However, when Kai's army entered Sugwa, they were still attacked by the local forces in Sugwa. For this, Xianxia had personally sought out Dengifei. "Master, if this carries on, our Kai's army might suffer heavy losses." Xianxia complained, "Those local tyrants are too despicable. They rely on their familiarity with the terrain and the fact that their opponents are stronger. They often launch sneak attacks and harass our Xianxia's army." Dengifei obviously knew that this was because the local forces in Sugwa ostracized or hated Aurora Pavilion. However, Dengifei could not go along with their wishes. After all, to Dengifei, what he wanted was not Kai's exaggeration, but the expansion of Aurora Pavilion. Against these villains who obstructed Aurora Pavilion's forces from entering Sugwa, Dengifei naturally would not be merciful. Everything that stood in his way would be crushed by him. "I will send Aurora Pavilion's experts to follow the army into Sugwa. Every city that Kai occupies, our Aurora Pavilion will set up a branch there," Dengifei said in a deep voice. "In addition, I will get Sugwa's intelligence organization to cooperate with our Aurora Pavilion's operations. We will also clean up the local forces that have committed heinous crimes or obstructed Aurora Pavilion's entry. I will order Aurora Pavilion to uproot them." Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. "If we have Aurora Pavilion's help, that would be great." The current Aurora Pavilion had expanded into a true colossus. Almost all the experts that Kai had some fame and background had joined Aurora Pavilion. It could be said that most of Kai's experts were working under Huixining's Aurora Pavilion. One could imagine how powerful Aurora Pavilion was. It was too easy to use the Extreme Light Pavilion to deal with the large and small forces in the Su country that were like a plate of loose sand. Therefore, with the cooperation of Sugwa, Kai, Andriel, and the other intelligence organizations, Aurora Pavilion's members began to follow the army into Sugwa. They began to organize the local forces in Sugwa's territory. For a time, the martial arts forces in Sugwa suffered a true calamity. In a city that Kai had just occupied, Aurora Pavilion's members quickly settled in. The Peak Transcendent Realm expert immediately called for a meeting with Aurora Pavilion's members. "In 3 days, we may arrive at Poison Spider City. There is a poison spider sect in Poison Spider City. Their techniques are extremely vicious. Their techniques require them to wrap martial artists or civilians in the webs of black demonic spiders, then have the spiders bite open their flesh and inject their venom. Once the spider's venom corrodes their internal organs and muscles, the poison spider sect's martial artists will use the disgusting corrosive liquid to cultivate their venom. My suggestion is to wipe them all out. What do you all think? The other Aurora Pavilion's members all frowned when they heard the Peak Transcendent Realm expert's description. There were almost no demonic sect members among Aurora Pavilion's members. They do deserve to die. So it's a demonic sect. Looks like we're quite lucky. Yes, the higher-ups will definitely allow us to slaughter this kind of demonic sect. Then let's write a joint request now. Also, according to the intel, Poison Spider sect wants at least 3 Peak Transcendent Realm experts. We already have 3 Peak Transcendent Realm experts here, so I think to be safe, we should request for 3 more Peak Transcendent Realm experts to support us? Someone said reluctantly, if we do that, we'll get less. The forces in Sugwa that Aurora Pavilion's members destroyed would have to hand over half of their wealth to the government. The rest would be the spoils of war for the Aurora Pavilion's members. Don't be reluctant. Who knows what other trump cards Poison Spider sect has? Even a lion will do its best when hunting a rabbit. Although we'll have to share a portion of the spoils, we can still take down Poison Spider sect safely. As long as we don't get hurt, there are plenty of forces in Sugwa that need to be destroyed. Are you afraid that there won't be enough to share? You're right. Thus, the Aurora Pavilion's members quickly submitted the request. Huaxining only glanced at the applications submitted by the members and checked the information on the Poison Spider sect. Then, he approved the operation of the Polar Light Pavilion members and even picked 3 Peak Transcendent Realm experts for them. 3 days later, under the leadership of the 6 Peak Transcendent Realm experts from Aurora Pavilion, Poison Spider sect was completely destroyed and became history. Situations similar to Poison Spider sect began to happen in Sugwa. As more and more wealth was plundered, many Aurora Pavilion's members became greedy and casually submitted requests for destruction in order to besiege more forces and plunder more wealth. However, most of them were beaten back by Huaxining. Huaxining's responsibility was to calm down these hot-headed Aurora Pavilion's members and prevent them from wantonly killing unless those forces took the initiative to attack Kai's army or Aurora Pavilion's members. Not long after, Huaxining received some information that made her feel helpless. Lord Deng, take a look. Deng Yifei glanced at the information from Sugwa and shook his head helplessly. Let's deal with this matter according to the rules. Why do we look like bandits? I just wanted to reward them and stimulate their enthusiasm. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Sir, do you want to go personally? Yes, I'll go personally. The others might not be able to suppress them. Deng Yifei said helplessly. Coincidentally, I'm also going to Sugwa. You don't have to go. You can stay here and gather information. That's good too. Huaxining nodded. Deng Yifei did not expect what happened to Sugwa this time. Deng Yifei walked out of the Kai Imperial Palace and looked at Sugwa. He felt a little annoyed. There was nothing he could do. The members of Aurora Pavilion were a little too crazy. Perhaps it was just as Sir Jianling said. When the benefits were big enough, anyone would throw the rules to the back of their mind and be willing to risk their lives for those benefits. As mentioned before, Aurora Pavilion's actions in Sugwa were strictly controlled by the headquarters. Every time they destroyed a force in Sugwa, they needed to apply. Only those forces that tried to attack Kai's army could be destroyed without applying. Some forces that had a bad reputation in Sugwa would be quickly approved after applying. Some forces that had a better reputation and remained neutral and did not obstruct Kai's army from entering Sugwa were usually not targeted. As for the members of Aurora Pavilion who were addicted to robbing and killing, they tried to destroy some neutral forces that did not obstruct Kai's army from entering Sugwa in order to obtain more benefits. These random applications for destruction were strictly checked by Huaxining, so there was no big mess and they were not allowed to act recklessly. However, in the past few days, some members of Aurora Pavilion actually began to direct and act on their own. They joined forces to carry out a secret plot to frame Sugwa's neutral forces. They pretended to be Sugua's neutral forces and attacked their own people. Then, they bypassed Huaxining and directly robbed those neutral forces. It could only be said that in the face of Sugua's neutral forces' rich cultivation resources, some people in Aurora Pavilion began to want to rob them by hook or by crook. Fortunately, the intelligence organization of Sugua's royal family and the members of Aurora Pavilion provided feedback. Otherwise, Deng Yifei and the others would also be kept in the dark. It could only be said that the greed of human nature made them forget to restrain themselves. When Deng Yifei arrived in Sugua, it took him 3 days to finally find the Aurora Pavilion members in Tuping City, Sugua. Lord Deng. 5 Transcendent Realm experts stood respectfully before Deng Yifei. They looked at each other with a slightly nervous expression. Obviously, they did not expect Deng Yifei to suddenly appear here. Lord Deng, what do you need us to do? Deng Yifei looked at these people coldly. Strictly speaking, these people were his subordinates. It was just that he didn't follow the rules. I want to ask, why did you destroy the Su family of Tuping City? The Tu family attacked our Aurora Pavilion's base. A brave Transcendent Realm expert replied. But I've received news that the Tu clan didn't send any experts to attack you. Lord Deng, you might not know this in Kai, but we were indeed attacked by the Tu clan. Then, we used our authority to destroy them. Deng Yifei sighed. You're still quibbling at this time? Lord Deng, we're not quibbling. The Tu clan really attacked us. There are other Aurora Pavilion members who can testify. Deng Yifei called out a name. Who is Xiao Baoqing? It's me. A middle-aged martial artist walked out from the Aurora Pavilion members. The moment he walked out, the other 5 Transcendent Realm experts' expressions changed. Tell us what you know. Yes, Lord. Xiao Baoqing looked at the 5 Transcendent Realm experts and said calmly, I'm sorry, lords. Hearing this, the 5 Transcendent Realm experts felt like their bones had been pulled out. They knew that Deng Yifei wasn't here to trick them. He had solid evidence. Xiao Baoqing reported to Deng Yifei, the Tu clan was indeed wrongly accused. I don't know anything else, but the one who attacked our Aurora Pavilion wasn't the Tu clan, but Lord Kongwen Nan. I saw it very clearly. Although he was masked, his aura couldn't lie. His sword technique couldn't lie. Although Lord Kong attacked us, he didn't kill anyone. He only masked his face and didn't even change his body shape. Do you think I'll accuse you so casually? Deng Yifei looked coldly at the 5 Transcendent Realm experts. His killing intent suddenly exploded, causing the 5 to break out in cold sweat. Other than the testimony of the Aurora Pavilion members, I have other evidence. Do you want to hear it? Deng Yifei standing in front of them gave them a lot of psychological pressure. In all of Kai City, there was no martial artist who wasn't afraid of Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei wasn't lying to them. He had more evidence. No need, Lord Deng. We admit our guilt. An early-stage Transcendent Realm expert with a slightly weaker mind knelt on the ground. We were foolish and were blinded by greed. Lord Deng, please spare our lives on account of us being the first offenders. With one Transcendent Realm expert admitting his guilt, the other 4 lost all thoughts of quibbling. They all knelt in front of Deng Yifei, begging for Deng Yifei's forgiveness. Deng Yifei destroyed the dantian of the first to admit his guilt. The early-stage Transcendent Realm expert lay on the ground with an ashen face. He knew that with his cultivation crippled, his life was over. You were the first to admit your guilt. I'll spare your life. Thank you for your mercy, Lord. The early-stage Transcendent Realm expert gritted his teeth and cowed out in gratitude. Actually, he wasn't grateful to Deng Yifei at all. He even thought that Deng Yifei might as well have just killed him. What was the difference between losing his cultivation and dying? Might as well have just killed him. As for the others, Deng Yifei snorted. With a flash of blood, the other 4 Transcendent Realm experts had their throats slit by the red blood sword. They all fell to the ground, no longer breathing. The Transcendent Realm expert whose cultivation had been crippled saw this and lay on the ground, motionless, even more terrified. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it wasn't so bad to live. Being alive was better than being dead. Even if he lost his cultivation, he still had his disciples and his family. If he was lucky, he could at least live a few more decades in peace. that's all. Deng Yifei put away his sword and ordered, Xiao Baoqing, you stay here for the time being. Aurora Pavilion will send more experts here in 3 days. Xiao Baoqing knelt on the ground and replied, this subordinate understands. The rest of you, don't make such a mistake again. Otherwise, you'll end up like these people. The Aurora Pavilion team had directed and acted out a show. It was mainly a plot by the 5 Transcendent Realm experts. The other members didn't participate. This subordinate understands. The other Aurora Pavilion members replied loudly. After dealing with these people, Deng Yifei rushed to the capital of Sugua. The rest was up to Hua Xining. He and Hua Xining had already discussed it. If they didn't stop it, the incident in Tuping City would definitely happen in other places in Sugua. Hua Xining would convey what happened in Tuping City and the fate of the 5 Transcendent Realm experts to every Aurora Pavilion member who was carrying out a mission in Sugua to pour cold water on them. Actually, if possible, Deng Yifei didn't want to execute the Aurora Pavilion members. However, he knew very well that the higher-ups had to strictly restrict the actions of the Aurora Pavilion members. Otherwise, the Aurora Pavilion might very well become another evil organization. And this happened to be what Deng Yifei couldn't accept. Deng Yifei didn't want to destroy the Aurora Pavilion he had built in his own hands. The news that the Aurora Pavilion violators had been personally dealt with by Deng Yifei quickly spread throughout Sugua. When the Aurora Pavilion members in Sugua learned of this news, their originally crazy desire to plunder instantly calmed down. Many of the Aurora Pavilion members rejoiced in their hearts that the boldest ones had left first. Otherwise, they might have been dealt with by Deng Yifei. Everything began to proceed in an orderly manner again. Kai's army followed the original plan and occupied all of Sugua. Aurora Pavilion began to set up branches of Aurora Pavilion in the occupied areas. On the 5th day after Deng Yifei dealt with the violators, the Mirror Moon sect in Sugua near the border city of Kai welcomed 3 guests. The 3 guests all wore the white robes of the Aurora Pavilion. On the left chest of the white robes, there was a golden light character embroidered in a floral pattern. The sleeves of the 3 martial artists had 4 golden patterns embroidered on them, indicating their status and strength. They were 3 divine tier experts. 3 days ago, the Aurora Pavilion had personally sent out a letter telling the Mirror Moon sect that the Aurora Pavilion would visit in 3 days. The Aurora Pavilion's Mirror Moon sect attached great importance to the arrival of the 3 divine tier experts from the Aurora Pavilion. Even the Mirror Moon sect's Grand Elder, who had been in seclusion for a long time, personally came out with the sect leader and 3 other elders. These were all divine tier experts in their sect. The Mirror Moon sect wasn't very famous in Sugua and wasn't considered a strong sect. They only had 5 divine tier experts. In truth, when the Kai army entered Bright Moon City near the Mirror Moon sect, the Mirror Moon sect was also filled with worry. Because the Aurora Pavilion's reputation in the southern mountain range wasn't good, many aristocratic families and sects naturally rejected the Aurora Pavilion's mission. If the power of martial artists was not above that of commoners, then what was the point of them cultivating so painstakingly? In addition, after the Aurora Pavilion entered Sugua, it crazily destroyed many forces, which made many forces in Sugua even more terrified. There were even some forces in Sugua who began to pack up and prepare to leave Sugua when they saw that the situation was not good. However, there were still some slightly larger forces that were unwilling to leave their territories that they had operated for hundreds or even thousands of years. This was because every time they moved, they would lose more than half of their forces and resources. Every time they moved, they might face greater danger. All the places in the southern mountain range that were suitable for human habitation had already been occupied. If they wanted to find another place to make a comeback, they would first have to engage in a bloody struggle with the local forces. However, when the Aurora Pavilion's invitation was sent to the Mirror Moon sect, the higher-ups of the Mirror Moon sect calmed down. Because it wasn't an expert from Aurora Pavilion who came, but a visiting card, it meant that Aurora Pavilion didn't have much malice towards the Mirror Moon sect. The 3 Divinity Realm experts entered the Mirror Moon sect. The Mirror Moon sect took out all of their treasures to welcome the 3 from Aurora Pavilion. After the 2 sides exchanged greetings, the Pavilion Master of the Aurora Pavilion branch, Peak Divinity Realm expert Dong Mingxian, spoke first. To Dong Mingxian, time was money. If he had the time to chat, he might as well destroy more forces. Elder Bai, Sect Master Chen, the reason why the Aurora Pavilion came this time is very simple. We hope that you can join the Aurora Pavilion. Mirror Moon Sect's Grand Elder Bai Shijing hesitated. This? Can you give us some time? Dong Mingxian went straight to the point. When the Mirror Moon Sect was first established, it destroyed many forces and had a bad reputation. But in recent times, your reputation is very good. Especially in the last 100 years, you wiped out all the bandits within 1,000 li. Although there were the occasional unworthy disciple, you dealt with them quickly. The Aurora Pavilion approves of your way of doing things, feeling that the Mirror Moon Sect is on the same side as the Aurora Pavilion. That's why we didn't act against you. Bai Shijing looked at Sect Master Chen Ming. In truth, the Mirror Moon Sect's good reputation was mostly due to Chen Ming. Chen Ming was a righteous man, and his father was the vice commander of Bright Moon City's city guards. He entered the Mirror Moon Sect at a young age and showed his talent in martial arts, becoming the sect master's disciple. At the age of 76, with Bai Shijing's support, he became the sect master. After Chen Ming took over, he did his utmost to clean up the sect's atmosphere. He even issued many missions to wipe out the bandits, causing the bandits within 1,000 li to disappear. This gave the Mirror Moon Sect an excellent reputation in the nearby cities. Because of Chen Ming's way of doing things, his disciples were more restrained when they acted in the outside world. It was rare for a violent disciple to appear. Dong Mingxian continued, wait until the Kai Pavilion occupies Sugua. According to our rules, all cultivation resources will go to the Aurora Pavilion. When the time comes, you will have to leave Sugua. I'm sure the Mirror Moon Sect won't be willing to leave. Bai Shijing sighed heavily. Where could the Mirror Moon Sect go if they left Sugua? Most of the disciples in the Mirror Moon Sect were natives of Sugua. They had homes in Sugua, and even if the Mirror Moon Sect could leave, how many would be willing to follow? Even he, the Grand Elder of the Mirror Moon Sect, Bai Shijing, had a family in Sugua. When Kai Pavilion's army entered Sugua, the Mirror Moon Sect's higher-ups held a meeting. Most of them didn't want to leave Sugua. The risk was too great, therefore, once the Mirror Moon Sect left the country of Su, the power of their Realm Moon Sect would instantly shrink by more than half. That's why I think the Mirror Moon Sect should join our Aurora Pavilion. Dong Mingxian said, our Aurora Pavilion distributes resources based on local stability and merit. Aurora Pavilion is the gathering of all of our Kai Pavilion's factions. Your Emperor Sugwa has already surrendered, and the factions in Sugwa Pavilion are like a sheet of loose sand. They can't stop us at all. Aurora Pavilion just entered Sugwa, and we need more people. Elder, this opportunity won't come again. As long as you join the Aurora Pavilion, I can recommend you to be the Pavilion Master of the Aurora Pavilion. The Pavilion Master of the Aurora Pavilion has great power, and is on the same level as the county governor within a county. If you let more members of the Mirror Moon Sect join, your Mirror Moon Sect might even have a chance to grow stronger. Many factions in Sugwa want to join, but they don't have the qualifications and were directly destroyed by us. There aren't many factions with good reputations, but it's not like there aren't any. If you hesitate, I can find another faction. Dong Mingxian said. Elder Bai, you have to give me a reply quickly. Bai Shijing was tempted, but he still said, can you let us discuss this? Dong Mingxian replied, I'll wait 15 minutes. That's enough. The higher-ups of the Mirror Moon Sect quickly held a short meeting. Soon, they passed the decision to join Aurora Pavilion. Aurora Pavilion was a giant to them. Since they couldn't resist, it was best to obey. Since they didn't want to leave Sugwa, they might as well join Aurora Pavilion, and there were benefits to joining Aurora Pavilion. Many factions in Sugwa could see it. There were very few internal conflicts in Aurora Pavilion. Everything was run under the supervision of Deng Yifei. In the past, the various forces fought for various wealth or cultivation resources. However, after Aurora Pavilion unified all the forces in Kai, the original conflicts between forces almost disappeared. This was because all the cultivation resources were controlled by Aurora Pavilion. What those forces originally controlled might only be left with some shops and businesses. This made it impossible for forces to find any reason to fight each other, unless they wanted to directly betray Aurora Pavilion and fight against the entire Aurora Pavilion with their own strength. Of course, those who didn't have a force weren't fools. They wouldn't be the first ones to stand out. This stabilized all the forces in Kai. If they wanted to obtain cultivation resources, then they had to join Aurora Pavilion, work for Aurora Pavilion, make contributions, and get the resources of Aurora Pavilion. It could be said that Aurora Pavilion was a super large force. The families and sects that joined Aurora Pavilion became the factions of this large force. The advantage of joining Aurora Pavilion was that after joining, they didn't have to worry about the invasion of the surrounding forces. They didn't have to worry about when their families and sects would be destroyed. This was because the surviving forces around them were all one family. It was impossible for there to be any big conflicts between the two sides. Aurora Pavilion could also be stabilized by these families, sects, and gangs. At least, if the forces and experts of other infernal realms wanted to deal with them, they had to consider the Colossus Aurora Pavilion. Aurora Pavilion could also be a protective umbrella. As for the equal status of martial artists and civilians, those forces with better reputations were more open-minded. The cultivation methods they practiced were more gentle. They didn't need to slaughter ordinary people like the cultivation methods of the demonic path. The only thing they needed to pay attention to was that when they fought, they had to choose an official arena and sign a life and death contract. They also needed to find a place where no one was around to have a good fight. They didn't want to affect civilians. Besides, could the status of civilians be equal to that of martial artists? Of course not. As long as martial artists still had their strength, their status would definitely be higher than that of ordinary people. What these forces needed to pay attention to was exterminating all the bandits in the vicinity, not harming the lives of the civilians, and not oppressing the civilians too much. Most of the forces invited by the Aurora Pavilion to enter the Aurora Pavilion met these conditions. After the Aurora Pavilion officially invited the Mirror Moon sect to join, most of the upper echelons of the Mirror Moon sect breathed a sigh of relief. In the face of a colossus like the Aurora Pavilion, they did not want to contend with it at all. They were even more satisfied to be able to join the Aurora Pavilion. Dong Mingxian smiled when he received Bai Shijing's confirmation. Successfully inviting the Mirror Moon clan to join the Aurora Pavilion was also meritorious. I wonder if Elder Bai is willing to come out of seclusion. Speaking of this, Bai Shijing hesitated for a moment. He had been in seclusion for 100 years because he wanted to break through to the domain realm. When Bai Shijing was young, he was also one of those people with extraordinary talent. He was a well-known martial arts genius in Sugua, but he had been stuck at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm for more than 100 years, unable to break through. Seeing that his time was coming to an end, he did not want to die just like that. He still wanted to give it a try. He was not only doing this for his lifespan, but also for his dreams. He also wanted to see the glory of the domain realm. This, Dong Mingxian persuaded. Lord Deng said that he will personally teach the martial artist with the highest merit in the Aurora Pavilion the trick to breaking through to the domain realm. It can increase the probability of breaking through by 30%. 30%? Bai Shijing sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the Mirror Moon sect master and elders beside Bai Shijing looked at Dong Mingxian. A 30% chance was enough for all pinnacle transcendent realm experts to risk their lives. The probability of breaking through to the domain realm from pinnacle transcendent realm was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Otherwise, there would not be only 2 factions with domain realm experts in such a large country. Firstly, it was too difficult. Secondly, those factions without domain realm experts really lacked guidance for their pinnacle transcendent realm experts. A promise to increase the probability of breaking through by 30% was enough to make all pinnacle transcendent realm experts in the southern region go crazy. Even in the central region, there was no way to increase the probability of breaking through by so much. I agree. Bai Shijing agreed immediately. Compared to cultivating by himself, he was more willing to receive Deng Yifei's guidance. For Deng Yifei to be able to become a domain realm expert at such a young age, many martial artists believed that he must have had some fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so terrifying. He had completely overturned their understanding of geniuses. If he said that he could increase the probability of breaking through by 30%, it was most likely true. There was no need for him to speak carelessly. Pavilion Master Dong, do you think we can join the Aurora Pavilion? An elder of the Mirror Moon sect asked. Of course you can. The more people you have and the stronger you are, the more resources you will be allocated every year. Dong Mingxian said with a smile. Even if your entire sect joins the Aurora Pavilion, there will be no problem. Kai had many families and sects that joined the Aurora Pavilion together. Because there was a problem with the way the Aurora Pavilion allocated cultivation resources, Dong Mingxian guessed that Deng Yifei did it on purpose. He wanted to integrate all the factions in the region into the Aurora Pavilion. If only a few people from a faction joined the Aurora Pavilion, the cultivation resources they were allocated every year might have to be distributed to other members of the faction. Wouldn't it be better to let those juniors join the Aurora Pavilion together and let them fight for cultivation resources for themselves? Their Dong family was the same. It was actually very simple to maintain the stability of a region, especially when all the factions were one family. Those martial artists who wanted to cause trouble would be firmly suppressed by them not long after they appeared. After enjoying the stability brought by the Aurora Pavilion, sometimes Dong Mingxian even felt that the existence of the Aurora Pavilion was actually not bad, at least the conflicts were much less. The friction between factions was also much less. At this moment, Deng Yifei was already in the Sugua Imperial Palace. Sugua's emperor, Su Yuankai, stood beside him in trepidation like a servant. He had not forgotten that it was Deng Yifei who killed all the domain realm experts from Sugua that went to Kai. It was Deng Yifei who came to Sugua and forcefully killed the last domain realm expert from Sugua. This resulted in him having no choice but to submit to Deng Yifei's tyrannical power. He sacrificed the rook to save the king, sending countless members of the royal family to the guillotine. Su Yuankai was secretly feeling indignant. He even attempted to send people to the Tianqing Empire to contact the Martial Alliance, hoping that the Martial Alliance would step forward and kill this person. Unfortunately, Long Wancheng was in charge of the southern region's Martial Alliance. He had no intention of interfering in the southern region's disputes. Furthermore, he admired Deng Yifei, so Su Yuankai's request did not receive any response from Long Wancheng. Lord Deng, I have done everything you instructed me to do. Su Yuankai whispered. Currently, Kai's army has already occupied Jianglin County, as well as a portion of Heqing County. From the looks of it, it will probably take half a year. I know. Overall, you have done well. Yes. Su Yuankai nodded before asking, Lord Deng, I would like to ask if our Su family can join Aurora Pavilion? The Su family joining Aurora Pavilion was the result of Su Yuankai's careful consideration. Aurora Pavilion had Deng Yifei presiding over it. With all of Kai's forces, as well as Sugua's forces that were about to join, its power would definitely expand by a lot in the future. As for the royal Su family, although many of their family members had been sent out, there were still a large number of Su family members who remained in Sugua. The future of these people was a problem. If they could join Aurora Pavilion and become a part of Aurora Pavilion, it would be terrible. Although they might be completely swallowed up by Aurora Pavilion, as long as they could live on peacefully. Large family clans wished to place bets everywhere. The Su family was no exception. With Aurora Pavilion being so strong, there was no reason for them not to have a foothold. You have done well in the past 2 years. The remaining members of your Su family can definitely join Aurora Pavilion. When Deng Yifei said this, Su Yuankai was overjoyed. This meant that the Su family members who remained in Sugua had a way out. However, Deng Yifei's following words made his face turn pale. He broke out into a cold sweat. The only thing that displeases me is the matter of you sending people to the Martial Alliance. How did he know of this matter? Su Yuankai never dreamed that his trusted aide would betray him. He hated Deng Yifei to the core. He had indeed sent people to the Tianqing country's Martial Alliance to complain about Deng Yifei. He hoped to use the Martial Alliance to eradicate Deng Yifei. However, this matter was top secret and could not be leaked. If it was leaked, the Su family might face annihilation. The person he sent to Tianqing country was his brother-in-law who grew up with him. His brother-in-law had absolutely no reason to betray him. He originally thought that even if this matter did not succeed, he should not have leaked the secret. Who would have thought that the person he trusted the most would betray him? Deng Yifei did not know how many schemes Su Yuankai had in mind. He casually said, "It was the Martial Alliance's elder Long who told me." Deng Yifei went to the Tianqing nation's Martial Alliance branch to have tea with Long Wancheng. In order to express the importance and preferential treatment he placed on Deng Yifei, Long Wanqing directly told him about Su Yuankai's request to the Martial Alliance, hoping that the Martial Alliance would punish Deng Yifei. When Su Yuankai heard Deng Yifei's words, he felt a little better. After all, his brother-in-law did not lie to him. But then, he fell into despair and fear. The Martial Arts Union elder reported this matter to Deng Yifei. The more Su Yuankai thought about it, the more terrified he became. That was to say, the Martial Alliance was standing on Deng Yifei's side, then how many factions in the southern region could stop Deng Yifei? Also, how would Deng Yifei deal with him? Seeing how you cooperated with Kai and Aurora Pavilion, I will not punish you this time. Remember, there will be no next time. I understand. Thank you, Lord Deng, for sparing my life. Su Yuankai, the emperor of a country, knelt at Deng Yifei's feet. Give me a copy of all the mystic class and above cultivation techniques and martial techniques in your Su family's cultivation repository. I understand. Deng Yifei raised his teacup and took a sip. He slowly said, all right, in the future, your Su family will serve Aurora Pavilion well. Lord Deng is still willing to take in our Su family? Deng Yifei could not help but laugh. Why wouldn't I be willing? Afraid that you will rebel? Su Yuankai did not say a word. As long as Deng Yifei was alive, their Su family could not have any devious thoughts. Your Su family, damn it. Most of them have been killed by me. The remaining ones are still useful. If you are willing to serve me, I am willing to accept you. Su Yuankai looked at Deng Yifei with mixed feelings. Although he hated Deng Yifei to the core, Deng Yifei's boldness was not something he could match. In a battle between factions, once there was a chance, they would eliminate the other party completely. For a warrior like Deng Yifei, who was willing to accept his enemies into his organization, it required great boldness and confidence. At least, Su Yuankai could not do it. Thank you, Lord Deng, for giving our Su family a way out. Alright, there's no need to thank me. As long as you serve Aurora Pavilion well, as long as you are useful, I will not give up on you. Deng Yifei waved his hand and said. Alright, you can leave first. I want to be alone for a while. After Su Yuankai left, Deng Yifei looked at the red blood sword in his hand. Lord Jianling, why do you think Mu Yunfeng helped me back then? Why did he warn me to be careful of the Martial Alliance? In recent days, this question had been troubling Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei could not figure it out. For no reason, Mu Yunfeng had invited him to drink the precious heart-cleansing tea. If it was only because of appreciation, Deng Yifei did not believe it. If he could not figure it out, he could only seek help from Lord Jianling. In his opinion, Lord Jianling was a wise man, an extremely reliable and wise teacher. In fact, he did not want to trouble Lord Jianling at all. After all, he was already an adult and an expert of the southern region. He could not bring himself to ask Lord Jianling about such matters. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao did not expect Deng Yifei to suddenly ask such a question. However, he had already thought about this question, but he had a rough idea of what was going on. Being cooped up inside the red blood sword, he would often ponder over strange questions. Many things were forgotten by Chen Hao after he thought about them. Of course, Chen Hao would pay attention to Mu Yunfeng. After all, Mu Yunfeng was not only an old monster who was good at arrays, he had also indirectly caused the deaths of the Red Blood Sword's two female swordmasters, Zhou Lihua and Yi Qingyan. It was difficult not to notice him. Chen Hao even suspected that if he did not patch Deng Yifei, Mu Yunfeng might have caused the death of the third swordmaster, because it was obvious that Mu Yunfeng had set his eyes on Deng Yifei. Actually, helping Deng Yifei stabilize his mind was not out of good intentions. Chen Hao wondered if he should warn Deng Yifei now. He only hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to tell Deng Yifei his guess. Chen Hao did not care about the deaths of a few ordinary swordmasters. After all, they were red blood swordmasters, so what if 100 or 80 of them died? When he was unhappy, he would also kill swordmasters. However, Zhou Lihua and Yi Qingyan had been killed by Mu Yunfeng, which made Chen Hao's heart ache. If Deng Yifei was killed by Mu Yunfeng again, and 3 swordmasters died in the hands of the same person, Red Blood Sword would lose face. If word got out, Red Blood Sword would look like a piece of trash. Red Blood Sword still needed some face. You already know of the grudge between Mu Yunfeng and the Martial Alliance. That Mu Yunfeng helped you and even warned you to be careful of the Martial Alliance. Of course, he is up to no good. His intentions should be rather obvious. He wants to use you to deal with the Martial Alliance. Deng Yifei said in a speechless manner, he seems to have a lot of confidence in me. He probably doesn't have confidence in you, which is why he helped you. Chen Hu did not hesitate to strike a blow at Deng Yifei. He must be waiting for you to grow for a period of time before using you to deal with the Martial Alliance. After all, the method of using you is very simple. As long as he is bold enough, he can use you as a tool. That Mu Yunfeng is already a senior. When the time comes, when you reach the peak of the domain realm, he will tell you all the bad things that Long Wanqing or the other important figures of the Martial Alliance have done. Haha. Who knows, you might be able to turn the Martial Alliance upside down. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that although you appear to be at the early stages of the domain realm on the surface, your strength is actually not bad. Deng Yifei did not say a word. If Mu Yunfeng really did that, he might really be led by the nose. Lord Jianling, how should you deal with it? Temporarily hide the matter regarding the Martial Alliance. Chen Hao suggested. It's better for you to focus your energy on the Aurora Pavilion. After all, establishing the Aurora Pavilion and creating a southern region without vendettas and wars is your goal. Before you reach the Tao comprehending realm, the Martial Alliance is not something you can touch. If not for Long Wanqing's magnanimity, you would have long been dead. You still have to thank him. Yes. Deng Yifei nodded and agreed. Elder Long is different from ordinary warriors. I do not wish for him to become my enemy one day. Mu Yunfeng does not know your combat strength. He will probably appear when you are at the late stages or peak of the domain realm. If you meet him again, I suggest you think of a way to kill him. Chen Hao said. After all, leaving him alive is a scourge. Killing him is only right. There is no mistake in killing him. I understand, Lord Jianling. After staying in Sugua's imperial palace for more than half a month, Deng Yifei decided to leave Sugua and return to Kai City. However, the night before he left, Su Yuankai came running in a hurry, as if he had encountered a crisis. He ran to the loft where Deng Yifei lived and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Even his breathing had become much steadier. Come in. Before he could knock on the door, Deng Yifei's voice reached his ears. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Lord Deng, I've received an urgent report. 7 days ago, Tangshan State invaded Sugua's border. Tangshan State? Yes, it's those brainless barbarians from Tangshan State. Why would they invade Sugua? They used to invade Sugua often. Su Yuankai emphasized. But in recent years, my brother married his niece to the emperor of Tangshan State, and the relationship between our two countries eased a little. That's true. Sugua and Tangshan State are old rivals. Deng Yifei nodded. Sugua had a bad relationship with Kai City and Tangshan State, but it had a good relationship with Tianqing State. They had a common enemy, Tangshan State. But I didn't expect them to attack at this time. Deng Yifei shook his head and asked, aren't they afraid of death? Tangshan State was a special country. Almost the entire country was located in a large area of hills and mountains. 90% of the people in Tangshan State were Tangshan people. Thousands of years ago, they were ruled by the Nanyue Empire. Later, the Nanyue Empire collapsed, and the Tangshan people began to stand on their own and asked the Nanyue Empire officials to govern them. However, at that time, the Tangshan people didn't have a unified king. Instead, they formed a loose alliance or existed in the form of individual tribes or towns. At that time, Sugua and Tianqing State didn't care about the Tangshan people, because the Tangshan people were famous for being undisciplined. In addition, the hills and mountains occupied by the Tangshan people weren't rich, so they spent more energy fighting for territory with other countries. However, more than 1,000 years ago, a powerful city rose up on the edge of the hills and mountains. It took more than 300 years to unify the Tangshan people, and that was the current Tangshan State. These Bronze Mountain tribesmen from the mountainous region loved to kill and plunder. After the unification, they quickly became a hidden danger in the southwest region of the Su Kingdom. From time to time, they would attack several cities of the Su Kingdom and plunder their wealth and women. Sugua might not be able to defeat Kai City, but it wouldn't be a problem to defeat Tangshan State. However, Sugwa was the one who suffered losses in the end. After all, wars usually happened in Sugwa's territory. The barbarians of Tangshan State have always been brainless. Su Yuankai said disdainfully, they are extremely belligerent. They want women, gold, and cultivation resources. Anyway, they are not good people. Do they have experts? Of course. Su Yuankai nodded. The Bronze Mountain tribe is good at body refinement arts and controlling poisonous insects and beasts. Their body refinement arts are strong overall, but they don't have a top expert in body refinement arts. That's because the development of body refinement arts in the entire southern region is still around the divine tier. The experts of the Bronze Mountain tribe can only reach the divine tier in body refinement arts. They are best at controlling poisonous insects and using poison arts. I understand now. Also, the royal family of Tangshan State has an extremely powerful Taoist weapon, giant axe. It was a mid-level Taoist weapon that the emperor of the Nanyue Empire rewarded to the Tangshan people when they led the Tangshan people to fight for the Nanyue Empire. After so many years, although the giant axe disappeared for hundreds of years, it is very likely that it has been upgraded to a high-level Taoist weapon. A high-level Taoist weapon? That should be very extraordinary. Deng Yifei remembered that the red blood sword in his hand was a high-level Taoist weapon. The giant axe and the red blood sword were of the same level. Even if it was not as good as the red blood sword, it should be close. What do you think I should do to deal with the Tangshan State? That depends on Master Deng's opinion. Actually, I don't have any opinions. Su Yuankai said with flagging interest. Sugwa is dead, and our grudges with the Tangshan State and Kai have disappeared. However, I still suggest that you go to the border of Sugwa and have a look. The Tangshan State people are definitely not doing anything good on our border. Yes. I will go and have a look myself. Deng Yifei looked at the southwest and sneered. I would like to see why the Tangshan State jumped out at this time. I will personally weigh them. Deng Yifei was furious. Even Tiancheng State did not respond to Kai's annexation of Sugwa. How could the Tangshan State do that? Deng Yifei was infuriated. Whenever the sword master was infuriated, Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, would usually be delighted. Jianling Chen Hao wasn't human after all. When they arrived at the border between Tangshan State and Sugwa, Deng Yifei stood high up in the air. From afar, he could see the vast plains and countless tall mountains. Sugwa occupied the fertile plains, while Tangshan State occupied the hills and mountains. On the plains, he could vaguely see the tiny city of Sugwa. On top of Deng Yifei, there were countless human soldiers. They were wearing armor, but most of them were wearing brown cotton clothes. They held large swords and sabers, revealing their tanned skin. When Deng Yifei hurried over, they were shouting and rushing towards the city with extreme speed. Within the city, the catapults began to throw boulders. The boulders were catapulted into the air and smashed into the ground in a parabola, killing and injuring countless soldiers. Rocks flew everywhere, dust flew everywhere, and the earth trembled. At this moment, the commander of the siege shouted, "Formation!" Nearly 50,000 well-trained soldiers immediately got into formation. Army spirit. A strong murderous aura gathered. The black and blood-red murderous aura formed a giant bear that seemed to be made of rocks. The giant bear's body clearly had the sharp edges of rocks. The giant bear lay on all fours in the air. It was truly a huge creature. It almost blocked the sun above the army, completely shrouding the army in its shadow. Deng Yifei saw through the giant bear's facade with just a glance. It had the strength of an early-stage Grand Dominion realm cultivator. Ordinary early-stage Grand Dominion realm cultivators might not even be able to stand up to the giant bear. In such a situation, Sugwa would have to send out the Black Wolf Army or their Grand Dominion realm cultivators to stop it. Unfortunately, more than half of the Black Wolf Army had been wiped out by Deng Yifei. The remaining Black Wolf Army was now guarding Sugwa's capital. Sugwa's Grand Dominion realm cultivators had also been wiped out by Deng Yifei. The moment the giant bear appeared, Deng Yifei saw the despair on the soldiers' faces. The trebuchets were still hurling boulders, but the boulders didn't affect the giant bear's soul at all. Fortunately, some of the boulders passed through the giant bear's soul and smashed into the army formation, but an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of the soldiers. When the boulders hit the barrier, they instantly shattered into pieces. This was the army formation, the only army formation in the southern region that could summon Grand Dominion realm cultivators. An army that couldn't summon their army spirit wasn't qualified to be called an army. A country that didn't have such an army was not qualified to be a powerful nation realm. Every elite army was the wealth of the country, and it required countless battles to nurture them. At this moment, a commander in the army shouted, "Army formation, break through the city." The giant bear's 4 limbs suddenly bounced and leaped high into the air, almost shrouding the city in its shadow. The soldiers of the Sioux Empire who were guarding the city immediately collapsed in the face of such power. They frantically jumped down from the city walls, wanting to escape for their lives. Some soldiers completely gave up on resisting and sat on the ground, waiting for death to come. Only a few soldiers had a look of determination in their eyes. The commoners in the city panicked and scurried on the streets, trying to escape in the opposite direction. The giant bear's right paw slammed down on the sturdy city walls. Many Sioux soldiers had already closed their eyes. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The sound was like a landslide, and the ground shook violently. Countless commoners in the city were directly thrown to the ground by the tremors. However, to everyone's surprise, the city didn't collapse. The giant bear's right paw was stopped 10 meters away from the city walls. The general guarding the city was the first to react. He looked at the black bear paw in front of him in disbelief. He looked at the white-robed warrior under the bear paw. He was ridiculously young. He was so handsome that he didn't look like a mortal. It was stopped. What? How is this possible? Is that Lord Dang? That's Lord Dang. Lord Dang is here to save us. A warrior who had seen Dang Yifei's portrait shouted loudly. The giant bear's face was filled with anger. Its eyes instantly turned red, and its other paw slammed down. Lord Dang, be careful. Someone shouted a warning. Dang Yifei snorted coldly and pulled out the red blood sword. Aurora slash. The bright white sword light instantly lit up the sky. Under the sunlight, the sword light was still dazzling. The sword light ruthlessly slashed down on the giant bear's paw and directly cut it off. Sioux soldiers didn't even have time to cheer before they saw the giant bear paw floating in midair and returning to the giant bear's wrist. It seemed that Dang Yifei's attack didn't hurt the giant bear at all. Dang Yifei couldn't help but frown. This was the first time he clashed with a giant bear, and he realized that it was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. That strike of his had not been for naught. The giant bear soldier soul's body had weakened a little, but only a little. An early-stage Grand Dominion realm giant bear was far more difficult to deal with than an early-stage Grand Dominion realm warrior. If he really wanted to deal with the giant bear head-on, he would have to slowly wear it down until it died. Military formation, Wrath of the Rock Bear. The commander of the Bronze Mountain Army also noticed the sudden appearance of Dang Yifei, a Grand Dominion realm warrior. However, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he calmly commanded the giant bear to fight against Dang Yifei. When the giant bear roared, its body suddenly doubled in size and the murderous aura on its body suddenly exploded. If it was an ordinary Transcendent Realm warrior, they would lose half of their combat strength after being roared by the giant bear. Even a Grand Dominion Realm warrior would probably be momentarily distracted by the murderous aura. However, the giant bear was facing Dang Yifei, who had been tortured by the murderous aura of the red blood sword his entire life. The murderous aura only made Dang Yifei feel a little cold, but that was all. The giant bear slammed its paw at Dang Yifei. Before its paw could reach him, the wind it created made Dang Yifei's body sway. Dang Yifei's expression changed instantly. He could feel the immense power contained within the giant bear's body. This power wasn't something he could face head-on in his current state. His physique was far stronger than other warriors of the same level, but he was never a strength-based warrior. He turned his body with difficulty and left the city. The giant bear also ran after him. The target of the giant bear was him. Or rather, the target of the commander behind him was him. Suddenly, someone shouted from the Tangshan State Army. "You're Dang Yifei, right? Why didn't you stay in Kai City? What are you doing here? Just like the rumors say, you like to meddle in other people's business. Why can't I be here?" Dang Yifei knew that this was a Grand Dominion Realm warrior from Tangshan State. When Dang Yifei first discovered the Tangshan State's army, he had already noticed this domain realm expert. However, Dang Yifei was more concerned about the safety of the city and the giant bear soldier. Compared to the soldier, a domain realm expert who was about the same cultivation level as him was much easier to deal with. It was also at this moment that the domain realm expert flew over from the back of the army. Deng Yifei glanced at him. This unknown domain realm expert's hair was a little messy, as if he hadn't taken care of it in a long time. Even his clothes were a little dirty, and he didn't seem to care about his appearance. He was short, and his skin was as tanned as all the Tangshan State's soldiers. The moment Chen Hao saw him, he couldn't help but think of the smoked chicken feet that he would always order when he ate hot pot. The Tangshan State expert threatened, "If you know what's good for you, hurry up and leave this place. Don't interfere with our Tangshan State's attack on the city." Chen Hao could tell that this Tangshan State expert was extremely wary of Deng Yifei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have threatened Deng Yifei. Instead, he would have cooperated with the giant bear soldier to attack Deng Yifei and strive to kill Deng Yifei here. "I should have announced that Sugua has already merged with Kai and is now under the influence of our Aurora Pavilion, right?" Deng Yifei dodged the giant bear's attack and said in a fierce tone, "Why does the Tangshan State still dare to touch Sugua?" "Humph." The Tangshan State domain realm expert said in disdain, "Deng Yifei, don't you know that in this world, the fist is the reason? Whoever has the bigger fist is the reason. My axe is also the reason. You say that Sugua is yours, but I can say that Sugua is our Tangshan State's." Chen Hao, who was inside Red Blood Sword, agreed with the Tangshan State expert's words. "If that's the case, then I'll show you my reasoning." The Red Blood Sword in Deng Yifei's hand glowed with a dazzling white light. The Red Blood Sword was also a type of logic. "Wait a minute, you want to attack me?" The Tangshan State's domain realm expert asked. "Why not? I'm from Tangshan State. I'm not the only domain realm expert in Tangshan State." It was obvious that this expert from Tangshan State knew of Deng Yifei's reputation and did not want to fight with Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei replied coldly, "Don't worry, I'll go to your Tangshan State and talk some sense into the people of Tangshan State." At this moment, the Tangshan State's domain realm expert had already recalled the rumors about Deng Yifei. It was rumored that he had killed all the domain realm experts from Sugua and Kaigua. In the past, he had thought that it was just a rumor. However, now that he heard Deng Yifei casually mention that he was going to the Tangshan State, he believed it completely. Deng Yifei might really have the ability to kill all the experts in a country. The Tangshan State expert hesitated for a moment before asking loudly, "Deng Yifei, our Tangshan State will give you face and withdraw our troops immediately. You won't pursue this matter any further. What do you think?" He could still make the decision to withdraw his troops. "No." Deng Yifei firmly shook his head and said, "If this was the first city you attacked in the Sioux country, I could have let you go on account of the fact that there were no casualties, but now, it's too late." Of course, this city was not the first city the Tangshan State attacked. It was just that Deng Yifei had coincidentally encountered the Tangshan State's attack on the city. As for the Tangshan State's elite troops, they did not only number in the tens of thousands. It was very likely that they would split their forces to attack and occupy the various major cities in Sugua. According to the intelligence from Sugua, the Tangshan State was not a good bunch. They were a bunch of bandits. Any city that was attacked by the Tangshan State would be plundered by these bandits. As for why they took action at this critical juncture, it was definitely because they wanted to get lucky. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos in Sugua to take advantage of the situation. Deng Yifei absolutely could not tolerate such a thing happening. If he took a step back at this moment and tolerated it, the other countries around Sugua would probably follow suit. When that happened, it might lead to another chaotic war that involved several countries. Perhaps even the Martial Alliance's Elder Long, who had always maintained a neutral stance, would have opinions about Deng Yifei. The Martial Alliance did not wish for any major chaos to happen in the southern region. If it really happened, the central region's Martial Alliance would very likely put pressure on Long Wancheng. Hence, he had to teach the Tangshan State a harsh lesson. He had to let the surrounding countries around Sugwa see the consequences of offending the Aurora Pavilion and offending him, Deng Yifei. And from Deng Yifei's point of view, the Tangshan State definitely deserved it. "Do you think our Tangshan State will be afraid of you?" The Tangshan State's domain realm expert drew his sword and battle axe. The battle axe emitted a threatening cold beam. Deng Yifei stared at the battle axe and could clearly sense that the battle axe was extraordinary. It was very likely a Dao artifact. Was this the battle axe that the Nanyue Empire's emperor had bestowed to the Tongshan people? It was unlikely. If it was that battle axe, its aura would not be so weak. The battle axe in his opponent's hand seemed like it had just become a Dao artifact. Tong Zong, command the military spirits to deal with Deng Yifei with me. I want to kill Deng Yifei here and now. Yes, Lord Taichiu. Just as he said that, the gigantic bear roared and stopped temporarily. It blocked behind Deng Yifei, as if it was going to attack Deng Yifei together with the domain realm expert. Deng Yifei first turned his gaze to the 50,000 elites of the Tongshan state. The gigantic bear at the early stages of the domain realm and Taichiu at the early stages of the domain realm were naturally easier to deal with for most domain realm experts. However, as Deng Yifei had the red blood sword, he was better at dealing with the military spirits. Aurora Flash. Deng Yifei instantly transformed into a white beam of light as he charged towards the 50,000 elites of the Tongshan state. Humph. Do you think the military spirits are that easy to deal with? You picked the wrong opponent, idiot. Taichiu sneered as he charged towards Deng Yifei with the gigantic bear. How dare you turn your back to me? I'm going to cut you in half. Gold territory, mountain cleave. The golden territory expanded as Taichiu raised his battle axe and swung it towards Deng Yifei. At the same time, Deng Yifei was already close to the 50,000 elites of the Tongshan state. Holy Sword territory. The white light instantly spread out and enveloped Deng Yifei, as well as the 50,000 elites, within it. The gigantic bear soldier charged into the white light without hesitation. Taichiu was outside the white light so he could not see what was going on inside. He hesitated for a while before he gritted his teeth and charged in. He had no choice as there were 50,000 elites of the Copper Hill country in the white light. As soon as he charged into the white light, a powerful pressure made Taichiu, who was at the early stages of the domain realm, feel like he was about to suffocate. A gloomy, cold, and manic feeling was constantly assaulting his brain. He forcefully suppressed the crazy thoughts of killing and cursed in his heart. If even he was affected by this territory, then the elites of the Copper Hill country in the white light. The white light greatly limited Taichiu's vision and divine sense. However, he still managed to find the elite troops of Copper Mountain State after entering the white light. By the time Taichiu found them, only a few of the 50,000 elite soldiers from the Tongshan state were left. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, their eyes were all scarlet red, and they had completely fallen into a demonic state. When the Holy Sword territory was fully activated, even a Divinity Realm elite would be affected by it. Only a Domain Realm elite like Taichiu would be able to resist the crazy thoughts that invaded his mind. The white light seemed to be a kind of territory as well. It was far more powerful than his metal territory. So, where is the soldier's soul? Taichiu looked up. The giant bear soldier's soul that the Bronze Mountain Army was so proud of was nowhere to be seen. There was nothing left. The giant bear soldier's soul had disappeared before he entered the territory. Deng Yifei, you deserve to die. I'm going to kill you. Deng Yifei's voice could be heard from the white light of the Holy Sword territory. I often say this to others as well. Evil people like you deserve to die. The moment he said the word die, Taichiu felt suffocated. His ethereal force was suppressed and so was his territory. His overall strength seemed to have dropped by 1 level. Don't underestimate this level. For domain realm experts like them, this level was nothing to them. 1 level was not to be underestimated. Perhaps it was because of the weakening of this level that he lost his life here. For some reason, Taichiu thought of the legends about Deng Yifei. His heart was filled with fear and he wanted to escape. He also felt that he was being reckless by provoking Deng Yifei. Metal territory. Taichiu shouted as a golden light surrounded him. It was the color of the metal territory. It was a color he was familiar with. However, as soon as Iron Hill unleashed his metal territory, he was shocked to find that his metal territory was being suppressed by the white light. He felt a heavy pressure weighing down on him. His metal territory was being suppressed by the mysterious territory around him. This was a common situation when territory clashed with territory. The stronger territory would be able to suppress the weaker territory. Within this white domain, Iron Chiu was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. After activating his territory, Taichiu was in despair. Deng Yifei, you are an early-stage domain realm elite like me. This territory is much more powerful than an early-stage domain realm. It can't be yours. So what? Ironhill looked in the direction of the voice with a pleading look on his face. How did you do it? How can you use someone else's territory? In response to the domain realm master from the Copper Mountain country, countless blades slashed at him. Deng Yifei had always been merciless to his enemies. His opponent, who wanted nothing more than to die in his hands, could not rest in peace, so he could not answer him. Fighting in the Holy Sword realm made Deng Yifei even more powerful. Tai Chiu, the Grand Dominion realm master from the Copper Mountain country, was suppressed by Deng Yifei from the start of the battle. The white light disappeared and Tai Chiu's headless body fell to the ground. Deng Yifei put away the corpse and glanced at the corpses on the ground and the battlefield that had almost changed the landscape. He then looked back at the undamaged city and flew straight to the direction of the Copper Mountain Kingdom. We survived? That's right. We survived. Is it Deng Yifei? It's him. I don't think I'm wrong. My eyes are still playing tricks on me. This is great. The soldiers guarding the city looked in the direction in which Deng Yifei had left. Even though their eyes were filled with mottled light, their eyes were filled with joy. They did not expect to survive the attack of the Bronze Mountain Army. Deng Yifei flew past a city in Sugua. He noticed that one side of the city wall had collapsed. The entire city was filled with smoke. Inside the city, the streets and alleys were filled with corpses. Deng Yifei could hear the scattered cries of the survivors. If the Sugwa massacred the city by chance, it was a strategic move. The Copper Mountain Kingdom was used to pillaging and massacring the cities. Deng Yifei's heart was filled with rage. His fury caused his slightly pale complexion to be dyed with a flush of red. Inside the red blood sword, Xianxia saw the situation and asked, "Are you going to the Tangshan state directly?" Yes. Deng Yifei had the urge to turn the Tangshan state upside down. Don't be rash. You've only killed 50,000 Bronze Mountain Army elites. The Tangshan state must have sent more elites to attack Sugwa. Xianxia reminded him, I suggest you search the border and find the other armies that are raiding the city. Then, you can eliminate all these threats and save more people. Then, you can go to the Tangshan state. Master Jianling is right. Hearing Xianxia's words, Deng Yifei's expression froze, and he said with shame, Lord Sword Spirit, you're so considerate. If it weren't for Lord Sword Spirit's reminder, there would definitely be more innocent civilians dying under the butcher's knife. Cough cough, actually, Xianxia just didn't want the fat meat to fall into his mouth and run away on its own. With the current strength of the red blood sword, Xianxia was not interested in normal martial artists unless there were a certain number of them. Other than Grand Dominion realm elites, Xianxia's favorite thing was a well-formed elite army. Not only were they large in quantity, but they were also of good quality. If Deng Yifei went to the Tangshan state now, he might miss the Tangshan state's elite army. That giant bear actually didn't taste bad at all. Master Jianling, where do you think I should go first? Go northeast. Okay. Deng Yifei flew northeast for more than 200 li. As expected, he saw 50,000 Tangshan state's elite soldiers running along the official road. They were well trained. Even when they were running, they still maintained their formation. They were still in Sugwa's territory. Looking at their formation, it was obvious that they were going to attack one of the cities in Sugwa. How did Master Jianling know that they are here? How else could he know? Of course, he was using his divine sense, which was far superior to ordinary Grand Dominion realm pinnacle experts. However, Xianxia could not tell the truth. He could only say, of course, I guessed it. Oh. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take care of this group of people. Deng Yifei stood in the sky and looked along the official road. He noticed the city 100 li away. He knew the target of the 50,000 soldiers. Unfortunately, they would never be able to reach it. Divine Sword Territory, Level 6. The white light shrouded the soldiers. However, the Divine Sword Territory was not a killing move. It was just to stop them from summoning the souls of the soldiers. Aurora Rain. An explosive sound came from the sky, like a muffled thunder in the thick clouds. Countless kind-hearted swords rained down from the sky like meteors, falling to the ground. It was beautiful. Without a domain realm expert holding the fort, the Tangshan state soldiers were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the face of Deng Yifei's surprise attack. After the beautiful aurora passed, the mountains turned into basins. The entire battlefield was full of potholes, and what was left behind were corpses riddled with holes. Then, Deng Yifei went to look for the other Tangshan state soldiers. With the corpses of the domain realm experts, Deng Yifei quickly patrolled the border between the Tangshan state and Sugua. The Tangshan state soldiers couldn't escape his divine perception at all. Soon, they were found by Deng Yifei and killed all of them. After these things were done, the sky had completely darkened. Deng Yifei didn't look too good, and his body was still a little weak. There were close to 300,000 soldiers in the 6 Tangshan state troops. Because it was troublesome and he was afraid that they would summon the souls of the soldiers, Deng Yifei directly activated the Holy Sword domain every time he found those soldiers. Although the domain wasn't fully activated, it was still a great burden for Deng Yifei to constantly activate and deactivate it. Deng Yifei came to the border, the city closest to the Tangshan state. This city had long been conquered by the Tangshan state. In the darkness, Deng Yifei could still see the flames and smoke in the city. He could still hear the suppressed cries coming from the surroundings. Deng Yifei didn't know the name of this small city because even the city walls had collapsed. From afar, Deng Yifei could smell the pungent stench of corpses. This stench of corpses almost made him, a domain realm expert, faint. This city had long been finished. Almost everyone was killed. Even if there were people who were lucky enough to escape, they wouldn't be able to clear out the entire city. Moreover, they didn't have the guts to do so. After all, the Tangshan state soldiers were still nearby. Deng Yifei jumped into the city from the collapsed wall and stepped on the rotten corpses. White maggots crawled in and out of the corpses, and the rotten mucus dripped all over the ground. With every step he took, Deng Yifei would feel the soles of his shoes being stained. That disgusting feeling was enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. The surrounding area was a true purgatory on earth. Even Deng Yifei rarely saw such a tragic scene. He gritted his teeth. With every step he took, his pale face turned a little green, and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. In the end, even the Aurora domain could not suppress his killing intent. His eyes started to turn blood red. Combined with such a scene, he really looked like an evil spirit. Even Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, could clearly feel Deng Yifei's surging anger. At this moment, Deng Yifei was really like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Chen Hao knew that Deng Yifei deliberately walked into this ghost city. He was deliberately torturing him. Chen Hao suspected that Deng Yifei had unlocked some incredible attribute. However, this was nothing. The sword master liked to be tortured and liked to suffer. He couldn't stop him. As long as he didn't suffer with the red blood sword, there wouldn't be a problem. Deng Yifei walked in this ghost city. Along the way, he would occasionally encounter living people. Those living people groped their way through the piles of corpses silently like ghosts, collecting daily necessities. They also noticed Deng Yifei. However, they only vigilantly observed Deng Yifei for a while. After confirming that he wasn't a threat, they quickly left. Not everyone could see in the dark. Deng Yifei came to the central square of the city. He found a relatively clean spot and covered himself with a blanket. Then, he laid down among the many rotting corpses and looked at the dark sky without saying a word. He was too calm, so calm that it was chilling. He slowly closed his eyes in the pungent smell of the corpses. However, Chen Hao knew that the Tangshan state was in big trouble. The rooster crowed and dawn broke. Deng Yifei suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the pile of corpses. He looked at the dawn in the east and got up to walk in the direction of the Tangshan state. He was still walking through the piles of corpses. When he reached the city wall, his eyes turned blood red again. Then, he gently leaped into the clouds. His entire body turned into a stream of light and flew straight in the direction of the Tangshan state. In 3 days, Deng Yifei arrived at the capital of the Tangshan state, Bronze Hillock City on Bronze Hillock Mountain. From the sky, Bronze Hillock City looked very majestic. It was built on Bronze Hillock Mountain. It was completely carved out of the hard rock walls of Bronze Hillock Mountain. The entire city was one with the mountain. It was the first time Deng Yifei had seen such a majestic city that relied completely on the mountain for cultivation. At the peak of Bronze Hillock Mountain was a cluster of grand and magnificent buildings. They were surrounded by clouds and mist, faintly discernible. It was like a fairyland. If Deng Yifei remembered correctly, this was the residence of the Tangshan state's royal family. The royal family of Bronze Hillock City has no need to exist. In Deng Yifei's opinion, the Tangshan state's army was so brutal because of its ruler. He drew the red blood sword and swung it horizontally. A blinding sword aura instantly shot towards the peak of Bronze Hillock Mountain. The sword aura was only 2 meters long at first. However, as it flew further, it became longer and longer. Soon, it extended to thousands of meters long, almost enveloping the entire Tangshan state's royal family. As long as the sword slashed the peak of Bronze Hillock Mountain, the entire Tangshan state's royal family would fall from the peak. However, it was impossible to break through the defense of the Tangshan state's royal family in one move. Deng Yifei attacked directly because he was suppressing the anger in his heart. Just as the sword aura was about to reach the Tangshan state's royal family, a milky white barrier appeared and blocked the sword aura. This was the Tangshan state's royal family's array formation. Deng Yifei had persevered with this array formation for a long time. The number of array formations that he had broken through was more than the number of array formations that many martial artists had seen in their entire lives. Of course, there was no array formation in the southern region that could not be broken by a domain realm expert. Array formations that could block a few attacks from a domain realm expert were the best of the best. To the top factions, being able to block a few attacks from a domain realm expert was already enough to buy them time. Long Wanqing had told Deng Yifei that array formation masters were extremely rare. Array formations that could block a domain realm expert's attack were extremely rare in the entire mainland. Moreover, they were all array formations that had been passed down since ancient times. Many top factions in the central region did not even have one. If the central region did not have one, there was no need to mention the southern region. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The entire Tangshan state's royal family trembled. At this moment, Deng Yifei saw 4 figures running out of the Tangshan state's royal family. For domain realm experts, the Tangshan state's foundation was truly beyond Deng Yifei's expectations. It seemed like the Tangshan people had benefited greatly from serving the Nanyue Empire 1,000 years ago. Who are you? Why are you attacking the Tangshan state for no reason? The first person to appear in front of Deng Yifei was a short old man. He was extremely short, about 1.5 meters, but his body was extremely burly. His exposed hands looked like they were made of steel. There was also a battle axe hanging from his waist. The battle axe was extremely exaggerated. The handle of the axe was almost as tall as the old man. Me? Of course I'm the one who will send you to your deaths. Aurora Realm. Deng Yifei made his move. The white Aurora Realm lit up the sky as a second sun rose. The white light illuminated the entire Bronze Hillock Mountain. Countless Bronze Hillock City residents realized that the shadow under their feet had disappeared. There was no shadow under the Aurora Realm, just like Deng Yifei himself. They looked up at the second sun in the sky with fear in their eyes. What was that? When the Tangshan state's Grand Dominion Realm elites saw the white light, no matter how slow they were, they knew who the young man in front of them was. In the entire southern region, only Deng Yifei had such an iconic white light. Damn it, let's go and kill him together. The short elder standing at the front pulled out his giant axe and shouted, "Be careful, don't affect the Imperial City. His target is us. Let's change the battlefield." Okay. At this point, the Bronze Hillock City elites obviously wouldn't care about martial ethics. They chose to fight Deng Yifei one-on-one. According to Chen Hao's knowledge, there was no such thing as martial ethics in this world. Unless it was a martial arts competition in the arena, groups of martial artists would often bully others in numbers. Seeing the 4 Tangshan state's Grand Dominion Realm elites flying away, Deng Yifei went along with them and decided to change the battlefield. When the 4 Grand Dominion Realm elites realized that Deng Yifei was really following them and didn't plan to fight near the Imperial City, they all heaved a sigh of relief. If they really fought near Bronze Hillock City, the Imperial City with 1,000 years of history would probably be destroyed today. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. At the same time, they were secretly pleased with themselves. They felt that Deng Yifei was a brainless person. One of them had come to Bronze Hillock City to behave atrociously, and had even given up his advantage to switch places with them. If they had fought near Bronze Hillock City, they might not have dared to use powerful martial arts. However, if they had switched places, they would have nothing to worry about. Alright, let's do it here. The short old man transmitted his voice to the other 3 Grand Dominion realm experts. It took them less than an hour to run more than 10,000 li. The 4 of them ran into the depths of the mountains of Tangshan State. There were almost no large villages in Tangshan State. There were only many demon beasts hiding and hiding. Of course, the strength of these demonic beasts was nothing in the eyes of the 4 Grand Dominion realm experts. With the exception of the southern demon mountain range, the demonic beasts in the rest of the southern domain couldn't do anything at all. The 4 domain realm experts all stopped in their tracks. They turned around and saw Deng Yifei flying over. A Tangshan State expert said disdainfully through telepathy, "This kid is still so calm. Does he want to die? Be careful, Deng Yifei is very powerful." It said that all of the domain realm experts in Suguo royal family were killed by him. "Great-grandfather, you have the Crimson Flame battle axe. Why would you be afraid of a mere domain realm expert like Deng Yifei? There are 4 of us." The domain realm expert laughed. Moreover, the experts of the Tangshan people aren't as weak as the experts in Suguo royal family. Even a lion will use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Don't underestimate Deng Yifei. The Crimson Flame battle axe in the short old man's hand shone with a crimson light. The old man's aura suddenly rose. His beard and hair fluttered in the wind. "Since the enmity has been formed, we must kill Deng Yifei here. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if he attacks other cities in Tangshan State in the future." Understood. We understand, Grand Dominion. If we kill Deng Yifei here today, the entire southern domain might know of the name of the Tangshan people. They didn't know that almost all of Deng Yifei's opponents in the past had said the same thing. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao stared at the blazing battle axe in the Tangshan people's hands. He reminded in a low voice, "Be careful. That battle axe is indeed a high-grade Dao artifact. It's the same grade as the red blood sword." "I understand." Deng Yifei's expression turned serious. Looking at the 4 domain realm experts and the giant battle axe, Deng Yifei didn't dare to be careless. Holy Sword Territory. Once the Holy Sword Territory was fully activated, even he felt a little dizzy. He went all out from the start. He didn't dare to be careless with the battle axe in the hands of the Tangshan people. After all, it was a high-grade Dao artifact. Its ability might be similar to the red blood sword. Especially when it was in the hands of a mid-stage domain realm expert, the white territory spread out instantly. From the beginning to the end, the Tangshan State experts didn't ask Deng Yifei why he was attacking the Tangshan State's imperial city, and Deng Yifei couldn't be bothered to tell them why he was here. After all, they had a grudge against each other. Either he died today, or the Tangshan State's royal family would be wiped out. One of the Tangshan State experts exclaimed, "What's that? Is that a territory?" The expression of the Copper Mountain Race's mid-stage Grand Dominion realm expert with the Crimson Flame battle axe in his hand changed drastically as he roared, "Everyone, scatter!" How sharp was this veteran expert's vision? He immediately sensed how terrifying the white territory was. It was far more powerful than the territory of a mid-stage domain realm expert. He knew that this was probably Deng Yifei's trump card. Someone shouted, "Grandpa Sherming, it's too late." The Holy Sword territory spread out extremely quickly. After all, the Jianling of the Red Blood Sword had the strength of a peak domain realm expert, and this Jianling had also mastered the speed territory. The Holy Sword territory had been used by Ren Kenju, and there had never been an enemy who could fly faster than the Holy Sword territory. The Holy Sword territory instantly engulfed a domain realm expert. If that's the case, Red Flame territory, activate. The strongest expert of the Tangshan State, Sherming, immediately spread out his red territory. However, when his territory came into contact with the Holy Sword territory, it was like fire coming into ice water, disappearing without a trace. Red Flame Axe Technique, Mountain Cleave. With a downward swing of the axe, the red energy rushed toward the spreading white territory. The energy carried with it a terrifying heat, causing the air to rise slightly. Even the space started to distort. This was the Red Flame Axe's battle technique, Mountain Cleave. Sherming's ancestor, Shi Hao, had once used the Red Flame Axe to forcefully split open a late-stage domain realm expert's territory when he was at the mid-stage domain realm, and then killed that late-stage domain realm expert. This was the power of a Dao artifact. The strength of a domain realm expert at different stages was like a natural chasm. A mid-stage domain realm expert was far more powerful than an early-stage domain realm expert, but a powerful Dao artifact could help a domain realm expert kill an enemy above their level. Deng Yifei was only an early-stage domain realm expert, and his strength was not even comparable to Shi Ming's. He believed that he could definitely split open Deng Yifei's strange territory with the red flame axe. He was confident. His confidence came from the high-grade Dao artifact in his hand. Although he did not have the strength of his ancestor, the red flame axe in his hand was different from before. Even if Deng Yifei could use a late-stage domain realm expert's territory, he could split it open with his axe. Shi Ming seemed to be able to see the strange white domain being cleaved apart by his axe. But at this moment, Shi Ming's face froze the instant the crimson force touched the white domain. He saw the crimson force produced by the crimson flame battle axe produce an ear-piercing chi-chi sound when it touched the white domain. Then, it drilled into the white domain and disappeared. It disappeared, it really disappeared. The white domain trembled slightly before it continued to spread out. As for the force he cleaved apart with his axe, it was like a rock falling into a calm lake. After creating a small splash, it was gone. There was nothing left. How was this possible? Could it be that Deng Yifei had comprehended a domain to the perfection realm? Instantly, a terrifying thought surged into Shi Ming's mind. He felt that this world was too crazy. At this moment, he was enveloped by the white light. Shi Ming did not know that the person he was facing was not some Deng Yifei. It was the red blood sword. What he was facing was the red blood sword's domain. Not only did it contain the perfection realm speed domain, it also contained the decimation domain, illusion domain, and a series of domains, divine powers, profundities and concepts. It was the combination of red blood sword, Ren Kenju. Shi Ming's full-strength strike had obviously attracted Chen Hao's attention, but it was only enough to attract his attention. The only thing that made Chen Hao curious was the gigantic axe in Shi Ming's hand. The gigantic axe's power seemed to be able to restrain domains. In the sacred sword domain, Deng Yifei was a god. Even if it was a peak domain realm expert, Deng Yifei would be able to hold his own for a while. There was no need to mention the 4 domain realm experts of the Tongshan people. Among them, the strongest was only at the mid-stages of the domain realm. Shi Ming, who was at the mid-stages of the domain realm, was considered a top expert in the southern region. But compared to the 2 mid-stages of the domain realm guardians of the Martial Alliance, his strength was lacking. The only thing that Deng Yifei feared was the battle axe in his hand. The instant Shi Ming was engulfed by the holy sword domain, Deng Yifei abandoned the other 3 domain realm experts and relied on his speed domain to attack Shi Ming first. He stabbed his sword towards Shi Ming, and countless white light rays shot towards Shi Ming. Deng Yifei's idea was very simple. Before Shi Ming could adapt to the terrifying baleful aura in the holy sword domain, his ancestor would get rid of this strongest enemy. His idea wasn't bad. The moment Shi Ming was sucked into the holy sword domain, he also felt dizzy and unsettled. But just as the white light was about to attack Shi Ming's vital points at a terrifying speed, the battle axe in Shi Ming's hand glowed with a bright red light. A crimson-red barrier firmly protected Shi Ming in the center. The white light shot out by the red blood sword was firmly blocked outside. What? This time, it was Deng Yifei's turn to be shocked. He did not expect that the high-grade Dao artifact in his opponent's hand would actually have the ability to protect its owner. This was somewhat different from what he knew. Even a terrifying weapon like the Crimson Blood Sacred Sword did not have this ability. Why did the Crimson Flame Battle Axe, which was also a high-grade Dao artifact, have it? Don't blame Deng Yifei for being inexperienced. This was the first time he had encountered a high-grade Dao artifact that had the ability to protect its owner. Deng Yifei was shocked, but he did not show it on his face. He was very experienced in battle. Although he was complaining in his heart, he still appeared very calm on the surface. As for Shi Ming, he had quickly adapted to the holy sword domain and barely regained his consciousness. After regaining his consciousness, he was covered in cold sweat. If not for the Crimson Flame Battle Axe ability to protect its owner, he might have been successfully ambushed by Deng Yifei just now. Damn it! After narrowly escaping death, Shi Ming was unable to restrain his anger. He raised the battle axe in his hand and roared, "Crimson Flame Battle Blood, Earth Slash." He knew that he could not drag this out any longer. Not to mention that the other 3 domain realm experts' lives were uncertain. Just this strange domain alone was enough to make him feel that he was in danger of losing his mind. This type of domain was too strange. Even his crimson flame domain was greatly suppressed in this strange white domain. There was no need to mention the constant mental attacks. If he stayed here any longer, he might lose his mind. His originally dark face instantly turned purple. The crimson flame battle axe in his hand rapidly expanded. Soon, it became a 10-meter-long battle axe. The battle axe turned scarlet red, revealing a thick bloody red color. The axe hacked down, causing winds and clouds to surge within the Holy Sword domain. The blood-red baleful aura hidden within the Holy Sword domain was completely stirred up. Deng Yifei retreated explosively, quickly dodging this axe. This axe hacked down on the ground, plowing out a gully over 100 li in length. Near the gully, fiery light erupted in all directions. All life was exterminated. This made even Deng Yifei feel apprehensive. This was because he discovered that he had somewhat underestimated this Tangshan people's domain realm expert. Just this strike alone was something that even he felt a bit inferior to. However, Shihao's expression became even uglier, because he discovered that Deng Yifei's speed was too fast. That strike just now was his full-strength strike, the strongest killing move of the Crimson Flame Battle Axe. Not only did he use a secret technique, but he also used the Crimson Flame Battle Axe battle technique. Its destructive power was comparable to the legendary Heaven-grade battle technique, but his strongest attack had actually missed. His strongest attack had missed. Originally, it was not enough to hit Shiming, but the problem was that he discovered that the speed of Deng Yifei's movement technique just now had far surpassed his. Even his divine sense could not keep up. This kind of ghost-like speed was something Shiming had never seen before. Their strength was almost the same, but he couldn't hit the other party. This made Shiming extremely anxious. After using the secret technique, there was no turning back. Once the secret technique's duration was up, his strength would be reduced by more than half. Moreover, he had to divide his attention to resist the mental corrosion. At this moment, he already knew why Deng Yifei had the nickname of the Nemesis of Armies. With this kind of terrifying domain, any army would collapse in front of him. Although the soul of the army was powerful, the ones who gathered the soul of the army were still martial artists, countless ordinary low-level martial artists, and the soul of the elite army of the southern region almost didn't have the means to defend against mental attacks. Until now, the martial artists hadn't completely discovered mental attacks. Terrifying speed, terrifying mental attacks. He didn't expect that Deng Yifei still had such a trump card. What should he do? Shiming was burning with anxiety. Lord Patriarch, we're here to help you. A loud shout pulled Shiming back to reality. When he saw 3 figures flying over and all attacking Deng Yifei, he immediately shouted, "No. Come, I." Before Shiming finished speaking, a domain realm fellow clansman was beheaded. And behind him, Deng Yifei's figure slowly appeared. His speed was too fast. Even with the Crimson Flame battle axe in his hand and the support of a high-grade Dao artifact, he couldn't deal with Deng Yifei. How could other early-stage domain realm experts be a match for Deng Yifei? Watching his fellow clansman die in front of his eyes, that kind of helplessness made Shiming go crazy. After killing the 3 domain realm cultivators, Deng Yifei turned around and stared at Shiming with bloodshot eyes. Deng Yifei, are you trying to kill us all? Exterminate all evil. I don't think the Tangshan people have offended you before, right? Yes, we have. You actually sent your army to attack Sugwa City. Don't you know that the Aurora Pavilion has taken over Sugwa? Let me call the army back. What do you think? Shiming could already imagine his fate. The pressure that Deng Yifei gave him was just too great. He had long heard of Deng Yifei's extraordinary talent, but never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that Deng Yifei, who was only in the initial stage of the Grand Dominion realm, would actually be so powerful. Deng Yifei was so powerful that even he, who possessed a high-grade Dao artifact, felt despair. Deng Yifei said calmly, "There's no need. I've already wiped out the Tangshan state's army. Then let me go and I'll swear my loyalty to you. How about that?" Shiming looked in the direction of the Tangshan people and said seriously, "As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to work for you." "I'm not interested." Deng Yifei shook his head. Not interested in accepting the loyalty of a domain realm cultivator. Shiming didn't expect Deng Yifei to reject him so straightforwardly. Deng Yifei wasn't a loner. Deng Yifei had already established his own organization. Didn't the Aurora Pavilion lack domain realm cultivators? Dang Yifei smiled in disdain. Are you afraid of death? I'm not afraid of death. I'm tired of living. I just don't want anything to happen to the Tongshan people. Sherming said sorrowfully. I'm the strongest cultivator among the Tongshan people. I can't die. Please show me mercy and let me continue to protect the Tongshan people. This is my responsibility. Those innocent civilians killed by the Tongshan state's army, which one of them didn't feel indignant? Which one of them didn't feel responsible? Sherming said loudly, they're just ants. But in my eyes, you're also an ant. A strong ant. Upon hearing Dang Yifei's words, the desperate Sherming's killing intent surged. In an instant, the desire to kill filled his mind. There was a desire in his heart, a desire to destroy everything. I'm going to kill you. Dang Yifei didn't know if Sherming was really crazy or just faking it, but he still relied on the extraordinary speed of the Holy Sword domain to kill Sherming. Sherming fell from the sky dejectedly. He looked at the boundless sky and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. There was too much indignance in his heart, but so what if he was indignant? Sherming's right hand loosened slightly. The scarlet flame battle-axe turned into a stream of light and quickly left. At this moment, Dang Yifei, who had been prepared, flashed and grabbed the long handle of the battle-axe. He successfully intercepted the battle-axe in midair. Well done! Xianxia praised from the red blood sword. But just as Dang Yifei grabbed the scarlet flame battle-axe, the scarlet flame battle-axe spewed out blazing heat. Flame swept towards Dang Yifei. At such a close distance, if he didn't want to be hit by the scarlet flame battle-axe, the best method was to throw the battle-axe out. But Dang Yifei knew how important this battle-axe was to the scarlet blood sacred sword, therefore, Dang Yifei grabbed the handle of the battle-axe tightly and endured the blow. His eyebrows, thin beard, long hair, and clothes were instantly reduced to ashes. Even his skin was covered in blisters, and large patches of charred charcoal appeared. The Scarlet Flame Battle-Axe was indeed a high-grade Dao artifact. At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Battle-Axe began to tremble. It was about to leave with the charred flesh on Dang Yifei's palm. Dang Yifei reacted quickly. He put down the red blood sword and used his right hand to grab the end of the battle-axe's handle. It was a little funny. If the Scarlet Flame Battle-Axe's handle was a little shorter, Dang Yifei might not have been able to grab it. Lord Jianling, what do we do? I'll help you. Xianxia roared. The red blood sword flew towards the Scarlet Flame Battle-Axe. He stuck the blade to the battle-axe's head. Then, the red blood sword erupted with an intense red light. Dang Yifei could feel the heat waves emitted by the red blood sword. It was even hotter than the heat waves emitted by the battle-axe. Alright, let go. Okay. Dang Yifei let go. The Scarlet Flame Battle-Axe wanted to fly towards the sky, but it had just flown a few meters when it was pulled down by a huge force. Because there was a long sword stuck to the Scarlet Flame Battle-Axe's body, the battle-axe and the sword seemed to be connected by nature. They had never been separated. Get out of my way. Xianxia heard a voice roaring from the battle-axe. This should be the battle-axe's axe spirit. The axe spirit continued to roar in the battle-axe. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. I'll chop you to death with my battle-axe. Xianxia was unmoved. He didn't even have the intention to curse back. He focused on driving the red blood sword to devour the battle-axe, a high-grade Dao artifact. Although it wasn't very strong, it was a very rare treasure in the southern region. The battle-axe roared as it crazily destroyed the surrounding environment. However, the red blood sword was like a sticky candy. It stuck to the battle-axe and began to devour its body. Dang Yifei saw that the situation was not good. He glanced at the two black hands that had been burned to the bone and ran far away. In the battle with Sherming, he had consumed a lot of energy. Later, in order to grab the battle-axe, his hands were almost crippled. He was very confident in the Jianling's ability. They were both high-grade Dao artifacts, but it was obvious that the Scarlet Blood Sword's ability was superior to the battle-axe's. After fighting for about a quarter of an hour, the battle-axe suddenly quieted down. Then, the battle-axe erupted with a strong flame. This scarlet flame soared into the sky and evaporated the clouds in the sky. At this moment, the spirits of the two high-grade Dao artifacts were in close combat. To be precise, the battle-axe's spirit found that it was being devoured. In desperation, it could only choose to fight with Chen Hao. If it lost, it would vanish into thin air and the scarlet flame battle-axe would turn into nourishment for the red blood sword. If it won, it would devour Chen Hao and might even inherit the red blood sword's ability. In the enclosed space, the two dancing spirits met. They were about the same size and seemed to be equal in strength. The scarlet red axe spirit was the first to angrily rush towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao could clearly feel the terrifying heat coming from the other party's body. Just as the axe spirit was about to approach Chen Hao's spiritual body was like a balloon, as it rapidly swelled up. If the axe spirit was just a glass bead, then Chen Hao was definitely a big basketball. Chen Hao smelled the fear on the axe spirit. Under the same circumstances, the size of the spirit determined the strength of the spirit. Chen Hao had just disguised himself and let the other party come to him. If it were to enter the battle axe and devour the axe spirit, it would definitely take some time. But if it came directly to him, it would be a different story. So, in front of the axe spirit's horrified eyes, Chen Hao opened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. They were both high-grade Dao artifact spirits, but Chen Hao's strength was not something the axe spirit could resist. After swallowing the axe spirit, Chen Hao burped and spat out a scarlet soul fire. Chen Hao could feel that the axe spirit had not died, nor had it disappeared. It was still struggling in his stomach. Thinking of this, Chen Hao had a very strange feeling. He silently patted his spirit body and felt the turbulence in his stomach. He curled his lips in displeasure and did not dare to think about it anymore. The scarlet flame battle-axe spirit was trapped by Chen Hao, so digesting it was only a matter of time. Because of the loss of the axe spirit, the scarlet flame battle-axe body no longer resisted the red blood sword's devouring. This greatly increased the speed of the red blood sword's devouring. 7 days passed in a flash. The red blood sword's spirit body in Chen Hao's stomach finally stopped struggling. It had completely lost its life and was absorbed by Chen Hao's spirit body, turning into nourishment for Chen Hao. In 7 days, the red blood sword had also completely absorbed the scarlet flame battle axe. At this time, because the red blood sword had absorbed the scarlet flame battle axe, its size had increased by more than 4 times. It had become an out-and-out great sword. After absorbing the scarlet flame battle axe, Chen Hao found that the red blood sword's strength seemed to have increased significantly. Even on the attribute panel, a new ability had appeared. The slaughter-devouring evolution had taken effect. This was the first time Chen Hao had directly obtained a new ability after devouring a Dao artifact. Although it did not allow him to directly advance, he was already very satisfied with having an additional ability. Domain Breaking Sword, a consummate skill from the high-grade Dao artifact Scarlet Flame Battle Axe. It has a probability of breaking the enemy's domain, divine ability, profound meaning, and concept. The probability of breaking depends on the difference in strength between the two sides. Domain Breaking Sword. Just by looking at the name and introduction, Chen Hao knew that this ability was very powerful. If he could make good use of it, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill those stronger than him. If the probability of breaking through could be increased to 100%, then it would be too powerful. However, Chen Hao estimated that it would be very difficult. Dang Yifei had been guarding the red blood sword for 7 days. At this time, he also noticed that the red blood sword had successfully swallowed the scarlet flame battle axe. He excitedly ran over and asked, "Master Jianling, did you succeed?" "Success, your luck is good." The scarlet blood holy sword also obtained a new ability from that battle axe. Dang Yifei asked expectantly, "Is it that protective ability?" What Dang Yifei cared about the most was that the scarlet flame battle axe had the ability to protect its owner. That kind of defensive shield made Dang Yifei envious. The Scarlet Blood Holy Sword's attack power was already strong enough, but it had no defensive ability. It could be said to be the perfect example of an attack without defense. Dang Yifei also wanted some defensive means, at least to ensure that he would not be suddenly killed. As long as he could survive the initial surprise attack, Dang Yifei would be able to completely explode with the Red Blood Sword's true ability. Protective ability? Chen Hao looked at Dang Yifei and felt that this guy was dreaming. How could the Scarlet Blood Demon Sword have a protective ability? Even if there was a function to protect the owner, Chen Hao would definitely block it. It's the Domain Breaking Sword. Chen Hao directly sent the information to Dang Yifei. "Look, this ability is very powerful. It should be the strongest ability of the Scarlet Flame Battle Axe. Very powerful. After Deng Yifei finished reading the introduction of the domain-breaking sword, the disappointment in his heart lessened by a lot. After all, the domain-breaking sword sounded very powerful, as it could even break through a domain. In the entire southern region, this was a move that had never been heard of before. If he could master it, he might be able to greatly increase his combat power. Deng Yifei did not gain much from this battle. He was already an early-stage Grand Dominion realm expert, and it was extremely difficult for him to advance further. Even if he went all out to kill a mid-stage Grand Dominion realm expert, he would need about 20 people. However, the Red Blood Sword's gains were the greatest. Not only did it devour a high-grade Dao artifact of the same level, but it also awakened a new ability. However, the Scarlet Blood Holy Sword's improvement was Deng Yifei's improvement, so it was a win-win situation. At the same time, in Bronze Mound City, the Tangshan State Emperor stood on the highest attic in the palace, looking toward the southwest, in the direction that the patriarchs of the Tangshan State had left. It had been 7 days. During these 7 days, the Emperor of the Tangshan State was very confident in his patriarchs. However, as the days passed and there was no news of the patriarch's return, the Emperor of the Tangshan State could not help but become anxious. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Could something have happened to his patriarchs? Father, don't worry. With Lord Shiming and that battle axe, there shouldn't be many in the entire southern region who can hurt Lord Shiming. You're right, but I can't help but feel uneasy. It was also at this time that Deng Yifei arrived at Bronze Mound City. He stood on top of Bronze Mound City and looked down at the magnificent palace below, his aura unabashedly spreading out. Countless experts in Bronze Mound City looked up at the sky, including the Emperor of the Tangshan State. This was a provocation, a blatant provocation. Then, as if Deng Yifei had poked a hornet's nest, countless Khanate Realm, Skybreak Realm, and Transcendent Realm martial artists ran out of the palace and surrounded Deng Yifei. Who are you? Deng Yifei of the Aurora Pavilion. Deng Yifei looked at the person who asked the question. Is everyone here? What's wrong? Everyone is here. I'll send you on your way. What? Aurora rain. The sky was filled with sparkling sword rain. The raindrops glowed with white light and carried with them a chill that could destroy anything. The white light appeared again, and countless top martial artists of the Tangshan State's imperial family fell from the sky like raindrops. Perhaps the ordinary Tangshan people of Bronze Mound City would never forget this scene. The light rain seemed to have come from the 9 heavens, and countless martial artists of the Tangshan people died under those beautiful light spots. The Emperor of the Tangshan State looked at the white light in the sky and said in a trembling voice, "This must be Deng Yifei. Patriarch Shiming hasn't returned. Did something happen to them? No. 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 That's impossible. With the Crimson Flame Axe, the Patriarch won't lose." However, the patriarchs of the Tangshan State still hadn't appeared at this critical moment. After a loud bang and an earthquake, they saw the palace at the highest point of Bronze Mound City suddenly tilt. Then, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The palace tilted and slowly slid down the smooth cut of Bronze Mound City's main peak into the valley. After this battle, even if the Tangshan State's imperial family didn't go extinct, they suffered heavy losses. After losing all their domain realm martial artists, the Tangshan State's spine was completely broken. For the next 1,000 years, the Tangshan people would have to live with their tails between their legs. Not long after Deng Yifei left Copper Hill, news of him wiping out the Tangshan State's royal family spread like wildfire. In the past, almost no one had witnessed him killing the royal members of the Su State and the Kai State. Most of the information was inferred from the clues left behind at the scene by the other forces. However, this time, Deng Yifei's feat of wiping out the royal family of Tangshan State was witnessed by countless martial artists in Copper Hill City. They saw with their own eyes how the Grand Dominion realm experts of the Copper Mountain Nation chased after Deng Yifei. They also saw with their own eyes how Deng Yifei came back alone 7 days later and cut down the Copper Mountain Nation's royal palace from the main peak. After that, the Tangshan people's domain realm elites never returned. One could only imagine where the 4 domain realm elites had gone. In an instant, Deng Yifei cemented his position as one of the top elites in the southern region. After the news spread, Kai also reported some good news. Because of Deng Yifei's fame, Kai's army and Aurora Pavilion's army were facing less resistance when they took over Sugua. Many people lost all thoughts of resisting after learning that Deng Yifei had killed the 4 domain realm elites of the Tangshan state. This was the reality of the world. They would listen to whoever was stronger. About half a year later, Kai had completely taken over Sugua's territory. At first, some of the countries around Sugua were eager to make a move. However, after Deng Yifei wiped out the Tangshan state's elite army and all the elites, they all withdrew their troops from the border. Even though they really wanted to take over Sugua's territory, they could only watch as Kai swallowed this piece of meat. After all, they really didn't dare to offend Deng Yifei. The Tangshan state's overall strength was not weak at all. They were even stronger than Sugua. In particular, the domain realm expert from the Tangshan state possessed a high-grade Dao artifact battle axe, which was extremely rare even in the southern region. In the past, a mid-stage Grand Dominion realm ancestor of the Tianqing country had been defeated by this battle axe. However, Deng Yifei had killed all of the Tangshan state's domain realm experts. This was enough to prove that Deng Yifei's combat strength was exaggerated. At the same time, many martial artists also guessed that the Tangshan people's most valuable treasure, the Scarlet Flame Axe, was most likely in the hands of Deng Yifei. But so what if he knew? They did not dare to snatch it from Deng Yifei. In this half a year, Deng Yifei had once again become an influential figure in the southern region. Anyone could see that the rise of Deng Yifei and Aurora Pavilion was unstoppable. On the other hand, the rise of Deng Yifei and Aurora Pavilion had caused great panic in the countries and forces around Sugua and Kai. Deng Yifei was too strong. Facts had proven that he had the strength to challenge an entire country alone. No one wanted to be annexed. No one wanted their ancestors' 1,000-year foundation to be destroyed overnight. It was not just the countries. Even the aristocratic families and sects were not willing to be annexed by Aurora Pavilion. They were used to being free and unfettered. When they went out, they were the ones in charge. How could they tolerate having a retired emperor above them? As for the new Kai's law, although it was welcomed and supported by the common people, it was also extremely unpopular with the martial artists. This was because Kai's law stated that no matter how strong or weak one was, the murderer had to pay with his life. It could no longer be like before, where those with power and money could pay for their crimes with money after the victim's family had forgiven them. After executing more than 200 Transcendent Realm experts, no one would think that this was just a piece of paper. Martial artists felt that they were superior. They thought that if their status was the same as that of the common people, wouldn't their years of cultivation be wasted? Many martial artists instinctively rejected Kai and the Aurora Pavilion. Even Deng Yifei himself was demonized. He became the #1 demon in the southern region in the eyes of many martial artists. It could be said that Deng Yifei was practically the enemy of everyone in the southern region. Just as Kai Xianxia arrived at Sugua's imperial palace and saw Suyuan Kai, more than a dozen guests were welcomed in an inconspicuous town that had been abandoned for many years. These people all restrained their auras to the extreme, not revealing the slightest bit. One by one, they walked to a dry well in the center of the town and jumped in one by one. After jumping in, their eyes suddenly opened up. There was a spacious space under the well. In this space, a raging bonfire was burning. Under the illumination of the fire, more than 20 people were already sitting there. Almost everyone is here, right? It's about time. A martial artist teased. Speaking of which, you all are really timid. Isn't it just Deng Yifei? Why are you all so scared? If you have the guts, stand out. We'll all gather at your place. How about it? Then forget it. At this time, an old man stood in front of the bonfire and motioned for everyone to be quiet. The experts in the room also quieted down out of respect for the old man. After all, his aura couldn't be faked. Even though this old man looked old, the aura of a middle-stage Grand Dominion Realm expert wasn't just for show. He was Tianqing Nation's Grand Dominion Realm expert Zhang Tianyang. As the host of the Southern Region Martial Arts Competition, Tianqing Nation had obtained countless connections and resources in the past 20 to 30 years. Only Tianqing Nation could gather so many leaders in such a short time. The Extreme Light Pavilion under Deng Yifei's control has expanded tremendously recently. Other than the fact that he lacks domain realm experts, the rest of his forces can surpass many top forces. Zhang Tianyang said loudly. I'm sure everyone knows about Deng Yifei's situation. Believe me, this boy must not be allowed to live. His ambition is greater than you think. If he continues to grow, I'm afraid that one day, everyone here and the forces behind you will become history. But what can we do to Deng Yifei? Deng Yifei is so strong, we are no match for him at all. Yes, even the people of Tangshan State are unlucky. I know how powerful that Scarlet Flame Axe of Tangshan State is. Even Sherming was defeated. We probably won't be able to do anything to Deng Yifei. We also hate Deng Yifei, but what can we do? Deng Yifei is too strong. His combat strength might exceed the middle stages of the domain realm, or even a late-stage expert. In the entire southern region, the only force that can take him down is the Martial Alliance. But the last time Deng Yifei killed 2 people from the Martial Alliance did not seem to want to pursue the matter with Deng Yifei. I heard that Long Wanqing has a good personal relationship with Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei had affected everyone's interests. Unfortunately, Deng Yifei was too strong. These factions wanted to take action, but they were afraid of losing manpower. They did not have the confidence. Zhang Tianyang said, "This is the reason why I gathered all of you here. I hope that everyone can put aside their prejudices and work together. Once Deng Yifei is killed, Deng Yifei's Aurora Pavilion will collapse on its own." I think Elder Zhang's worries are groundless. Someone laughed and said, "Deng Yifei's ambition might not be as big as you say. Tangshan State was originally a chance for Aurora Pavilion to enter Tangshan State. Didn't Deng Yifei also give up on it? From what I see, Deng Yifei doesn't seem to have any intention of expanding Aurora Pavilion. Is it worth it for us to fight with him?" Tianqing Country's Zhang Tianyang said in a low voice, "But he's only in his early 20s. Even if he doesn't have any ambition now, what about in the future?" The people from the other forces fell silent. An ordinary domain realm expert could live for more than 1,000 years. Deng Yifei still had more than 1,000 years to live. Even if he didn't have any ambition now, it didn't mean that he wouldn't have any in the future. As long as Deng Yifei had any ambition, all the forces near Aurora Pavilion would be targeted by Aurora Pavilion. Then, Elder Zhang, how do you think we should deal with Deng Yifei? Do you want all of us to attack him together? Someone asked. If we gather all the domain realm experts in our forces, it shouldn't be a problem to kill Deng Yifei. But how do we deal with Deng Yifei? Yes, who will take the lead? How about, in the future, when Aurora Pavilion is gone, who will take over Aurora Pavilion's forces? Can we divide? Fine. Before they killed Deng Yifei, the leaders of these forces were already thinking about Deng Yifei's funeral. Zhang Tianyang had no choice but to interrupt everyone. He shouted, "Everyone, listen to me. After we kill Deng Yifei, we can think about how to divide his forces. Anyway, killing Deng Yifei isn't something that can be done in a short time. At most, after Deng Yifei dies, the 10 of us will decide the victor according to our contributions or through a martial arts competition. I'll listen to Elder Brother Zhang. We'll listen to Tianqing Country. That's right. Let's kill Deng Yifei first, then we'll talk about other things. It's too early to talk about the distribution of benefits now." None of the leaders present were idiots. Although there had always been friction between these forces, in the face of a powerful organization like the Aurora Pavilion and a powerful enemy like Deng Yifei, these scattered large organizations were barely unified under the leadership of Tianqing Gua. Because the enemy was too strong, they had no choice but to temporarily join forces. If any of these top forces were to face Deng Yifei alone, they could be uprooted like how Deng Yifei dealt with the Tangshan State. Therefore, they could only work together and kill the strongest one first. Tianqing Country's Zhang Tianyang waved his hand, and 3 guards in black distributed stacks of information to each leader of the organization. "This is all the information I've collected about Deng Yifei. Take a look." Zhang Tianyang let those people look at Deng Yifei's information first. He was interested in appreciating the surprised expressions on the other people's faces. Deng Yifei was indeed very outstanding. However, if they could kill such a peerless genius, it would also give them an unparalleled sense of accomplishment, and Zhang Tianyang was planning to do just that. Zhang Tianyang said calmly, after looking at Deng Yifei's information, "Do you have anything else you want to say?" "What else could we want to say? I feel like I've lived my life as a dog." The one who spoke was an early-stage domain realm expert. Such straightforward words caused the crowd to roar with laughter. Lu Xiong is right. This Deng Yifei is too strong. Aurora Pavilion will eventually have Kai. Deng Yifei will face us sooner or later. We shouldn't let people like him live. Our Night Demon sect fully supports Lord Jing's actions. The entire southern domain knows that when Deng Yifei sees people from our demonic path sects, he kills them all. If we demonic path sects don't stand up now, we might not have the chance in the future. Yes, with Deng Yifei's breakthrough speed, in another 10 years, if you say he's invincible in the southern region. I also believe it. We're destined to be enemies with Aurora Pavilion. We don't want to be Deng Yifei's lackeys. We must kill Deng Yifei as soon as possible. Zhang Tianyang knew that he had achieved his goal. Almost everyone thought that Deng Yifei was a huge hidden danger to them. Everyone thought that someone like Deng Yifei shouldn't be alive. Zhang Tianyang said, "My idea is to make 2 preparations at the same time." What do you mean by 2 preparations? Prepare enough domain realm experts and then find Deng Yifei's whereabouts through spies. Then, we'll set up an inescapable net to kill him. Someone asked, what's the other plan? Zhang Tianyang said, that will require everyone to work hard together. Does everyone remember that Aurora Pavilion once sent 2 divine power realm experts to battle? I know. Of course I know. Deng Yifei sure is gutsy. That bunch of Martial Alliance people seem to be colluding with Deng Yifei. Zhang Tianyang said, I don't know why the Martial Alliance's elder Long Wanqing admires Deng Yifei so much, but from my point of view, Deng Yifei will definitely not join the Martial Alliance. Especially since he killed 2 Martial Alliance members. From my point of view, that's something we can use as an excuse. What do we do? I need everyone to use their own channels to greatly flatter Deng Yifei. Make him seem like a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years in the southern region. Make him seem like he executed 2 Martial Alliance members in front of everyone. Even the head of the Martial Alliance in the southern region, Long Wanqing, did not dare to pursue the matter. Zhang Tianyang said with a sinister smile. Anyway, all of you have to do your best to boast about Deng Yifei. Say that he single-handedly shocked the Martial Alliance in the central region. Elder Zhang, is that really all right? Someone said in a difficult manner, if we were to be discovered by the Martial Alliance members, what's there to be afraid of? Zhang Tianyang said, we are not spouting nonsense. Deng Yifei is of course very powerful. He did indeed kill 2 members of the Martial Alliance, and it is true that the Martial Alliance's Long Wanqing did not pursue Deng Yifei's responsibility. Is there anything you are making up? No. We are just speaking the truth. Besides, we have so many factions here. The law cannot punish the masses. When the time comes, Long Wanqing might not even be able to keep his position. Elder Zhang, have you heard the news? Someone asked. Behind Zhang Tianyang was the Tianqing Empire. The Tianqing Empire was the country that had the highest connection with the Central Region's Martial Alliance. In the entire southern region, the Tianqing Empire was definitely the country that understood the Central Region's Martial Alliance the best. Zhang Tianyang said with a smile, I heard that a demonic senior in the Central Region's Martial Alliance has recently awakened. The moment he awakened, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the Martial Alliance's attitude towards the 4 regions. He believes that he needs to have absolute control over the 4 regions. In the future, the Martial Alliance elders that are sent to the 4 regions will not be as carefree as they are now. When everyone heard Zhang Tianyang's words, their faces turned ugly. Everyone, don't worry. That demonic senior is after all restrained by other seniors. For the time being, the Martial Alliance will definitely not go overboard. However, Long Wanqing's matter might give us a tiny surprise. Old Zhang, are you confident? Someone asked. Of course I'm confident. Even without that demonic senior, the confidence is still very high. I don't know what kind of bewitching potion Deng Yifei has fed Long Wanqing, but as long as we make this matter known to everyone, to the point that the Central Region's Martial Alliance knows of this matter, I don't believe that the Central Region's Martial Alliance will not pursue Deng Yifei's responsibility. Zhang Tianyang said with a sinister smile, in any case, I don't believe that the Martial Alliance will be so magnanimous. When the heads of the other factions heard Zhang Tianyang's words, they nodded their heads in agreement. The stronger a faction was, the more unreasonable it was. To maintain their dignity, they had to kill all the factions that dared to resist them and oppose them. If the martial alliance remained indifferent to the matter of Deng Yifei executing 2 of their members, it would definitely make all the warrior factions in the east, west, south, and north regions look down on them. It would make it seem like anyone from the martial alliance could kill them, Zhang Tianyang added in a low voice. Maybe everyone can tell that the Central Region's martial alliance's warriors actually have a disdainful attitude towards us warriors from the east, west, north and south regions. They have a nagging feeling that they are superior to the warriors from the other 4 regions. The Central Region's warriors who came to our Qin family last time were a little overbearing. I feel the same way. Someone laughed and said, the Central Region's martial alliance is so strong, so of course they can look down on us. I have a junior who was ranked 9th in the Heaven-Breaking Realm group at the 3rd Southern Region tournament. He went to the Central Region and when he returned, he said that the Central Region's young geniuses looked down on the young warriors from the other 4 regions. Zhang Tianyang said with a smug smile, it's because of their disdain that I believe it's even more impossible for them to tolerate Deng Yifei. The Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Luochun, said angrily, if we had a faction like the Central Region's martial alliance, I wouldn't be able to tolerate that rascal Deng Yifei either. That rascal deserves to die. Zhang Tianyang glanced at him and thought of the young genius of the Zhou family who was killed. Tianqing country was actually happy to see Zhou Haiqing die. They heard Zhang Tianyang carry on, we now have 2 methods. The first is to gather all the domain realm experts and take down Deng Yifei in one fell swoop. This might involve a certain amount of risk. After all, Deng Yifei's strength isn't weak. It's very likely that he has a high-grade Dao artifact in his possession. He might even kill some experts before he dies. The other method is to create public opinion and try to get the Central Region's martial alliance to step forward. Which method do you think is better? Zhou Luochun asked, can we do both at the same time? Gather all the experts and determine Deng Yifei's location. This will definitely take some time, so we need to plan for the long term. There is only one best chance. Once the first attempt to kill Deng Yifei fails, it will be very difficult to find another opportunity in the future. We might even suffer from Deng Yifei's crazy revenge. Furthermore, if a domain realm expert dies, everyone present might not be able to accept it. So, we can either enter with both plans at the same time. If the Central Region's martial alliance is willing to deal with Deng Yifei, that would be the best. Zhang Tianyang looked at the representatives of the other factions. Indeed, it's best to do both at the same time. Deng Yifei might very well have the Tongshan people's Crimson Flame battle axe. His combat strength is at least at the middle or late stages of the domain realm. If not, he wouldn't have been able to kill Sherming. It's best if the martial alliance can personally take action. Right, let's carry out both plans at the same time. Zhang Tianyang obviously knew what these people were thinking. Among these so-called top factions, many of them only had one domain realm expert. If their domain realm expert died, they would immediately fall to the ranks of a top faction. They were unwilling to let their trump cards take such a risk. They were afraid of death and did not want to take the risk. They also wanted to eliminate Deng Yifei, even if the second method was undoubtedly the safest. Actually, Zhang Tianyang was more inclined towards the second method. He was similarly eager to eliminate Deng Yifei. Deng Yifei had killed nearly all the domain realm experts in the Tongshan state and Su state. He had established the Aurora Pavilion and suppressed the 2 large countries, forcing them to merge. Following that, he had destroyed the Tongshan state's royal family. This made the Tianqing state, which bordered the Su, Kai and Tongshan state, feel extremely threatened. Long Wanqing had already discussed this with Long Wanqing, hoping that Long Wanqing would take action to deal with Deng Yifei. However, Long Wanqing had said that this was a matter of the southern region and it was not convenient for the martial alliance to interfere. This was clearly shirking responsibility. It was clear that he did not want to interfere with Deng Yifei. He even had the intention of protecting Deng Yifei. After all, Deng Yifei had killed people from the martial alliance and Long Wanqing had tolerated it. If this wasn't shielding him, then what was? If not for the age and birth difference, Zhang Tianyang would have suspected that Deng Yifei was Long Wanqing's son. No matter what, for the Tianqing country, it was better for Deng Yifei to die. If not, Deng Yifei might even annex their Tianqing country. Don't think that it was impossible. With Long Wancheng's support, nothing was impossible. Deng Yifei was only in his early 20s. In the past 1,000 years, it was very likely that he would have thoughts of annexing the Tianqing country. Only he had such thoughts. Even Zhang Tianyang was not sure if their Tianqing country could withstand it. From Zhang Tianyang's point of view, now was the best and last opportunity to get rid of Deng Yifei. In a few more years, they might not be able to control Deng Yifei. After all, his talent was just too powerful. Everyone, please give me a definite answer on how many domain realm experts you can invite, so that I can prepare a complete plan. Zhang Tianyang said seriously. All right. No one declined on this point. After all, they all had a great enemy. At most, they would conceal their strength slightly and not use their full strength. After briefly calculating the number of domain realm experts in each faction, Zhang Tianyang had a rough idea. Unknowingly, this meeting had already come to an end. Zhang Tianyang said in a deep voice, "Then when we return this time, I hope that everyone will do their best to make Deng Yifei's name known throughout the world." No problem. Yes, no problem. Our Zhou family has a caravan heading to the central region. We guarantee that the central region will hear of Deng Yifei's name. Our Night Demon sect will definitely do our best. Our Mystic Radiant sect will do our best. In front of Deng Yifei, this great enemy, even the righteous and demonic martial artists temporarily joined forces. The pressure that Deng Yifei brought to them was simply too great. Especially the matter of the major forces in Sugwa being wiped out by Aurora Pavilion, they already knew. They were not willing to work for Deng Yifei, nor were they willing to be annexed and join Aurora Pavilion, becoming Deng Yifei's lackeys. Please keep this matter strictly confidential. Once Deng Yifei finds out, I'm afraid the forces behind you will be uprooted. Old Zhang, we all understand. Alright, goodbye, everyone. I will send someone to continue to contact you. After the secret meeting ended, the top factions around Kai quickly began to spread news about Deng Yifei. They claimed that he was the #1 genius in the southern region in 10,000 years. They boasted that his combat strength was outstanding, that he had the combat strength of a late-stage domain realm expert at such a young age. Even the #1 expert in Tangshan State, Sherming, who possessed a high-grade Dao artifact, was not his match. They boasted that he dominated the southern region, that even the central region's martial alliance could not do a thing to Deng Yifei. He executed the martial alliance members in front of everyone, but the martial alliance members did not even dare to let out a fart. Of course, some of the more timid top factions were afraid that the martial alliance would investigate the source of the news. Hence, in terms of wording, they were more refined, but the general meaning remained the same. It was this kind of information that spread from the central region of the southern domain to the rest of the southern domain through various channels. Then, it spread to the entire southern domain, the eastern domain, the western domain, and the central domain through the trade routes and intelligence agencies. Amongst them, other than the top factions that were involved in the conspiracy, there were other factions in the southern region that seemed to have noticed something. They also joined in and began to flatter Deng Yifei. Soon, the news became that Deng Yifei had become the #1 expert in the southern region, suppressing the martial alliance in the central region of the southern region to the point that they could not even raise their heads. He even wantonly killed the martial alliance members. In the end, even in the territory controlled by Deng Yifei, the new Kai, the news spread like wildfire. There were many rumors and legends about Deng Yifei in the past. After all, Deng Yifei's experiences were legendary. Be it commoners or warriors, they liked to hear about it. Hence, there were many legends about Deng Yifei among the commoners. In the beginning, Aurora Pavilion was busy reclaiming new territory, so they did not notice it. Although Hua Xining noticed the rumor, she did not think too much of it. At that time, she was also extremely busy. She had too much work on her hands and too few people she could trust. She was already unable to do anything else. After all, some people had thought that Deng Yifei was the #1 genius in the southern region. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was still acceptable. After all, many people in Kai City admired Deng Yifei very much. As for Deng Yifei's late-stage domain realm strength, Hua Xining also thought so. After all, Sherming of the Tangshan State was definitely a veteran mid-stage domain realm expert. He even had an extremely rare high-grade Dao artifact in his possession, which completely gave him the strength of a late-stage domain realm expert. For Deng Yifei to be able to kill him, it was clear that he also possessed the strength of a late-stage domain realm expert. Finally, it was said that Deng Yifei had suppressed the martial alliance to the point of not being able to raise their heads. This news made Hu Xining frown slightly. However, she only instructed them not to speak nonsense and to try their best to eliminate any news that disrespected the martial alliance. Within the new Kai sphere of influence, such news could naturally be stopped by the Aurora Pavilion. However, outside of Kai City, such news was not controlled by Hu Xining, Deng Yifei, or even the Aurora Pavilion. It was only half a month after the news spread that Long Wanqing sent an invitation letter. Only then did Hu Xining realize that the news had not only spread throughout the southern region, it had also spread to 3 of the regions. Lord Deng, I was careless. Hu Xining immediately admitted her mistake. Deng Yifei looked at the invitation letter and shook his head. This is not your fault. Even if you knew ahead of time, we had no way of preventing the rumors from spreading. From what Elder Long said, many factions in the southern region are involved. Then what do we do? Hu Xining wanted to say that if she knew, she would not have killed the martial alliance, but she did not dare to say it. This was because this was a decision made by Deng Yifei. She knew Deng Yifei's principles. I'll go see Elder Long and find out, Deng Yifei said in a low voice. Deng Yifei had an ominous feeling. The last time he met Long Wanqing had told him that the martial alliance would not pursue the matter. From then on, both parties did not contact each other. This time, Long Wanqing had invited him to a secret meeting, and the location was not at the Tianqing Nation's southern region office. Long Wanqing had probably encountered some trouble. Lord Deng, do you think the martial alliance is pressuring Elder Long to deal with you? So what if it is? Deng Yifei did feel a heavy pressure, but this did not mean that he was afraid of anyone. He was already prepared to die on this path. He had already profited greatly by being able to live this long. He just did not want to die too early. It would not be worth dying. At this moment, Deng Yifei suddenly felt a sense of danger. If he were to die, the Aurora Pavilion would not have a successor. Hu Xining was the person closest to him, but Hu Xining's talent and willpower were limited. It was already not easy for her to reach the divine power realm. She might not be able to break through to the domain realm and take on a huge responsibility. Furthermore, while he was alive, Hu Xining respected his willpower, but once he was dead, Hu Xining would probably not be able to persist. Not everyone was like him, Deng Yifei. In the past, he could rely on the Aurora Pavilion to slowly nurture a successor, but now, he did not have the time. Looking at the time, Long Wanqing wanted to meet him a day later. The meeting location was in the mountains on the border of Kai and Tianqing Nation. Time was tight, so there was not much time left for Deng Yifei. He looked up and asked Hu Xining, Xining, how long will it take to gather the batch of youths we are nurturing? Lord, is there something urgent? Yes. I've arranged for them to be sent to the Aurora Pavilion in various places. If they have the help of a divine power realm expert, it might take half a month. But if they need to use an official transfer order, it might take a few months. Hu Xining said somewhat embarrassedly, Lord, you said before that you wanted them to train as members of ordinary sects and families. I don't mean to blame you. Deng Yifei continued to ask, then how many people are still in the nearby Aurora Pavilion? 3. They can return here within 10 days. I've arranged for Su Xiu to be in the imperial capital recently. Hu Xining added, I think Su Xiu is a promising talent. Su Xiu, Deng Yifei remembered that she had outstanding talent in martial arts and had strong willpower and endurance. She was also one of the best among that batch of youths and could be considered one of Deng Yifei's more preferred candidates. Give me a copy of her latest information and then bring her over. I want to see her first, then prepare a copy of the information on the other youths for me. I need to take a look at them all. All right. Hu Xining quickly presented Su Xiu's information and then left. Each of the 9 disciples that Deng Yifei had nurtured was actually under strict surveillance most of the time. It was just that they did not know it. Every once in a while, the information on what they had said and done would be gathered to Hu Xining. The Holy Spirit sword was in their hands, and they might inherit his mantle in the future. It was impossible for Deng Yifei to not care about them. Deng Yifei looked at Su Xiu's information seriously. Ever since he established the Aurora Pavilion, many forces in Kai City began to put their young people into various positions in the Aurora Pavilion to obtain cultivation resources from Kai City every month. Su Xiu was very talented in martial arts among her peers in the Aurora Pavilion. She was only 15 years old, but she was already at the early stage of the true Qi realm. Deng Yifei didn't care about her cultivation. With the Holy Spirit sword in her hand, it would be strange if her cultivation was low. What Deng Yifei cared about was Su Xiu's words and actions. Su Xiu was far more mature than her peers. She was serious and responsible, and she cultivated harder. She received unanimous praise from the people around her. She had a kind personality and liked cats and dogs. She often fed those stray cats and dogs with food in Kaidu City. Occasionally, she would help some poor people. However, it was obvious that she liked small animals more. In general, Su Xiu was still more satisfactory to Deng Yifei. Not long after, Deng Yifei heard footsteps. From the sound, he knew that Hu Xining had returned. There were also light footsteps beside Hu Xining. It should be Su Xiu's. Soon, Hu Xining brought Su Xiu to Deng Yifei. Su Xiu nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then knelt in front of Deng Yifei. Su Xiu greets master. Get up. Su Xiu stood up and lowered her head slightly. Deng Yifei looked at Su Xiu. Chen Hao also observed her. Su Xiu was about 15 years old this year. She was handsome, had fair skin, and was good-looking. She wasn't a stunning beauty, but she was still a delicate beauty that was worth looking at. 15 years old was the beautiful age of a flower. She had everything she needed. There seemed to be such a saying, however, Deng Yifei obviously didn't think as much as Chen Hao. Su Xiu? How's your cultivation recently? Su Xiu said in a low voice, Master, I'm working very hard. If you don't believe me, you can ask Master Hua. I've seen your efforts. Su Xiu raised his head and looked at Deng Yifei in surprise. Then, he quickly lowered his head and said, I want to help you, sir. Seeing that you've been performing well recently, I'll teach you a new set of skills. Really? Of course. Su Xiu was pleasantly surprised. That's right, I'll teach you a set of black-rank high-grade cultivation technique. I hope you can cultivate it well. I will definitely work hard. Su Xiu looked at Deng Yifei with reverence and promised. I believe you. Hearing this, Su Xiu became excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood. When Chen Hao heard Deng Yifei say that he wanted to teach Su Xiu a cultivation technique, he suddenly felt that Deng Yifei was somewhat anxious. He knew that Deng Yifei wanted to groom a successor, but even if he wanted to groom a successor, there was no need to be in such a hurry, it could be done step by step. Could it be that Deng Yifei did not have the confidence to escape from this crisis, or did he have a premonition? Deng Yifei, I have a rare flexible sword technique here. It's more suitable for Su Xiu. Why don't you teach it to her? Can I really, Sir Jianling? Why can't I? Anyway, it's just a sword technique. I have no use for it. I might as well teach it to your disciple so that she can be more powerful. I will definitely urge her to cultivate well. I won't let her down Sir Jianling's nurturing. With a shake of the scarlet blood sword, the information of the sword technique was transmitted to Deng Yifei's mind. Deng Yifei only briefly scanned it in his mind before he sucked in a breath of cold air. Blood. Snake sword technique. Although this sword technique was an earth-rank high-grade sword technique, but if he could master it thoroughly and completely meet the requirements of the blood snake sword technique, the destructive power might be comparable to a heaven-rank low-grade sword technique. This sword technique had very strict requirements, just like the Aurora sword technique. To cultivate it, one needed the speed concept, illusion concept, massacre concept, and powerful flexible sword control. Deng Yifei did not think that Su Xiu could comprehend the speed concept or the illusion concept. But if Su Xiu could comprehend the massacre concept, Deng Yifei was still quite confident. In addition, Su Xiu originally cultivated the flexible sword. As long as she cultivated the blood snake sword technique well, Su Xiu might be able to exert the strength of an earth-rank mid-grade or even high-grade sword technique. It was already Su Xiu's honor to be able to cultivate an earth-rank profound sword technique. Follow me. Deng Yifei stood up from the chair and left the courtyard. Yes, sir. Su Xiu followed closely behind Deng Yifei. Hu Xining hesitated for a moment, but wisely did not follow. Deng Yifei did not call her. They came to an open space beside a man-made lake. There was no one around. Deng Yifei stretched out his hand and said, "Give me your sword." Oh. If it were anyone else who asked her to hand over her sword, Su Xiu would have died rather than obey. But, if this person was Deng Yifei, then it was a different story. Deng Yifei took the flexible sword and tried to swing it twice. He was able to grasp some of the simple tricks of using the flexible sword. But, if he wanted to be proficient in it, even if it was Deng Yifei, he would still have to spend a great deal of effort. "Now, I'll teach you a sword skill." Deng Yifei said, "This blood snake sword technique was given to me by a highly respected old man. That old man was also skilled in using the flexible sword, and he hoped that I could find a successor for his sword skill." Su Xiu looked at Deng Yifei and earnestly nodded. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. She did not suspect that Deng Yifei was making up a story to coax her. Deng Yifei poured his blood-red true essence into Su Xiu's Holy Spirit sword. The Holy Spirit sword immediately twisted as if it was alive. It slightly twisted its body like a blood-red poisonous snake. Su Xiu stared at the poisonous snake. Her entire body was cold and her hair stood on end. A thing called fear attacked her heart. "Look carefully at the blood snake sword technique, barrier." Deng Yifei reluctantly used the blood snake sword technique. However, the flexible sword in his hand moved very slowly. The Holy Spirit sword transformed into a blood snake. Other than looking a little scary, it twisted like a sick loach. It looked like it was on the verge of death. But, to Su Xiu, this was extremely good. A high-grade earth-level sword technique was very profound. When the complete version of the blood snake sword technique was used, the sky was filled with afterimages. With the eyesight of a little girl like Su Xiu, wanting to learn it was completely wishful thinking. She could only accept Deng Yifei's dismantling and slowly teaching. For the entire afternoon, Deng Yifei completely dismantled the blood snake sword technique and explained it step by step to Su Xiu. Then, he let Su Xiu memorize it so that she could slowly understand it in the future. There was another way to use the blood snake sword technique, but Deng Yifei did not tell Su Xiu about it for the time being. In any case, Su Xiu did not have the ability to use it yet. The sky unknowingly darkened. Deng Yifei brought Su Xiu back to his small courtyard. At this time, Hu Xining had already gone somewhere. "Keep this low-grade earth-level cultivation technique. Go back and slowly cultivate it." Deng Yifei handed a book to Su Xiu. "Now obediently stay here. When Hu Xining comes over, tell her not to worry about me. I'm going to meet a friend, understand?" "This disciple understands. Do your best." Su Xiu was just about to say something when she looked up. However, she realized that Deng Yifei had already disappeared. All that was left in the air was a faint sigh. Su Xiu suspected that the sigh was just a figment of her imagination. Lord Jianling, was the blood snake sword technique derived by the red blood sword's owner years ago? On the way to meet Long Wanqing, Deng Yifei suddenly asked. Upon hearing his question, Chen Hao knew that some things could no longer be hidden. Perhaps, Deng Yifei could guess Shi Qingyan's identity. However, Chen Hao was not flustered at all. After all, he had already prepared himself. Revealing some information about the red blood sword was not a big deal. "You have guessed it?" Chen Hao asked in return. "Yes. The cultivation requirements of the blood snake sword technique are too similar to the aurora sword technique. It is like a sword technique that is tailor-made for warriors. In the entire southern region, only Lord Jianling has the competence to tailor-make a superior earth-ranked sword technique for a person." "Then can you guess who the blood snake sword technique is derived from?" "Lord Jianling, why do you ask? I believe the owner must be very famous, right? Is it blood demonist Chen Ruoyan?" Deng Yifei looked at the vast night sky and asked. "I remember that in the past 1,000 years, only Chen Ruoyan has comprehended speed and illusion divine powers. Furthermore, Chen Ruoyan also uses a flexible sword and has comprehended the decimation esoteric. She is so young, yet she was able to kill a peak domain realm elder of a martial alliance. If she is the owner of the red blood sword, then everything makes sense." She must have used the final elegy, right? Upon thinking of this, Deng Yifei felt that something was amiss. If Blood Demonist Chen Ruoyan was the owner of the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sword, then would the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sword still be the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sword? Yes, that's right. Chen Ruoyan is indeed the owner of Red Blood Sword. Chen Hao said in a low voice, but there's something you don't know. Chen Ruoyan isn't from the southern region. I'm from the human country behind the southern Demon Mountain Range. Zhou State? Empress Zhou's country. The last time Deng Yifei heard about that country, it was from Long Wancheng. It was said that the demon race had already slaughtered everyone there. Chen Hao had once tried to pass on the concept of speed to Deng Yifei. Of course, the inheritor he chose was Zhou Lihua's image. After all, after Zhou Lihua obtained the red blood sword, besides being a little loose in her private life, she had always been a righteous and upright person. Even when she died, her death was in line with Deng Yifei's aesthetic standards. Unfortunately, Deng Yifei was a blockhead. Not only was he unable to comprehend the concept of strength, but he also couldn't comprehend the concept of speed. Thus, in Deng Yifei's dream, he had seen Zhou Lihua join forces with the Amethyst Wolf King to deal with the demon race powerhouses, and even perish together with the demon race powerhouses. Deng Yifei also held Zhou Lihua in high esteem. Even his support of Kai and the establishment of Aurora Pavilion had been influenced by Zhou Lihua. Kai was very much like Zhou State, and Aurora Pavilion was very much like the Imperial Sky Observatory. Yes. Chen Hao didn't deny it. He only continued to ask, do you think that which Chen Ruoyan isn't worthy of using the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sword? I ask Lord Jianling to dispel my doubts. Deng Yifei grit his teeth as he requested. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. He was a little afraid, a little worried. Do you still remember Chen Pengfei? Of course I remember him. He was the sword master who loved to exterminate bandits. I admire him a lot. Unfortunately, he was truly amazing. He was actually able to comprehend the profound truths of strength. Unfortunately, he died at such a young age. Deng Yifei still remembered that when he was weak, Chen Pengfei was also his idol. He also wanted to be like Chen Pengfei, exterminating countless bandits. Now that he had the strength of a domain realm master, he had the qualifications to say that he admired Chen Pengfei. Could it be that Chen Pengfei is related to that Chen Ruoyan in some way? Chen Ruoyan's real name is Yi Qingyan. She was originally Chen Pengfei's personal maid and his only disciple. Although Chen Pengfei never admitted it, Chen Pengfei was the one who taught Yi Qingyan martial arts. Oh. After learning that Chen Ruoyan was once Chen Pengfei's personal maid and his disciple, Deng Yifei's dislike of Chen Ruoyan lessened by more than half. Strictly speaking, Chen Ruoyan had the right to inherit the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sword. Deng Yifei began to feel that Chen Ruoyan might have other reasons for becoming the famous witch of the continent. After Chen Pengfei died, Yi Qingyan didn't get the Red Blood Sword. When Zhou Lihua became the sword master of the Red Blood Sword, Yi Qingyan became Zhou Lihua's personal maid and trusted subordinate. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Chen Hao said in a low voice, at that time, Yi Qingyan's talent was much greater than yours. Yi Qingyan's talent was not only in martial arts, but also in political strategy. She was also very accomplished. Not only did she serve as Zhou Lihua's personal maid and take care of Zhou Lihua's daily needs, she also served as the head of the astronomical observatory, similar to Hua Xining's current position. However, her ability was much greater than Hua Xining's. The kingdom of Kai is such a small place. Even now, Hua Xining still hasn't figured things out. If Hua Xining was replaced by Yi Qingyan, maybe you wouldn't be so embarrassed now. Of course, it could also be that you, the sword master, died without knowing why. Of course, Chen Hao wouldn't say this out loud. Is Yi Qingyan really that powerful? Deng Yifei doubted. Anyway, I've lived for so long. Yi Qingyan's talent is definitely top-notch. No one can surpass her. I admit that she is very qualified to be the sword master of the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sword, but what happened to her later on? I don't want to elaborate on the specifics, but you just need to know that the zombie used by the Yin Corpse Sex Dai at the Southern Region Martial Tournament was refined from Chen Pengfei's corpse. Perhaps you can understand why Yi Qingyan suffered from qi deviation. Qi deviation, Chen Hao blamed all the bad things that Yi Qingyan had done on qi deviation. Wasn't it normal for her to do bad things after suffering from qi deviation? It was the same logic as in some stories where people broke the law and were diagnosed as mentally ill. Deng Yifei said, the Yin Corp sect indeed deserves to die. Back when Yi Qingyan was dealing with the Yin Corp sect, the people from the Martial Alliance in the Middle Region protected the Yin Corp sect. Therefore, Yi Qingyan killed the people from the Martial Alliance and was slandered as a demoness. Those who protected evil people deserved to die. From Deng Yifei's point of view, killing the Yin Corp sect's demonic warriors was definitely the right thing to do. Therefore, the people from the Martial Alliance slandered Yi Qingyan as a demoness and even issued a bounty on her. Chen Hao said with a smile, if I remember correctly, you have also been on the bounty list. Who knows, you might even be on the Martial Alliance's bounty list in the future. Let's hope that day never comes. Deng Yifei forced a smile. That is to say, that Chen Ruoyan, who is also Yi Qingyan, is already dead? Of course she's dead. Chen Hao answered. Back then, she was no longer suitable to be the owner of the sacred sword. Even if she didn't die back then, she wouldn't have lived for long. Alright. Then I understand. Deng Yifei said in disappointment. What a pity. What a pity that I can't meet that Chen Pengfei, Zhou Lihua, or Yi Qingyan. After flying at full speed for nearly a day, Deng Yifei finally arrived at the rendezvous point on time. When he arrived, Long Wanqing was already waiting for him. The surroundings were barren mountains and there was no one around. Long Wanqing was standing on a mountain peak, looking at the setting sun in a daze. The afterglow shone on his face and body, making him look like a bronze statue. Deng Yifei walked to his side, but Long Wanqing did not move. He continued looking at the sun. Only when the sun had completely set did Long Wanqing say, Deng Yifei, you have offended too many people. All right. Deng Yifei said calmly. Those southern region organizations that have a grudge with you have not only spread the news of you killing 2 Martial Alliance members to the southern region, they have also spread the news to the other 3 regions. This has made me somewhat passive. If this matter was only in the southern region, I could still completely suppress it, but now that it has spread to the central region and the Martial Alliance, I might not be able to suppress it. Long Wanqing turned his head and looked at Deng Yifei. Yesterday, they summoned me back to the southern region and wanted me to personally report this matter. If it was a small matter, the central region would not have summoned me back. For me to personally return, it only means that the Alliance or the higher-ups have something against me. I'll be troubling Elder Long. I'm not afraid of trouble. I still have some foundation in the Martial Alliance. Even if they want to hold me accountable, I'll just resign as an elder and return to teach the disciples in peace. Those carefree days, are you? Long Wanqing looked at Deng Yifei with an ugly expression. How will the Martial Alliance deal with me? In the worst-case scenario, they will attack you. Deng Yifei looked at Long Wanqing in astonishment and said, wasn't it said that as long as I have outstanding martial talent, the Martial Alliance would not be willing to kill me? That may be the case, but the Central Region's Martial Alliance might not think that your talent is that good. Long Wanqing smiled helplessly. You're not from the Central Territory, so you might not understand the pride of the Central Territory's warriors. Unless they're really defeated, in their eyes, besides the Central Territory's warriors, the other 4 territories' warriors and geniuses are all inferior. Although your talent is extraordinary, there are also many reasons why they want to get rid of you. As long as they don't like you, they can find countless reasons and excuses to get rid of you. All right. You don't seem afraid. From the moment Deng Yifei appeared, Elder Long had been carefully observing Deng Yifei. He realized that Deng Yifei was really calm and collected when he mentioned that the Central Territory Alliance might attack him. Why should I be afraid? Countless warriors have died under my sword. I am already prepared for death. Furthermore, I believe that if the Martial Alliance really attacks me, they will definitely regret it. Long Wanqing looked at Deng Yifei and then sighed heavily. He recalled that Deng Yifei had previously said that he still had a trump card. He was not afraid of him. Actually, Long Wanqing had always been curious about Deng Yifei's trump card. The reason why I'm meeting you today is to warn you. I feel that if our Martial Alliance really wants to hold you accountable, you either have to admit it or hide far away, so that they can't find you. Long Wancheng kindly reminded him. After this meeting, I will return to the Central Territory. I don't know how long it will be before we meet again. If we are fated, we will definitely be able to meet again. 5,000 years ago, we humans may have chased the Fey beasts out of the center of the continent, but in that war, we humans were very lucky to win. Long Wancheng said in a low voice. If not for the Fey beasts' main forces being heavily injured by the demons 10,000 years ago, we humans would not have been the Fey beasts' match. I heard that the ones that will awaken this time will not only be the Fey beasts experts who were heavily injured by us humans 1,000 years ago. There might also be Fey beasts who fell into a deep slumber 10,000 years ago. Even a large number of people in our martial alliance are very pessimistic. Deng Yifei looked at Long Wancheng. He did not understand what Long Wancheng was trying to say. Long Wancheng looked up at the young Deng Yifei. He stretched out his right hand and said, I hope that when the war between us human warriors and the Fey beasts breaks out, you will be able to appear on the battlefield. Deng Yifei hesitated for a moment, but he still held Long Wancheng's hand. Long Wancheng held Deng Yifei's hand tightly. His grip was extremely strong, causing Deng Yifei to feel some pain. I hope that when the time comes, we can become comrades on the battlefield. I hope so. Deng Yifei was not a man who wished to make a promise. This was because he did not have much confidence in the future. I will try my best to mediate for you in the central region. All right. Of course, if they really want to get rid of you, I will most likely help the alliance. A tree that stands out in the forest will be the first to be blown away by the wind. I suggest that you leave the southern region for a period of time and conceal your identity. I will consider it seriously. After Long Wancheng left, Deng Yifei looked in the direction he left in disappointment. Deng Yifei was more respectful towards Long Wancheng. He knew many domain realm experts, but the only one that Deng Yifei respected was Long Wancheng. He felt that Long Wancheng was the most similar to the martial alliance member he had envisioned. After returning to the Kai capital, Deng Yifei got Hua Xining to pay attention to any news regarding the martial alliance. He also summoned his personal disciples back to the Kai capital and taught them attentively, trying his best to raise their strength. Of course, the other 8 personal disciples were not treated as well as Su Xiao. However, they had all cultivated to the earth rank cultivation techniques and sword techniques. Their starting point was much higher than Deng Yifei's years ago. About 2 years ago, after Deng Yifei took in 9 personal disciples, 3 of Deng Yifei's personal disciples had died in battle. The Holy Spirit swords in their hands had been taken back and handed over to Deng Yifei's new disciples. Deng Yifei was somewhat saddened by the death of his personal disciples, but he was not overly saddened. As a martial artist, it was normal to die in battle. Not only would Deng Yifei's personal disciples die in battle, even the personal disciples of other domain realm experts would die in battle. Deng Yifei believed that if not for the Aurora Pavilion, he would have followed his original plan of letting his 9 personal disciples set up an assassin organization, relying on the stinging bee tissue to carry out assassination missions. His personal disciples would have suffered even more losses. Furthermore, to be able to become Deng Yifei's personal disciple and be qualified to become the owner of the Holy Spirit Sword, this was already a blessing that these fellows had accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Even many of the southern region's domain realm experts did not have such luck. If they couldn't become experts with the Holy Spirit Sword, then they really deserved to die. Kai capital paid close attention to the information regarding the central region's martial alliance. However, due to their limited strength, they could not probe any deeper. While Deng Yifei was busy teaching his disciples, Long Wancheng had already spent more than half a month returning to the central region's martial alliance. The martial alliance's encampment was located in the center of the central region, Heaven Pillar Mountain. Legend had it that the Heaven Pillar Mountain supported the heavens. In reality, the Heaven Pillar Mountain could not support the heavens. It was only the tallest mountain in the Heaven Pillar Mountain range. About 10,000 years ago, the Heaven Pillar Mountain range was the habitat of the dragon race's Fey beasts. However, back then, the Dragon Emperor and a large number of dragon race experts were severely injured in a battle against the demons. They either slept or died. Later on, the humans and the Fey beasts engaged in a great war. The human warriors slaughtered all the dragon race Fey beasts near the Heaven Pillar Mountain range, eventually occupying the Heaven Pillar Mountain range. In order to celebrate this victory, The human warriors established the Martial Alliance's encampment in the Heaven Pillar Mountain Range. As an elder of the Martial Alliance, although he did not personally experience the Great War from 1,000 or 10,000 years ago, he still had the authority to read the true history. When he read the dusty history books, he sometimes thought that the human martial artists were treacherous and despicable, but so what? If not for the treacherous and despicable actions of the human race's seniors, would the human race be as prosperous as it was today? Would they be as successful as a junior like Long Wancheng? Back then, after he finished reading the history, he was extremely vexed. Hence, he found a senior he greatly respected. That senior told him that there was no such thing as justice or injustice in the war between races. He always kept that senior's words in mind. Just as he returned to the Heaven Pillar Mountain, before Long Wancheng could greet his acquaintances, someone called him to a side chamber. Just as he entered the side chamber, Long Wancheng saw 3 warriors. His heart skipped a beat and he knew that things were going to be troublesome. A black-robed warrior had his eyes closed. He was sitting on a chair in the middle of the side chamber with a pale and cold face. Long Wancheng could not hear his breathing or heartbeat. With his eyes closed, Long Wancheng could not sense him at all. This proved that the other party was very strong, stronger than him. The black-robed warrior looked very ordinary, but Long Wancheng had never seen him before. There were 2 other martial artists standing on either side of him. The 2 warriors were also acquaintances of Long Wancheng. One of them was the Divine Corpse sex Wu Miao, while the other was the Nine Sword sex Lin Xiujian. They were both peak domain realm experts, and their status was similar to Long Wancheng's. They were both elders of the Martial Alliance. Without needing to think, Long Wancheng guessed who they were. The person sitting on the chair in the middle had his eyes closed. As he was a human Tao Enlightenment realm expert who had recently awakened, it was said that he was also a peerless demonic cultivator. What troubled Long Wancheng the most was that the 2 divine power realm warriors that Deng Yifei had ordered the Aurora Pavilion to execute were from the Divine Corpse sect and the Nine Sword sect. He could roughly guess the attitude of the Central Region's Martial Alliance towards this matter. The other factions might not want to interfere, but the 2 elders from the Divine Corpse sect and the Nine Swords sect were definitely angry. As for the Tao Enlightenment Realm Senior, Long Wancheng did not dare to guess. End of chapter 955. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.